male lead, Wang Zheng, is a young man who keeps out of worldly struggles and lives carefree back in his hometown. Then one day, his father suddenly forces him to work as a bodyguard for some girl. Since he has nothing else to do and does not mind earning money, he agrees. While sitting at the train station, Wang Zheng keeps thinking. He wonders whose daughter could be lucky enough to have him. Just then, a breaking news story appears on the broadcast. A robbery took place at Jiangning Bank in Yi City. After several days, the suspect has finally been arrested. But what is worth mentioning is that when the police found the criminal, he was tied up tightly. Bound up with his hands tied behind his back, he was dumped right in front of the police station. The police are still searching for the mysterious person who quietly carried out this righteous deed. Leaving behind a little memorable souvenir is not bad either. After hearing the news, Wang Zheng smiles, secretly thinking that the criminal is the work he finished just last night. At that moment, the train has also arrived at the station. Wang Zheng blends into the crowded stream of people boarding the train. He slips through the crowd, but when he reaches his seat, he discovers a fat guy occupying it. And that girl clearly is not responding to him at all. "Brother, move aside for a moment. This is my seat," Wang Zheng says. The other man is interrupted by him and his expression clearly shows extreme displeasure. He raises his head, then makes no effort to hide his attitude as he shows his contempt for Wang Zheng, treating him as an ignorant country bumpkin. Wang Zheng sees that the other man is a big guy but acts no differently from an immature child, so he does not bother arguing and calmly repeats what he just said. "Brother, this is my seat, so please move aside." You would have thought the other man is not only unreasonable, but also an arrogant scoundrel. Hearing Wang Zheng say that, he takes out his wallet and pulls out a banknote. Then he hands it to Wang Zheng with a condescending attitude and says he is buying his seat. His open contempt for others annoys the girl sitting in the seat beside him, but Wang Zheng shows an extremely excited expression instead. He is almost drooling at the sight of the banknote. "This much?" he asks. "If it is a lot, then hurry up, take it, and get lost." The other man lets go, drops the banknote onto the floor, then takes out his phone and starts tapping on it. He even mocks Wang Zheng as someone who has never seen the world, satisfied after seeing just one small banknote. Who would have thought that at this moment, Wang Zheng suddenly snatches the phone from his hand. He says that compared with that banknote, he likes this phone even more. Then he throws it away without hesitation. That scoundrel immediately goes berserk, stands up, and is about to curse Wang Zheng to his face. Wang Zheng is not bothered at all. He only reminds him that if he does not go look for his phone, with so many people in the carriage, in just a little while he will not be able to find it even if he wants to. Although the guy is furious, he has no choice but to get up and look for his phone. Wang Zheng successfully drives him away, leisurely sits down in his own seat and mutters, "You little punk country folk are not so easy to bully either." The young man sitting opposite cannot help giving him a thumbs up. At the same time, the beautiful woman who is being hit on by that scoundrel is also very grateful. Because he helped her out, she takes the initiative to strike up a conversation with Wang Zheng. She introduces herself as Sun Nuanuan, a sophomore at the university. Capital Medical University. "My name is Wang Zheng," he says, reaching out and taking the beautiful woman's hand. Before the two of them can exchange more than a few words, that scoundrel finds his phone and comes back. Seeing Wang Zheng already sitting comfortably in the seat, he goes mad with anger and shouts, "You undisciplined country bumpkin, you already took the money. Why are you still?" His words break off when he meets Wang Zheng's eyes, which are full of murderous intent. "If you dare to keep nagging here for even one more sentence, I will throw you out of the train window. Just wait. Once we reach the capital, you will see how I deal with you." This scoundrel still refuses to stop. "No need to wait until the capital. I can deal with you right now." As Wang Zheng speaks, he pulls off his flip-flop and points it straight at the other man's face. "I'll say this one more time. If you dare say another word, I'll beat you senseless." Wang Zheng wasn't joking. He was just unlucky enough to run into a shameless thug. Even now, the guy still acted like he was the one in the right. His voice grew louder and louder. "I'm just afraid you can't do it. Looking at you, you're either a construction worker or a farmer, right? You work hauling bricks at some construction site. How about I introduce you to a job?" Wang Zheng didn't answer. He had been standing right in front of the man. But suddenly, as if he had teleported, he appeared behind him, startling the thug badly. Then Wang Zheng whispered something into the man's ear. His voice was so quiet that the man couldn't hear clearly. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear you," the guy snapped irritably. "It was nothing. I just think you should go change your pants." Wang Zheng crossed his arms and glanced down at the man's crotch. Only then did the thug realize that at some point his pants had become completely soaked. Instinctively, he screamed out loud. Then he quickly covered himself with both hands. Murmurs immediately spread through the train car. People mocked and laughed at him for being a grown man who still couldn't control his bladder. It was truly humiliating. Some people even pulled out their phones to record him, making the thug so embarrassed that he immediately fled with his tail between his legs. Wang Zheng figured the man wouldn't dare come back to cause trouble again, so he leisurely sat back down in his seat. "You're amazing. How did you make him wet his pants just now?" Su Nuanuan asked again. You really want to know? Wang Zheng asked. In response, she nodded repeatedly. It's actually nothing. I just poked one of his pressure points. After hearing that, Su Nuanuan's eyes lit up instantly. Do you know traditional medicine? You understand the human meridians so well. That's incredible. I study traditional medicine too. When we have time, can we study and discuss it together? Sure. If I'm free, I'll come find you. The two chatted happily the entire way. When they arrived at the final station, Su Nuanuan took out her phone and asked for Wang Zheng's contact information. But he refused, saying that since they both lived in the capital, if fate allowed, they would definitely meet again. After saying goodbye to Su Nuanuan, Wang Zheng walked straight outside. As soon as he reached the exit, he ran into two tall men in black suits and sunglasses who looked exactly like gangsters. Excuse me, are you Wang Zheng? Our boss sent us to pick you up. As they spoke, the two men secretly looked Wang Zheng up and down, sizing him up carefully. They truly doubted whether this was the elite bodyguard their boss had spent a fortune hiring. With such a scholarly and weak appearance, they feared the young miss would lose her temper after seeing him. Wang Zheng followed them into the luxury car, preparing to start the job. Who would have thought that the thug from the train had followed him all the way here? After seeing Wang Zheng get into the car, he immediately took out his phone and called his second uncle. Hello, second uncle, I ran into a tough guy today. Can you help me deal with him? The car carrying Wang Zheng started moving. It quickly brought him to the Taping Mountain Villa. The villa before him was unbelievably luxurious, dazzling him for a moment. The two men led him directly into the living room. There, a blonde girl was sitting on the sofa. Her back was facing him. Wang Zheng looked at her figure from behind and secretly gave her a score of 75. Young miss, following the master's orders, we've brought young Master Wang here. From now on, he will be your elite bodyguard. The two men began reporting. After hearing that, the young miss became so angry that she smashed the TV remote in her hand. Then she shot to her feet. Having you two is already more than enough. Why does my father insist on monitoring my life like this? I really cannot take it anymore. As she spoke, she turned around. The moment they came face to face, Wang Zheng froze for several seconds. Seeing her head-on, she deserved at least a 90 out of 100. While Wang Zheng was busy admiring that young lady, she was also carefully sizing him up. But her first impression of Wang Zheng was of a young man with scruffy stubble like some middle-aged uncle, looking dirty and wearing flip-flops. As a pampered young lady who had grown up surrounded by luxury since childhood, she immediately showed a look of disgust. Why is such a sloppy person in my house? He has dirtied the floor with his feet. Hurry up and throw him out. She shouted loudly, giving the two men a terrible headache. They thought to themselves that the young lady's obsession with cleanliness had flared up again, and it looked like she was about to explode. Wang Zheng saw that she disliked him for dirtying the floor, so he took off his sandals and tossed them to both sides. But the moment those dusty sandals hit the floor, the girl became even more horrified. Zhang Yang, the young lady shouted, startling the man beside her. I do not care whether my father invited this person here or not, but I, Shangyuan Shishi, will not accept him. Get him out of my house right now. The bodyguard named Zhang Yang was also extremely troubled. He could not understand why his boss had found such an unreliable-looking guy to be the young lady's bodyguard this time. But Wang Zheng, the one being driven away, showed no sign of anger. Instead, he calmly asked Shangyuan Shishi, your periods have been irregular for a long time, have they not? That is why you get angry so easily. This condition is quite serious. After hearing that, Shangyuan Shishi was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red. Trembling, she pointed straight at Wang Zheng's face, called him a hooligan, then ran straight into the house. Seeing this, Zhang Yang gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Brother, not bad. You actually managed to leave the young lady speechless. Nothing special, Wang Zheng replied, feeling extremely pleased with himself. He thought that if Shangyuan Shishi wanted to fight him, he was ready to make her cry in rhythm. After that, Zhang Yang affectionately put an arm around his shoulders and whispered that young lady Shangyuan was actually someone with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Once she cooled down in a bit, everything would be fine. Wang Zheng glanced at him and even through the sunglasses could see the dark circles under his eyes. So he said, Brother Zhang, your eyes are so dark. Your wife must scold you quite a lot at home, right? Damn, you can see that too, to be honest. You are right, I really do not have much status at home. Brother, do you have any way to fix it? Zhang Yang was surprised. From now on we are brothers, so of course we can talk about it. Zhang Yang, who had felt a bit of dislike earlier, now felt that this young man was very interesting and very worth becoming sworn brothers with. While the two were shaking hands happily, Shangyuan Shishi came back again. This time she brought along another great beauty and a younger beauty. On the left was Cheng Fei, the design director of Blue Sea Group. On the right was Han Xingai, Shangyuan Shishi's best friend, who also came from a prestigious family. The three beauties standing together were truly a masterpiece. Wang Zheng gave them all 90 points and even praised his own self-control. If it were any other guy in this situation, he would probably have had a nosebleed already. Han Xingai ran over to Zhang Yang, put her hands on her hips, and asked in an irritated tone, Zhang Yang, who exactly is this filthy guy? Was he the one who made Shishi cry? Zhang Yang looked embarrassed. After all, Wang Zheng had been personally invited by old Master Shangyuan, yet he was being treated like this by these young ladies all at once. But Wang Zheng did not seem to mind at all. Let me explain. After he carefully explained the whole situation from beginning to end, Cheng Fei, being the oldest of the three beauties, was naturally the best at dealing with people. She knew Wang Zheng was a specially invited bodyguard, yet he was wearing shabby old clothes. His hands and feet were filthy. So she asked Zhang Yang to take him to the guest bedroom first so he could wash up and change clothes. Only after that did they bring him back to the living room for a proper introduction. Zhang Yang nodded and led Wang Zheng away, leaving only the three of them in the living room. Shangyu and Shishi begged Cheng Fei to help her drive Wang Zheng away, no matter what. Cheng Fei found it strange. Why chase him away? The more people around, the livelier it would be. Maybe he could even cure your illness. No one knew exactly what illness Shangyu and Shishi had, but when Cheng Fei mentioned it, she pouted unhappily. So many doctors had already come and failed to cure her. What good would it do to find him? Sister Cheng Fei, whose side are you on anyway? Shishi, if Uncle Shangyuan personally invited him here, then he must be capable. With one more person protecting you, maybe something like your last kidnapping won't happen again. Cheng Fei sincerely tried to persuade Shangyu and Shishi, but it still wasn't enough to erase her dislike. Her initial prejudice against Wang Zheng remained. After a while, he finished bathing and came back outside. Now that Wang Zheng looked clean and neat, completely different from before, the three girls were momentarily stunned. Han Xing'ai was the first to recover. She no longer called Wang Zheng filthy like before, and instead openly acted like a love-struck fangirl. Wang Zheng, your skin is amazing. You're really handsome too. If you used my hands as a face mask, your skin could become this beautiful too. Wang Zheng teased her in a half-joking tone. Okay. Han Xing'ai became even more delighted seeing that he was handsome and smooth-talking. She kept clapping excitedly, completely hopelessly smitten. Seeing her like this, Cheng Fei coughed a few times to remind Han Xing'ai to behave and focus on the important matter. Then Cheng Fei turned to Wang Zheng and said, Wang Zheng, since Uncle Shangyuan personally invited you here, you must have some extraordinary ability. Why don't you show us a little so Shishi can feel reassured about you? Show you something? Wang Zheng thought for a moment. He honestly didn't know what to demonstrate, so he asked Cheng Fei if he could borrow her coat. The moment Shangyu and Shishi heard that, she exploded in protest and immediately rushed in front of Cheng Fei while glaring fiercely at Wang Zheng. What are you trying to do to Sister Cheng Fei? Pervert. Unlike her intense reaction, Cheng Fei remained calm. She took off her coat, soothing Shangyu and Shishi with one hand while handing it to Wang Zheng with the other. He held the coat in his hands. After bringing it to his nose and smelling it for a while, he said, Have you been feeling tired and dizzy frequently lately? Cheng Fei widened her eyes in shock, because everything Wang Zheng said was correct. Seeing how confused she looked, he explained that the perfume Cheng Fei sprayed on her clothes was not ordinary perfume, but also a type of drug capable of paralyzing the nervous system. Its effects were extremely subtle and difficult to detect, but with prolonged use, the nervous system would gradually weaken, causing the person to lose self-awareness and become easily manipulated. Cheng Fei became even more alarmed after hearing that. How could that be? I bought this perfume myself from an official store. Could someone have tampered with it? I'm not certain about that. However, you don't need to worry. As long as you stop using this perfume, your condition will gradually disappear. Wang Zheng also added that now that he was here, let alone these unofficial anesthetic drugs, even if someone intended to assassinate the beautiful ladies here, he would make them regret their foolish actions for the rest of their lives. Wang Zheng's confident demeanor and steady tone completely convinced Cheng Fei. She immediately stood up and excitedly suggested that Wang Zheng go shopping with them that afternoon so they could buy him some new clothes. After all, if he was going to be Shangyu and Shishi's bodyguard, he had to look at least somewhat presentable. So that afternoon, Wang Zheng obediently went out with the three girls. Everywhere they went, they drew countless stares. Guess who that man over there is? How can he be strolling around with three top-tier beauties at the same time? If he is not some rich heir, then he must be the pile of dog crap. One of those three girls stepped in. Either way, neither kind is anything good. Wang Zheng had sharp ears, so he heard every word and he could not help feeling annoyed. I am working openly and honestly as a bodyguard, yet somehow I get framed as a bad guy. This is way too unfair. Just as he was thinking that, Wang Zheng suddenly heard Shangyu and Shishi shout, Sister Cheng Fei told you to try on clothes. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Oh right, coming, Wang Zheng mumbled a reply. While Wang Zheng went into the fitting room, Shangyu and Shishi kept grumbling and criticizing him outside. She said he was so clueless even while going out shopping. How did he look like someone who could protect them at all? Maybe it is his first time shopping with beautiful women, so he is just a little nervous. Cheng Fei spoke up for him. Right then, Wang Zheng had also finished changing. The moment he pulled the curtain open and stepped out, Shangyu and Shishi froze. After washing up earlier, Wang Zheng had already looked completely different. But now that he was dressed up, he was truly much more handsome, making all three beauties stare without blinking. Cheng Fei immediately stood up and swiped her card, having all the clothes they had chosen for him packed up. After that, since they had shopped enough, they began discussing where to eat. Wang Zheng felt a little listless. These women really were boring. If they were not shopping, they were eating. The only thing that lifted his mood was that they brought him into an extremely luxurious restaurant. Wow, I never thought I would get the chance to come to such a high-end restaurant in my life. Wang Zheng had barely sat down before he exclaimed, "Shut up! Stop acting like such a country bumpkin. Do not embarrass me!" Shang Yu and Shishi yelled again. She had planned to scold Wang Zheng a few more times, but at that moment, Han Xing'ai noticed Zhang Mingqin and several of his subordinates walking into the restaurant too. This guy was the crown prince of Blue Sea Group, which was also the company where Cheng Fei worked. But the main point was that he had been pestering her recently, so all three of them hated him to the core. The moment Shang Yu and Shishi saw Zhang Mingqin's face, she lost all appetite. "Hello Cheng Fei, we meet here again, what a coincidence." Zhang Mingqin walked over enthusiastically to greet her, but everyone knew it was no coincidence. He had followed Cheng Fei here. Then Zhang Mingqin noticed an unfamiliar person at the table and asked suspiciously, "May I ask who this gentleman is?" "He is Sister Cheng Fei's boyfriend," Shang Yu and Shishi answered calmly, so bluntly that Wang Zheng choked on his water. After hearing that, Zhang Mingqin immediately became flustered and asked Cheng Fei whether what Shang Yu and Shishi had said was true. Unexpectedly, the woman who always acted serious was now very willing to cooperate with Shang Yu, using Wang Zheng as a shield. "That is right, we are dating," Wang Zheng sighed. Since he had to take on this extra shield duty, they really ought to pay him more. But forget it, he was a good person anyway, and helping a beautiful woman would not cost him anything. "You really are Cheng Fei's boyfriend?" Zhang Mingqin began firing questions at him. "What is your name? Where do you live? What are your parents' names?" Wang Zheng was clearly unhappy about suddenly being interrogated by some random guy, so he said, "What does that have to do with you?" That attitude of his drove Zhang Mingqin mad. "You country bumpkin, what did you just say?" "Cheng Fei, how could you fall for such a crude person?" Zhang Mingqin rudely pointed at Wang Zheng while questioning Cheng Fei, who was sitting across from him. It was hard to say who here was really the crude one. Cheng Fei was furious and raised her voice. "Zhang Mingqin, please watch your words." Wang Zheng reached out and patted the back of her hand, as if comforting her. Zhang Mingqin saw that little gesture and it made him even more annoyed. First, he cleared his throat and mocked Wang Zheng, saying that in the end, he was just a weak, spineless man who needed Cheng Fei to speak up for him. Then he started provoking him again. "If you have the guts, try hitting me. You cowardly weakling." As the grand heir of a major corporation, Zhang Mingqin naturally assumed Wang Zheng would not dare touch him. But he never expected to run into a reckless one. As soon as the other man finished speaking, Wang Zheng lifted his leg and kicked him straight in the groin. Seeing this, Cheng Fei, Shang Yu and Shishi and Han Xing'ai were all stunned. As for that Zhang guy, he was in so much pain that he collapsed onto the floor. His whole body curled up, looking utterly pathetic. With no intention of stopping there, Wang Zheng stepped directly on his face. "I had no intention of laying a hand or foot on you. I was just granting your wish. Who told you to provoke me first?" After saying that, Wang Zheng turned and warned Zhang Mingqin's subordinate that if any of them dared rush forward again, they would suffer the same fate as their master. Seeing that Wang Zheng was reckless and truly meant what he said, none of them dared make a move. They only rushed over to help Zhang Mingqin up. As he left, he was still gritting his teeth and threatening Wang Zheng. "Just you wait, this isn't over." Seeing him like that, Cheng Fei looked apologetic and apologized to Wang Zheng, because she knew Zhang Mingqin was the kind of person who always took revenge, and she feared Wang Zheng would run into serious trouble later. "Anyway, I'm now the bodyguard of the Shangyuan family. If anything happens, you ladies will protect me, won't you?" Wang Zheng said with a completely calm face. His words made Shang Yu and Shishi unable to hide her irritation. "You really are hopeless." That one sentence just shattered the image you had barely managed to build in my mind. "I don't care what kind of image I have in your mind. In any case, I'm a man, not an irregular period." Wang Zheng replied with the same deadpan attitude. Shang Yu and Shishi was left speechless by him. She slammed the table and stood up but could not say a word for a long time. Seeing this, Han Xing'ai covered her mouth and laughed quietly, feeling that her best friend had truly met her natural enemy. After that, they began eating together. But not long after the meal started, a squad of police officers suddenly stormed in with stern faces, saying they had just received a complaint that someone was fighting and causing trouble here, so they had come to handle it. Behind them was Zhang Mingqin being supported by two people. When Shang Yu and Shishi and the others saw this, they looked down on him even more. This guy was being way too dramatic. He had merely been kicked in a sensitive spot, yet he was putting on such a disgraceful act to play the victim. Cheng Fei recognized at a glance that the man leading the group was Wang Huiping, the deputy captain of the criminal police squad in this district, someone not easy to mess with. As for Wang Zheng, he did not care at all whether the other man was a captain, deputy captain, or whatever. Bluntly mocked Zhang Mingqin as unworthy of being called a man, saying that when he could not win a fight, he called for backup. It was truly disgraceful. But a scoundrel like Zhang Mingqin would never care about something called dignity. He pointed at Wang Zheng, then began tattling on him to Wang Heping like a child. Uncle Wang, this insolent punk was the one who hit me. Empty words mean nothing. Did anyone see that happen? Wang Zheng replied with a shrug. Then do you have proof that you did not hit anyone? Wang Heping put a hand on his shoulder and spoke in a threatening tone. How ridiculous. Since when does not hitting someone require evidence? That sentence alone was enough to show that Wang Heping was not someone who drew a clear line between public duty and private interest. Before Wang Zheng could reply, Miss Shangyuan Shishi jumped to her feet. She said that the three of them could all testify right there, and that Zhang Mingqin was clearly making a false accusation. The thief cries thief. You three might even be accomplices. So your words cannot be trusted, Wang Heping said with a smirk. He truly had the ability to make Shangyuan Shishi furious. She questioned Wang Heping, asking why the one-sided complaint from that scoundrel was believable, while her own words were not. What other reason could there be? Because he has a good father. This time, Wang Zheng answered for Wang Heping in an extremely mocking tone. Zhang Mingqin felt no shame at all and even looked smug at that moment. He believed that shrimp like Wang Zheng would never be qualified to fight him, not even in this lifetime. Wang Zheng slowly stood up, while Wang Heping was clearly standing in front of that man. And yet, all of a sudden, somehow, just like when he dealt with that fat man on the train, he abruptly appeared right in front of Zhang Mingqin. Then Wang Zheng swung his hand and slapped him so hard that 5 finger marks were left on his face, before giving him a warning. The next time I see you on the street, I will put you in a coffin. From that moment on, Han Xingai was the first to react to the situation. She stood up, clapped loudly, and praised Wang Zheng for hitting him so well. Unexpectedly, what had just happened truly provoked that bastard. It made him pull a gun from his waistband. At this point, even Wang Heping panicked. He had not expected this precious young master to dare hide a forbidden weapon on himself. Mingqin, what are you doing? He hurriedly tried to stop Zhang Mingqin, but rage had already made him lose all reason, and his finger was already on the trigger. Unfortunately for Zhang Mingqin, when he was about to fire, Wang Zheng once again appeared behind him with ghost-like speed. His large hand clamped tightly around the other man's neck, while his other hand seized the gun from his grip. Zhang Mingqin was once again completely trapped in a passive position. Let me go, he said with difficulty. Looks like I have not been to the city in a long time. And everything has changed. Fine. Since I have run into scum like this, there is no need for me to be too polite. Wang Zheng added a little more strength with his hand, making it hard for Zhang Mingqin to breathe. The situation just now had been perfectly clear, yet Wang Heping deliberately ignored right and wrong and accused Wang Zheng of disturbing public order. Behind him, 2 of his subordinates had already drawn their guns and aimed them straight at Wang Zheng. Wang Heping threatened Wang Zheng, telling him to let go at once, or he would not show mercy and would open fire. But the more he threatened him, the harder Wang Zheng squeezed Zhang Mingqin's neck. To be honest, even if all of you came at me together, you still would not be my match. I suggest you save your strength. I can tell you the principles I live by. Wang Zheng's tone was extremely calm and composed. He said that first, he was very good at defending his own rights, so no one should even think about bullying his people, especially women. Second, Wang Zheng was also extremely petty. If anyone provoked him, he was ready to pay them back 100-fold. Third, he was not someone who liked preaching principles. As long as others did not touch him first, he would not touch them. But if anyone did touch him, he would not mind sending that person's entire family on their way. After Wang Heping heard this, he could not help feeling every hair on his body stand on end from tension. He had been a police officer for so many years, so he knew that what Wang Zheng had just said was absolutely not empty talk, and Wang Zheng was no simple person either. As for that Zhang Mingqin, he came looking for trouble for him to clean up every day. He could let the past slide, but this situation was extremely awkward. Because if Wang Heping went too far, he feared he would provoke Wang Zheng. But if he backed down, it would be no different from slapping himself in the face. Thinking of this, Wang Heping tried to find a more tactful way to resolve it with words. I am not taking anyone's side. Zhang Mingqin used a gun illegally, and you had a dispute with him, affecting public order. According to the law, I have to take both sides back to the police station. Who is trying to arrest my young lady? Suddenly, another man's voice cut in. This man also brought a group of people with him, storming into the restaurant with imposing momentum. After saying that, the man walked straight over to the 3 young ladies. Thank you for notifying us in time, Cheng Fei. As soon as the master heard that the young lady was in danger, he immediately sent me here to rescue her. Seeing that people from her side had arrived, Han Xingai let out a sigh of relief, then put on an aggrieved look and began complaining. Li Jian, you came at just the right time. Hurry and help us teach them a lesson. We were happily eating here when these police officers suddenly rushed over like vicious fiends. They were unreasonable and overbearing, trying to arrest us. And there is also that Zhang Mingqin. He is absolutely disgusting. Not only did he have wicked intentions toward Cheng Fei, he even wanted to flirt with me. At this point, Han Xing I hesitated for a moment, and he kept staring at my chest. I am a young girl who has just grown up. After being openly harassed by him like that, who could I possibly marry in the future? As she spoke, Han Xing I sniffled a few times, sounding very pitiful. After hearing this, Li Jian's expression instantly darkened and his anger surged. As for Zhang Mingqun, although he really was a scoundrel, just now he had clearly been falsely accused by Han Xing. How could he endure having another accusation dumped on his head for no reason? He immediately shouted, "You rotten woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Who would be interested in looking at you? Uncle Wang, hurry up and deal with them for me." Seeing that Wang Heping was still standing motionless in place, he became even louder. "Uncle Wang, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and arrest them." No matter how Zhang Mingqun kept urging him, Wang Heping still did not react. Seeing him shouting so miserably, Han Xing I could not help giggling a few times. It looks like you still have not figured out the situation. Facing someone this foolish, she did not mind giving him a little lesson about her family background. The Han family was the foremost martial arts family in the capital. For generations, its members had served as high-level training officers in the military, and she was the eldest young lady of this family. After Zhang Mingqun heard this, his face immediately turned pale. He had truly only been fixated on Cheng Fei, so he had never looked into Shangyuan Shishi and Han Xing. His own family background did have some influence in the business world, but having a bit of money at home did not mean one could casually provoke an influential military family like the Han family. Zhang Mingqun immediately put away his reckless attitude. Then he desperately explained that he really had not looked at Han Xingai's chest earlier, nor had he intended to harass her. But Li Jian clearly did not want to listen, and he did not believe what Zhang Mingqun had just said, seeing him stride over aggressively. Wang Zheng cooperated as well, releasing the scoundrel from his grip before shoving him toward Li Jian. As a result, Zhang Mingtuan took a punch from him, and his two front teeth were instantly knocked out. When Han Xing'ai saw this scene, she kept clapping non-stop, praising Li Jian for the beating. Keep hitting him. Shangyun Shishi, on the other hand, did not show much expression, but it was obvious that she also felt satisfied seeing that scoundrel punished like this. Li Jian kept beating him until Zhang Mingtuan collapsed limply onto the ground. He looked utterly miserable now, his whole body trembling non-stop. He reached out toward Wang Huiping for help, but Wang Huiping was ultimately only a police captain. So how could he dare offend the Han family, a force that even the chief of police had to fear? Therefore, he was extremely conflicted in this situation. Seeing Wang Huiping like this, Wang Zheng could not help stepping forward to kindly remind him of a few things. "Officer, I advise you not to interfere. After all, Miss Han's father here is far more powerful than that Zhang guy's father." What Wang Zheng said was true, so Wang Huiping could only watch helplessly as Li Jian beat Zhang Mingtuan to a pulp. He kept hitting him until Han Xing'ai finally vented her anger. At the same time, Wang Zheng secretly stuck a tiny needle into Wang Huiping's right shoulder, though his purpose remained unclear. Only after the group had completely left did he dare let out a sigh of relief. Today's situation had truly been dangerous. It seemed that in the future, before causing trouble, he would have to investigate who the other party was first. Dinner was over, and the four of them rode back together in Shangyuan Shishi's convertible supercar. Along the way, Han Xing'ai kept exclaiming that today had been the happiest day she had experienced in many years. Especially when Wang Zheng delivered that devastating kick to the guy's groin, it had felt unbelievably satisfying. While the three of them were chatting happily, Wang Zheng suddenly turned to Shangyuan Shishi and asked, "How good are your driving skills? What does that have to do with you? You're my bodyguard. Who gave you permission to call me by name? Call me young miss." Shangyuan Shishi snapped irritably. Wang Zheng paid no attention to her spoiled attitude and continued, "Then see if you can shake off the car behind us. It's been tailing us for a long time." Only after Wang Zheng pointed it out did Shangyuan Shishi check the rearview mirror and discover that a car really was following. Cheng Fei quickly picked up his phone to call old Master Shangyuan. Meanwhile, Shangyuan Shishi shifted gears, slammed the accelerator, and suddenly sped up. Her car shot forward, temporarily widening the distance from the pursuer, but neither Cheng Fei's nor Han Xing'ai's phones had any signal. For the moment, they could not contact anyone. This abnormal situation started making them anxious. Damn, if I'd known earlier, I would have asked Li Jian to drive us home. Shangyuan Shishi kept driving, but that car was incredibly persistent and had already narrowed the distance between them again. This could not continue. Shangyuan Shishi began getting impatient. When she turned and saw Wang Zheng still calmly admiring the scenery by the roadside, she became furious. "Wang Zheng, aren't you my bodyguard? Stop admiring the scenery and think of something already. The bodyguard's job is fighting, not giving advice." Wang Zheng replied calmly. Are you even a man?" Shangyun Shishi was so angry her eyes widened. I am a man because I don't suffer from irregular periods. Wang Zheng shrugged, using the same trick for the third time that day. But it still worked very well to provoke Miss Shangyun. Driven by anger, she kept stepping on the gas and accelerating. The car shot forward like it was flying. Seeing this, Wang Zheng nodded. Good, keep driving a few more laps. Do not drive toward Tianping Mountain Villa. Try to drive somewhere with fewer people around. Shangyun Shishi followed his words in a daze. Then she kept driving for another hour. That car was still sticking to them like a leech, making her so anxious she could hardly sit still. It has already been an hour. Why have we still not shaken them off? Wang Zheng did not answer. Instead, he secretly admired her. He had not noticed it before, but after experiencing it now, he realized this girl's driving skills were truly not bad at all. It was just that the fuel in the tank could last for at most one more hour, so it was not hard to see that Shangyun Shishi was extremely panicked. In contrast to her reaction, Wang Zheng looked very calm and told her to keep driving until the car ran out of gas. Shangyun Shishi really could not help doubting him. Do you actually have a plan or not? Although this was the bodyguard her father had personally hired, and he had even told her to treat him a little better up to this point, Shangyun Shishi still could not believe that Wang Zheng was a man capable of protecting her. Meanwhile, the people in the car tailing them had nearly achieved their goal by forcing the target to move close to Dushan Bridge. They had already prepared to carry out the next step on this bridge. When they reached the area right before Dushan Bridge, Shangyun Shishi grew anxious again. Wang Zheng, what now? Dushan Bridge at Yemi Mountain is right ahead. I only have enough gas to drive for another 15 minutes. Hearing the words Dushan Bridge from behind, Han Xingai immediately became flustered. This place was famous for its narrow terrain and dense fog. Even experienced drivers had to slow down when they came here. They were driving so fast now that she was afraid they would be in danger. But Shangyun Shishi had no way back. While the car behind was still chasing them relentlessly, Wang Zheng merely sat still in the passenger seat. Casually whistling, she decided to rely on herself and use this fog-filled place to shake off the people following them completely. Once she thought of it, she acted. Shangyun Shishi kept pressing the gas, racing wildly across a bridge where she could not even see the road ahead clearly. She sped forward until a blinding light from the opposite direction shone straight at her, as if a vehicle were coming the wrong way. By reflex, Shangyun Shishi immediately let go of the steering wheel and screamed in terror. At that moment, Wang Zheng, sitting in the passenger seat, immediately leaned over and seized the steering wheel. The car swerved back and forth for a while before finally coming to a complete stop. The light that had dazzled Shangyun Shishi came from two large trucks parked there, blocking the entire width of the bridge. And if Wang Zheng had not braked in time, the convertible sports car they were driving would surely have crashed straight into them. They are here, and now the car cannot be driven anymore. Shangyun Shishi's mind went completely blank, and she could not think of any countermeasure at all. However, Wang Zheng remained calm and composed from beginning to end. His attitude truly drove the young heiress mad with anger. Say something, will you? Do you believe that when I get back I will call my father right away and have you fired? Let us see whether you can get back first. In the back seat, Cheng Fei also began to panic. Wang Zheng, this is no time to joke around. Right now we can only rely on you. Yes, exactly. Wang Zheng, you must protect us. Han Xingai also chimed in. Shangyun Shishi had been kidnapped before, so all of them were very afraid that it would happen again. After having enough fun with the joke, Wang Zheng did not intend to be an irresponsible bodyguard. He had to do something worthy of the salary he was receiving. Ben told the three women to stay in the car. Meanwhile, Ming opened the door and stepped outside, lighting a cigarette while he was at it. From the car tailing them behind, a burly man covered in tattoos also stepped out. The moment he saw Wang Zheng, his brows furrowed tightly. Why is there a man here? Who is he? Didn't the file say there were only 3 women, he thought to himself. Then the man felt it did not really matter, because Wang Zheng did not look like he knew how to fight. Besides, even if he did, their side had 9 guns, more than enough to deal with him. Wang Zheng was surrounded by this group of unknown men, but he did not look the least bit panicked. He even politely stubbed out the cigarette he had been smoking. Then he put on a flattering look and probed, I didn't expect such a grand welcome. May I ask what orders you have for me, boss? The other man looked at his serval, bowing posture. He thought Wang Zheng had been scared and was trying to curry favor with him. Ben praised him for being sensible. Then he pulled out a pistol. He slapped it against Wang Zheng's face a few times and said, I want to take the eldest daughter of the Shangyuan family away. Do you have a problem with that? No problem at all, boss, do whatever you want. Wang Zheng waved his hands repeatedly. Before the tattooed man could even speak, Shangyun Shishi could not bear listening anymore. She opened the car door, stuck her head out, and shouted, "Wang Zhang, are you even human? Why are you such a coward? Did you not see that they have 9 guns, woman? Besides, they want you, not me. What does your safety have to do with me?" Wang Zhang shouted back. Shangyun Shishi was so angry she was truly speechless. In the back seat, Han Xing'ai also began to panic. Perhaps only Cheng Fei was still calm. She reassured her, saying Wang Zhang was probably only provoking Shangyun Shishi right now, and that he would definitely protect them all. But the other side had many people. They also had many guns. In truth, Cheng Fei was very worried too, unsure whether the 4 of them could escape this danger safely. Outside the car, Wang Zhang was still acting along with the kidnappers. He used the excuse that he was a little nervous and asked the tattooed man to let him light a cigarette. Seeing that Wang Zhang's attitude was not bad, the man immediately agreed. Then he loosened his belt and promised that after Wang Zhang finished smoking, he would show him something good. There were 3 beautiful girls inside the car, and this thug outside the car was undoing his belt. It was obvious what he was planning to do. Shangyun Shishi was already tense to the extreme. Han Xing'ai had long since been frightened to tears, but a top-tier bodyguard like Wang Zhang was still calmly smoking. The only strange thing was that the cigarette in his hand was just an ordinary one, yet it released a thick cloud of smoke. Moreover, when the 3 people in the car smelled it, they found the smoke very fragrant. But after those thugs inhaled it, they were struck down by that smoke. That seemingly harmless smoke knocked them all down, leaving them rolling on the ground in extreme pain. Han Xing'ai felt that something about this was rather subtle, so she got out of the car to see for herself. "Wang Zhang, how can that fragrant cigarette of yours make them collapse like that? This medicine only works on men. It can make male hormones increase to 100 times their normal level. So of course it has no effect on you girls. As for me, do you really think I would be stupid enough to let the medicine affect myself? Then what exactly does it do? The way they are moving right now is truly shameless." "The time is almost up," Wang Zhang replied. A few more seconds passed. The thugs stopped rolling around and passed out directly. Seeing how effective the medicine was, Han Xing'ai asked Wang Zhang to give her half a kilo of it. That way, she could easily deal with those lechers who stared at her all day in the future. After hearing this, Wang Zhang nearly dropped the cigarette in his hand. Half a kilo could kill these men in an instant. Besides, this medicine is priceless. It is not something I carry around all the time. Come on, money is not a problem, just give it to me. Han Xing'ai kept pestering him. "All right, stop making a fuss." Wang Zhang pushed Han Xing'ai's hand away, then walked toward the kidnappers. These people had clearly come for Shangyun Shishi, but they were able to cut off phone signals across such a large area, proving that the mastermind behind them was no ordinary person either. Among the men tonight, the tattooed man seemed to be the leader. Wang Zhang then came up with the idea of taking him back, so whatever he wanted to know, he could ask clearly once and for all. No one knew how much later it was before the tattooed man finally woke up in a daze. The first person he saw was Wang Zhang. Only now the situation had changed. Wang Zhang was the one in control. "Talk, who sent you to kidnap the eldest young lady of the Shangyuan family?" As Wang Zhang asked, he took out a lighter, intending to light a cigarette. When the other man saw this, he became extremely anxious. Please don't light that cigarette." Though he was a thug, he was not stupid. Based on what had happened earlier, the man immediately guessed that Wang Zhang had used that cigarette to knock them all out. He did not know exactly what that drug was, nor who Wang Zhang really was, to the point that even their 9 guns had failed to stop it. But none of that mattered more than keeping his miserable little life right now. Thinking this, the tattooed man began negotiating with Wang Zhang. "If I tell you the truth, can you guarantee that you won't kill me?" But Wang Zhang was not someone easy to deal with. He did not allow the other man any right to bargain with him. After all, the man's life was now in his hands. Afraid that Wang Zhang would make a move, the tattooed man hurriedly told him everything. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wang Zhang had grasped quite a bit of information. The person behind this kidnapping was Li Minghao of the Azure Dragon Gang. But Wang Zhang was somewhat puzzled, because that man Li was the #1 boss in the capital. There was no need for him to handle petty jobs like kidnapping a rich family's young lady. "That I don't know, I'm just a low-ranking underling carrying out orders. How would I dare ask the reason?" the man said again. Seeing that he was cooperating well, Wang Zhang temporarily spared his miserable little life. Seeing this, the other man was deeply grateful. "Thank you for sparing my life. I, Shen Liang, will definitely repay this kindness. Boss, if there is anything you need help with, even if I have to charge into a sea of fire, I, Shen Liang, will never refuse." He spoke rapidly, originally just saying a few flattering words to curry favor. Who would have thought that Wang Zhang would say, "You said that yourself"? Shen Liang froze, then let out a loud huh, realizing that he seemed to have just dug a pit for himself. Wang Zhang sat down in front of him, revealed an extremely dangerous smile, and said that he did indeed have something he needed his help with. Inside, Shen Liang resisted with all his might, but outwardly he did not dare offend Wang Zheng. "Boss, please tell me. If it can be done, I Shen Liang definitely won't refuse." While the other man had his mouth open speaking, Wang Zheng flicked some kind of pill from his hand. The pill shot into Shen Liang's mouth, and he involuntarily swallowed it at once. Shen Liang coughed several times, and panic immediately seized him. He wanted to reach into his mouth and dig the pill out, afraid that it was poison. "I have no intention of taking your life." Wang Zheng then said, "That is a poison I personally concocted. Let's call it 3 months without dying." Just as its name suggested, this poison remained effective for 3 months. Anyone who consumed it had to come and get the antidote within those 3 months. Otherwise, the entire body would slowly rot away, ending in death. There would be no way to save them. Only Wang Zheng had the antidote. Other medicines, on the contrary, would cause the toxicity of 3 months without dying to erupt. That meant that even for a fever, illness, or cold, he could not take a single pill. Otherwise, even an immortal would find it hard to save him. Wang Zheng did this to force the other man to obediently cooperate with him. After that, he ordered Shen Liang to return to his headquarters and explain today's events clearly to Li Minghao. Then he emphasized, "Remember this clearly. You must tell that fool Li Minghao that I, Wang Zheng, have returned." That night, Shen Liang returned to headquarters. He told Li Minghao everything that had just happened, then lowered his head and admitted his failure to complete the mission. After hearing it, the man surnamed Li fell into silence without responding. Meanwhile, his other subordinates began whispering and mocking Shen Liang. HMPH, he bragged that he would personally handle the whole operation. He swore there would absolutely be no mistakes, yet now he's come back defeated. What a disgrace. Shen Liang was famous in our gang for being capable. And now someone actually managed to injure him this badly? We should really thank that person. Otherwise, with Shen Liang getting promoted non-stop, we'd never have a chance to show our own talents. Aha. Shen Liang heard every word, but with Li Minghao standing right there, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Otherwise, he would have already gotten up and started fighting them. After a long silence, Li Minghao stood up, stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, and asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" Shen Liang stammered after hearing this. That person also said something." "What did he say?" Li Minghao asked impatiently. "He said that when I came back, I had to tell you that Wang Zheng has returned." After hearing this, Li Minghao unexpectedly wasn't angry at all. Instead, he burst out laughing. "If that's the case, then he definitely called me that idiot Li Minghao too." Shen Liang was shocked. He had deliberately left out several sensitive words to avoid angering the boss. Yet Li Minghao still managed to guess it. It seemed the two of them had known each other for a long time. Li Minghao's attitude made it impossible to tell whether he was angry or excited. He turned around and poured himself a glass of whiskey. "If he's really back and involved in this matter, then we don't need to concern ourselves with the Shangyuan family anymore." Li Minghao took a sip of liquor, then stared distantly through the glass window. He muttered to himself, "Since he hasn't come looking for me, I won't disturb him either. After waiting so long, I've finally waited for your return." Wang Zheng. Meanwhile, at the Shangyuan family villa, Shangyuan Shishi flew into a rage after hearing that Wang Zheng had let Shen Liang go. She couldn't forgive the man who dared to plot her kidnapping. She wanted to torture him to death to vent the anger in her heart. "You have to let the line out before you can catch the big fish. Such a simple principle, and you still don't understand it." Wang Zheng replied, meaning that only by releasing Shen Liang could they catch the mastermind behind him. But Shangyuan Shishi already disliked him, so she assumed Wang Zheng was just making excuses and continued sulking angrily. Only Cheng Fei trusted his way of handling things. Shangyuan Shishi thought she was speaking up for Wang Zheng, which only made her even more upset. After returning home, Cheng Fei also called Old Master Shangyuan to report everything that had happened. At the same time, she requested additional bodyguards since Shangyuan Shishi had nearly been kidnapped a second time. But he refused, saying that having Wang Zheng alone was enough. That alone showed just how trustworthy Wang Zheng was in Old Master Shangyuan's eye. Only Shangyuan Shishi stubbornly refused to accept it. However, since her father was so firm about it, no matter how unwilling she was, she still had to obey. She sighed and sat down on the sofa. At that moment, a sharp stomach pain suddenly struck Shangyuan Shishi, causing her face to turn pale. Wang Zheng noticed her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Shangyuan Shishi didn't answer, but Han Xingai quickly spoke up first, saying that she was suffering from menstrual cramps and struggled through it every month. For some reason, Shangyuan Shishi's menstrual pain was far more severe than most people. Even painkillers didn't work. Many doctors had tried treating her without success, so every month she had to endure this unbearable pain that felt worse than death. Seeing that Wang Zheng seemed somewhat knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine, Cheng Fei suggested that he examine Shangyuan Shishi, even though the two of them argued all day long. Wang Zheng still couldn't bear watching her suffer like this, so he told the young miss to lie down for a while and said he would massage her to ease the pain. Shangyuan Shishi obediently lay down, but she still couldn't stop herself from muttering complaints. A massage is fine, but keep your hands where they belong. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot. Don't worry, I'm only interested in women with class, and you're clearly not one of them. Wang Zheng replied before starting to massage Shangyuan Shishi's lower abdomen. His words always had a way of making the young miss furious. Normally, Shangyuan Shishi would have exploded and argued with him immediately. But strangely enough, she was being unusually obedient this time, because she had just realized that the places Wang Zheng massaged no longer hurt at all. In fact, it even felt somewhat comfortable. After a while, Wang Zheng stopped. The moment his hands left, Shangyuan Shishi oddly felt a little disappointed. You're not continuing. I'll massage you again tomorrow. Daily massages can help ease menstrual pain. Combined with acupuncture and the medicine I prescribe, even your irregular periods can be cured. At that moment, Shangyun Shishi suddenly found Wang Zheng strangely reliable. Even though they had been bickering all day, she still shyly thanked him. But before she could stay touched for more than 3 seconds, Wang Zheng suddenly jumped up and said he needed to wash his hands immediately because he had accidentally touched something dirty. That single sentence instantly wiped away all of Shangyuan Shishi's gratitude and reignited her anger. You bastard, Wang Zheng, get out of my sight right now. Although the two of them fought like cats and dogs, Cheng Fei, who had been observing from outside, could clearly see that Wang Zheng was someone dependable. After he left the living room, she found an opportunity to speak with him privately. Thank you for both massaging Shangyuan Shishi and fighting those kidnappers tonight. Old Master Shangyuan was a leading figure in Hua Zia's business world. In just 10 short years, he led the wave of development and brought the Shangyuan family to new heights. And Shangyuan Shishi was his only daughter, so she had become the target of many rivals. Even people within the family hoped something would happen to her so that old Master Shangyuan would be put in a difficult position and forced to step down. By protecting Shangyuan Shishi, Wang Zheng was doing the Shangyuan family a tremendous favor. Who would have thought someone who usually looked so weak would act so righteously when it truly mattered? No wonder Uncle Shangyuan trusts you so much. Looks like he's already seen how formidable you really are. Cheng Fei rambled on nonstop, but Wang Zheng had already seen through her little intention. He walked over and patted Cheng Fei on the shoulder a few times. All right, stop beating around the bush trying to dig into my background. Just know that I'm amazing. Having her thoughts exposed so directly, Cheng Fei felt a little embarrassed and continued, then can I ask you for another favor? Shishi has lived apart from her parents since she was little. Uncle Shangyuan spends all day busy with work, so out of guilt toward his daughter, he spoiled her rot. That's why Shishi has such a fiery temper, but she's actually soft-hearted underneath. So could you please not take it personally? Wang Zheng thought it was something serious. He immediately replied, relax, I only tease that girl for fun. I have no interest in becoming enemies with her. After saying that, Wang Zheng left. He was sleepy too. Cheng Fei kept staring at his back as he walked away, wondering just what kind of background a man trusted so completely by old Master Shangyuan could possibly have. The towering skyscraper glittered under the sunlight. Inside the office, Shen Liang respectfully asked, Boss, are you really going to abandon the plan to kidnap Shangyuan Shishi? Give up cooperating with Cheng Kangmei, but we still have to rely on him. Li Minghao replied calmly, what does one Cheng Kangmei even amount to? Next, Yang Rong placed the documents on the table. His Meilong group is no match for the Shangyuan family. Now that the Shangyuan family has announced its entry into the military industry, no one can take his territory from him. He has nowhere left to go. He can only hope to use that family's daughter to threaten Shangyuan Jiazhang. What kind of result can a person like that achieve? Minghao then clasped his hands together and analyzed. Besides, now that Wang Zheng is back compared with that Cheng Kangmei, I am more interested in Wang Zheng's next move. Shen Liang still looked uneasy. Boss, but look at this poison in me. Minghao cut him off directly. Since he said he would give you the antidote in 3 months, just shamelessly go ask him for it. But then, his expression instantly turned extremely dark. Change that lustful habit of yours. If there is a next time, do not appear in front of me again. Hearing this, Shen Liang felt the sting deep in his gut. Yes, boss, I will change right now. After that, he fled in a panic as if running for his life. Watching his subordinates back, he thought to himself, Wang Zheng, you have already returned, so why have you not come to find me? Minghao frowned tightly, his eyes full of thoughts. Do I really have to be the one to find you? At the intersection, people were always coming and going. Shangyuan Shishi tiredly rubbed her forehead. Go to Quanju. That glutton Han Xing'ai said she wanted roast duck. The place had already been chosen. Suddenly at that moment cries echoed out, robbery, there is a robber. Wang Zheng, sitting in the driver's seat, looked out the window in surprise. As if by some miracle, a snatch and run robbery had actually happened right on the crosswalk. The girl with a heart as vast as the Pacific shouted, hurry and help. When she turned to look inside, she ran into his indifferent face. Burning with anxiety, she urged him, hey, hurry up and help. Wang Zheng performed a series of godlike moves showing the skill level of a seasoned driver. Shishi, sitting in the passenger seat, only had time to open her mouth and say, wow, before she was blasted with the full northwest wind combo. The black car wove through the crowd and stopped right in front of the two thieves. The car door was suddenly flung open, and without hesitation, he rushed into the street to uphold justice. Then he suddenly launched a kick that scraped across one of their faces. With a light, spinning aerial kick, he sent that man flying to who knew where. Wang Zheng's shoe tip continued on to test the durability of the other man's chin. He was instantly lifted high and far by the kick. The unlucky bag, with no one left holding it, fell freely toward the ground. Wang Zheng simply raised his arm and caught it, looking extremely pleased with himself. Yu Alien rushed over to express her gratitude. Thank you so much. She handed him a business card and introduced herself. I am the chairwoman of Kang Yu Alien Chain Beauty Center. This is my business card. For what happened today, I will definitely repay you when I have the chance. After hearing this, Wang Zheng obediently said, I only helped a little because I happened to see it. She immediately denied it. No, you are being far too modest. In this era, people with skills like yours and such passion are far too rare. Suddenly, a strange girl appeared from nowhere and casually brushed past Shishi. Please move aside. Who knew how much time had passed, but Wang Zheng was surrounded by women even more tightly than an idol. Do not push, please do not push, please give me your autograph. Let me go first. Wang Zheng helplessly sent out an SOS signal. Shangyu and Shishi, come help me. She decisively turned away and ignored him. HMPH, who told you to act handsome while catching a thief? You stirred up this romantic luck yourself, so enjoy it yourself. He patiently indulged the women. Do not rush, one at a time. But inwardly he complained, wasn't I just catching a thief? Is signing autographs really necessary? Does it have to be like this? Fortunately, Bufin arrived in time to save him. Police business. Move aside. You are now suspected of causing injury to another person. We need to confirm several important details of this case. Please come to the police station and give a statement. Shishi disregarded everything to defend her person. He is suspected of causing injury to someone else. He was bravely doing the right thing. Wang Zheng, standing nearby, calmly asked in return, is it the Pingjiang branch station? The man avoided his gaze slightly and confirmed it. Yes, that is right. I am very busy, so please cooperate quickly. She ignored him outright, then took his hand and left. We are very busy too. We do not have time to go to the police station with you. Wang Zheng, let us go. Han Xingai is waiting for us to eat. Bufin stepped closer and grabbed Wang Zheng firmly by the shoulder. His expression began to darken. You must come back to the station with me today. Sensing that something was wrong, Wang Zheng tilted his head and gave an awkward smile. What is going on? With one simple arm throw, Wang Zheng easily sent Bufin flying into the air. After witnessing the scene, the surrounding crowd immediately burst into noisy discussion. He hit a police officer. What are you standing there for? Call the police right now. Is the one lying on the ground not a police officer? Just then, Alien held her phone and contacted the authorities while shouting a warning. He is not a police officer. He is an imposter. Realizing he could not hide it for long, Bufin clicked his tongue in irritation. HMPH, I have been exposed. A foot quietly stepped onto his abdomen to stop him from escaping. Wang Zheng disdainfully exposed the other man's deceitful mask. Kid, pretending to be a police officer to help your accomplice is one thing, but you even wanted revenge on me. You have guts, but unfortunately your acting skills are not good enough. That left Bufin utterly furious. Alien soon arrived with a group of genuine law enforcement officers. The thief is here. One of them solemnly gave his assurance. Madam, rest assured, we definitely will not let these thieves get away. Then I will trouble you to speak with the bureau chiefs as well. She did not care about such minor matters. I know what to do. You have all worked hard today. Alien's true identity left Wang Zheng deeply shocked. The bureau chief's wife. Then she turned to express her gratitude. Oh my, thank you so much for today. I wonder if my benefactor has a business card. It would make it easier for us to repay you later. He awkwardly raised a hand and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I am only a minor bodyguard, so I do not have a business card. I do have WeChat though, she happily made a suggestion. Good, then add me on WeChat. Standing beside him, Shishi impatiently urged Wang Zheng, hurry up a little. Han Xingai is rushing us. He calmly exchanged contact information with Alien while replying evenly. Yeah, all right, after everything was finished. Wang Zheng waved goodbye to her one last time. She did not forget to leave him a message. If you ever need help with anything, just say so. No need to be polite. Inwardly, she started thinking about matchmaking Wang Zheng. He looks like he is not even 27 yet. He would be quite suitable for my daughter. No, I need to call that girl right away. Night gradually fell over the high-rise buildings below. Meanwhile, the full moon cast its gentle silver light everywhere. At a traditional restaurant that was still open, rich aromas blended with the lively conversations of the diners. It created an atmosphere that felt especially warm and peaceful. Wang Zheng was now showing off his superb slicing skills, his expression and eyes fully focused on the task. Before long, countless beautifully arranged plates of food were neatly placed on the table. Xingai was extremely impressed by his skillful technique. Wang Zheng, you are amazing. Can you teach me? Once I learn this move, I can open a roast duck shop and definitely become the roast duck master of all Huaxia. He silently switched on judgment mode in his heart. This girl is at it again. On the surface, he still tried to remain polite. You two hurry up and eat. If you do not want it, I will eat it all myself. Shishi and Xingai immediately guarded their portions as if afraid someone would snatch them away. Who said I was not eating? I still want more. At the same time, a hand suddenly appeared and gently pushed a plate of food forward. Only Sheng Fei made an excuse to refuse. My appetite is not good today. I cannot eat much. You all help me finish it. Wang Zheng did not pay much attention and simply focused on enjoying the food he had made himself. Thank you. Suddenly she brought up a question that caught him off guard. But Wang Zheng, the way you pick up duck and eat roast duck looks exactly like my father. Did you know him? His name was Sheng Keicha. Wang Zheng quickly took a sip of water and calmly explained, how could I possibly know your father? I'm from the countryside, I don't know anyone in the capital. This immediately stirred Xingai's curiosity. Why did Sister Sheng Fei suddenly ask that? Didn't Father Sheng pass away years ago? Sitting across from them, Xingai immediately gestured with a finger. Quiet, SHH, stop talking. Sheng Fei calmly explained herself in detail. I'm really sorry I ruined the mood. It's actually nothing. I just think the way Wang Zheng eats looks especially like my father. He simply stayed silent and said nothing at all. Right then, someone's loud shouting suddenly rang out. If there's no room, make another table leave. How dare you make me, Qiang Dongfeng, wait. They watched as the pitiful server was scolded nonstop by the aggressive group. Xingai's delicate brows furrowed slightly in annoyance. Wang Zheng also glanced at them with silent judgment. Did they really think having a little money made them so impressive? After settling into his seat, Dongfeng suddenly found himself drawn to the lively voices coming from nearby. At Wang Zheng's table, Xingai even playfully tried to feed him a piece of duck meat. His expression instantly turned lecherous, practically drooling. Wow, all beautiful girls, looks like coming here today was the right choice. But because he was naturally shy around women, he turned to whisper a plan to his companions. Yiming immediately leaned close to Lu Han and whispered quietly. Having no other choice, the other party shyly agreed. All right then. The next second, he walked respectfully to Wang Zheng's table with his hands clasped. I'm terribly sorry, but the restaurant is very crowded right now. 4 guests would like to share a table with you. Would that be convenient? Xingai immediately waved her hands in strong protest. No, not convenient. We paid for our own meal, so why should we sit with those annoying people, so they can pollute our eyesight? Lu Han still persisted hopefully. Miss, how about thinking it over a little more? Those people are not insignificant. Before he could continue, Dongfeng and his group interrupted directly. Miss, there are no seats left in the hall. Would it be all right if we shared a table? Getting to know each other means making new friends. Only then did Xingai raise her head to look at the irritating youths. He smugly flaunted his status. I am Qiang Dongfeng, CEO of 8 O'Clock Entertainment. Meeting beauties like you is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Beside me is none other than young Master Su Yiming of Hanyuan Group. She quickly passed the responsibility over to Wang Zheng. I'm honored too, but you'll have to ask him. He's our big brother. Want to share a table? If he says yes, then yes. The poor hot-headed young man had not even eaten a bite before getting saddled with the burden. Seriously, he got dumped on for no reason. Wang Zheng pouted in silent dissatisfaction. Very nice, Shangyu and Shishi, adding even more resentment for me. Whatever, I never liked these scheming rich brats anyway, since he disliked them and now had backing. He became even more insolent and rejected them coldly. No, don't ruin our mood while we're eating. The moment he finished speaking, Dongfeng slammed his hand hard onto the table. His arrogant nature made him blurt out words that would doom himself, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. I guarantee life in the capital is about to become very difficult for you. Thinking that sounded impressive, he only doubled down and signed his own downfall. Brat, be smart and get lost, or I'll make sure your parents die miserably. Hearing this, Wang Zheng finally lost his patience and quietly turned to remind them. Ladies, if you're afraid of blood, close your eyes now. Then he stood up under the stunned gazes of Shishi and Xingai. Wang Zheng walked straight over, grabbed Dongfeng by the sleeve and dragged him away like a puppy. He seemed not to resist at all, merely standing there in a daze as he watched Wang Zheng pick up the duck carving knife from earlier. Before he could even finish speaking, the sharp blade flashed with a metallic gleam. Then a scene unsuitable for children and nursing mothers unfolded. Dongfeng let out a loud scream of pain, staring in terror at the tattoo that had just been carved onto the back of his hand. But he was no singer, and that high note he had just hit gave Wang Zheng such a headache that he had to clamp his mouth shut. He looked coldly at the man sprawled beside him. He even stole the lines Dongfeng had planned to perform. Do not say things like settling the score later. Usually when I have a grudge, I take revenge right on the spot. Our male lead seemed to have eyes. in the back of his head, swiftly killing the henchman's actions in the cradle. As for all of you, if you dare call someone for backup or shout to make trouble, you will end up just like him. After eliminating the potential threat, Wang Zheng turned back to the prey on the dining table. Do not look at me with such affectionate eyes. You insulted my parents. Not cutting out your tongue is already extremely merciful. This act awakened the sadist blood inside Xing'ai and she clapped excitedly. How fun, Wang Zheng, I am liking being with you more and more. Luke Han was bewildered by the course of events and the other party's attitude. He almost thought he had applied for a job at the wrong madhouse. Here, then he helplessly turned to the newcomer for help. Manager Oh Haoran acted as if he were blind, ignoring the bloody mess over there and politely carrying out the task assigned to him. Mr. Wang Zheng, someone in the Emperor Hall would like to invite you over. Also, the bill for this table has already been charged to him. Those 3 words made Xing'ai cry out in surprise. The Emperor Hall. Then she stepped forward, took his hand, and asked curiously. That is the private room specially reserved for national leaders at Quanju. Even my father cannot enter that hall casually. Wang Zheng, and you were actually invited there. You know them? She calmly smoothed her hair, still firmly holding her position. He is only a fraud. Cheng Fei neither agreed nor denied it, silently making his own analysis. Only Xing'ai, innocently infatuated, calmly urged Wang Zheng on. Oh, hurry up and go, do not keep them waiting. Speaking of it, I have never been inside the Emperor Hall either. He reminded her awkwardly, stop pushing me, before they had gone far. She was stopped by Haoran. I am very sorry, but that person invited only Mr. Wang Zheng. Seeing that she could not get her wish, Xing'ai immediately used her tearful, spoiled kitten tactic. Ah, I want to see the Emperor Hall too. Cheng Fei hurriedly stood up to remind his friend. Little Yi, do not cause trouble. The Emperor Hall is not somewhere people can enter casually. Wang Zheng also did not want to drag this pink burden along, so he smiled gently and instructed her. It may be somewhat inappropriate for you ladies to go in. Just wait for me here. Seeing everyone stop her, Xing'ai no longer insisted. All right. After seeing that the matter here had been arranged properly, Haoran turned his attention to the other battlefield. Also, he coldly looked at the customer pinned to his own table. Mr. Qiang, the guest in the Emperor Hall, asks you and your friends to leave the restaurant. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee whether anything unpleasant will happen to North Point Entertainment tonight. Who knew whether Dingfeng feared his group going bankrupt, or whether he felt relieved now that his scene partner had left, but he lightly gripped the knife and muttered, very well. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he yanked it out of the back of his hand. Under the horrified gazes of his henchmen, he forced himself not to collapse. Like a stone woman waiting for her husband, he uttered words filled with deep affection. Wang Zheng, I will wait for you. Then, like a rain-soaked rat, he gloomily ordered his lackeys to leave the restaurant. Let us go. Wang Zheng glanced after them. In his heart, he had already laid out a straw mat for Dingfeng. He was merely another character who had to be eliminated quickly. Before long, the 2 of them left the noise behind. As they approached the Emperor Hall, Haoran stopped outside and bowed respectfully. Mr. Wang Zheng, please go in. He asked nothing more and only answered softly. The heavy wooden door had just been pushed open. He saw a tall figure already standing there as if he had been waiting for a very long time. Wang Zheng, you came too. Ming Hao's appearance did not surprise Wang Zheng too much. Ah, I had already guessed it was you. With a soldier's blood flowing in his veins, he immediately stood at attention. Captain, Jia Lang reporting to you. Time seemed to freeze in an instant. He stood there like stone, then in the blink of an eye put on an indifferent expression. You and I are not soldiers now. No need to salute, sit down. As soon as they were seated, Ming Hao poured out the feelings he had kept buried. Captain, you finally came back. You have no idea that over these 4 years, every time I wanted to give up, I thought of all of you. Now your eyes are filled only with arrows of resentment. The only things that helped me hold on until now were our brotherhood and my hatred for their family. Hearing this, Wang Zheng drifted into memories of the past. The moment Kai Kao kept urging him, Captain, don't worry about me. Go quickly. Meanwhile, Ming Hao's steady voice rang beside his ears. If it had not been for them, our Dragon-scale Special Operations Unit would never have been forced into this situation by those sharp blades. The more he spoke, the more his blood boiled. That was clearly a trap set to destroy Dragon's scale. If old Cheng had not supported us, he would not have. Then he let out a sorrowful sigh. After that incident, I hid in the underground and skies of the capital. Gangzi is still missing, his fate unknown. He went abroad. The next second he brightened slightly and asked, oh, right. After you left, an assassin called the Eastern Evil King spread through the global underworld. Wang Zheng's image instantly surfaced in his mind. I heard he relied on his own strength to easily complete major bounty missions in the underworld within a single year. From complete obscurity, he leaped into the top 10 of the world's assassin ranking. Everyone guessed he was Asian, but no one had ever seen his face, because everyone who saw it died. And yet Ming Hao was certain of one thing. I know that person is you. Other than you, no one else has that uncanny ability to fight alone. I always thought you kept throwing yourself into dangerous missions because you wanted to escape. I never expected you would still come back." He did not let the other man continue his monologue. Wang Zheng cut in. "Actually, this time the old man ordered me to come back." Hearing that, Ming Hao switched into doubt mode. "The old commander told you to come back. What is he planning?" But Wang Zheng only scratched his head blankly. "I don't know either. First, he had me work as a bodyguard for the daughter of the Shangyuan family." Even so, Wang Zheng knew something big was about to happen. But it is also time for him to make a move. The Dragon Scale unit was scattered after being framed 4 years ago. He definitely will not take that lying down. Ming Hao unconsciously clenched his fists, his teeth grinding loudly. "If the old commander is preparing to act, then our revenge will be much more certain." But Wang Zheng immediately poured cold water on him. "Ming Hao, we will definitely avenge what happened 4 years ago, but not now." Wang Zheng's expression remained calm from beginning to end. "Right now, we are still no match for the enemy." Ming Hao did not dare argue. "I understand what you mean." After that, the two changed the subject. "Let's talk about something worth being happy about. I found one of our family members." "Family? Do we still have family?" Gangzi appeared. "No, it is old Cheng's daughter, Cheng Fei. Right, who wanted you to kidnap Shangyu and Shishi." Not long after, moonlight shone over the Libra mountain village. As soon as he entered, he heard Xingai chattering in his ear. "Along the way, even with threats and temptation, I could not get a single word out of you. You, Wang Zheng, weren't you once the Intelligence Bureau? You're being so stubborn about it, and she had no intention of giving up, so she switched to seduction tactics. Just tell me already who exactly was in the Emperor Hall. Otherwise, I'll definitely stay up all night thinking about it. My chest will start sagging, and you won't get to enjoy the view anymore in the future." Wang Zheng looked at her with obvious disdain. "Girl, stop talking nonsense." He coldly brushed her hand off his body. "You already said it yourself, you want to know the secret of the Emperor Hall. How could that kind of benefit be enough for an exchange?" Then he suddenly put on a creepy, perverted expression. "If you make me feel comfortable first, then maybe I'll consider telling you." But Shishi immediately jumped in, cursing as she tried to slap him. "Pervert." He quickly caught her wrist. "What are you thinking?" "I meant let me take a relaxing shower. If it weren't for some young lady's terrible ideas tonight, I wouldn't have had to fight those rich boys and end up covered in sweat." Wang Zheng's razor-sharp words left her speechless with anger. "You," he coldly turned around and stopped talking. "I'm going to shower." Xingai watched him leave in frustration. He's making excuses to avoid the issue again. Then she could not help turning to ask Shishi, "You've been staying in the same room as Wang Zheng. You really know nothing at all about his social connections." But Shishi could only helplessly shrug. "Ever since he arrived, he's always been alone and never left my sight. I never even saw him meet anyone. If not for today, I would have thought he had no friends at all." While they were gossiping, Sheng Fei walked over and grabbed Xingai's hand. "Zaioi, it's getting late. We should head home now." But she still lingered unwillingly. Then she was immediately lectured with a long speech. "If we want to know the truth, your sister already asked Uncle Shangyuan. He only said this. Some things are better left unknown. I trust Uncle Shangyuan's judgment. Besides, matters involving the Emperor Hall are not something we should get mixed up in." But that only made Shishi feel even more frustrated inside. Better left unknown, just what secret is Wang Zheng hiding? Not long afterward, the room door slowly creaked open. Determined to uncover the truth no matter what, Shishi was ready to do something sneaky. While that guy still had not returned yet, she quickly discovered a suspicious item. Damn it, why was this suitcase hidden so deeply? Unexpectedly, Wang Zheng caught her red-handed on the spot. "What are you doing?" She immediately sat up, but her cheeks suddenly flushed when she saw something. Oh my, he was wearing only a bath towel, standing there so brazenly in front of her. It gave Cease the fright of her life. Startled, she screamed, "Pervert, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Wang Zheng said simply, "This is my room, I can do whatever I want." If anything, she was the one at fault. He walked straight over, lifted her chin, and said suggestively, "Coming into my room in the middle of the night and acting so fierce. Are you here to give me a little treat? Planning to reward your humble little bodyguard?" Only then did she realize something was wrong and hurriedly pushed him away. "Stay away from me. I just went the wrong way, all right, rogue." She could not be bothered with him. Wang Zheng still wanted to argue. "I'm the one whose room was barged into. You're the rogue here." Cease stormed off angrily, not forgetting to warn him. "Just you wait, tomorrow I'll have my father fire you." Suddenly, a suitcase sticking out from under the bed caught his attention. So he stood there blankly again, mistakenly thinking, "Is she that interested in me?" Then Wang Zheng crouched down and opened it to take a look. Inside were clothes, and the photo lying on top immediately caught his eye. He picked it up and looked over the faces in the picture. The scene then shifted to a certain cafe. He was sitting inside, leisurely drinking his beverage. Without realizing it, he turned to observe the entrance of the shopping mall across the street. At that moment, Wang Zheng also recalled what had happened before. The perfume on her body was no ordinary kind. More precisely, it was a drug capable of paralyzing the nerves. It was not easy for others to detect, but with prolonged use, the nerve muscles would become permanently limp, leaving the person completely at others' mercy. His words left Sheng Fei utterly shocked. Even so, she still found it hard to believe. How is that possible? I bought this perfume myself from a specialty store. Just as he recalled that point, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He snapped back to his senses, picked it up, and checked the message that had arrived. The exact content read, "The document is the intelligence you requested." To be honest, Fang Nayer's purchase records over the past 6 months have all been perfectly normal. I may have to disappoint you. Wang Zheng kept calculating inwardly. No trace could be found at the main store. The purchase records had also been handled flawlessly, leaving no opening. It seemed the person behind the attack on Sheng Fei was no ordinary individual either. Unexpectedly, a woman came over and asked, "Sir, may I sit here?" He looked her over, silently assessing her. Not bad. She could score an 85. Outwardly, however, he appeared puzzled. "And you are?" She quickly sat down across from him and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Zhang Minqi. This is my business card. May I ask your name?" He replied calmly, "Wang Zheng." Then she handed over a business card. Wang Zheng took it and looked it over. It turned out she was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. "You're not here on behalf of your younger brother to demand justice, are you?" Minqi quickly denied it. "No, Minquin brought that fight upon himself. I came to find you today because I want to ask you for help with 2 things. He seemed very satisfied with her attitude. "It's rare to meet a beautiful woman who is so reasonable." "Not bad, go ahead." She did not hesitate and got straight to the point. "Director Sheng Fei is an exceptionally rare talent for Blue Sea. I hope you can help me persuade her not to leave Blue Sea because of Minquin's rudeness." Then she placed a folder in front of Wang Zheng. "This is a transfer contract for 3% of Blue Sea's share. As long as Sheng Fei agrees to stay, all of this will belong to her. I will also guarantee that Minquin will never dare offend her again." He simply pushed it back to her. "Do you think I don't know Sheng Fei recently won the top prize at the international fashion competition? With a status like that, why would he stay in a disaster-filled place just for a tiny profit share? Besides, I don't like that guy Zhang Minquin either." Knowing it would not be easy to persuade him, Minqi decided to offer an even greater benefit, 10% of the shares of Blue Ocean Group. From now on, Sheng Fei would become the largest shareholder of Blue Ocean and could receive around 300 million in annual dividends. "What do you think?" Hearing this, he could only spread his arms helplessly in surrender. 300 million? I'm tempted now, but I can't make decisions on Sheng Fei's behalf. "In the end, I guess your reason for coming to me still isn't convincing enough." She placed another valuable item on the table and interrupted him. "This is the Platinum President card of International Heavenly Palace. It is valid nationwide, all expenses are fully covered, and there are only 10 cards in the entire country. Even I only have 2. Please don't laugh at us and please stop pursuing my younger brother's mistakes." Wang Zheng would be foolish to refuse this offer. He immediately revealed an unusual smile. "Miss Zhang is truly generous. Talking with you is very pleasant. What about the second matter?" Minqi did not hesitate to explain. "The second matter concerns my younger brother. Minquin's face is terribly swollen, yet it neither hurts nor itches. Even squeezing it with his hands gives no sensation. Our private doctors are completely helpless. I believe since young Master Wang used this special technique, you must also have a way to cure it, along with a few words of advice. Minquin has suffered enough already, so I hope young Master Wang can show mercy." Hearing this, Wang Zheng fell silent for a moment. Soon after, he raised the gold card while considering whether he could gain even more benefits. "There is no hatred without reason in this world. I have the antidote, but I want to know how sincere Miss Zhang truly is." She bluntly replied without hesitation. "Young Master Wang, after slapping Minquin that day, did you already think through the revenge that might come later? So that was your real intention. Your scheming mind is truly frightening." Wang Zheng put down the item they had just exchanged. "Well said, very well said. Think carefully about it." At this moment, Minqi could only lower herself first. "I'll invite you to dinner. You may choose the location. Is that acceptable?" He instantly became excited again. "Miss Zhang is certainly confident in herself, but I agree, and I will choose the place. But I want one more condition. During dinner, you must agree to one request from me. Don't worry, it won't cross any boundaries." Finally, Wang Zheng stood up and concluded the negotiation. "After this meal, the grudge between me and Zhang Minquin will be considered settled." After discussing everything, the two walked out of the cafe across from Blue Ocean Mall. Minqi once again bowed to thank Wang Zheng. "Regarding Minquin's matter, thank you very much, young Master Wang." It was rare for him to politely respond to someone. "Not at all. I really like Miss Minqi's way of handling business. I hope we will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future." Watching her departing figure, he could not help gossiping a little. They were born from the same parents, so how could they be so different? Are they really blood siblings? Only then did Wang Zheng carefully examine the business card he had just received. International Heavenly Palace. "When I have time, I should go there and broaden my horizons." It was not until the sky turned golden orange that Sheng Fei finished work. The moment she came out, she saw a familiar face. "Wang Zheng, why are you here?" He immediately put away his phone and smiled in response. "Today, Shang Yuan Shishi's father is here. There is no need for me to protect anyone. I just wanted to come see Blue Ocean Group. the company specializing in men's clothing, and maybe steal 2 suits. Sheng Fei ignored the lame joke. As soon as she got into the car, she directly asked what had been bothering her. Earlier, Zhang Minky came to me with a new stock agreement. I signed it. Did you have anything to do with this? Wang Zheng neither admitted nor denied it, only giving a vague comment. Ah, that Zhang Minky girl really is a ruthless woman. To her, that evasive attitude was the clearest answer. Why are you helping me? Since he had been seen through, he did not lie and gave his reason with an easy smile. Do not overthink it. I just feel that you are talented and useful right now. Sheng Fei was satisfied as long as there was something to gain, so she did not press him further. I will treat you to a late-night meal then. Consider it thanks for helping me this time. Wang Zheng secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was terrified deep down. This girl is way too sharp. Next time I make a move, I have to hold back a little. Otherwise, the connection between me and old Cheng will be exposed in an instant. But that expression had already been caught by her eyes. Before long, the sun had slipped away to sleep. But the night air was noisy and lively. The drinkers around them had no interest in eating or drinking and kept staring at their table instead. A guy like that can actually pick up a beauty. Then why am I still single? Sitting beside a beauty and eating like that, what kind of person is he? Let us see when she dumps him. Sheng Fei was not some roadside rock with no sense of embarrassment, but she still chose her words and politely reminded him. You should eat a little slower. Eating like that is bad for your stomach. But Wang Zheng felt there was no problem. Only when I am full can I work. At least then I know I am still alive. Suddenly, a shout rang out, cutting off their conversation. Little girl, who are you calling a thug? I told you, as long as you drink this bottle, I will order 20 dishes for you. Why are you still acting so high and mighty? Dai Li probably thought his meal was as big a deal as an ox cartwheel. That thought made Liu Xuan look at him with contempt. I will not sell myself for a few dishes. A few lackeys could not resist cutting in to flatter him, and the more they spoke, the angrier she became, tightening her grip on the glass beside her. Being chosen by Brother Li is your good fortune. Other women could beg for it and still not get it. The moment he finished speaking, Liu Xuan splashed the glass of water straight into Dai Li's face. Keep dreaming, you creep. But what was in the glass seemed to be gasoline, making his whole body flare up with rage. You dare, you dare. Then he reached out and slapped her across the face. Everyone was startled by the sharp sound. That girl got hit, but someone else hurriedly stopped anyone from intervening. SHH, you dare meddle in Brother Li's business? Aren't you afraid of getting stabbed? Eat, eat. We did not see anything. Sheng Fei could not take it anymore, and pushed back her chair, rising abruptly. But before she could do anything, Wang Zheng grabbed her hand and stopped her. He spoke with absolute reliability. Leave it to me. On the other side, Liu Xuan used all her strength to grip a beer bottle and charged forward. But how could a woman's strength match that of a street thug? With just one kick, she was sent flying backward. Liu Xuan lay on the ground in a sorry state, clutching her stomach in pain. Suddenly, a low male voice rang out, asking a completely unrelated question. What is your name? And yet she actually answered. Perhaps the male lead's aura was just too strong. Liu Xuan, sophomore at Capital Normal University. Who are you? Wang Zheng paused. He had asked someone a question, yet did not answer hers. Who I am is not important. Now that things have come to this, are you scared? Liu Xuan had no wariness at all, allowing a strange man to help her up, and firmly answered that question. Of course I am not scared. Those 4 words successfully stirred Wang Zheng's interest. Good. Then under Liu Xuan's stunned gaze, he gently placed the empty beer bottle back into her hand. Then Wang Zheng pointed straight at Dai Li's face and ordered the girl beside him. Go hit him. Wang Zheng's action immediately set everyone buzzing. Hey, is that guy sick? Does he not know what kind of status Dai Li has? Brother Li only needs to make one phone call, and he can summon hundreds of underlings with steel pipes here. Does that guy not know he is pushing that beauty to her death? Beauty do not go. Yet in complete contrast to that concern, Liu Xuan looked at him with emotion. Thank you. Then she gathered all her courage, gripped the bottle tightly, and walked straight forward, ignoring every attempt around her to stop her. Girl, do not be rash. They all crazy? Dilly glanced at Lillian, then curled his lip in a sneer. They really don't know whether they live or die. Suddenly, one arm shot out razor-sharp needles. He was startled when he saw the tiny objects fly over and sink into his body. What is going on? Dilly stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. At that moment, Lillian smashed a glass bottle hard over his head. His underlings shouted in shock, "How dare you hit Brother Dilly? That guy must have pulled some dirty trick." Just then, Terry came striding over aggressively, weapon in hand. Let me go take care of them. Seeing the situation before him, Wang Zhen suddenly had an idea. Before he could understand what was happening, Dilly was terrified to see him charge straight at him. In an instant, Wang Zhen reached out and grabbed his pants. He easily lifted Dilly into the air, making him scream in panic. What are you trying to do? Then Wang Zhen hurled Dilly toward the charging Terry. It accidentally stabbed straight into his stomach. By the time he realized what had just happened, he was trembling all over. Boss, when Dilly clutched his wound and collapsed, Terry cried out in terror. I didn't mean to. The people around them who witnessed the scene immediately broke into chaos. Someone's hurt. Someone's been hurt. Call the police, hurry and call an ambulance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wang Zhen quickly grabbed Lillian's hand. Come with me. Seeing the two of them get into the car, Dilly growled, remember the license plate. I'll make him bear all the consequences. Ow, meanwhile, Sheng Fei was already sitting in the driver's seat. Only after the two of them had settled in did she speak in a serious voice. There was bloodshed in public. This is no small matter, Wang Zhen. At that moment, Lillian felt guilty inside. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. You offended Meng Dilly, the local head snake, because of me. I really don't know how to thank you, seeing her flustered expression. Wang Zhen gently comforted her. It's fine. I already left myself a way out. In a few days, that Meng Dilly will obediently come looking for me. But you probably won't be able to keep this part-time job anymore. You should just go back to school and study properly. At that moment, Sheng Fei glanced through the rearview mirror, as if trying to see through the feelings of the person in the back seat. Then she softly asked, what's wrong? Are you working outside because your family situation is bad, or do you just want to experience life? Lillian lowered her head sadly. To experience life and to have more chances to interact with society. After hearing that, Wang Zhen could only stay silent, not knowing what to say. Just then, she leaned forward slightly to point the way. The turn up ahead is Capital Normal University. You can let me off there. After that, the car slowly stopped in front of the school gate. Lillian got out and waved goodbye to them. Thank you both so much for today. Once only the two of them were left in the car, Sheng Fei teased him. Looks like you're really good at picking up girls. She looked so reluctant to leave, circling around you asking for your phone number. Wang Zhen crossed his arms and put on a helpless look. There's nothing I can do. This charm of mine simply can't be stopped. As soon as she heard that, she burst into a giggle. She was about to drive off when he stopped her. Wait a second, don't drive yet. Wang Zhen quietly observed the situation ahead. Let's see what's going on. Lillian was being blocked by Zhou Feng. I have cars and houses. I kindly confessed to you and gave you face, but you refused to take it. Not stopping there, he even dragged her by force. Since you don't want face, I don't need it either. Come with me. You've seen my car, so how dare you still resist? Lillian quickly braced herself and held firm. Stop it, Zhou Feng. Don't think that just because you have a little filthy money you can throw your weight around. Let go of me. But then she was utterly surprised when Wang Zhen suddenly appeared again. Zhou Feng snapped irritably after being interrupted halfway. Who are you? A clean punch from Wang Zhen landed right on Zhou Feng's face, leaving him coughing nonstop. You, cough, cough, what are you? Cough, cough, cough. Doing to me? Cough, cough, cough. His lackey immediately charged forward aggressively, ready to demand an explanation. Hey, what's going on? But Liu Xuan ignored those people and ran straight toward the harbor, the safest shelter at the moment. Wang Zheng, meanwhile, casually raised that terrifying weapon-filled bottle, startling the underling into stepping back. Carry on, carry on. Once everything had settled down, he finally spoke. This is for you, my homemade Wang-style spicy mist version. If anyone gives you trouble, just press it lightly. After a few hours, the effect becomes hundreds of times stronger. After that, Wang Zheng gently reminded her, it's late now, you should head home. Liu Xuan blushed lightly. Yes, but unexpectedly, the shy girl suddenly turned into a fierce woman. I still want to teach this guy a lesson, and Chu Feng ended up suffering once again. Cough, cough, cough. No matter how hard he tried to open his mouth, nothing sensible came out except awkward wheezing. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Xuan ignored him and winked at her savior instead. Thank you so much for today. I'll see you another time. Leaving Wang Zheng chuckling at how unbelievably adorable she was. Kicking someone when they're already down, this little girl. She really has my youthful style. Somewhere inside a luxurious villa beneath the romantic night sky, a woman was heartbroken over Chu Feng. First, your vice-governor position, and now even a college girl dares bully our Zhao Feng. Mr. Chu, you can't tolerate this any longer. Chu Kihua, the chief secretary of a government office in the capital, sank into thought. Surely everyone at school knows Zhao Feng's family background, who would still dare hurt him. The vice-governor position was just snatched away, and now Zhao Feng runs into trouble right after. Could this be the probing of that mysterious person? Then, no longer paying attention to his son, he decisively turned away. Call an ambulance. Get Zhao Feng to the hospital first. His brisk attitude left Chu Feng feeling utterly wrong. Dad, cough, cough, cough. Meanwhile, Yihui stayed beside him, constantly comforting him. Son, don't be afraid. Your father will definitely help you, and so will I. Killing intent even seeped from her expression. That woman. I won't let her live peacefully in the capital. The moment she finished speaking, she immediately resolved to act. Hello, Judge Chen. This is Yihui. I need a favor. Here's the situation. Early the next morning, warm sunlight illuminated the entire area. Ming Qi flashed a professional smile as she introduced someone to Wang Zheng. This is my personal designer. He'll help create a professional look for you. He did not forget to cast a flirtatious glance, his lips murmuring words sweeter than honey. Miss Ming Chi truly gives first-class service. You even specially matched my look for the banquet. Clearly, she did not want to accept the compliment while secretly fuming. Isn't it because you're so impulsive? One phone call and suddenly you want me to attend a banquet with you. Before I even agreed, you already came to wait downstairs at my company, not giving anyone a chance to refuse. Then the conversation ended with her next sentence. I'll leave this to the two of you, I'm going to change first. A while later, Ming Chi stepped out in a completely new look, where S. Wang Zheng. An employee informed her, Mr. Wang is trying on clothes too. Then a piercing scream as though someone had seen their idol interrupted everything. So handsome. Naturally, it drew her attention as well. Wang Zheng had long grown used to the gazes around him and calmly said, I'm telling you, your reactions really don't need to be this dramatic. Ming Chi could only sigh sincerely afterward. I honestly didn't expect you to surprise people like this. Of course, for a professional flirt like him, there was no way he would miss the chance to toss out a few smooth lines. Refined enough for the living room, skilled enough for the kitchen. I guarantee that once you taste my cooking, you'll definitely fall for me. She replied without hesitation, really? Then whenever there's time, I absolutely have to try it. Let's see whether I love you or not. With that, she urged him on with a smile bright enough to outshine the sun. Let's go to Baolan. Looks like I'll amaze them today. Wang Zheng's eyes had long been glued to Ming Chi as if stuck there with industrial adhesive. HMPH, she really was a heavenly temptress, the natural nemesis of men. At the Baolan restaurant, inside the high-end banquet hall, countless elegantly dressed guests were mingling with one another. In one corner, several noble ladies were gathered around a gentleman chatting merrily. Young Master Su, have a drink with us. That man was Su Tianren, the eldest young master of the Su group. I already made plans with Ming Chi and I still have other matters to handle. Suddenly, Chu Shaonan, CEO of the Chu group and the richest man in Huaxia, heard this conversation and laughed with delight. Ha ha ha. Beside Miss Ming Chi, other women naturally pale in comparison. Since ancient times, talented men have matched beautiful women, so it is no wonder young Master Su only has eyes for Miss Ming Chi. Those words successfully irritated the girls behind him while he was extremely pleased with himself. Young Master Chu, you flatter me. Suddenly, someone cried out. Miss Ming Chi has arrived. Tianren quickly walked toward the true love of his life. Ming Chi, the delighted look on his face gradually vanished, replaced by stunned astonishment. The crowd was just as surprised when Ming Chi and Wang Zheng entered arm in arm. Zhang Ming Chi actually brought an outsider here herself. Who is he? Isn't this making young Master Su lose face in front of everyone? All the whispers reached her ears, making Ming Chi feel somewhat embarrassed. Wang Zheng, what exactly are you trying to do? He did not explain much and only reminded her. Keep your arm linked with mine and don't let go. This is the small request I mentioned earlier. The issue she cared about was something else. But this doesn't mean that you and I, at that moment, Ming Chi sighed inwardly in frustration. Anyone with eyes could tell that Su Tianren had feelings for her. For the past few years, she had not openly rejected him because she was wary of his influence in the capital. But Wang Zheng's move was clearly forcing her to reject Su Tianren in public. Was she supposed to fall out with him, just as she was about to pull her hand away? Wang Zheng stopped her in time. Don't move, don't let go. That action raised Ming Chi's sense of self-importance to a whole new level. Truly rare and hard to find. Wang Zheng, what exactly is his intention? Surely he isn't just satisfying his vanity by pretending to be a beauty's boyfriend, right? Su Tianren appeared, intending to put the homewrecker in his place, or rather, get acquainted with the newcomer. Ming Chi, you're here. I wonder who this friend is. She gave a standard polite smile and introduced him. My friend Wang Zheng, the eldest young master of the Wang family. He looked thoughtful. The Wang family from Hangzhou. But Wang Zheng spoke up to deny it and invented a new ancestor for his family line. No, the Wang family from Philadelphia, America. Ming Chi stood beside him, nearly twisting her face out of shape from holding back laughter. Meanwhile, he was still displaying Hollywood-level professional acting. Ming Chi and I met when she was studying in America. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed since we last met. She decided to stay silent and wait for the show. Not bad, Wang Zheng. I didn't expect you to be so smooth when making things up. I'll cooperate with you for now and see what game you're playing. By now, Tianren seemed to believe him somewhat, so that's how it is. May I ask whether young Master Wang has come to the capital this time for leisure or for other business? Although Wang Zheng was busy reaching for a wine glass, his mouth never stopped. The Wang family of Philadelphia bought 2 diamond mines in South Africa 25 years ago. They have never been mined, so I came to the capital this time to assess the situation of the diamond mines. It is simply a market analysis. He also did not forget to express deep affection to fit his character. Of course, the most important thing is still meeting Ming Chi. After all, we have not seen each other for many years. A deep sense of longing. I suddenly realized something. The Su family in Huaxia is incredibly powerful, with an entire diamond production empire. It could even be said they have the power to cover the sky with one hand. But outsiders normally would not understand things so clearly. So how did Wang Zheng know such detailed information, while Wang Zheng was speaking so professionally? I finally felt relieved. At least for a short time, we would not enter the Huaxia market. Yet she suddenly came up with such astonishing deduction. Could he have done it on purpose? Ever since the banquet started, he had clearly intended to get close to Su Tianning. But what exactly was his goal? In the end, the conversation concluded with a toast. Tianning seemed very satisfied. I will welcome young Master Wang at Yuan Lixin anytime. Wang Zheng also seemed quite interested in this new partner. But I have to say, do not overwork yourself. Otherwise, it will lead to nervous exhaustion, insomnia, and frequent dreams. Even with your careful makeup, I can still see the puffiness around your eye. Those words made him stiffen. How did he notice that? Tianning quietly swept her gaze across the sly smiles around her. Damn it, all these years I worked so hard to avoid giving anyone with ulterior motives an opportunity. I had tried my best to appear experienced and composed. Yet today this man exposed everything with just one sentence. He probably did not come here for a simple investigation. After offering such a sincere reminder, Wang Zheng quickly slipped away. It is my first time in Balania and I still want to look around some more places. Please excuse me. He revealed an amused smile as he watched the two figures disappear into the distance. The Wang family from Philadelphia? Interesting. By now it was already night. The moon hung high overhead. Wang Zheng was sitting inside the car. Listen, Miss Zhang, do you realize how lethal that look of yours is to men? If you have something to say, just say it. Minky turned her head to look at him. Did you even get my permission? You used me to approach Su Tianning on your own. That makes me unhappy. You do not intend to give me an explanation. He showed no guilt at all and instead replied with hidden meaning. Was this dinner not simply both sides using each other? Did you not also intend to use me to achieve part of your goals? Minky frowned as she observed him. Wang Zheng looked genuinely puzzled. But I do not understand why you insist on targeting Su Tianning. You surely know how powerful he is in the capital. He also has an extremely strong military background. He answered quickly without even thinking. Because seeing him makes me unhappy. Wang Zheng clenched his fist and a dark killing intent spread from him. In fact, the entire Su family makes me unhappy. This is a story from many years ago. Given the chance, I will definitely uproot the Su family completely. A moment later, the car stopped beside the lake. Minky glanced over and continued. Now can you finally tell me the reason? But before she could finish speaking, he pushed open the car door and walked straight out. She hurried after him while questioning him at the same time. Why did you tell me all those things just now? Are you not afraid I might betray you? Wang Zheng placed his hands on the railing, gazed into the distance, and explained. First, you are deeply devoted to your career, and your abilities are far beyond merely managing a single landhide. Second, it is because of your mother, Su Huixin. Hearing this, Minky was shocked and grabbed his arm suspiciously. How do you know my mother? Could it be that my mother was connected to the Su family? He turned and examined her. Did your father, Zhang Zai Osai, tell you that your mother died from hemorrhaging after childbirth? She froze once again. How do you know about that? Wait, what does this have to do with the Su family? Why suddenly bring this up? Wang Zheng frowned as he recounted an old story. She fell in love with a poor man. She even gave birth to 2 children for him. Because of this, the old master of the Su family believed it disgraced the family honor. He threatened the lives of all 3 of them and forced Su Huixin to return home. For her sake, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept it. But once Su Huixin returns to the Su family, she will definitely become the first heir to receive a huge inheritance. Those competing against her do not want her to come home, so they can only create a few so-called accidents. Minky imagined the calculating gazes that had once surrounded her mother. So you're saying my mother did not die from postpartum hemorrhage, but was murdered by the Su family. She clenched her fists and lowered her head toward the lake, her voice choked with emotion. What reason do I have to trust you? Then she turned around fiercely and asked directly, what exactly are you trying to do? Wang Zheng shrugged and replied indifferently. Go ask your father and everything will become clear, won't it? Without saying another word to her, she immediately turned to leave, but he added, join forces with me. Go to the Su family and take back everything that originally belonged to you. Minky said nothing, only glanced back briefly before getting into the car and speeding away, leaving him standing there as calm as ever. He pulled his phone out from his jacket. After a series of taps, Wang Zheng dialed 1215. The person on the other end immediately screamed so loudly it nearly ruptured his eardrum. Oh my God, benefactor, you've finally appeared. Have you figured out how you want me to repay you yet? No need to be polite, even if you asked for all of the Wang family's assets in Philadelphia with both hands outstretched. I would gladly hand them over. Wang Zheng calmly made his request. I know you bought 2 diamond mines in South Africa at a low price, but they have not been developed yet. I want you to use the Wang family's power to aggressively enter the Huaxia market. Crush the Su family's diamond brand. Can you do it? The other side answered cheerfully, of course, no problem. In 2 months you'll definitely see the results. Then he lowered his head and added another sweet temptation. When you begin operations in Huaxia, I can even introduce you to someone extremely suitable. Her name is Zhang Minqi. Time quietly slipped through the cracks of the night. Moonlight cast a silver glow over the sleeping building. The next morning, Wang Zheng and Minghao leisurely strolled through the bustling streets. Walking beside him, Minghao chattered nonstop and began interrogating him. So, Zhang Minqi agreed to cooperate with you? Zhang Xiaosai gave no response. Wang Zheng did not bother showing any emotion, only curling his lips slightly. No one understands a daughter better than her father. Zhang Xiaosai knew clearly that he could no longer hide the truth from Zhang Minqi, nor stop her from seeking revenge. Therefore, giving her the wealth he had accumulated over the years was the best choice. As they walked, he nodded thoughtfully. So this Zhang Xiaosai is actually quite smart. Right then, Kun Ning brushed past behind them, his face filled with disgust. As if sensing murderous intent, Minghao casually glanced around and warned, Captain, 3 people 5 meters to the left, 2 more ahead on the right. 1 behind on the left and 2 more hiding at the right corner. Including the one who just passed by, that's 9 in total. Wang Zheng chuckled softly after hearing it. Looks like after all these years, your instincts haven't dulled at all. He glanced behind them and added, but there's still 1 more person behind us. Minghao's eyes lit up. Captain, you're still unbelievably sharp. How about we team up 1 more time today? Without continuing the discussion, he pretended to fix his hair while giving a reminder. 200 meters ahead, 7th floor, east wall. There's a skilled sniper there. Minghao excitedly slapped his shoulder and proposed. With terrain like this, even a sniper can't fully show their ability. How about we make it a competition and see who catches more prey? Without hesitation, Wang Zheng slipped his hand into his coat. Then let's do it. Right after that, he pulled out a thick stack of cash. Then he suddenly tossed it into the air, bills scattering everywhere as he shouted, "Move!" The moment people saw red banknotes raining from the sky, everyone rushed over excitedly to grab them. Money's falling, move aside, that's mine. Wu Ling's group had each taken up separate positions, seeing the chaos before them. They could not hide their shock. This is bad. Taking advantage of the confusion, Minghao leaped upward. He flipped gracefully through the air and flicked his fingers, sending hidden weapons flying. Wu Ling thought the other side was merely showing off, so he did not dodge. Unfortunately for him, 1 strike pierced straight through his heart, and Minghao's attacks were varied, striking both high and low, leaving the other man unable to dodge in time. Even hiding in a blind spot was useless. This made Kun Ning certain their side was finished, so she hurriedly contacted her accomplices. The mission failed, retreat now. Before she could even finish speaking, a tranquilizer needle was about to hit the back of her neck. The chill made her snap around in shock. After everything was settled, Wang Zheng turned around and gave instructions. The rest are yours. Have your bodyguards handle the scene. I'll go catch the expert sneak attacker. Leave a few witnesses alive. Minghao immediately accepted the order. Yes. Right after that, he instantly vanished from the spot and teleported to the rooftop of a high-rise building where the target was hiding. Wu Ling still had no idea the devil was right beside him. He was focused only on ordering his subordinates to leave their positions at once. Hurry up! At that moment, Wang Zheng kindly reminded him from behind. I'm afraid none of your men are left. Seeing the man appear in front of him out of nowhere, he was deeply startled. A moment ago, he had been on the main road 200 meters away, yet in the blink of an eye, he was here. Then he reassured himself, forget it. Now isn't the time to solve that mystery. As Wu Ling charged forward, he thought to himself that the one who strikes first has the advantage. However, that attack was easily blocked by Wang Zheng. Even so, he was not annoyed at all. Instead, he felt excited. As expected, this one can actually fight back. But when a sharp blade extended from his gauntlet, he grew extremely thrilled inside. So what if he's strong? My real killing move is still to come. The moment he drew out his hidden weapon, he lunged forward fiercely and threatened him. Go to hell. Seeing how tough his opponent was, Wang Zheng merely opened his mouth slightly. Then he blew out a strong breath, making Wu Ling freeze in confusion. What is that smell? I don't know whether it was the other man's breath or something strange, but my whole body is unconsciously sinking into darkness. Only after a long while did he heavily lift his eyelids. Across from him, Shishi could not hide her frustration. Another assassin. Are these recent assassination attempts ever going to stop? Seeing that Wu Ling had woken up, she immediately stepped forward and questioned him. Who sent you? However, all she got was an indifferent turn of the head. Shishi was so angry she was speechless. In the end, she had no choice. She could only leave, not forgetting to instruct her bodyguard. I'll leave the interrogation to you, just make sure he doesn't die. Torture him however you want. The door slammed shut violently. In the now quiet room, only two people remained and Wang Zheng finally spoke. An elite special operations soldier. How did you end up in a situation like this? Wu Ling showed no fear and retorted irritably, judging by your skill. You must also come from the special forces. Aren't you hanging around with the same kind of thug as Li Minghao? He even put on an extremely arrogant expression and said, if I had not come to the capital, I would still be a well-known figure in the Golden Triangle. But those boastful words only made Wang Zheng scoff. An elite special operations soldier from the Wolf Fang Special Forces couldn't establish himself in the Golden Triangle. If that got out, people would laugh their teeth out. He had not expected the other man to be fooled so easily. With just a few words, he had exposed himself. How do you know I'm from Wolf Fang? Now that it was confirmed, Wang Zheng did not hesitate to explain. The existence of the Wolf Fang Special Forces in China is highly classified. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't know, but I'm different. He brought up the gauntlet from earlier. I created that move of yours. I only taught it to people from Wolf Fang, so how could I not know? That information instantly turned Wu Ling into a clown. In disbelief, he questioned him loudly. You're from Dragon Scale. Seeing the other man grow more and more shocked, Wang Zheng calmly dropped another bombshell. Not just me. Li Minghao is too. So for you people to make a move against him, you seriously overestimated yourselves. Those words stabbed into Wu Ling's heart like a dagger, leaving him gloomy as he lowered his head. The gap between Wolf Fang and Dragon Scale cannot be described with just a few ranks. Since I've fallen into your hands, I admit defeat wholeheartedly. If you want to kill me or beat me, do whatever you want. However, Wang Zheng calmly made him an offer. As long as you agree to my condition, I can let you go back. Curiosity made Wu Lang look over in bewilderment. Then he shook his head again and firmly refused, saying there was no need to become a special forces soldier. You also know how tight-lipped we are. If I cannot withstand your interrogation methods, I will choose to hypnotize myself and let my brain shut down. That attitude suited Wang Zheng perfectly. It was just that the method was still a little immature. Not bad, but you do not understand. As an old hand, I have 100 ways to stop you from hypnotizing yourself. The smile on the other man's face made Wu Lang extremely uneasy. What exactly do you want to do? At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Wang Zheng took out a large needle and coldly proposed, I want you to help me do one thing every 3 months. At the mention of this matter, Wang Zheng looked thoughtful. In fact, I have not even decided what it will be for now. That attitude made Wu Lang feel deeply uneasy. Can I refuse? There was a hint of gravity in his tone. But as if seeing through the other man's thoughts, Wang Zheng inserted the poisoned needle into him while reminding him, you are not allowed to refuse. Those words made Wu Lang lose his composure and he shouted, then just kill me. He calmly admired the needle in his hand and introduced it. This is a rare poison I found in an ancient book called 100-Day Bone Burial Poison. After being poisoned within 100 days, every section of your bones will dry up and break apart. With his sharp instincts, Wu Lang quickly understood the issue. In other words, I must come to you for the antidote once every 3 months. If the mission fails, does that mean I cannot get the antidote? Wang Zheng stepped forward to untie him and bluntly declared, what use do I have for a useless pawn? I already told you, you have no right to choose. After setting him free, he immediately laid out a detailed plan. I have thought of it. The first thing is to return to your side and develop your armed force. Use capable people, you do not need many. In 3 months, build it up to 300 people for me. In the Golden Triangle, that would already count as a powerful force. His tone even carried a hint of reassurance. As for money, figure it out yourself. If I am satisfied 3 months from now, I will provide a certain amount of manpower and resources. Wu Lang immediately agreed, deal. Having successfully formed the partnership, Wang Zheng's eyes took on a sharp glint. He himself calmly reminded him, for your sake I will let Cheng Kangmei off this time, but do not let there be a next time. Those words shocked Wu Lang. How do you know my second uncle? He gave a sly smile and continued explaining, I told you I have my own way. All right, if there is a next time, I will get rid of Cheng Kangmei so you can rightfully inherit the Longmei group. That would not be a bad thing either. He was so shocked that he could not speak. You, however, Wang Zheng saw through everything and reminded him, you cannot hide it from me. In an utterly calm voice, he continued, I saw desire, cruelty, and ambition in your eyes, and those are all things I happen to need right now. Having been seen through completely, Wu Lang could only obediently comply. I will do as you say. This attitude made Wang Zheng extremely satisfied. Okay, I look forward to your good news. By the next morning, Shishi's questioning voice echoed through the whole house. What, you let him go again this time? Wang Zheng, on the other hand, looked perfectly calm. Who was it that gave me full authority to handle it? The question left her stammering. Did I ever say that? But she quickly regained her composure, sat down in the chair and continued asking, forget it. I don't care how you handled it. Now tell me. Did you find out anything? Wang Zheng immediately replied. It was Cheng Kangmei from the Meilong group. The news shocked Shishi so deeply that she could not hide the expression on her face. What? It was Cheng Kangmei, the boss of the Meilong group, who sent someone to kill me. Xingai suddenly popped out of nowhere and teased, the Meilong group, why would he want to kidnap Shishi? That old man's taste is really something special. Hearing those words, she clenched her fist tightly and gritted her teeth in irritation. And Xingai. That punch easily sent Xingai flying. Shishi shouted angrily, get lost, after sending her away. Her face suddenly filled with worry as she continued. This year, the Shangyuan family is moving into every industry of the Long group. Cheng Kangmei is naturally unhappy, so he wants to kidnap me to threaten my father. Then a look of hatred, resentment, and firm resolve appeared on her face as she swore. Always thinking up such underhanded tricks. Cheng Kangmei, I will make sure you are utterly destroyed in the business world. The scene made Wang Zheng secretly admire her. As expected of the eldest daughter of the Shangyuan family, she looked like a silly, foolish girl. But now it seemed all her intelligence was used in business. Curious, he asked, what are you planning to do? Shishi rested her chin on her hand in thought and began laying out her plan. There is no choice yet. Tomorrow night there happens to be a party. Many famous figures on China's rich list will attend, and there should be plenty of well-known young heirs and heiresses there. When the time comes, I will make him lose some face. Xingai, who loved excitement, immediately cheered after hearing that. Great, another party, I want to go with you. Oh, and we have to call Sister Cheng Fei too. However, she only received Shishi's blunt rejection. Sister Cheng Fei has to stay home tomorrow night to revise the design draft. Wang Zheng and I going is enough. You don't need to come along. Xingai quickly drooped and pleaded, no way. There will be so many handsome men at the party. I have to go. I absolutely have to go. Seeing that talking to Shishi was useless, she coquettishly turned and grabbed Wang Zheng's arm. Brother Wang Zheng, you are the nicest to me. Shishi won't let me go, so can you let me come with you? The girl's expression made him blush awkwardly, and he hesitantly replied, well. In his heart, he was gradually wavering. I'm just an ordinary bodyguard. I don't get to make the decision. Besides, if I agree, will you still act this spoiled? Having no other choice, Shishi could only sigh and agree. Fine, fine. Taking you along is enough, right? Just don't embarrass me too much tomorrow night. Finally succeeding, Xingai cheered happily. Shishi finally agreed. So where are we going for the party tomorrow night? After thinking for a moment, Shishi explained, this high-class party will be held at Heavenly Palace International Bar. Otherwise, no other bar would dare host such an upscale party. Hearing that name, he could not hide his interest and asked, Heavenly Palace International Bar. At Heavenly Palace International Bar, groups of wealthy young heirs were gathered together, talking noisily. Why did Shangyu and Shishi come? In the past, the Shangyuan family always attended parties like this. Maybe something is about to happen to the Shangyuan family. Right, who is that person besides Shangyu and Shishi? Do you know him? I have no impression of him. Over here. Shishi was politely chatting with Kangmei. Thank you, Uncle Cheng. I will pass your message on to my father. The old man also praised her warmly. I never expected Shishi to have grown into such a graceful young woman by now. And this gentleman beside you is, seeing that the other party had noticed him. Wang Zheng immediately held out his hand in greeting. I'm Wang Zheng, just back from America. Nice to meet you, sir. Kangmei did not even bother to shake his hand and replied coldly. A dangerous look suddenly appeared on Tati's face as she said pointedly, Uncle Cheng, Jurong International is about to enter the white goods industry. I hope you prepare yourself well. When the time comes, don't let Jurong crush you too badly. But her warning only made him give a sinister smile as he reminded her. You should know that Meilong has always been the leading dragon of the white goods industry. It is not something outsiders can shake just because they want to. Young people should not talk so big, or they will end up suffering for it. She froze for a moment. You, Wang Zheng quickly placed a hand on her shoulder as if to hold her back. Without the slightest fear, he spoke up in rebuttal, President Cheng. Young people are not afraid of suffering losses. Sometimes it is a chance to correct their mistakes, but old people are different. Their heads are full of improper thoughts. Feeling insulted, Kangmei immediately shouted, What do you mean by that? Wang Zheng remained calm, yet his tone was mocking as he reminded him. Nothing, I just wanted to remind President Cheng that you had better behave yourself. Otherwise, the bruise on your hand will become even worse. The words made him instinctively look at his hand, his heart filled with utter panic. His poison, when did that happen? Memories from not long ago came back to him, and Kangmei immediately grew suspicious. Could it have been last time? Come to think of it, ever since that day, his hand had started aching and itching for no reason. Wang Zheng directly threatened him without hesitation. The internet has been very popular these past few years. If the video from your office gets uploaded online, you will become even more famous. This made Tati, who was standing beside him, begin to show admiration. When had he started making moves against Cheng Kangmei? Could he have helped her long ago? Kangmei could no longer keep his composure and shouted another question. What exactly are you trying to say? Wang Zheng had just taken a glass of wine from a waiter. He leisurely suggested, everything in this world can be priced. Name your price and I may consider giving you the video or the antidote. With no other choice, he could only accept the negotiation. 10% of Meilong Group's shares. What do you think? Holding the wine glass and gently swirling it, Wang Zheng sighed calmly. 10% of the shares? The annual dividends alone could easily be tens of millions. President Cheng, that really is a big number. Then he gripped Tati's wrist and declared, "But I still don't think that can compare to your life." These words made Kang Mei nervous, and he asked in a lowered voice, "Then what do you want me to do?" Seizing the advantage, Wang Zheng took the initiative and proposed, 10% of the shares in exchange for your video, and another 10% to buy your life. The wine glass in his hand was thrown straight to the floor. Standing there in fury, he shouted again and again, "This is intimidation, this is extortion. I am going to call the police." Wang Zheng was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he looked defiant. "Then go call the police. Don't worry, I will tell them the truth, including all those videos." Kang Mei looked at the crowd that was constantly gossiping around them. In the end, he had no choice but to give in. "Fine, 20%, I agree." Having gotten what he wanted, Wang Zheng immediately rubbed his chin and said, "Deal, but I want to add one condition. That 20% of yours must belong to Ju Rong International. In other words, the holder will be Shangyuan Tati." That hit him right where it hurt. Kang Mei grabbed Wang Zheng by the collar in anger and shouted, "Don't push people too far. With 20% of the shares, you would become Meilong's second largest shareholder." But Wang Zheng's attitude remained extremely calm as he reminded him, "Of course, you can also refuse this deal. Then you can find someone to study the antidote afterward. But I have already set the procedure in advance. If I disappear for 10 hours, I cannot guarantee by what method that video will spread." At the mention of this matter, the hand gripping his collar gradually loosened. Kang Mei's face was full of resistance, but he could only obediently accept defeat. "I agree." Tati, standing to the side, also spoke up. "Uncle Cheng, as your niece, let me remind you of something too. Honest business is stronger than anything else. Tomorrow night, my father and I will go to Meilong Group to sign the agreement. Transfer the shares over." "Thank you, Uncle Than." Watching the other party leave unwillingly, she happily turned to him with gratitude. "Thank you, Wang Zheng, for helping the Shangyuan family so much." Wang Zheng adjusted his collar while awkwardly glancing around. "No need to be so polite." Shishi suddenly became suspicious. "But why are you helping me so much?" she asked shyly, blushing. "Could it be because you like me?" Wang Zheng was startled and immediately denied it. I like you." "On what basis?" Standing beside him, Shishi blushed deeply and continued analyzing. "Because I'm beautiful and very understanding." Hearing those words, he did not hesitate to fire back. "Very understanding? If you were really understanding, even a sow could climb a tree." The words pierced her heart, leaving Shishi frozen. Wang Zheng crossed his arms and calmly explained, while the person beside him started boiling with anger. "You know, when it comes to choosing a girlfriend, my standards are simple. She just has to be gentle so you don't qualify." Shishi gritted her teeth in frustration and shouted his name. Wang, at that dangerous moment, Xing suddenly appeared out of nowhere and ran over excitedly. "Wang Zheng, you were so handsome just now. You actually won so easily and taught last year's strongest business tycoon, Cheng Kangmei, a lesson." She hugged his arm and proudly boasted, "As your friend, of course I wouldn't embarrass you. Just now I put chili water in his drink. Wasn't that awesome? Do I have a bit of your style now?" Wang Zheng was completely speechless. "Not bad, kid, easy to teach." Upstairs, Zhao Nan quietly observed the scene below. "Young Master Su, you've seen it yourself. This Wang Zheng is no ordinary person. We should be a little more cautious." Tianren held a wine glass and finally revealed the information he had gathered. "I looked into the Wang family in Philadelphia. They truly are very influential in America." He frowned with concern. "It's just that everyone in the Wang family is extremely mysterious and rarely appears in public. All of their subsidiary companies are managed by people with different surnames." Zhao Nan looked thoughtful. In other words, even young Master Su couldn't uncover Wang Zheng's true identity. Although Wang Zheng may indeed be from the Wang family in Philadelphia, I just don't understand why he started opposing me the moment he arrived. Su Tianren gave a knowing smile and looked down at the hall as he suggested, "Everyone looks like they're having fun down there. Why don't we go take a look?" Seeing this, Zhang Nan quickly advised against it. "Since young Master Su has already arranged for others to test him out, we should just stay spectator." He strongly agreed with the idea. "Fine then," but surprise suddenly appeared on his face. "Is that her? Why did she suddenly show up downstairs in the hall?" The young master stared enviously at Wang Zheng, surrounded by beautiful women. "Who exactly is that man? How can he be so close to the eldest daughter of the Shangyuan family? 3 beauties by his side, this guy is really lucky. I want to be like him too, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women." At that moment, Haixing stepped out of the crowd with a disdainful attitude. Well, isn't this Miss Zhang? Every time you're always trying to seduce young Master Su. And this time you've switched to a younger guy. What changed your taste?" Xing immediately grabbed Wang Zheng's hand and whispered softly, She's Grandpa Song's precious granddaughter. Song Haixing has always liked Su Tianren. You can go scare her, then kick her away. Wang Zheng secretly wondered to himself, do I really look like that much of a thug? Noticing the other party's hostility, Minky calmly explained, Miss Song, Wang Zheng and I are just friends. Could you stop making assumptions? As for young Master Su, I have always respected him wholeheartedly and never had any improper intentions. However, Haixing still would not stop her bitter sarcasm. Some women like older women, younger men relationships. This young guy looks about 21 or 22. Miss Zhang sure knows how to choose. Hearing those words, Wang Zheng could only stand there dumbfounded. I just take good care of myself and happen to have smooth skin. Her wrinkles had only faded a little, yet she was being called someone in her 20s. This woman really needed to get her eyes checked, even after being slandered by her. Ming Qi still reminded her politely, Miss Song, this is a public place. Please watch your mouth. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she exposed her directly. Everyone here knows you are chasing Su Shai. Everyone also knows Su Shai is very cold toward you. I truly do not understand how low someone's IQ must be to come looking for humiliation at a time like this. Then she threw out another reminder that left the other woman unable to hide her embarrassment. Now even more people know about it, but Ming Qi did not stop there. She continued to put on a righteous air as she stabbed at her. Also, Miss Song, your behavior will make everyone think you are very poorly raised. Under all that humiliation, Hai Xing finally lost her composure and shouted, shut up. Someone who grew up without a mother's upbringing has no right to talk to me about manners. The moment those words came out, the banquet instantly fell dead silent. Only Xing Yi kept whispering in Wang Zheng's ear, dragging someone else's late mother into this. That is way too much. He lightly raised a hand to his mouth as a signal, SHH. No one noticed Ming Qi's expression gradually turning ugly. Her whole body trembled with anger. Suddenly, a hand landed on that small shoulder, feeling the warmth. She turned back in surprise. Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng finally could not stand it anymore and sneered. But some people were taught by their mothers for many years. Yet they are still worse than uneducated street children. He walked up to the other woman and asked meaningfully, Miss Song, would you say this is your problem or your mother's? That aura frightened Hai Xing into stepping back. Seeing the way everyone around looked at her, she stammered, You? Then she grabbed a wineglass from a tray, shocking the server, Miss Song. Hai Xing flung the glass straight at them, shouting loudly as she did. Wang Zheng dodged it gracefully in time. Hai Xing suddenly loosened her grip, letting the wineglass fall freely. Looking at what was before her, she was too frightened to speak. Shishi's evening gown was stained with glaring blotches of wine. Xing Yi hurried over in a panic and used tissues to wipe away what she could. Hurry, give me another tissue. When she saw the culprit trying to sneak away, she angrily pointed in that direction and shouted, Hey, have you even apologized? This is too much. Wang Zheng suddenly bent down and picked up a shard of broken glass from the floor. Then he slowly straightened up and quickly used his technique to fling the shard away. In the blink of an eye, Hai Xing's dress strap was cut. By the time she realized what had happened, she could only cover herself in panic and scream. Ko Nan stood upstairs watching everything and also made a sarcastic remark. After embarrassing herself like this, I doubt Song Hai Xing will still dream of marrying into the Su family. Tianren, standing beside him, softly agreed. It was always just a dream anyway. At that moment, Zhang Nan's heart was filled with interest. Destroying someone's pride was not enough. He even cut off her way out. Looking at Wang Zheng's back not far away, he silently concluded that this Wang Zheng was truly ruthless. On this side, Xing Yi wiped the wine stains from her friend's dress while comforting her. Other people may not have seen it, but I did. Just now, Wang Zheng cut that woman's dress strap to help you vent your anger. Shishi, do not be angry anymore. But Shishi was still so upset that her brows were tightly furrowed. I would never bother knowing an uncultured woman like that. In a bit, I will take this dress straight to the Song family and make her obediently wash it before giving it back to me. Seeing what had just happened, Ming Qi walked over full of guilt. Everything today started because of me. I am truly sorry, Shishi. To make it up to you, I will agree to anything. However, Shishi gently comforted her. Sister Ming Qi. Today's incident was entirely because Song Hai Xing did not know how to behave. It has nothing to do with you. She admitted sincerely, since I called you sister, it means I like you as a person and want to be friends with you. Please stop blaming yourself. Those words made Ming Qi's eyes widen in surprise. Then she turned and gave Wang Zheng a warm, gentle smile. Thanks for today, but why did you deliberately move aside and let Shangyu and Shishi get splashed with wine? Without the slightest hesitation, he answered bluntly. When did I deliberately move aside? If I hadn't dodged, wouldn't that glass of wine have hit my face instead? That honest answer made Minky reveal a look of admiration as she praised him, dragging both me and Shangyu and Shishi into the same mess. You definitely arranged all of this beforehand. You've always been ruthless and scheming. After being used by you, I really don't know whether I should thank you or perhaps afraid the person beside him would feel guilty. Wang Zheng hurriedly interrupted. you should still thank me instead. Then he carefully reminded her, you should understand that I've already helped you establish this connection with Shangyu and Shishi. As for how to maintain it, that depends on you now. Tianren walked over from afar and asked with concern, Minky, are you all right? Seeing the newcomer, she politely replied, young Master Su, I'm fine. Fortunately, Wang Zheng was here. Seeing that, he put on the demeanor of a gentleman and offered, it's good that you're all right. Song Haixing has always spoken like that, so don't take it to heart. I'll handle it properly. But Wang Zheng immediately questioned that attitude. Really? Then why didn't you handle it earlier? Tianren was suddenly stunned. What? Without hesitation, he continued mocking him. I'm talking about when Song Haixing was causing trouble earlier. Why didn't you step forward? Why were you hiding in a corner watching the show? Is this really how you show concern for Minky? Having his true thoughts exposed, he could not help but feel shaken. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Nuanuan suddenly appeared. Wang Zheng, why are you with my brother? The two men immediately turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing Wang Zheng's confused expression, Nuanuan waved her hand and reintroduced herself. Don't you remember me? I'm Su Nuanuan. He silently stared at the girl before him. In his mind, memories of when they first met gradually resurfaced. I'm Su Nuanuan, a sophomore at the Capital Medical University. Thinking of this, Wang Zheng suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Ah, Su Nuanuan from the train. She gently walked over, held Tianren's arm and happily introduced him. This is Wang Zheng, the person I met on the train while returning from Yicheng to the capital. I mentioned him to you before, remember? He revealed a meaningful smile and softly replied, Ah, right. Yet Tianren could not help but feel suspicious inside. A legitimate descendant of the Wang family in Philadelphia. How could he possibly dress so casually and take a train from Yicheng back to the capital? Nuanuan stepped forward, took his hand and suggested, by the way, Wang Zheng, I still haven't properly thanked you for before. It's so hard to run into you again, so let me treat you to a meal. Looking at his sister's excited expression, Tianren could only go along with it. Lixin manner. Young Master Wang should know how to get there. Since young Master Wang helped Nuanuan, we should properly thank him. Faced with those invitations, Wang Zheng refused without the slightest hesitation. Sorry, I've been pretty busy lately. Let's meet another time. Goodbye. Without any reluctance, he turned around and left. That scene made the other wealthy young masters gather together and whisper endlessly among themselves. Oh my god, young Master Su actually invited him to Lixin Manor. That's Lixin Manor we're talking about. The Su family has never allowed outsiders into Lixin Manor before. This Wang Zheng must be scared stupid. Any normal person would have agreed immediately. Yet no one knew that Wang Zheng's mind was filled with calculations. Su Tianren, Lixin Manor. Sooner or later I will go there, but not now. One day I will flatten Lixin Manor to the ground. Returning to the parking lot, Wang Zheng sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought. Lixin Manor. So many years have passed. Why do I still lose my composure when I hear those 4 words? At this rate, how can I avenge my brothers? Back then, he himself had angrily declared. Lixin Manor, those old men of the Su family clearly want Longland to use it for themselves. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Even in that dangerous situation, his teammate showed no fear and instead advised him, Captain, don't worry about me. Run beneath the ruined wreckage, he could only painfully ask himself. Why? Why could they betray their own country for personal gain? Why did Dragon Scale end up endangered by his own people in the end? A frantic voice suddenly interrupted. Wang Zheng, Wang Zheng. Shishi's voice pulled everything back to reality as she watched us get into the car without any reaction. Do I really have to call you for that long? This isn't like you at all. What are you spacing out for? He awkwardly denied it. It's nothing. They were now heading back to the Tianping Mountain Villa. Sitting in the back seat, Xingyang suddenly suggested, how about we go to a bar? I've never been to one before. Worry was written all over Shishi's face as she immediately advised, Xiaoi, look at how off he seems right now. Is this really the time to go to a bar? However, Wang Zheng still enthusiastically drove them there. It's fine, let's go to the bar. They quickly left the parking lot as the night grew deeper toward midnight. At 8 o'clock Entertainment City, the pounding music roared through the air. Xingyang looked around and muttered thoughtfully, 8 o'clock Entertainment City. This name sounds familiar. Sitting beside her, Shishi immediately reminded her, did you forget? It's owned by the guy who clashed with me at Quanjude last time. That instantly stirred up old memories. She suddenly cried out in surprise, I remember now. Out of nowhere, 2 waiters appeared carrying 2 huge bouquets of flowers. They carefully introduced themselves. Ladies, these are gifts from our young master to the 2 of you. Their blatant flattery made Shishi sneer without holding back. Giving 2 bouquets on the first meeting, your young master sure has quite an appetite. Before anyone realized it, the servers were stunned as Wang Zheng snatched the flowers away. He decisively threw them aside. Thank your young master for me. The crowd was instantly drawn to the scene, in front of everyone. Wang Zheng coldly declared, tell Qiang Dongfeng that if he wants to give flowers, he should come here himself. He's not qualified to show off in front of me. Everything that happened made Dongfeng, sitting not far away, grind his teeth in irritation. That guy again. Suddenly he grimaced and let out a painful groan. His face turned pale as he stared at his severely injured wrist. Remembering how his hand had been stabbed, he furiously shouted, "A gentleman never forgets his revenge." He hurriedly ordered his subordinates, "Tell Lin Ziju to bring out the team he just trained. The entertainment city's power should be shown off to everyone now." Inside the nightclub, Ziju stormed in aggressively with a large group of men carrying weapons. "Which one of you is Wang Zheng?" The party atmosphere was instantly shattered, and the people in the club panicked at their appearance. One of them screamed, "Ah, someone's here for revenge, run." Hearing that, many people hurriedly fled the nightclub under the watchful eyes of the gangsters. At that moment, all three of them heard the commotion outside. Xing I noticed the large number of men and suggested, "Wang Zheng, a lot of people are looking for you. Should I call old Hang and ask him to send help?" He turned to look at the crowd. With a smirk, he replied, "No need. However many come, we'll deal with them all." Calmly sipping his drink, he stood up and walked forward. "Remember when I said earlier that there was a way to vent without using violence?" After a brief pause, he calmly added, "That way is fighting." At the same time, Dongfeng's group also marched over noisily. As soon as they confronted each other, he ordered his men, "It's him. Take him down for me." Ziju casually raised his hand as a signal to attack. "Move!" The subordinates immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and rushed toward Wang Zheng. Yet with the same calm expression, he turned around and instructed the two delicate beauties behind him, "Hide behind me." As he spoke, he hurled his glass straight ahead. The glass smashed into the face of a charging thug and shattered into pieces. The man collapsed to the floor as blood pooled around him. Even so, the horrifying sight did not make his companions back down. At this moment, Zaiju was standing behind the ranks of martial world thugs attacking Wang Zheng. He was clearly the mastermind behind all this. After observing him, Wang Zheng quietly reached a conclusion. Fighting him would be much more interesting. Then an idea suddenly came to him and he gripped the bottle in his hand. Aiming straight at Zaiju's face, he hurled the bottle with all his strength. But with his extraordinary skills, Zaiju stopped that vicious attack with only one move. Wang Zheng was no pushover either. He charged left and right, knocking down all the remaining martial world thugs. Before long, every last one of them had been defeated. Now only Wang Zheng and Zaiju remained facing each other. Wang Zheng pointed at him arrogantly, "It is your turn." His opponent instantly rushed forward, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was extremely confident in his kicking and punching skills, planning to kick Wang Zheng straight in the face. Unfortunately, his kick was blocked. Wang Zheng smirked and mocked his enemy, too impractical. Seeing Wang Zheng's skill, Dongfeng was secretly horrified. This was impossible. Zaiju was a legend in the underground fighting world. With one leg alone, he could knock out a crowd of opponents. How could Wang Zheng stop him so easily now? Zaiju himself was stunned when he saw his kick controlled so effortlessly. What is going on? Immediately after that, Wang Zheng suddenly grabbed his leg. That forced Zaiju to spring backward and return to a defensive stance. This boy could see through his next move. While dodging his attacks with ease, Wang Zheng mocked him. "The path of Bajiquan is obvious. Although it blends fairly well with Muay Thai, you still make far too many moves. If it were me in the middle of a close quarters brawl, I would never let both of my feet leave the ground at the same time. That is far too dangerous." Wang Zheng used both hands to block Zaiju's attack. Zaiju shouted in frustration, "How can you see that?" Wang Zheng only sneered and gave him a condition. "Risk your life for me and I will tell you." Fully convinced by Wang Zheng's superior martial skill, Zaiju took it as a challenge and charged forward. "Fine, but you have to convince me." Wang Zheng casually blocked his punch with one hand and continued offering him benefits. "I can make your strength increase threefold." In the blink of an eye, Wang Zheng swiftly caught his opponent's arm. At this point, Zaiju had been completely restrained by him. "Do you submit?" But Zaiju remained firm, "I do not submit," as if teasing the defeated man. Wang Zheng kicked him and provoked him. "Then keep going." After being taunted, Zaiju immediately got back up. "Fine." He instantly threw a wind-tearing punch straight at Wang Zheng. Then he shouted as if determined to fight to the end like a true warrior. "Continue." Wang Zheng landed a vicious kick on Zaiju's waist. "No need, this can end now." The kick was so powerful that Zaiju was sent flying into the wall far away. Clutching his stomach, Zaiju struggled to stand in pain. I actually could not see his movement clearly. Wang Zheng looked at Dongfeng and said proudly, "The craving for strength has already shown itself. Do you think today's fight was exciting?" Dongfeng was stunned by his arrogant attitude. "Wang Zheng, you..." And right then, the door behind him suddenly opened. Dongfeng looked back and saw many more fierce martial world thugs entering the room. Every one of their faces was filled with killing intent. Some were even carrying combat batons. Dongfeng was startled. The King Hung gang, why are they here? Even their high-ranking core members had come. Leading them was Ming Hao. He gave the order, "Smash it." The lackeys shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." They began wrecking the nightclub in a frenzy. By now, Zaiju and Wang Zheng had made peace. Zaiju stepped out with the group and signaled to them, "Wait a moment, wait a moment." Then Zaiju asked Wang Zheng, "What you said about helping my strength increase threefold, was that true?" Wang Zheng answered with a bright expression, "Of course, as long as you work under me. I always keep my word. Of course, you can keep following Dong Feng's side if you want." Hearing this, Zaiju frowned and raised his voice. "Yang Dongfeng and I are only in an employer and hired hand relationship. As long as you can make my strength rise like yours, I will do anything you ask." Wang Zheng suggested, "What about murder and arson?" Zaiju understood his intention. "As long as it isn't too obvious, there won't be a problem." After hearing that, Wang Zheng patted him on the shoulder in satisfaction. "Very good. I'll hand you over to someone. He'll improve your martial arts." The next morning at the mansion, Wang Zheng received a call from Ming Qi while he was lifting weights. "Wang Zheng, do you remember Liu Xuan? Something happened to her." Ming Qi explained what had happened in the car. "Several police officers went to Liu Xuan's school. After I received her call, I immediately rushed to the school. I heard from her classmates that the police had taken her away." After hearing the story, he calmly replied, "Oh, they really aren't afraid of death. Leave it to me. Nothing will happen to Liu Xuan." Ming Qi reminded him, "All right, you absolutely have to get her out." Wang Zheng immediately dialed Ming Hao's number. "Ming Hao, help me find out where Zhou Feng's home near Capital Normal University is. The license plate is King WS 546. He dropped the dumbbell onto the table and waited for Ming Hao's reply. A moment later, Ming Hao successfully verified the information and sent it back to Wang Zheng by phone. After reading Ming Hao's message, Wang Zheng said with satisfaction, "No wonder he's a mob boss. He found the information this quickly. Zhou Feng, Zhou Kihua, you dared to bully my people. Just wait. You won't have a peaceful day again." He immediately gave Shishi an order. "Hey, Shangyu and Shishi, lend me a pair of your stockings." No one knew what he was planning. At a certain luxurious villa, Yi Hui opened the door and entered the room. She shut the door tightly and clutched her neck, gasping. "That rotten Liu girl was finally taken away by the police, and she even sprayed me with pepper spray. I had to get my stomach washed at the hospital and stay on an IV for the whole afternoon. Just watch me send her straight to the grave." But Yi Hui saw a shocking scene in front of her. It made her cry out, "My son!" It turned out that someone had stripped Zhou Feng completely naked, then tied him up tightly and hung him upside down from the ceiling. "Son, how did you end up like this?" Yi Hui rushed frantically toward her son. "Mom will let you down right now." Suddenly, she lost the ability to move her limbs, then collapsed to the floor. Her limbs were stuck firmly in place and she could not lift her hands. "My hands, my legs, I can't move anymore. What the hell is going on?" At that moment, Wang Zheng appeared. "Stop moving. I cooked up this rubber adhesive myself. It could even hold a car in place." He wore Shishi's stocking over his head, covering his face completely, making Yi Hui scream in terror. "You, who are you?" Wang Zheng raised his gun and took out a piece of tape, saying with disdain, "Relax. Although I like refined ladies once they're past their prime, I'm not interested." The tape was sealed tightly over her mouth, terrifying Yi Hui to the extreme. Then he turned to look at Zhou Feng, who was hanging upside down while holding a leather whip behind his back. "I came here today to settle one matter." As soon as he finished speaking, he lashed him hard, making the victim scream in pain. After warming up, he finally began to speak his mind. "You people will never understand how desperate someone feels when their life is ruined by abuse of power." Wang Zheng lashed Zhou Feng hard across the face again, knocking out 2 of his teeth. "But fortunately, you met me." Gripping the whip firmly with both hands, he threatened them coldly. "Now, at last, you have the chance to experience that kind of despair. Here it comes. Of course, I'm not a sadist. I just want you to understand." As he whipped Zhou Feng as a warning, he lectured them in a lofty tone. "Once you've done evil, you should wake up. Retribution will come." Seeing Yi Hui only able to watch helplessly as her son was beaten and sobbing uncontrollably, Wang Zheng mocked her smugly. "How about it, now that your son is being beaten, you know how much it hurts. Then what about when your beast of a son harmed someone else's daughter?" He beat Zhou Feng mercilessly. "Without me, the people you harmed would never recover. Today, I'll help you teach your son a lesson, so the pain will make him too afraid to do evil for the rest of his life." Finally, he let Zhou Feng drop to the floor with a thud, like a pig about to be slaughtered. Then he walked over to Yi Hui, cleared his throat, and made his demand. "This is only the beginning. Tell your husband he can either retire or be utterly ruined. If I find out about his monstrous crimes once everything is settled." Wang Zheng turned and left. "I won't mind putting in a little extra effort. I'll shoot him dead." Not long after, at the mansion, an online article was displayed on a computer screen. It turned out Ming Qi was reading the news. Miss Zhai had a question. "Although you went to the Zhou family that day, why didn't you just tell them to release Liu Xuan? And you asked me to teach those students to rise up and protest. With your abilities, you didn't need to go through all that, did you?" Hearing this, Wang Zheng calmly explained. "With the lesson from that day and a little pressure from public opinion, Liu Xuan definitely won't be in any danger. We We might even uncover Song Kihua's dirty tricks behind the scenes. He took a sip of water, very confident in her abilities. We might even find out who is behind Song Kihua and whose pawn this person really is. This left Ming-Chi extremely puzzled. Why are you so interested in this? Wang Zheng gently set the glass on the table, as if he already had some plan in mind. These matters are connected to you as well. It's just that now isn't the time to tell you. After saying that, he walked out of her study, leaving Ming-Chi watching him in exasperation. Meanwhile, in another luxurious mansion, Kihua angrily slammed his laptop down onto the table. He boldly asked his superior, "Do we need to hold Capital University accountable?" Unexpectedly, that only made the man even more furious. Hold them accountable, hold whom accountable, and you still suggest something this stupid at a time like this. The assistant was now so frightened that he could only cry out weakly. But, the man muttered while dialing his phone. A bunch of useless fools. As soon as the other end picked up, his attitude immediately changed. He spoke warmly, "Hello, old chief. This is Kihua. It really has been far too long since I last checked in on you." But unexpectedly, the other party already knew everything. "Enough, stop pretending. I know what this is about. If I protect you this time, it means telling everyone that you are one of my people," in a terrified tone. He tried to plead, "Please, old chief, pull me through one more time." The old chief said, "I can protect you one more time. But from now on, you will need to." At the mansion where Wang Zheng was temporarily staying, Jing Yi hurried over and held her phone screen out toward everyone. "Oh my god, it's all gone." Shishi frowned, displeased by her behavior. "You're always so worked up. Explain clearly what's gone." She immediately rattled off a string of words like a machine gun. "A few days ago, even up until this morning, we could still search for negative news about the Zhou family, but it was all just taken down." Ming-Chi suddenly became interested and joined the conversation. To control all the media at once, how many people in all of China could have that kind of ability? Wang Zheng sat there thinking calmly, repeating her words. How many people could have that kind of ability? That made Shishi seem to realize something. "Are you saying that?" But he still kept a teasing attitude toward the beauty. "You said it, not me." He secretly thought about his future moves. Next, he should use the pawn Song Kihua to open up a breach. At that police station, Wang Zheng was waiting outside the entrance with a luxury four-seater car. Liu Xuan walked out of the station looking completely exhausted, seeing that familiar face. Her eyes filled with tears. Then she burst into sobs, tears streaming down both sides of her face. Wang Zheng only watched in silence. She asked, "Why didn't Sister Cheng Fei come?" He replied, "She wasn't free, so I came to pick you up." Liu Xuan wiped her tears and smiled. "Wang Zheng, thank you so much this time." He seemed to sense her sincerity. "How do you want to thank me? But don't think about repaying me with yourself. I won't agree to that." She chided Wang Zheng affectionately. "Come on, you never act serious at all. You're not the only one I need to thank. Let's go, to celebrate your safe return. I'll treat you to a meal." The two continued their conversation in the car. As for Zhou Feng, "What are you planning to do?" Wang Zheng calmly said. "Someone like him won't stop acting wildly unless he gets a proper beating." While he was driving, Liu Xuan continued asking questions. "You hit him?" "Of course I hit him. A guy that ugly still wanted a girl. If I didn't give him some cosmetic surgery, I'd feel really uncomfortable." He stopped the car and went with Liu Xuan into a roadside restaurant to eat. While eating, Liu Xuan still could not hide her disbelief at the way Wang Zheng had tortured the man. "You are really too cruel, unbelievably cruel." Yet he still looked calm, even slightly smug. "How am I cruel?" Liu Xuan shot him a look. "Of course you're cruel. You whipped his butt once and he could still lie down and sleep. Then you whipped his whole body, and even splashed chilly water all over him. What position did you expect him to sleep in after that?" "Standing up," Wang Zheng answered slowly. He couldn't stand. "I gave the soles of his feet 2 lashes too." Hearing that, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha, you really are." Just then, he received an urgent call from Shishi. "Wang Zheng, my father has collapsed. You must come back quickly." After receiving her order, he immediately stood up. "I have something to deal with. Head home by yourself. If anything happens, call me." A short while later, he drove back to the Shangyuan family estate. Besides Wang Zheng's four-seater car, there was also a convertible sports car. He skillfully drifted forward to overtake it. It turned out Xing Lang was behind the wheel. He was stunned by Wang Zheng's reckless driving skills. Where did this death-wishing idiot come from? Looking back at Xing Lang, he thought to himself that Shangyuan Jiazhang's eldest brother's second son was probably after the family fortune again. At that moment, many people had gathered at the Shangyuan residence. As soon as Tianyu saw Wang Zheng walk in, she could not hide her displeasure. She spoke up, "Who are you?" But he paid no attention at all and calmly kept walking with his eyes closed. Completely ignored, she angrily shouted, "The Shangyuan family's affairs don't need outsiders meddling. If you know what's good for you, get out now." Only then did he respond to Tianyu's words. "I'm the bodyguard of." It seemed the other members of the Shangyuan family had very little respect for him. They burst into wild laughter. Tianyu's contempt for him reached its peak. You're just a bodyguard, get out of here right now. Fortunately, Shishi came down in time to intervene, as his presence in the Shangyuan household was clearly unwelcome. Wang Zheng, you're finally here, come up quickly. Seeing this, Xingling immediately joined his siblings in pressuring her. Stop right there. Shishi, why bring a bodyguard with you at a time like this? Could he possibly cure third uncle's illness? How ridiculous! Tianyu crossed her arms and frowned arrogantly. Shishi, let me give you some advice. At a time like this, don't let outsiders take advantage of the situation. Our Shangyuan family has built up wealth over many years. We can't let it fall into the hands of someone with evil intentions. Hearing the malice hidden in every word, Shishi immediately retorted. My father is only sick and you're already talking about inheritance. Are you cursing my father? Wang Zheng, come up here. Jia Zheng was lying motionless on the bed in the room. Looking worried, Shishi urged him. Wang Zheng, hurry and see what's wrong. I invited several famous Western medicine specialists earlier. They drew blood and ran tests but found nothing. I have no idea what's wrong with my father, so I sent them away. He firmly held the man's hand to take his pulse. The pulse was normal, the heartbeat was normal, but his eyes remained tightly shut. He seemed completely unconscious. What exactly was going on? Right then, Jilin entered the room. He also looked down on Wang Zheng. What could a young man possibly know? Can he really diagnose Jia Zheng's condition? I'll agree to give him 1 billion, but if he can't figure it out, he should get out immediately. Hearing this, Shishi turned toward him. So what's the situation exactly? Hurry and give me an answer. Then he casually replied, I think poisoning is a possibility. Shishi stared blankly at Wang Zheng. Poisoned? How is that possible? He shook his head and said calmly, I don't know, I've never seen a condition like this before, but this is definitely not an ordinary illness. I often deal with poison. I can't determine exactly what kind yet, but there's an 80% chance your father was poisoned. As soon as he finished speaking, Jilin immediately argued angrily. What are you basing that on? He answered briefly while taking out an acupuncture needle from the box. Instinct. Then he used the needle on an acupoint on Jia Zheng's hand. Jilin still had no faith in his abilities. HMPH, what good is instinct? Shishi, you're being far too irresponsible toward your father. You randomly brought some quack doctor here to treat him. Do you want him to die sooner? Shishi kept shaking her head, clearly unconvinced. Second uncle, you're still making sarcastic remarks at a time like this. You're the one who wants something to happen to my father. As long as my father is still here, you can forget about inheriting the position of family head. The tense argument between uncle and niece was immediately interrupted by Jayaki. What's with all this shouting? He had arrived with an important announcement. All shareholders of Julong International will hold a meeting tomorrow at noon to decide who will temporarily take over Jia Zheng's duties during his illness. Shishi will attend in her father's place. So in the end, everything behind it was just a power struggle among members of the Shangyuan family. By now, she understood clearly. Uncle, what exactly do you mean by this? My father is lying in a hospital bed right now, and no one knows whether he will live or die. Yet you have already started discussing how to divide the inheritance. If grandfather found out, he would be heartbroken. She thought those words would move him, but he did not care at all. He even turned around and blamed her instead. Insolent, is that the tone you use when speaking to an elder? You have no respect at all. Also, it is better not to tell your grandfather about family affairs. He is already old. He cannot withstand such distress. After that, the remaining members of the Shangyuan family left one after another. Only Shishi and Wang Zheng were left in the room. She cried from helplessness while he calmly comforted her. Do not worry, I am here. Give me some time, and I will definitely cure your father. Sometime later in the city, inside a conference building, Eileen was trying to persuade Shishi to withdraw from the upcoming general election of the Shangyuan family. Listen to me, Shishi. Even if it comes to a vote, your eldest uncle has the advantage. Why insist on staying here and suffering? At your age, you should be falling in love. Then finding a man to marry, that would be wonderful. Jilin leisurely enjoyed his cigar and took the chance to add fuel to the fire, criticizing his niece harshly. I think she hopes to become the family head. I did not expect someone so young to already be so greedy and corrupt. If this continues, what kind of disgrace will that be? But she was not someone who would easily back down. I cannot withdraw. My father left everything behind and I must manage it properly for him until the day he wakes up. Jilin did not believe it in the slightest. It is not even certain whether he can wake up. Stop wasting time here and hurry up with the vote. I still have a golf appointment. Just then, Wang Zheng arrived at the meeting and immediately looked fed up. Then he pushed the door open hard and walked in. The moment he entered the room, his eyes immediately found Shishi. She smiled, but her eyes looked ready to spill tears. Wang Zheng's appearance drove Jilin into a rage. Where did this dog come from? Get out of here right now. But Wang Zheng remained calm and did not shrink back at all. I am not a rich heir and I am not a son-in-law of the Shangyuan family. I am only Shangyuan Shishi's bodyguard. A bodyguard cannot let his employer suffer grievances. I also have no desire to be dragged into the business world. So if she sheds a tear, I will cripple your hand." Even after he said that much, Jialin still refused to listen. He shouted and ranted like a madman. "Security, security, drag this man out for me." Wang Zheng immediately pulled out a knife and drove it hard into the table. With a stern expression, he made his warning clear, leaving everyone stunned. "Do not doubt the truth of what I said." A moment later, Shishi stood up and spoke calmly. "Then let it be settled this way. While my father is ill, I will be responsible for all affairs of Giant Banyan International. I hope all colleagues will cooperate. If there is nothing else, today's shareholders meeting ends here." Jialin could only remain silent in resentment. He and the others left the conference room under Shishi's watchful gaze. Afterward, with a brighter expression, she turned to Wang Zheng. "Did we push them too hard? After all, they are still my elders." But how could Wang Zheng trust people that selfish? He replied, "Even if you do not push them, they will not show you any mercy. The business world is like that. Sometimes it is even crueler than the battlefield. I would rather charge forward on a battlefield than stay in the business world and fight schemes." Hearing this, Shishi argued back. "But I feel like your heart is darker than anyone's. Wang Zheng, you have helped me so much, yet I often lose my temper and treat you badly." He still did not miss the chance to tease her. "Do not worry. How could I hold a grudge against a girl with irregular periods?" After hearing that, she flew into a rage. "You are dead today." Shishi sat and thought about her relative's schemes, wanting to gain control of Giant Banyan Group in a short period of time. Moreover, there are several colleagues with sinister and unpredictable intentions. It seems this will be an extremely difficult matter. She turned to Wang Zheng and said, "Grandfather has lived in seclusion for many years, and father happened to fall ill at such a critical moment. Wang Zheng, I need your help." He fell silent, recalling her family background. Shangyu and Yingzhen devoted 30 years of his life to building Jurong. After announcing that his third son would inherit the business, he suddenly retired into seclusion. Time proved that his judgment was extremely accurate. For more than 20 years, the Shangyuan family has held the position of family head. Jurong International truly developed far beyond before. Facing such immense pressure, Shishi seemed overwhelmed, and even he himself felt troubled by the countless recent events. He raised both hands to rub his head, remembering the first time he met Cheng Fei after she was poisoned. And now her father had been poisoned as well. Too many things have happened lately. I need to find some clues first. During this period, stay at Jurong. I'll call Zhang Yang over to protect you, and I'll take some time to rest myself. Seeing his efforts, Fei Fei secretly thought there might be some kind of agreement between Wang Zheng and her father. Now that her father was in trouble, he definitely needed time to investigate. After that, she thanked him. "All right, thank you." Wang Zheng stood up and was about to leave the room, but Shishi called out to him. "Wang Zheng." Confused, he turned back as she shyly confessed, "If you ever need the support of the Shangyuan family in the future, I will definitely use all of Jurong International's strength to help you. And one more thing, I believe you will definitely cure my father." Hearing that, he confidently raised 3 fingers. Miss Shangyuan suddenly acting like this really makes me a little unaccustomed to it. And the third point, I will definitely do my best to cure your irregular menstruation. Shishi crossed her arms. There you go again. How boring. Sometime later at the airport, Kitty and Dong Tong arrived in Huaxia under the escort of David and Mark. A young boy looked at them with disdain. "Without Keanu Rivers here, what kind of fake empire hacker are you pretending to be?" However, Dong Tong only needed to glare at him once before the boy trembled in terror. Seeing that, Kitty immediately corrected him. "Yang, stop showing off your abilities all the time. You scared the little boy." He looked up at the ceiling as if reminiscing about America. Then Zheng Heyi blurted out, "Huaxia, Dong Tongqing has finally returned." Outside the airport, Kitty's group passed by Dong Feng, who was waiting beside a gleaming black luxury car. He spotted Dong Tong while playing with a cigarette. Immediately, he rushed toward him and shouted, "Brother." Seeing the interesting scene, Kitty commented to him, "That's your younger brother. Hard to believe they're so different. His steps are completely unsteady. Looks like alcohol and women have drained him dry. Seems he's pretty afraid of you." Dong Feng was overjoyed by Dong Tong's return. "Brother, you've finally come back." Even so, Dong Tong still held many bitter feelings toward Dong Feng. No need to force such a fake smile. "I know you're not exactly happy about my return. You turned father's business into this mess, and you still dare show your face before me." Dong Feng could only scratch his head awkwardly and laugh. "Well, brother, this was father's idea. He wanted me to follow you and seriously learn something." It seemed Dong Tong had already arranged everything beforehand. He crossed his arms and told Dong Feng, "I don't think that's necessary. I've already contacted a university in Europe for you. Your plane ticket has also been booked. You'll leave tomorrow." Hearing that, Dong Feng instantly became completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. "Brother, how can this be? Father decided this. Are you going against father's wishes? Dong Tong still stubbornly stood by his decision. I don't think father will change my decision. Besides, once I've made up my mind, no one can change it. At this moment, Dong Feng had finally reached his limit. He shouted angrily in dissatisfaction. What gives you the right to decide my life? He thought those painful words might shake Dong Tong, but he was wrong. I don't need to explain myself. Out there, you'll eat well and dress well. If you refuse to go, then don't even dream of stepping through the doors of the Dong family again. Witnessing the heartbreaking conflict between the two brothers, Katie finally spoke up to scold him. Yang, how could you treat your own brother like this? He really does seem pitiful. From now on, he won't even have a home to return to. After hearing that, he immediately replied, Kitty, my family matters are none of your business. The principal sent you here to assist me. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, especially about my family affairs. Kitty then turned to ask him about the next plan. Yang, when are you planning to meet our allies in Huaxia? He thought for a moment before answering her. Our allies. As far as I can tell, they're nothing more than stumbling stones. Dong Song firmly believed the plan would succeed perfectly, but Kitty clearly didn't trust him that much. You're far too confident. Doesn't Huaxia have a saying? Humility helps people improve. I don't think I'll ever see you act humble in this lifetime. After that, he continued walking forward. A lot of things are going to happen in Huaxia. Things that will make you happy. Then he laid out the next step of the plan. Let's go visit our old friend first. A matte black car stopped in front of the Century Legend nightclub. Dong Song stepped out aggressively and announced, I'm back tonight. Inside the bar, the young crowd was swaying freely to the pounding music. He entered the hall together with Kitty and his two subordinates. Then he gave an order. Just one word, yet it tore apart the lively atmosphere. Smash it! David and Mark immediately nodded and obeyed. The waiter standing nearby looked both shocked and confused at the sight. A second later, he was lifted into the air by both hands, helpless except for screaming in terror. Without saying a word, David violently hurled the waiter away. The man slammed directly into the liquor cabinet ahead, and the sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the nightclub. The waiter lay unconscious among the shattered wine bottles after the brutal impact. The customers who witnessed the scene immediately fled in panic. Screams echoed everywhere. At that moment, the nightclub manager Huang Ba emerged from the chaotic crowd, irritation obvious in his eyes. He raised his fist and swung it toward David, shouting as if to boost his own courage. Even Kitty curled her lips into a grin and praised him. Not bad, you've got guts. He punched straight into David's stomach, yet the other man did not move in the slightest. David simply stood there, staring at Huang Ba without a single expression on his face. Then he raised his hand and returned the punch. Unlike Huang Ba's powerless strike, Huang Ba himself was blasted several meters away. Clutching the spot where he had been hit, he painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could even recover his senses, a foot suddenly stomped directly onto Huang Ba's face. The one committing this arrogant act was Dong Song. As he pressed down harder with his foot, he coldly warned, "Pass a message to Li Minghao for me. The underworld of this capital isn't his alone to control." Sometime later, Minghao's figure slowly entered his own establishment, though it was now in complete disarray. He quickly walked over to Huang Ba, who was lying miserably on the floor. Seeing this scene, he could not suppress his anger and demanded, "Who did this?" Tears and snot streamed down Huang Ba's face as he blamed himself. "Boss, I've let you down." Hearing that, Minghao immediately declared, "Get to the hospital now. Blood debts must be repaid with blood." The early morning sunlight filtered through the hospital windows. He sat beside Huang Ba's hospital bed and questioned him, "Tell me exactly what happened." Huang Ba did not dare hide anything and quickly reported everything in detail. 3 men and 1 woman. The 2 white men were incredibly strong. "I only took 4 hits before my ribs were broken, boss. That man told me to pass a message to you. The underworld of this capital is not something he alone gets to decide." Minghao was visibly surprised when he heard this, then thought, when did these foreign experts get here? Is their target me? Then he spoke to reassure her. "Don't worry, just focus on recovering. I promise you whatever you lost I will get back many times over." Li Minghao had never failed to keep his word. In another high-rise building, Xing'ai held a dress in her hands and kept asking the person beside her, "Shishi, do you think this dress suits me? There's a party tonight, do you want to go?" Unable to stand the noise, Shishi turned to her assistant. "Arrange a cage for me and lock her in it. She's driving me crazy." Suddenly, she received a phone call. The words from the other end were unpleasant, and she snapped back in annoyance. "What, you want me to go home for a blind date? Han Chuasu, what on earth are you thinking? What's wrong with your head? Your daughter is still so young, yet you're already restless and want to marry me off." On the other end, Chuasu calmly gave an order. "Come back at once. Otherwise, I'll have your mother bring you home." Hearing that threat, Xing'ai refused to back down. "My mother, Han Tiger, do you think no one knows you're afraid of your wife? You act like a hero outside all day. So why do you become so obedient the moment you get home?" He was so angry that he sprang up from his chair. "How dare you talk to your father like that? You must be home before noon tomorrow. No delays. Otherwise, I'll send someone to drag you back." At that moment, she turned to the person she trusted most for help. What do I do? What do I do? My dad is angry. Shishi, what do I do? Shishi calmly turned her head and mocked her. What are you panicking for? What if he's the perfect husband? Maybe the two of you will take one look at each other and fall for each other right away. Xingai was very dissatisfied when she heard that. I don't want that. I still want to have fun. I don't want to get married so early. Shishi, you have to think of a way to help me. Only then did Shishi turn the issue back around. You're only 20. Why is your father so anxious to marry you off? Her mind was in a complete mess now. Exactly. Ever since I was little, Dad has never let me suffer any grievance. I have no idea what's going on this time. Suddenly, Xingai came up with an idea, her heart full of hope. It's just a blind date, right? When the time comes, I just need to dislike the other person and it'll be over. Right? Early morning sunlight poured from the clear sky onto the modern house. Wang Zheng sat silently reading a book, sighing in boredom. It would be great if I could contact him right now. I really don't know where that old man is wandering around. He recalled the moment he had stood still and saluted the man, then reasoned it out. Back then, he told me to come here and serve as Shishi's bodyguard. Could it really be related to the collapse of Dragon Scale years ago? The man sat in his chair and instructed him, don't try to contact me. When there is a mission, I will notify you. Back in the present, Wang Zheng closed the book in frustration, mixed with a little worry. Where exactly are you now? Don't you dare die before my eyes. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled as a force pushed against it. Xingai appeared from behind the door with a sweet call. Zheng, with a helpless expression, he exposed her scheme. Why are you acting so flattering? Sneaking around like this is annoying me. Just say what you want. Outside, Xingai smiled gently, but inside, a blazing fire had already flared up. Then she walked behind Wang Zheng, placed her hands on his shoulders and fawned over him. Zheng, you must be tired, right? Let me help you loosen your muscles. Hearing this, Wang Zheng played along. All right, then do it for half an hour. Seeing this, Shishi burst out laughing several times. Only then did Xingai admit the truth in frustration. Wang Zheng, I'll be honest, I need your help with something. The morning sun shone through the golden glass window, illuminating the fresh green bushes. After hearing the story, Wang Zheng jumped in shock and refused. What? You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? No way, no way. I've been very busy these past few days. Xingai clasped her hands in front of her, pleading with a pained look in her eyes. Wang Zheng, I have no other choice. My father is forcing me to go on a blind date. I do not want to, and I definitely do not want to get married. Tomorrow, just act along with me. He looked toward Shishi for help, secretly calculating in his heart. He had long heard that Han Chuatu's wife was a fierce tigress, and going there would be no different from entering a tiger's den. It would be hard to come out alive. At this point, she could only shake her head helplessly. Receiving no reply, Xingai pounced forward again and threatened him. If you do not go, I will say I am carrying your child. With my mother's fiery temper, I am afraid she will shoot you dead on the spot. Wang Zheng had no choice but to give in. Miss Han, I will agree this time, but if your parents shoot at me, you have to stop them. By the way, do I need to wear a bulletproof vest? Under the sunlight, the brown and white house stood out beautifully. Beneath the painted sky, this was the Han family residence. Tianping and Bei Jiang sat properly on the sofa, and he took the liberty of speaking first. Brother Han, Su Ming and I came here today because we wanted to meet your Xingai. I think the two children are about the same age, so I shamelessly came to visit today. Chuatu sat across from him, smiling brightly. She was extremely satisfied with this future son-in-law. When I look at your Tianming, I feel he has bright eyes and he is not only talented, but also an outstanding young man. If Xingai marries a young man like Su Ming, I will feel very relieved. Hearing this, he also spoke honestly. Actually, I have always had a secret crush on her. It has been several years, Auntie, but I still do not know how Xingai feels about me. Yanqing immediately reassured him. What opinion could she possibly have? Xingai has always been obedient since she was little. Besides, who would not like you after seeing you? This truly is a match made by fate. Uncle Wang picked up his teacup, ready to enjoy it. Yet his face could not hide his joy. If we can settle their marriage, my father will also be very happy. She gave a radiant smile and asked tentatively, could this be old Master Su's idea? Then Yanqing secretly thought to herself, if old Master Su is pleased, then this matter is surely settled. If we can become in-laws with a top political family in China, then our days from now on. After that, she turned to Chuatu and complained, why has Xingai still not returned? This girl is becoming more and more inconsiderate. I will call and hurry her. Suddenly, in the quiet air, the noisy barking of a dog rang out. He immediately stood up and announced that father had returned from walking the dog. Everyone be careful. This dog is very fierce and bites strangers on sight. Bao Guo came in through the door, holding the leash of a dog that kept barking loudly. Then he bent down and gently stroked its head, reminding it not to bark anymore. They are all family, old friend, go rest. You are already old. Yet your temper is still so fierce. Seeing this scene, Tianming quickly walked up to Bao Guo to greet him. Hello, Grandpa Han, I am Su Ming. The old man kindly praised him. Old Su has a fine grandson. We are already old and the world now belongs to you young people. Then he glanced toward the dog. His tone carried a hint of flattery. This dog is very intelligent. It seems you must have put a lot of effort into training it. As if his favorite topic had been touched, Bao Guo quickly began talking about the dog. It has kept me company for 15 years. It is a German black-backed shepherd, and it was also the service dog I brought home when I retired from the army. It was 8 years old back then. The moment I saw it, I liked it. After raising it for more than a year, this dog made me feel truly fortunate. Its vigilance is far beyond ordinary. Then he reached down to stroke its back and continued. Its body is covered in scars, but every one of them is its glory. Hearing this, Tianming finally asked curiously, Grandpa Han, what is this dog's name? The dog smiled as brightly as a flower along with the old man's answer. Its name is Long. Before long, the matte black car arrived in front of the large house. Inside, Yan Qing heard the sound and turned toward the door, guessing. It is probably Xingai coming back. Sure enough, she quickly opened the door and stepped inside, calling out behind her, Wang Zheng, hurry up and come out. Stop hiding over there, my grandfather is here too. Hearing those words, he could not help staring wide-eyed, so frightened that he was speechless. With Wang Zheng holding her arm, her embarrassment eased somewhat. Only then did Xingai turn and give him serious instruction. It seemed the blind date was Tianming. He is Su Ran's younger brother. The man beside him is Uncle Gang, Deputy Minister of National Defense. You may know him. Wang Zheng, act properly. I am warning you, you are not allowed to do anything to me. Seeing her daughter so close to a man, Yan Qing quickly came over to ask what was going on. Xingai, what is this? She stated firmly, this is my boyfriend. He then introduced himself, Auntie, Uncle Su, hello everyone, my name is Wang Zheng. I came in a bit of a hurry today and did not have time to prepare any gifts. I hope you will forgive me. Suddenly, Dragon's small furry ears twitched several times. When it turned around, it saw something that shocked it deeply. It immediately kicked off with its hind legs and leapt forward. Baegua was just as stunned by Dragon's reaction. Dragon flew toward Wang Zheng and happily threw itself into his arms. Witnessing this joyful scene, Xingai widened her eyes in astonishment. Tianming merely watched everything in silence. The excited dog kept licking Wang Zheng's face and he also called its name with excitement. Dragon. Fragments of memory gradually returned. The two of them played together on the steps, innocent joy showing on his face. There were also times when he seriously trained Dragon to jump through hoops. But tragedy struck without warning. One day, he held a sheet of paper in his hand, his face filled with sorrow. The paper contained a list of personnel who had died in service. One dazzling name stood out among the lines, Dragon. Back in the present, Wang Zheng stroked the dog he had thought he would never see again, secretly overjoyed. I have found another family member. Watching this reunion, Baegua was also filled with emotion. It seemed Dragon had found its true owner. Xingai looked warmly at the man and dog clinging to each other. Tianming suddenly stepped forward and saluted beside him, leaving Wang Zheng extremely surprised. Then the Su father and son quickly walked toward the exit below. The older man approached him and asked about the past. Which special forces unit were you in? Wang Zheng politely stood up straight and answered modestly. You could say that, I only specialized in training dogs. Then he continued informing everyone, Senior, Auntie, Uncle Xingai, I should go now. As if understanding those words, Dragon raised its paw, trying to hold him back. Wang Zheng immediately bent down, stroked it, and comforted it. Stay here. I will come visit you later. In his heart, he quickly made a plan. Once I finish everything I need to do, I will take you with me, Dragon. I hope you can live until that day. After that, he turned and prepared to leave, leaving Xingai behind, deeply moved and in tears. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and announced firmly, Dad, I want to join the army. Chuasu looked at his daughter with some suspicion and asked again, Have you thought it through? You are not trying to run away from the marriage, are you? Xingai ignored those sarcastic words and was very decisive. She answered yes. With no reason left to stop her, he reached out, rubbed his precious daughter's head and advised her. Since you have thought it through, then go. No one wants you to shoulder the Han family's burden, so do not put pressure on yourself. Chuasu quickly came up with a suitable plan. There was a hint of intention in his words. Then go to the Ningzhu military district for training for a while, and afterward study at the National Defense University. I will not tell anyone else that you are a daughter of the Han family. But you must not disgrace the Han family. Under the blazing sunlight, the building's glass reflected the clear and beautiful sky. Shishi sat on the sofa hugging her knees, and every word she spoke was about that lovely girl. I really miss Xing. I only heard that she went to the Ningzhu military district. I do not know how she is living now. She was spoiled from childhood, delicate and pampered. Can she really endure hardship? She did not even say a word to me before leaving. Wang Zheng gazed distantly at the city outside the window, his expression extremely serious, as if he were thinking about an important matter. You people work quickly. Wang Zheng looked at the cityscape and suddenly asked tentatively, Do you know Shang Yunyung Seo? Shishi quickly turned her head, her tone doubtful. You mean Uncle Jayaki's eldest son? Without waiting for an answer, she analyzed them one by one. His family had been rich for generations, and Shangyu Qinglang behaved recklessly. Shangyu Yunxiao, however, was calm and steady. Shishi pictured Yunxiao in her mind and went on praising him. Land in the capital is so expensive, yet Shangyu Yunxiao owns a huge plot and even built a mini farm on it. After hearing that, he tilted his head slightly and smiled mockingly. He really does keep away from worldly affairs. Seeing this, she had to give him a warning. You should still act carefully. Do not be fooled by how steady he looks. Who knows what kind of person he is behind the scenes? I heard Shangyu Qinglang fears nothing, yet he is afraid of his elder brother. Wang Zheng dusted off his hands and invited her without the slightest hesitation. Let's go. I heard second young Master Qinglang might be throwing a lavish party at his villa. Let's go join the fun. Shishi became interested, tossed the throw pillow aside, and left at once. A modern high-rise residence appeared. It was Shangyu Qinglang's home. Inside, he was indulging himself wildly, with a girl in each arm. Suddenly, several loud bangs interrupted his fun. Having his good time ruined at a moment like this, Qinglang immediately lost his temper and shouted, "Who out there has a death wish?" He quickly went to the door. Full of confusion, he looked through the peephole. It turned out that Shangyu Yunxiao was outside. A flustered Qinglang opened the door for his brother. "Brother, why are you here?" Yunxiao happily lifted the white bag in his hand. "The rabbits I raised. I slaughtered 2 and brought 1 over for you. I know you hired a chef from a 5-star restaurant. Since I am already here, I would also like to taste your chef's cooking today." Hearing that, Qinglang felt both pained and slightly reproachful. "Brother, why go through all that trouble? Whatever you want to eat, I can have someone bring it straight to you. Why take such a roundabout way?" Yunxiao was walking forward but quickly turned back, his tone full of questioning. "Everyone has their own hobbies. Mine happens to be this. And you, before I came, what were you doing?" Having been exposed, Qinglang scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother, you know how it is. That is my hobby." The lighter had just been flicked on. Just as the cigarette between his lips was about to be lit, Qinglang had already moved over to the sofa, looking deeply concerned. "Brother, now that third uncle has fallen ill, do you really have no other thoughts? Letting that boy Ming take that position does not feel worthwhile to me." Yunxiao also looked extremely troubled but still tried to reassure him. "We do not know when third uncle will wake up. For now, do not worry about these things. Third uncle has not had it easy all these years either. Without him, how could we have received such large profit shares every year? This time heaven really is jealous of talent." Qinglang's brows tightened, smoke curling with every word he spoke. "Brother, if you could take that position, you would definitely do even better than third uncle." Yunxiao hurriedly declined tactfully and changed the subject. "You know I am not interested. Hurry up and have the chef make the food. It would not be good to let me go hungry." Hearing that, Qinglang understood the situation and said no more. "Fine, I will make the call right now." Yunxiao then made another calm request. "Have those 2 beauties of yours eat with us too. The more people, the livelier it is." This left Qinglang gaping in shock. Meanwhile, a matte black car sped up to Qinglang's home. Standing before the towering gate, Wang Zheng spoke in an admiring tone. "Is this the place? Such a huge villa and only one person lives here. Shangyu Qinglang really knows how to enjoy himself." Shishi crossed her arms and analyzed the owner of this place. "Unless I am mistaken, this brother of mine is probably very busy right now." He shaded his eyes from the sunlight with his hand and continued looking upward. "A life like this really makes people envious." She glanced over and teased him. "What, you want this too?" Wang Zheng awkwardly tried to change the subject. "Of course I do, but that definitely will not change my action." Shishi walked over to the yellow convertible and brought up an old matter. "Last time, you saw his car at the gate. He scratched the car you borrowed from Sister Mengfei. We cannot just let that go." Having hit his sore spot, Wang Zheng curled his lips slyly and pulled out the big weapon. "I have been holding back my desire for revenge for a long time. Do you know how nasty his insults were?" Suddenly, she seemed to spot something. "Wait." A thoughtful look suddenly crossed Shishi's face. It seemed Shangyu Yunxiao had arrived. Wang Zheng also looked over excitedly. Today just got even better. He casually raised the knife and lightly ran his fingers over it. Since they were already here, there was no way they could leave empty-handed. "Did you forget, when your father was in a deep coma, what did he and your cousins say in the living room?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his hand and sent it flying through the air. The knife struck the rear tire of the car with perfect accuracy. Wang Zheng kept causing trouble, slashing several lines across the car's body with the knife. Shishi not only didn't stop him, she joined in and laughed. Qinglang came out from inside and, seeing his beloved car being destroyed, was furious. "What are you doing?" Without the slightest restraint, he cursed at them. "Shangyu and Shishi, why aren't you controlling your dog?" Shishi would never let her friend get bullied. She clenched her fists and shouted, "Who are you calling a dog?" Meanwhile, Wang Zheng kept wrecking the car. Ignoring everything around him, Qinglang immediately pointed behind him and snapped, "I'm talking about him. Your dog biting people everywhere. Clearly the owner is no better. Shangyu and Shishi, I'm warning you, within 3 days. Buy me a brand new Porsche or you'll regret it. She spread her hands and replied indifferently, suit yourself. I'm not paying anyway. Wang Zheng smashed that car. Given the go-ahead, he somehow pulled out a massive hammer. I've been waiting to hear that. Wang Zheng swung the hammer down onto the convertible, producing a thunderous crash. King Leng completely lost his composure, flailing his arms. Shangyu and Shishi. Just then Yunxiao stepped outside and warmly called out, Shishi, come inside and talk. Seeing him, she looked briefly surprised and told Wang Zheng to stop. Brother Yunxiao, Wang Zheng stopped smashing it. King Leng, still fuming, hurried to complain. Big brother, look what Shishi did. She came to my house and wrecked my car. Ever since third uncle got sick, has nobody been keeping her in line. This brat thinks she's above everyone. Yunxiao kept his calm, pointing toward the house. All right, come inside and have a drink. I brought some food from the farm. It's already noon, don't leave yet, let's eat together. Then he walked over and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Shangyu and Yunxiao. I've long heard that Shishi's bodyguard is impressive. Today I finally get to meet you. Wang Zheng casually tossed aside the hammer and stepped forward to shake hands. He replied politely, I've also heard of the eldest son of the Shangyuan family and your farm. To be honest, I'm very interested. Would it be possible to take a look around? Yunxiao smiled politely and agreed warmly. Of course. As long as you don't mind my place being shabby and dirty. After lunch, we can head over. I brought back some rare chrysanthemum varieties from overseas and they're about to bloom. Wang Zheng answered politely, then I'll trouble you. But inwardly, he admired the man. Faced with a fortune worth nearly $1 billion, he showed no greed at all. Either this man truly cared nothing for wealth and power, or he was quietly hiding his abilities. Whether friend or enemy, he would not be simple to deal with. After that, the four of them entered together. The moment they reached the doorway, Wang Zheng made a judgment. The scent of female hormones is strong here, definitely more than 1 or 2 women. Shishi looked extremely embarrassed, mixed with irritation, and snorted. At that moment, everyone sat down at the dining table. Wang Zheng wolfed down the food, making her hand him a tissue and remind him, slow down, you'll choke. Taking the chance, King Leng sneered, I have no idea where this uncivilized thing came from. Shangyu and Shishi, do your dogs usually sit at the dining table too? With his mouth still full, Wang Zheng refused to back down. You're right. But I'm the best hunting dog around. You'd better not become my target. Otherwise, even if you don't get bitten to death, you'll be crippled for life. Yunxiao hurriedly stood up to stop the argument. King Leng stopped making a scene. Shishi rarely visits. Shishi, I raised this rabbit myself. Try it and see how it tastes. Wang Zheng suddenly noticed the hand the other man used to pick up food. You're left-handed. Shishi casually turned to explain for him. Yunxiao really is left-handed. Back when he was in school, he always wrote with his left hand. Even after 2 years of correcting it, he was still the same. Left-handed people are very smart. He ranked first in the whole school on every exam. Back then, Yunxiao had the highest score on the capital's high school entrance exam. Wang Zheng could not help gaping in astonishment. That is really impressive, but inside he was secretly annoyed. The people I hate most are the ones with high IQs. She kept rambling on about the story from earlier with a regretful look, but unfortunately, Yunxiao later went abroad to study. He did not take the college entrance exam. Otherwise, he definitely would have had the highest score in the capital. Wang Zheng kept eating, talking with his mouth full. Isn't the rural scenery abroad even better than here? A huge farm of several thousand square kilometers would be amazing. I went there once before. The cattle industry there is very developed. King Leng propped his chin on his hand, his attitude full of contempt. A dog can go abroad too, and even travel all over the place. Did you dog paddle there? Wang Zheng was not angry at all and even shot back with a sarcastic remark. You actually got it right. I have dog paddled my way abroad before. He calmly ignored those words. Who would believe that? Only then did Yunxiao turn to talk about his own plans. Living far from home in a foreign land is not a long-term plan. When it comes to farming, I have always felt the land in Cathay is better. Abroad, I cannot find the feeling of my ancestral homeland. Wang Zheng found those words a little ridiculous, so he teased him. An ancestral homeland only counts when it is the land back home. You shoot guns. Yunxiao did not mind at all and kept talking about the past. He used to love going to the shooting range, but later, after taking care of flowers and plants, he no longer had the time. Gradually, he lost interest too. Wang Zheng looked playful and asked as if casually, your hands are covered in calluses. Looks like you usually work pretty hard, huh? After hearing those words, King Leng immediately found them unpleasant and slammed the table as he questioned him. Whether my brother works or not, what does it have to do with you? Ignoring his younger brother's outburst, Yunxiao still invited them naturally. The farm is very large. I am busy handling it alone, so I want a few more people to help out. Come on, let us go take a look at the farm. The rabbit bone, picked clean of meat, was dropped onto the table. He immediately gave Yun Zio an approving thumbs up. This rabbit meat really was delicious. Later, he would have to go to the farm and catch a few to take back. Yun Zio was also very generous. Okay, when we head back, I will have someone load them into the car for you. The clear sky, paired with the cool forest below, created an absolutely pleasing scene. The white car took them to Yunzao's vast farm. Standing outside, he pointed around, speaking with great expertise. This is the cabbage field. Every year, it produces more than 10,000 kilograms of cabbage. This variety was all tested by aerospace researchers and brought into space. It underwent genetic mutation, so its yield is very high. Seeing this poetic and picturesque scenery, Wang Zheng made a decision without hesitation. When I get old, I will grow vegetables and tend flowers too. That really would be comfortable. After that, the three of them continued to another area. It was the dog enclosure. The dogs, locked inside, kept scratching at the iron gate and barking loudly. When Shishi saw the animals, she became a little frightened and stepped back. These dogs are really scary. At that moment, he turned and asked about them. Do you like dog fighting? Yunzaio did not hide his hobby either. No, I only raise them. I have never taken them out to fight. He looked at the dogs. They were extremely fierce toward others, yet affectionate toward him. After hearing the answer, Wang Zheng silently judged him. He thought Yunzaio really did seem like a kind-hearted person. Then why would he like such aggressive dogs? After seeing him, these dogs immediately became obedient. Something was wrong. There was definitely something wrong. He quickly flipped back through his memories from his combat days. Dragon Scale's final battle had been ambushed by a left-handed person whose gunwork was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He had nearly snuffed out Dragon Scale's final hope. Then he looked again at Yunzaio's pointing left hand and silently analyzed the data. If the Su family's destruction of Dragon Scale was the root cause, then that left-handed person was the direct cause that blocked. Even the Dragon Scale Special Operations members who survived and returned from the trap were accomplices of the Su family. You had better not reveal any malicious intent. Otherwise, I will not show mercy when I eliminate you. Just then, Shishi received a call. The words from the other end immediately made her issue an urgent order. What? Notify everyone below immediately. In 1 hour, everyone must attend the meeting. In 2 hours, we will hold a press conference. Yunzaio did not know what had happened, so he turned to Shishi and asked with concern. What happened? She told him everything. The company's Mayday brand water purifiers have had an accident. More than 20 people have been poisoned because the resin in the filter cores decomposed. They are currently being treated at the hospital. When he heard that, he found it very unreasonable, so he thought seriously and instructed her. Why would resin decompose? And even if it did, how would that cause poisoning? Shishi, hurry back and handle it. Someone may be behind this. Third uncle still has not woken up. You must investigate it thoroughly. The way this matter was handled would be very important to Jiyurong. The two of them quickly headed back to Jiyurong's company building. Shishi sat there solemnly and began reviewing every item for investigation. The Medea water purifier had been on the market for nearly 20 years, and there had never been any quality issue. The filter core material had always been supplied by a fixed supplier. It was a product that had passed national quality inspection and had recognized quality. Then, what exactly had happened? At that moment, her assistant Ryuan Wentao spoke up and reported the details. The Medea water purifiers used by the 20 households were all purchased half a year ago. The resin filter cores decomposed on their own, causing poison. Mild symptoms include fever, stomach pain, and diarrhea. Severe cases have fallen into deep comas and have not awakened. The worst information is that among the poisoned victims are 2 3-year-old children. Hearing the situation, she became extremely anxious. What did the hospital say? After receiving her question, he reported cautiously. The hospital's lab results show heavy metal poisoning. They are currently doing everything they can to save them. The poisoning symptoms in the adults are milder, but the intellectual development of the 2 children may be affected in the future. I've arranged social connections to help stabilize the situation, but the results have not been promising. Realizing the seriousness of the issue, Shishi immediately instructed the board. We absolutely cannot underestimate this matter. I believe there is absolutely no quality problem with the water purifier. It seems our opponents are moving very quickly. We must remain confident. Whatever comes will come, but in the end, victory will belong to us. Wentao has already begun the investigation. Acting chairman. Do you currently have any suspects in mind? It seems the chairman truly judged you correctly. She answered with complete integrity, expressing her view. No matter who I suspect or how I feel, we still need proper evidence. Then she slammed both hands onto the table, the sound echoing throughout the meeting room. With firm determination, Shishi gave everyone another order. The risk management department must provide me with a detailed risk assessment report within 3 hours. Prepare forecasts for every related process and possible development, including the worst-case scenario. She glanced to the left and continued planning countermeasures. The media department must immediately release a statement and keep the public updated on the poisoning victims. There must not be a single word that sounds like we are shirking responsibility. Emphasize this sentence. The cause of the incident is still under investigation. We sincerely ask everyone to remain calm. Wentao seemed slightly confused about this matter. Should we hire people online to spread information across forums, or contact major websites and ask for their support? As acting chairwoman, Shishi decided there was no need for that yet, since the matter had not been fully investigated. Any explanation from Jurong would be useless right now. If we make the wrong move in the current situation, it could backfire badly. Then she turned toward him and asked for help. Assistant Yuan, please attend the press conference in my place. All other departments are to remain at their posts. Afterward, Shishi bowed sincerely to the board, hoping everyone could understand the gravity of the situation. The rise and fall of Jurong rests in everyone's hands. I'm counting on all of you. After the guests and reporters had taken their seats, a voice rang out to announce the start of today's event. Good afternoon, I am Shangyuan Shishi, attending this press conference on behalf of Jurong Group because my father is overseas. When the reporters heard that Shishi's father had fled with his child, the crowd erupted in chaos. The daughter of the Shangyuan family is representing the press conference while he himself is missing. What does that even mean? Exactly, who would believe the words of a little girl? Ignoring the gossip around her, she firmly stated that the Medea water purifier had been on the market for nearly 20 years. It has undergone constant improvements over the years. I can humbly say that Medea is the top choice for customers purchasing water purifiers. Uncle Wen saw that Shishi was speaking without presenting evidence and immediately challenged her. How do you explain today's incident? Are you trying to avoid responsibility? She responded with flawless reasoning, worthy of Quan Zheng's only daughter. Jurong International will never evade responsibility. The preliminary investigation suspects the toxic substance came from the plant-based filter core, but this core undergoes no chemical processing and contains no heavy metal, so it cannot be the cause. However, that explanation was still not convincing enough. He jumped to his feet and reacted furiously. You claim someone framed you and that it has nothing to do with Jurong. But whether there was poison or not is just your word. The facts are clearly right in front of us, so should we believe you or our own eyes? The reporters and journalists all spoke at once. Shishi remained completely unfazed as she rebutted. Tonight I will personally lead the technical team to investigate the filter core factory. The police have already become involved as well. I believe the truth will soon come to light. Uncle Wen shouted loudly, determined not to let the matter be buried. Shangyuan Shishi, if your father were poisoned and your child suffered brain damage, could you still stay calm? Saying that is nothing more than shirking responsibility. How could a company with a conscience do something like this? Wang Zheng stood quietly in a corner deep in thought. Shishi showed no fear toward the accusations and answered directly. On behalf of Jurong, I apologize to the 24 victims and their families and accept full responsibility. We will invite medical specialists for consultation. If the children suffer brain injuries, the company will cover all expenses. The man glared at her, believing she wanted to solve everything with money, then shouted furiously, "What's the use of money? Can money restore someone's health?" His aggressive attitude made Wang Zheng unable to hold back any longer. As the press conference grew increasingly tense, Shishi decided to pause and gather her thoughts for a few seconds. I think I need to reconsider a few things. She raised 3 fingers and spoke firmly. First, Jurong will take responsibility. We have never once thought about escaping or shifting the blame. Second, Jurong will investigate the truth behind this matter and clearly explain the results to everyone. Her voice became even more resolute. Third, if the investigation proves that someone secretly framed Jurong, then I believe no one here will forgive them either. After arguing with the reporters, Shishi checked the time. It's getting late. I need to visit the poisoned patients at the hospital. This press conference is now over. The luxurious silver car sped swiftly down the road. Sitting inside with her arms crossed, she asked about the spiky-haired man. Which newspaper does he work for? Wentao looked into the rearview mirror and answered her question. Chen Bowen from Northern Weekend. He often writes sensational articles that lack factual basis. Young people really do think highly of themselves. After hearing that, Shishi looked utterly displeased. I really dislike people like him. He continued reporting the information he had gathered. Chen Bowen has a master's degree in literature and owes tens of thousands of yuan in student aid loans that he still hasn't repaid after graduation. Wang Zheng immediately understood the issue. There must be a hole in his illegal income now. Besides, his failure to repay the money is probably connected to his living conditions. Wentao managed to dig up quite a bit of useful information. Last year, Chen Bowen wrote articles condemning a company involved in a contaminated milk scandal while indirectly promoting another company. As a result, that company's quarterly revenue increased by 10%. Shishi spoke weakly without any spirit left. Another unethical journalist. I wonder who benefits this time. The article for tomorrow's paper was probably already prepared. Wang Zheng put on a cool expression and wanted to handle everything for the beauty himself. Leave it to me, I'm the most suitable person to deal with people like him. Hearing that, Shishi recalled the scene of him taking on 3 or 4 people by himself. She giggled and reminded him, fine, I'll leave it to you, but don't end up killing anyone. Wentao looked doubtful about the matter. Isn't he just some scholar who can fight? Does this really require him to step in? This kind of thing was his specialty, so he wasn't worried at all. He turned and reassured her, don't worry, we're almost at the hospital. Think about how to deal with the families of the poisoned patients. Shishi took a sip of water to calm herself. Her face looked troubled as she gazed sadly out the window. Being the chairman is really hard. If only father could recover. The car stopped at the hospital entrance. The media had already gathered there and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. A crowd stood in front of the reception desk protesting, even holding up red banners. They continuously shouted slogans, Jurong International has no conscience. Give me back my daughter. Give me back her health. As soon as they saw the 3 entering the hospital, they swarmed forward like a disturbed beehive. Jurong International has no conscience. Give me back my daughter. Give me back her health. Wang Zheng paid no attention to them and instead looked at the crowd politely. They're even chanting in perfect unison. Shishi walked up to Yifeng with a gentle and courteous manner. Sir, may I ask if you also bought the water purifier? He had only just stepped closer and had not even done anything before he jumped up in alarm. Exactly. That is why we came here to publicly condemn this irresponsible corporation. You can see this old man has a guilty conscience. Without thinking, he confirmed it. That sign was also made by you people. How could Yifeng have noticed the problem? His voice sounded completely innocent. Of course we paid to have it made. Suddenly, young Master Jin pulled his hand to one side. Sir, come over here. He had no idea what was going on and was completely confused. Wang Zheng stuffed several 100 yuan bills into Yifeng's hand. When he saw the pink bills in his hand, he immediately fell silent, but he was afraid someone would come and snatch them away. Wang Zheng was already almost certain. Sir, no need to be polite. You can take this money with peace of mind. I am a reporter and I want to ask about some inside information. As long as you tell the truth, this money is yours. With his money-obsessed mind, Yifeng nodded at once without the slightest doubt. The fish had taken the bait, so Wang Zheng immediately began his investigation. From your accent, you do not sound like a local. He answered honestly, I am from Hedong. I am now living in the capital at number 14. Wang Zheng began to ease his way in. Is the place you live in now in the capital yours, or are you renting it? Yifeng answered without hesitation, my son's whole family rents it. With the preliminary questioning complete, Wang Zheng began getting to the main point. When you usually use the Meideo water purifier, do you turn on the water switch first or the switch on the Meideo purifier first? He answered calmly, as if he had used one before and spoke with great certainty. Of course I turn on the Meideo purifier switch first. Wang Zheng snatched the money back after hearing his wrong answer. Yifeng stared blankly at his empty hand, then he shouted. He lunged forward, trying to take it back. What are you doing? Having achieved his goal, Wang Zheng took out his badge. I am with the Capital Police and I am in charge of investigating this case. If you take this money and then lie, that makes you involved in the case and you will be detained for 15 days. Without saying another word, he turned and ran. He no longer dared to dream about those pink bills. Seeing Wang Zheng analyze the matter so brilliantly, Shishi could not help being surprised. How did you figure it out? Wang Zheng gave her a brief explanation. The stains on his teeth showed right away that he does not use a water purifier. Her face immediately tightened. It looks like someone really is sabotaging Jurong. Golden sunlight streamed through the window. Shishi looked at Dr. Huikang and asked how the situation was. He said with some distress, the problem is clear. As long as we can detoxify them quickly, everything can be resolved. The intelligence of the 2 children will not be affected either. It is just that, at present, we have no way to detoxify them quickly. Her expression darkened when she heard that the situation was not promising. They truly are vicious. They will not even spare children. Wang Zheng suddenly had an idea and volunteered at once. Why not let me try? He pushed the door open and asked Huikang, Doctor, have you tried traditional medicine? Not understanding what he meant, the doctor asked back, traditional medicine. Wang Zheng explained clearly at length. I once read a book by my master and learned a detoxification formula, but 2 of the ingredients are extremely rare, so I have never tried it before. With Jurong's financial power, finding those things should not be difficult. Shishi, standing beside him, saw that there was a way to save the children and quickly agreed. Tell me what they are. I will immediately send people across the country to look for the medicinal ingredients. Dr. Huikang was somewhat hesitant about the reliability of this remedy. You have never tried this formula before. If there are any side effects, the consequences would be unimaginable. Blinded by her feelings for him, Shishi trusted him unconditionally. Doctor, I have made up my mind. Let us try it. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. After spending the whole day running around searching, they returned to the hospital. Wang Zheng walked in. saw several huge burlap sacks lying all over the room and praised them. As expected of the Shangyuan family, you managed to find so many rare medicinal ingredients so quickly. Wen Tao wiped away his sweat, caught his breath, and explained, "This really cost a great deal of money. Some of these ingredients were treasured items kept by the old master's old friends." He gave a thumbs up and smiled in praise. As expected of the #1 assistant, his workability was truly impressive. Shishi stepped forward, burning with anxiety, urging him non-stop. "Wang Zheng, hurry up and try it. We can't wait any longer." He quickly agreed, "All right, give me an empty room. I'll go prepare the medicine now." In the pot, 7,749 kinds of herbs were bubbling away. Wang Zheng blew lightly, sweeping away the invisible bacteria inside the pot. She stood beside him, praising him endlessly. "Wang Zheng, how do you know so much? You're talented and you even know medicine." He turned around, somewhat modest but not very much. "Don't praise me too much. I really can't take it. Actually, when it comes to medicine, my master forced me to carry around piles of ancient books. I was absolutely a bookworm." Shishi leaned against the kitchen counter, still full of questions. "How did you become so amazing? Did you often carry a knife and then do wilderness survival training?" Wang Zheng stirred the medicine while complaining a little. "Carrying a knife would have been fine. That old man always forced me to use my bare hands." He recalled the time he spent with his master, and how he also had to complete herb-gathering missions. If he failed, he would be punished. Not only would his training be doubled, but he also had to carry even more medical books on his back. She found his story so engaging that she clicked her tongue. "Your master really was ruthless. I think if you wrote an autobiography, it would definitely become a hit." Wang Zheng rolled his eyes when he heard that. The title should be "The Happy Life of a Bodyguard," so people can see how a bodyguard gets bullied by a young lady all day long. After being teased by him, Shishi pouted in embarrassment. "Fine, don't write it if you don't want to, but you're not just a bodyguard, you're a high-level bodyguard." A faint fragrance drifted out as he lifted the lid of the medicine pot. The decoction was ready. She poked her head in and immediately urged him, "Hurry and take it to them." "Wang Zheng, if you can cure them this time, I will." He started joking, looking completely unserious. "You'll what? Repay me with yourself? For a girl like you, I'll have to think it over carefully." Shishi shyly punched him lightly. "I was joking. Hurry and take the medicine to the patients. We're counting entirely on you this time." After the children drank the medicine, Hui Kang stepped forward, opening their eyes and checking their mouths. "This is a miracle, a true miracle." She could not wait any longer and turned to look at Wen Tao. Assistant Ryuan hold a press conference immediately and announced the current health condition of those who were poisoned. Seeing that his job was still secure, he was overjoyed. "Yes, the reporters are already in the conference hall." After assigning the task, Shishi walked over to Wang Zheng. "This matter here is only partly resolved. I'll head to the supplier right away. As long as there is a clue, I will definitely find out the truth." Seeing her so certain, he could not help wondering, "How are you so sure the problem came from the supplier? Why couldn't it have happened at the sales end or during transportation?" She immediately refuted him. "Impossible. Why is the Medea water purifier brand more expensive than other brands? Because there is a chip inside the water purifier." He was surprised. Water purifiers have that kind of thing too. A chip is really rare. She propped her chin up and thought about his words. Without a dynamic password, the filter cartridge cannot be replaced. JLE is a company that practically monopolizes filter cartridges in China, and its product protection is extremely strict. After hearing this, Wang Zheng was stunned. That's so confusing. Shishi was delighted now that she had found a new direction. The products of the JLE company are made by them, so nothing unexpected could have happened externally. The key problem is inside JLE itself. Seeing that she had figured it out, he praised her without holding back. "This is even more exciting than solving a case. You could join the criminal investigation team as a policewoman." She looked around and assigned work to the two of them. "Then we'll split into two groups. Wang Zheng and I will investigate the JLE company. Ryuan Wen will stay in the capital and investigate who is behind the incitement of the public unrest." Wen Tao had no objections, seeing that the young lady had matured. "Yes, chairwoman," she nodded and said, "Good." Shishi walked over and patted him lightly on the shoulder. "This time you're in charge of the trip to Zhangjiagang. I'll be your secretary. How does that sound?" Wang Zheng turned back helplessly. "My dear young lady, being my secretary, what game are you trying to play now?" Seeing that he was not taking it seriously, she reminded him, "I'm just using another identity to investigate. If I go to Chiu Li as the chairwoman of Jurong, they'll flatter me to the sky. Then what could I possibly see clearly?" Wang Zheng wondered about his own position. "So you're my secretary. What identity am I using?" Shishi could not wait and held up the card she had prepared in advance. "Senior Vice President of Jurong International Group. Look, I've even prepared your business card." By the time he realized it, it was too late. His mouth opened wide. So she had planned this long ago. "Do all vice presidents of Jurong International get a bodyguard's salary?" She happily clapped when someone fell into her trap. I just wanted to drag you down with me. I'll find a chance during an internal meeting to announce that you are second only to one person at Jurong. Wang Zheng smiled roguishly. Second only to one person, you're above me. She innocently repeated, that's right, I'm above you. As soon as she said it, she remembered something and shyly covered her mouth with an awe. The two left after the sun had risen high, sunlight spreading everywhere. As soon as the two got into the car, they switched seats. I've already told the people at Chu Li to welcome us at the entrance. Vice President Wang, we're sure to win now, right? Seeing how much fun she was having, he said helplessly, my dear young lady, just this once. I won't dare let you be my secretary again after this. After some time passed, the car arrived at its destination. Li came forward and respectfully extended his hand in greeting. Vice President Wang. I'm Li, the person in charge at Zhao Li. It truly is an honor to meet you. Regarding this matter, Wang Zheng paid him no attention. There are still many problems. Let's talk inside the factory. After reading the data sheet, he tapped the report and asked clearly, Mr. Li, do you have any leads on this matter yet? Being called out by the leader, sweat poured down his face like a stream. He reported quietly, there has been no progress for now. Based on Chu Li's previous production experience, seeing that he still was not getting to the point, he interrupted, there's no need for empty talk. Let me ask one thing. Aside from the Safety Inspection Department and Product Security, have the other departments never touched the filter cores? Li was already trembling inside. He tried to steady himself. Incoming materials are inspected strictly, and the production process is controlled by the system. Only those two departments have access. Hearing him keep talking until his ears nearly rang, Wang Zheng went straight to the point. I need the list of employees who joined and left those two departments over the past year. As quickly as possible. Li hurriedly stood up. I'll get it right away. Before he could leave, he added another requirement. Contact the police and bring it all out. Give every employee in those two departments a polygraph test. Of course, that includes you. I'll personally write all 50 questions for the polygraph test. Li had already lost his nerve and he staggered as he walked out. Yes, we'll do everything Vice President Wang says. He ended the meeting and gave instruction. As for the branch company, please go back and hold departmental meetings. If I have time, I'll go over and take a look. Yiping stood to the side, trembling like a leaf, and immediately obeyed without daring to object. Yes, we'll wait for your visit at the branch company. Wang Zheng remembered something and turned to ask, right, where is the branch company? He tried to stay calm as he replied, in the Guotai building. We're planning to move after a few years and have already reported it to headquarters. He frowned and leaned back in his chair. Move where? Yiping straightened his back and reported, after Jiangnan Times Plaza is completed. We'll move there. It will also help expand the branch company. When he heard the name, it felt somewhat familiar. He thought to himself, Chu Jianan's territory. He rubbed his chin and considered the matter. Don't move there for now, even if it is a branch of Jurong International. It still needs its own office building. It can be built within a year. Standing to the side, Shishi smiled when she saw how much he looked like a boss. Yiping did not dare decide on his own what to do about the funding. He did not rush to give a definite answer, deciding to wait until the proposal was submitted to headquarters. Personally review it, but I'll definitely need your budget proposal. Be mentally prepared and do a good job. He did not dare ask much and obediently nodded as he reported. Yes, Deputy Director Wang. I have already sold the ground floor of Changnan Times Plaza. The capital has increased quite a bit and I will report it to headquarters soon. Seeing that the situation seemed stable, Wang Zheng dismissed them. Good, everyone can go back. Shishi stood to the side watching, and once everyone had left, she praised him without holding back. Not bad, Deputy Director Wang. Wang Zheng smiled and joked. It is not easy for me to borrow the tiger's might for once, but this was satisfying enough. You think I do not know? The branch at Chengjia Port is such a lucrative prize. I do not want to hand it over to Chu Jianan. After hearing that, she gave him an affectionate pinch. Shishi did not mind and teased him. Aren't you afraid this will affect my relationship with Chu Jianan? I do not want to tear off the mask with Chu Jianan yet. Wang Zheng saw that she had misunderstood him and explained, what are you thinking? This is just fair competition. The real estate side cannot only listen to Chu Jianan. Jurong has already entered the power industry. If it wants to enter real estate, it must choose the right people. She still could not wrap her head around it and kept questioning him. But this does not fit Jurong's consistent asset policy. Besides, even if we have abundant capital, entering the real estate sector could very likely trap our funds. Wang Zheng stated confidently without the slightest hesitation, our employees will not let this fat piece of meat slip away. The Shangyuan family is strong enough to take it, and the Jurong family will lower housing prices so people can afford to buy. The first wave will target Jiangsu and Jiangning. She had not expected him to be so kind-hearted. You are only one pedestal short of being a lotus saint. Why do I get the feeling that you are some kind of philanthropist? Why are you doing this? Do not tell me it is just to build Jiurong's image. Wang Zheng explained to her that he was not being kind and that everything had a purpose. Housing prices are high in those two places and the pressure of living is heavy. You have never lived among the lower class, so you do not understand. I also want to disrupt the economic order and put the big officials in a difficult position, making things hard for the frontier officials of those two provinces. Shishi was puzzled when she heard him mention two unfamiliar names. Su Nangguo and Zhang Pinghao are both direct-line members of the Su faction. Her face stiffened. First she warned him, then tried to persuade him. Wang Zheng, I once said I would help you with whatever you wanted. But if you stir up trouble, I will definitely stop you. Seeing that she was worrying too much, he reassured her, relax, I will not drag Jiurong into it. I am only asking you to give me a little help, and it will also bring back very generous profits. After turning the entire company upside down, Li hurried back. Behind him, an assistant followed with a set of files. Deputy Director Wang. The employee lists for the Product Security Department and the Inspection Department for the past year are all here. Wang Zheng casually pointed to a spot on the desk, then turned to ask about the company's internal situation. Put them here. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Li. Also, how many employees have left these two departments in total this year, and how many employees are currently there? He put down the stack of documents. His hand kept wiping away sweat as he answered, there are 26 people currently working. Only 3 people have left, including one director from the security department. The 2 lie detectors are ready. Please set the questions, Deputy Director Wang. He somehow pulled out a sheet of paper covered in writing. You people work fast. Here are 50 lie detector questions. Include the senior managers with access authority as well. It must be completed in 2 hours. Seeing that his own position was about to slip away, he seemed to age 10 years. All right, I will get on it immediately. Wang Zheng flipped noisily through the file. After a while, he stopped. As if he had discovered something, he immediately ordered Secretary Shangyuan, call Assistant Ryuan and tell him to investigate these 3 people, especially the director from the Product Security Department. Shishi winked and struck a playful pose. Yes, Deputy Director Wang, your secretary will get to work right away. He smiled and coaxed her. Later I will take you around Changjiaport. We will look for suitable land. Jurong Real Estate's first step begins here. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sunlight was golden as the car sped along the road. Wang Zheng looked through the rearview mirror and saw a red car following closely behind. He felt it looked somewhat familiar. This car is... The red car sped up and chased after his car. With just a brief glimpse, he recognized the other person, Zhang Pinghao's daughter. He did not hesitate and immediately stepped on the accelerator. The car shot forward as if it had a rocket attached to its rear, instantly pulling far ahead. The two were like a cat and mouse, neither willing to give way. Wang Zheng smirked as he caught the scent of victory. Senzaka had taken the bait. The man floored the accelerator and charged into the race. A pair of legs in red high heels stepped out of the car. Miu Miu walked toward him as she spoke. In Jiangsu, it's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent. You count as one. He stepped out of the car as well and casually invited her to grab bananas together. So, you want to race? You decide the conditions, but I need betting stakes. She tilted her head, finding the man rather interesting. That fits the usual rules. Our races always involve stakes anyway. Wang Zheng kindly reminded her, my stakes are huge. Miu Miu did not care at all. Her family was rich anyway. No problem. As long as you can truly convince me of your skill, I'll agree to your conditions. In Jiangsu, there are very few things I can't do. But if you're betting, I get to make a request too. Seeing him acting impulsively, Shishi stepped forward to stop him. Wang Zheng, don't get carried away. Miu Miu never lets herself lose out. She immediately stated her condition. If I win, I want a Knight XV. As the young lady of Jurong, she surprisingly did not recognize that supercar and looked slightly confused. What is that? Wang Zheng frowned at her outrageous demand. A girl like you shouldn't be driving such a rough beast. She laughed loudly. Even though there are only 100 of them in the world, I can still get one. Miu Miu did not let him continue and immediately asked back. All right, state your condition. As if he had prepared the script long ago, he answered without hesitation, my condition is much simpler. I want a piece of land in Zhangjiagang. Hearing that, Miu Miu asked for details. How large is the land and where is it located? Wang Zheng immediately replied that he wanted land beside Jiang Lake in Zhangjiagang. Can you do it? I'll pay money, but the wager will only cover 80% of the land price. How about it? She readily agreed to the condition. I can't guarantee 1,000 acres, but 500 is fine. Paying 80% is no problem. Since you're unfamiliar with Zhangjiagang, I'll let you choose the time and place. Seeing how straightforward she was, he smirked. Then let's do another run on the G1501. Tomorrow morning, what do you think? Miu Miu glanced at his beat-up car and offered a suggestion. Okay, do you need to switch cars or are you using this Maybach? Wang Zheng stroked his beloved supercar car and confidently declared, "This one is enough, it probably won't lose to you." Seeing how stubborn he was, she turned and left, tossing out one sentence, "See you tomorrow morning." Shishi watched her rev away before turning to question him. "Why did you agree to her? Don't tell me you entered the race just for the wager. Or had you already planned everything before meeting her?" No wonder the beauty before him never seemed to get any smarter. Wang Zheng lightly flicked her forehead. "Why do you have so many questions? Are you the encyclopedia of why?" She pouted from the pain. "Hey, I think you're really good at reading people. Hurry and tell me." He stopped joking around and carefully explained everything. "That girl's personality is very straightforward. Besides, for the Jing family to fully support her is basically impossible. Her family must definitely be wealthy and influential, and her surname is Zhang." Wang Zheng crossed his arms, looking overwhelmingly confident. "Tell Assistant Nguyen to investigate the name of Zhang Pinghao's daughter. I'm 80 or 90% sure it's this Zhang Miu Miu." Shishi was left speechless by his reasoning. "You're really scheming." Wang Zheng clasped his hands modestly. "You're flattering me. As the senior vice president of Jurong International, I naturally need a couple of capable assistants." Wang Zheng put on the airs of a company president. "Secretary Shangyuan, tomorrow you stay at the company and review the racing team's test results. I'll handle this matter myself." Shishi felt regretful about being forced to stay behind. "I actually really want to go with you, but this matter also needs me here. Be careful." He directly pressed a like-button gesture to reassure her. "Don't worry. A mere Zhang Miu Miu can't beat me." She curled her lips and teased him. "I'm more worried you'll end up seducing her instead. With the provincial party secretary's daughter backing you, half of Jiangsu will surely belong to Jurong." Wang Zheng burst into laughter, smacked her lightly on the head and said, "The answer is far away yet also right before your eyes. Who could possibly compare to the heir of the Shangyuan family?" The speeding car drove off as Shishi's shouting echoed across the sky. "You're the worst." After a long drive, they finally returned to headquarters. Wen Tao was reporting the identities of the two suspicious individuals. The two of them had switched sides because another company offered higher salary. Only the director of the security department had left on his own, taking the product documents with him, which made Li Li furious. After hearing that, she immediately concluded it had to be that director. He nodded slightly in agreement, then gave more details about the man. His name was Liu Haiwa. He was 40 years old this year and had worked at Zhao Li for nearly 20 years. Li Li had always praised him. They had a very good relationship with no conflicts at all. Wen Tao went on without pause. Since it was a joint stock company, Liu Haiwai held shares. He had left so suddenly that he could not sell his shares, which meant they were basically worthless. Shishi, no longer as bored, read through the documents while offering her opinion. It seemed he gained something but lost something too. "You have investigated quite a lot about him. I dug up everything I could. I found out he has a daughter studying abroad in Country Y. She still has not graduated." Shishi immediately gave an order. "Then send someone to Country Y. I hope it will not be for nothing." G1501 Expressway entrance. How long had Miu Miu been standing there? It was already dusk when Wang Zheng finally drove to the meeting point. He stopped the car, rolled down the window and teased, "Pretty lady, you are right on time." Seeing that Shishi had not come along, she asked curiously, "Why did the beautiful girl beside you not come?" He answered with a tone that was part mockery, part joke, "Aren't you alone too? If I brought someone along and my car could not run fast enough, what would I do?" Miu Miu wasted no more words and signaled for him to look ahead. "In 5 minutes the barrier up ahead will rise. When that happens, whoever gets off the expressway first wins." "Okay." Wang Zheng answered readily, "Okay." The two cars moved into position. The moment the barrier rose, they would fly out like they had answered the call of their ancestors. 5 minutes were up. The black car and the blue car had already begun revving their engines. Before the barrier had even fully lifted, Miu Miu had already shot past, while Wang Zheng's car started moving slowly. The blue car left him only exhaust fumes to breathe in. Seeing this, he could not help praising her. Reaching 102 seconds was truly impressive. Of course, Wang Zheng would not admit defeat. He quickly caught up, flooring the accelerator and pushing the car to its limit. When he reached the bend, he turned the wheel sharply, as if he had more than a dozen lives to spare. Wang Zheng shifted gears to make the race smoother. Seeing that she had left him behind at the previous curve, Miu Miu smiled brightly. The two cars flashed past the other vehicles, speeding toward the finish. Inside the expressway monitoring room, the screen showed two cars playing a game of chase. When the controllers saw it, they all panicked. These two were driving with incredible skill, but it was far too dangerous. What if something happened? "Call the captain immediately and tell them to stop those cars, or we will be held responsible." A short while after the report was made, Su Kun pushed the door open and entered. Everyone stood up and greeted the captain. His face looked as sour as a monkey that had eaten chili. "Pass the word down, let those two cars through, otherwise, bear the consequences yourselves." Wang Tim had no idea what was going on and jumped up in protest. "Captain, why not stop them? What if something happens?" He shouted angrily, "Stop them, my foot." The daughter of the provincial party secretary is racing. How am I supposed to stop her? At that moment, two racers appeared again on the expressway. One black and one blue, they kept accelerating as they chased each other. The image of the car left behind was clearly reflected. In the rearview mirror of the leading car, Mew Mew saw it but was not anxious at all. Oh my, still trying hard to catch up, then I will give you a little hope. She secretly calculated in her heart, the corner of her mouth lifting as she could not hide her smugness. The road ahead has fewer cars, now watch how I beat you. As soon as that thought ended, she quickly stepped on the gas and shot forward, pulling far away from Wang Zheng's car. Witnessing her sudden move, he was also surprised and had to give Mew Mew some praise. Both the car and her skills are pretty good. She really has opened my eyes, and it did not stop there. The car sped along the winding road. Effortlessly overtaking the other cars, she felt incredibly proud of herself. Arrogant like a peacock flaunting its tail. Watch my real skills now. But reality was far from her dream. The moment she looked out the window, she saw that Wang Zheng had somehow already closed the gap. Mew Mew panicked, her eyes nearly popping out. What? How is he still able to catch up? Furious, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. So cocky and full of himself. Looks like I can't beat him without using this. For this precious car and her dream, she decided to risk it all without hesitation. She reached out and pressed the button to activate the special boost system. Mew Mew's car shot forward as if rockets had been attached to it, surpassing its normal limits. The guy driving behind stared in shock, unable to believe she would go this far. My god, the easy system can do this too. She actually dared to activate it. Is the Clyde 15 really that irresistible to her? But after a long while, there was still no sign of her slowing down, making him a little worried. The speed has already exceeded the limit, so why isn't she stopping? His instincts led him to one possibility. Could she have completely lost it? In contrast to Wang Zheng's shock, Mew Mew sat inside the car overflowing with confidence. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, just one more second, and I'll finally leave that loudmouth behind. But life never lets anyone stay proud for too long. Suddenly, a thin layer of smoke rose from the car's engine. Only then did Mew Mew realize the problem. Had it already reached its limit? Panicked, she slammed on the brakes. Stop right now, but it was already too late. The car failed to slow down in time and veered off course. It crashed straight through the lane and flew off the road. Wang Zheng slowly pulled his car over to the roadside. Sitting quietly in his car, he watched the disaster Mew Mew had caused herself and was left speechless. The provincial secretary's daughter is actually this stupid. After a few seconds, Wang Zheng finally opened the car door and stepped out, heading deeper inside to look for her. As he walked, he carefully scanned the surroundings. I only joined this race to get that piece of land. In Zhangjiagang, I just wanted to disrupt the real estate market in Jiangsu and stop her father from doing business smoothly. Along the way, he kept grumbling nonstop. She doesn't even know my real objective, yet she's risking her life over a car. She's completely insane. She's so stupid, I don't even want to save her. Even though he kept rambling, he continued moving deeper inside. Fortunately, there still hadn't been any explosion. Their race had been monitored from start to finish by the control team. Su Kun suddenly exploded with rage and smashed his fist into the surveillance screen hanging on the wall. His eyes were filled with fury. Have those rich people stopped caring about their lives? The two people behind him also felt uneasy. Captain, what should we do now? His face was still tense, though he looked somewhat calmer than before. What else can we do? Notify the entire team to start the rescue immediately. No matter what, we have to save them. I'll contact traffic control. Everyone answered in unison. Their voices echoed outside headquarters. Yes, sir. Time slowly passed. Wang Zheng kept searching around without finding anyone. Mew Mew, Zhang Mew Mew, Zhang Mew Mew, where are you? He had no idea where she had ended up. Suddenly, he caught a strange smell in the air. It was gas. Following the scent, he pushed through a patch of bushes and finally found Mew Mew's car. Here it was. The luxury car looked no different from a pile of scrap metal. Smoke billowed from it as though it could explode at any moment. Wang Zheng moved closer. Something suddenly made his expression change. Before him lay Mew Mew, motionless inside her race car, as if death could take her away at any second. Her condition was terrible all over. He anxiously rushed over and called her name. Zhang Mew Mew, could it be? Hearing someone call her name, Mew Mew slowly opened her heavy eyelids. Dark red blood trickled down from her temple. Even so, it could not stop her sharp tongue from kicking in. Summoning spirits or something? Wang Zheng, being the mature one, did not bother arguing with the young lady of the Zhang family. He gently helped her out of the driver's seat. You're still alive. You scared me to death. Though she had no strength left, her mouth was still stubborn. I won't die that easily. Before the crash, the steering wheel was made of hollow material that could absorb most outside impact. After saying that, she quickly turned her head away to avoid his gaze. Her cheeks flushed red. Still, thank you for coming to save me in time. He did not think much of it and casually replied with a short answer. No need to be polite. At least you're alive to go home and see your family again. He turned to inspect the situation inside the car. Wang Zheng looked down. He suddenly frowned slightly. Your leg is stuck. Relax, I'll get you out. Without waiting for Miu Miu to reply, he immediately tore the car door off. The sudden pain hit her so hard she could no longer hold it back. A few sobs escaped her dry throat. Sob, Wang Zheng looked over. His voice softened a little. Did I hurt you? Bear with it a bit longer. Tears streamed down her face. It doesn't hurt. Keep going. He looked at her in confusion, unable to make sense of her reaction. But he paid no more attention to it and continued rescuing her. Miu Miu lay there watching everything he did, her emotions in turmoil. The light at the end of the tunnel really could make people cry with relief. It had seemed fake on TV before, but now she finally understood. She was just like everyone else and knew fear too. The moment she regained consciousness, she had wondered if tonight would be her last here. She had even imagined bleeding to death, while she was still drowning in those memories. Of utter despair, Wang Zheng suddenly exclaimed in delight. Done. Miu Miu looked at him, her heart filled with emotions she could not put into words. She had never expected that a man she had met only a few times would rush to save her and treat her so gently. He had no idea Miu Miu was lost in her thoughts and carefully lifted her leg out of the wrecked car. First, don't move, your thigh bone seems broken. Overwhelmed with emotion, she hurriedly covered her streaming tears with her hands, though it hardly helped. Don't look at me. I've never cried in front of outsiders since I was little. This is so embarrassing. Wang Zheng, however, thought it was perfectly normal. He decisively took out a pill. It is normal for a girl to cry when the pain is unbearable. Hey, this is a special painkiller. Wang Zheng held it out in front of Miu Miu. He gently comforted the injured cat girl. Take it. I will help keep your bone in place, then take you to the hospital. This time, she would probably have to stay there for 2 months. At that moment, she was as obedient as a puppy, meekly swallowing the pill he gave her. After feeling it for a moment, she was extremely surprised by its immediate effect. The medicine seemed to make the pain disappear. Her injury felt a little better. Miu Miu started acting narcissistic again. So you really know how to set bones? Are you not going to take this chance to have your way with me? But the beloved child created by the author had been written as an upright person. So Wang Zheng replied without even thinking. First, I do not know how to set bones. I am simply keeping them in place. Second, I would never take advantage of a woman in danger. I am not that kind of person. Immediately afterward, he tore his sleeve into a long strip of cloth with his teeth, then began wrapping it tightly around her broken thigh bone. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the skills he had learned as a soldier were useful everywhere. After quite a while, Wang Zheng suddenly stopped. Only now did he realize one thing: this strip of cloth was not enough. In the end, there was only one option left. He closed his eyes and accepted it, though he truly did not want to. His newly bought shirt was ruined. Miu Miu had not expected Wang Zheng to actually go this far. Shocked, she only managed to say, "You." Her gaze fell on the skin exposed beneath the shirt he had just torn. Her eyes were instantly drawn to the many scars crisscrossing his body beneath the torn shirt. Why do you have so many scars on your body? Wang Zheng, however, did not care much about them and treated them as proud battle honors. These are all my medals. He could not stay serious for long. Wang Zheng continued teasing her. What, have you fallen for me? What a shame, I'm not interested in you. Miu Miu had been hit right where it hurt, and her cheeks turned as red as tomatoes from embarrassment. Nonsense, I was just curious. But in her heart, she had already formed a good impression of this young man. He was different, unlike the men she had met before. By comparison, those delicate young masters truly made her sick. Before long, he had secured the broken leg. Done! She was still staring at him without looking away. This man was covered in scars. What kind of stories were hidden behind them? It truly made one curious. Wang Zheng gently reached an arm around her back and helped her sit up. All right, Miss Zhang. Stop spacing out. Then he easily lifted her entire body into his arms. Let us go. Her wound seemed to have been touched somewhere, and she immediately reminded him. Slow down, I am still injured. As she spoke, she did not notice that she had unconsciously leaned heavily against him, and at this moment the distance between them was nearly zero. As they were walking, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Miu Miu with some difficulty. Let us pause for a moment, Miss Zhang. I want to discuss something with you. Miu Miu looked at Wang Zheng with innocent, guiltless eyes and replied shyly, What is it? Just say it. Wang Zheng kept holding her in his arms, his voice gentle and just loud enough to hear. Can we stop sticking so tightly to each other like this? Still, he did not forget to tease her a little. Luckily, I have good self-control. Otherwise, things could be getting very troublesome right now. She jumped in shock, immediately clutching her delicate body and shouting as if someone had harassed her. You hooligan, seeing her amusing expression. He instead laughed heartily. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the sky had bathed itself in the warm, golden glow of evening. Beside the car parked on the roadside, several more cars from the Zhang group's people had now appeared. The young man observed the surroundings for a while, then went over to Su Kun and reported, "Captain, the people sent out at noon still have not sent back any news. The cameras showed the owner of this car getting out here to save someone. We can also start moving from this spot." He thought the same. "That is exactly what I mean." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the order, "Everyone go down and search immediately. Do not come back until you find Miss Zhang." Without any greeting, the calm voice of the young man suddenly sounded from behind. No need, every gaze turned toward him at once. Wang Zheng carried Meow Meow in his arms and slowly walked over. "I brought her back. The bones in her leg may be broken. Take her to the hospital for an examination first." The moment he saw her, he rushed over, frantic with worry. "My young lady, you scared me to death. If something happened to you, what would we do?" However, Meow Meow did not believe he truly cared about her life. She bluntly shot back with a chilling remark, "If you were so worried about me, why did you not act sooner instead of standing here talking?" That sentence immediately left Su Kun silent, with no idea how to respond. But deep down, he was already secretly complaining about this young lady from the Zhang family. "Do you think it was easy for me to gather so many people to look for you?" Typical rich heir thinking. Suddenly, Wang Zheng reached out and carefully stroked the bleeding wound. His tone at that moment was extremely gentle. He was exactly the kind of man women love. "All right, lie here obediently. With your injury, do not even think about getting out of bed for at least a month or two. Focus on recovering. For the next 6 months, you are not allowed to drive." For once, she obediently listened to Wang Zheng's request. "Fine. I will reluctantly listen to you this once." However, she still wanted to take the chance to add another condition. "But you must come to the hospital to visit me and keep me from getting bored." Wang Zheng took out a business card and handed it to her, as if to soothe this stubborn little cat's temper. "All right, call me whenever you get bored." She immediately took it and held it up to admire it. Her eyes shone brightly, like a child receiving a gift. She immediately agreed. Okay. Night gradually fell and the sky draped a dark cloak over everything. At a certain hospital, the stairwell light shone onto the door of the director's office. Dejai held the X-ray in his hand, repeatedly clicking his tongue in praise. "This bone-setting technique is absolutely perfect. Incredible, truly a rare talent." Across from him, Ping Hao seemed not especially concerned about that matter. With a stiff expression, he questioned the hospital director in front of him. "I asked about my daughter's condition, yet you have spent all this time marveling at how rare this is." Dejai explained to him in an even, unhurried voice. "This bone-setting technique is remarkably skillful and extremely rare. If someone had not used this method to set her bones, she would have had to stay in bed for 5 or 6 months. Now she only needs 1 month to recover." Ping Hao's expression shifted slightly, and he grew somewhat curious about this miraculous method. "Then do you know this method too?" However, what he received was a shake of the man's head. "I tried it before, but unfortunately, the records in the books were incomplete. So I gave up. I never expected that someone in this world would truly know how to use it. This person must be extremely skilled. It would be wonderful if I could meet them." With nothing more to say, he stood up and prepared to leave. "If it is truly as you say, then I really would like to meet this person and thank them." In the hospital room, the pure white door was closed to protect the privacy of the person inside. Meow Meow lay on the hospital bed, staring at the business card for a long time. "It has not even been half a day and I am already bored. Maybe I should call him." While her thoughts were drifting somewhere far away, the thing in her hand was suddenly snatched away by someone. Ping Hao had entered at some point and was holding the business card, examining it carefully. "Who is he?" Wang Zheng. She was like a fish caught in a net. Even with one leg in a cast, she still had the strength to thrash around, bobbing up and down. "What, Wang Zheng? I do not know him." "Dad, hurry and give the business card back to me." He stopped teasing his daughter and returned the business card to her. "Why are you pretending to be clueless? It is written all over your face. Come on, tell me, which family does he belong to make my daughter think about him day and night?" But Meow Meow turned her face away, firmly refusing to let him know any information about him at all. "I really do not know," though deep down she felt a little conflicted. "Why are you in such a hurry, Dad? I only found out his name this afternoon. How would I know what family he belongs to?" Seeing how determined she was, Ping Hao did not force the issue. "Fine, then I'll have someone investigate him right away. Tell that brat not to even think about seducing my daughter. Only someone like Su Tianren is worthy of my daughter." The moment Miu Miu heard that, she sat upright in the hospital bed, her voice filled with shock and disbelief. "Dad, what are you talking about? The person Su Tianren likes is Zhang Minqi. Everyone in the capital knows that. How can you not know?" No matter how strongly she objected, the mere thought of his precious daughter hugging some pot-bellied old man made him refuse to back down. How could that Wang Zheng you mentioned possibly compare to the Su brothers? Anyone who can become a vice president at Jurong is at least over 40 years old. She quickly dispelled the ridiculous image in her father's mind. Who said he's in his 40s or 50s? Wang Zheng is only about 25 or 26. At that age, being able to become a vice president already makes him an outstanding young talent, doesn't it? Ping Hao looked slightly surprised. If that's true, then he really is capable. This Wang Zheng is the one who saved you. Miu Miu's earlier confidence instantly vanished. She replied awkwardly, yes, that's right. He casually picked up an apple from the fruit basket beside him, beginning to feel a little favorable toward Wang Zhang. He saved you, so our Zhang family owes him a favor. How are you planning to repay him? Hearing that, Miu Miu quickly answered, Dad, give him a plot of land by Lake Jiang in Zhangjiang. Ping Hao's eyes immediately sharpened as he glanced at Miu Miu inquisitively. So that was his request. Internally, he began evaluating the young man. Quite demanding, with no small ambitions. However, she had already been completely swept away by love. She hurriedly waved her hands and explained, no, that's not it. I made a bet with him and that land was the wager. Right after saying that, she did not even dare look her father in the eye. At home, my driving skills weren't as good as his, so I crashed. He could have just driven to the finish line and ignored me. I never expected him to stop and save me, so Ping Hao seemed to understand everything. He handed her the peeled apple in his hand. So that's what happened. Fine, I can give him the land, but he must bring a proposal and design plan that passes approval. All related expenses will be his responsibility. Those are my conditions. The moment Miu Miu took the apple, she bit into it happily. That's great. I knew Dad loves me the most, unlike Mom, who's always so strict with me. He turned toward the fruit basket to grab another apple, but still reminded her, speaking of your mother, the moment she heard you were hospitalized. She immediately postponed the Xiangdao survey project. She might already be on the plane back now. Miu Miu nearly choked when she heard this shocking news. It felt like she had been hit by Alice's ultimate move and panic spread across her face. What? I'm done for. Mom's definitely going to ground me this time. Before she could say another word, Ping Hao's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He took out the phone and announced, all right, I have a committee meeting, so I need to go. Figure out how to deal with your mother yourself. After saying that, he strode out without waiting for her reply. The door slammed shut. After he left, she went back to spacing out while waiting for the man she liked to visit her. Whatever, if I'm grounded, then I'm grounded. But when will he come see me? Why do I miss him so much? Could this be love at first sight? Dawn gradually arrived, the moon clocking out while the sun took over the watch. Golden sunlight poured over the villa. Wang Zheng lay leisurely on the bed while talking on the phone. Got it, just keep watching them and don't alert the enemy. I refuse to believe Liu Ziwei won't even visit his own daughter. Suddenly, he remembered someone else. What about that reporter named Chen Bowen? On the other end of the line, Wentao immediately reported the results of his investigation. We found out already. He accepted 50,000 from someone to come here and cause trouble. Before he could continue making a scene, I bribed him first. Not stopping there, he added, however, we still don't know who the mastermind behind him is. Their methods are extremely sophisticated. There was simply no way to believe it. Wang Zheng's face showed little reaction. He merely replied indifferently, got it, keep watching them. Wang Guomin sighed wearily in frustration. This opponent is truly troublesome, always probing us from the sideline. Although it may not seem like much of a tactic, one mistake could ruin everything beyond repair. Gu Rongwen is exactly the kind of person who must be guarded against. Being Shishi's bodyguard is exhausting. The sky today was blue with white clouds drifting by. On the deserted road, a car suddenly sped forward at high speed. Wang Zheng focused on the road ahead while casually asking Shishi about the situation. Where is Shengfei now? Shishi, sitting in the passenger seat beside him, immediately answered, she left from the capital. At her speed, she'll probably arrive the same day we do. But why are you coming with me to Shengfei's house? He clearly had no intention of answering her question. You really talk too much, I'm your bodyguard. Yet deep inside, he carried an incredibly heavy responsibility. At last, the day to meet her had come. The woman brother Sheng treasured most. He recalled eating with Chi Kao back at the military camp when the man had spoken to him endlessly about her. My wife wrote me a letter saying she misses me very much. I miss her too. During a patrol through the ruins, Zhai Ying spotted something while standing beside him, practically flaunting his affection. This necklace is beautiful, she'll definitely love it. As soon as I get leave, I'll buy it and send it to her. But fate loved playing cruel jokes, even while barely hanging on. Chi Kao still thought about the wife waiting for him at home. Looks like I won't be making it back. I still haven't sent her this necklace. Returning to the present, Wang Zheng held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up a small box beside him with the other. Inside was the necklace his fallen brother had entrusted to him. The car sped swiftly down the road as the journey continued. Each person carried their own purpose as they headed toward Shengfei's home. On the road leading to Lion Town in Gongsu Province, Wang Zheng's car raced forward rapidly. He kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead while calmly informing her. About another hour until we reach Sister Shengfei's village. Shishi turned toward him suspiciously. Why do I feel like you know this place really well? It's obviously hard to find. You're driving like you know the route by heart. Have you been to Sister Sheng Fei's hometown before? Wang Zheng jolted like a thief caught red-handed and gave a stiff grunt in response. Then he hurriedly covered for himself. I came here for work a few years ago, that's all. But inwardly he thought, after hearing brother Sheng talk about it for years, he could travel this road correctly even with his eyes closed. She hesitated slightly, suspicion still lingering in her eyes. Oh, is that so? Sheng Fei had just set down her suitcase, when she immediately let out a long sigh. Finally, I'm home. The sight before her left her stunned. I haven't come home in 2 years. How did the house become like this? Memories of the humble home from before flooded her mind, and she could not help but stare in shock at the luxurious villa standing there now. Mei Hua pushed open the door and walked out. The moment she saw Sheng Fei, she joyfully called out, "My dear daughter, you're home, so why are you still standing outside? Isn't it hot?" Sheng Fei rushed forward and hugged her tightly while sobbing. Her emotions overflowed as she burst into tears. Wah! Mei Hua hurriedly comforted her warmly. Don't cry anymore. My dear child, you've finally come home. I missed you so much." Sheng Fei held her mother's hand, her eyes pleading. "Mom, come with me this time, let's move to the city. I'll take care of you." Mei Hua gestured toward the large house and gently refused. "I can't leave. Look at our home now, rebuilt into such a grand place. Your grandparents have already moved in too, and everyone's living happily. None of us want to leave." Sheng Fei looked straight into her mother's eyes and immediately asked the question weighing on her heart. "Mom, where did the money to build this house come from? This must have cost a fortune." Mei Hua smiled proudly and said, "More than 600,000 yuan, all from the money you sent home. My daughter is truly capable. Every month you send back over 20,000 yuan. But why split it into 2 transfers? And we have to go into town to withdraw the money. What a hassle." Confusion showed in her eyes as she stammered. "Okay, I just want you, Mom and Grandpa and Grandma, to live well." But suspicion began rising in her heart. More than 20,000? My salary is not that high and there were 2 transfers sent home. Could someone besides me be sending money home? Could it have been sent by mistake? But how could a mistake keep happening for so many years? Mei Hua saw her standing there motionless and softly called out, "All right, hurry inside. Do not stand out here in the sun anymore, my girl." A light breeze swept past, gently lifting the hem of her dress. Sheng Fei's gaze stopped on the hem of the dress. She stared at it and thought to herself, wait, this dress style belongs to a collection from an international brand. She hesitantly spoke up, "Mom, this dress." Her mother turned around and smiled faintly. "This dress is very comfortable. You sent it back last year, but I never had the heart to wear it. Since you came home this time, I finally put it on." That answer only made Sheng Fei even more confused. "I sent it back again. When this dress was on sale, it cost at least over 1,000 gold pieces." Mei Hua took her hand and pulled her inside, saying cheerfully, all right. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry inside. Your grandparents are waiting for you." When she entered the living room and saw her grandparents, she immediately lowered her head. "Hello, Grandpa, Grandma." Hong Ying pulled her down to sit and immediately brought up matchmaking. "Sheng Fei, you are finally back, do you know? Old Fei's family at the village entrance has asked several times. They want you to meet their son, Fei Lin." "Fei Lin, do you remember him?" Sheng Fei recalled what he looked like as a child, then answered politely, "I do. He was the runny-nosed boy." Hong Ying and Mei Hua looked at each other and smiled softly. Not missing the opportunity, the old woman began introducing him as if she were pitching a top-quality investment. "It is good that you remember him, Sheng Fei. Fei Lin is working in the capital now too. I heard he is even a marketing director and earns quite a lot every year. I also heard he owns an apartment in the capital." Hong Ying continued happily, "The more I look at you two, the more suitable you seem. You should meet him. Let us find a time to settle the matter between you two." Sheng Fei's eyes widened and she blurted out, "What?" Sheng Fei hurriedly refused. Her tone was somewhat awkward but very firm. "Grandma, my career is rising right now. I still do not want to think about dating, much less marriage." Hong Ying shook her head repeatedly, clearly disapproving. "That will not do, you are not that young anymore." Then she looked at her. Her gaze became serious. "Fei Lin is such a good boy, and you have not seen him once these past 2 years. He looks very good now, just meet him once, maybe you will like him." Sheng Fei immediately waved her hands and refused. "There is no need, Grandma. I really have not thought about getting married early." Mei Hua placed a hand on her shoulder and gently advised her, "Sheng Fei, since your grandparents have said so, just go meet him once." She felt cornered, so she hesitantly said in a low voice, "Mom, I really..." Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door. Fei Lin walked in carrying 2 bags. He quickly greeted them politely. "Grandpa, Grandma." The moment he saw Sheng Fei, his eyes showed a trace of surprise. "Oh, Sheng Fei is back." Sheng Fei tilted her head and studied him for a few seconds, then gave a mischievous smile. "Long time no see, runny-nosed boy." Fei Lin set the bags on the floor and quietly looked her up and down. Aha, you still remember that. That runny-nosed boy is gone now. You have changed a lot too. You have become a great beauty. Back then, no one expected it. Our village would actually produce someone as capable as you. Sheng Fei poured tea into a cup for the guest and brought it to him. Have some water. It is also impressive that you could buy a home in the capital through your own efforts. Unlike me, I am still staying at a friend's place. Fei Lin took the cup, then suddenly suggested, housing prices in the capital are very high now. Why do you not move into my place? It is a 2-bedroom apartment and the renovation has been finished for 3 months. You can move in now. If you live with me, we can take care of each other. She froze for a moment. Turning him down so quickly would feel awkward. Hong Ying immediately cut in, looking surprised as she asked Han, what's awkward about it, seeing that she was clearly supportive. He seized the chance and added, exactly, what's awkward about it? The two of us will each have our own room. We absolutely won't disturb each other. Sheng Fei was hit with one argument after another and could only stammer, well. Inwardly, she cried for help, wondering how on earth she should refuse. Someone, please save me. Fei Lin seemed to notice something in her eyes, and without waiting for her answer, he settled it with one sentence and hurriedly looked for a way out. How about this, Sheng Fei? When we go back to the capital this time, I'll help you move. You just got back, so I won't bother you anymore. You should chat with your family. Just as he turned to leave, he was stopped by Sheng Shi's voice from behind. Wait, the old man smiled kindly. His tone was half joking and half serious, leaving no room for refusal. What's the rush? Don't tell me you only want to talk to Sheng Fei and don't want to stay and chat with us old folks. Stay and eat here later. Hearing this, Fei Lin turned back at once and agreed. Since you've invited me, sir, I'll respectfully obey. He smiled shyly while thinking to himself, Grandpa really understands me. After he had just sat down, the old man could not help asking curiously, come here and tell me about your house. He answered hesitantly, there's nothing much to say. Sheng Fei sighed while thinking to herself, it's just a 2-bedroom place. If Fei Lin finds out that I'll become a major shareholder of Blue Ocean soon, with assets worth trillions, will he be so embarrassed he wants to sink into the ground? A moment later, Mei Hua's voice called from the dining room, come on, dinner is ready, Sheng Kai, Sheng Hao. Stop fooling around and come eat. The dishes on the table were plentiful. After everyone had taken their seats, Sheng Fei politely picked up food for the elders. Auntie, you've worked hard, try my braised pork. The other woman nodded and praised her. You're such a good girl, if only you were my daughter. And once the younger generation came home, the marriage lecture started again. Sheng Fei, tell me honestly, at your age you should be finding a boyfriend. As a daughter working away from home, she helplessly complained inwardly. Can they still gossip like this? Don't they ever get tired of this topic? Then she took out her phone and sent messages urging them to hurry. Anxious as fire burned in her heart, she silently called their names, wondering where Shishi and Wang Zheng were. Hurry up and save me. Just then, the doorbell rang. Sheng Fei immediately sprang to her feet and said softly to Mei Hua, Mom, I think my friends are here. I'll go welcome them. Wang Zheng was standing outside the gate waiting. He and Shishi looked toward the large house in front of them. Seeing it, he could not help admiring it inwardly. This house is built beautifully. Sheng Fei rushed out from inside, hugged them and cried out happily, Shishi. Wang Zheng, you two are finally here. Shishi asked with a trace of concern, is something wrong? Fei Lin walked out from inside and caught sight of this intimate scene. He immediately frowned, feeling both unhappy and puzzled. Why was there a guy here? Sheng Fei led them into the house, affectionately wrapping an arm around Shishi's neck. You two came at exactly the right time. Shishi only replied calmly, really? Once they entered, Sheng Fei pointed at Shishi and introduced her solemnly. Mom, this is my best friend, Shang Yu and Shishi. She gave a graceful smile and bowed politely. Hello, Auntie. I often hear Sheng Fei mention you. I've wanted to come visit you all for a long time. Mei Hua looked at her with affection and gratitude. I've heard Sheng Fei mention you too. If it weren't for your help, who knows how many difficulties Sheng Fei would have faced. Speaking of that, I really must thank you. Without hesitation, Sheng Fei pulled Wang Zheng over and continued the introductions. Mom, this is Wang Zheng. He's also a good friend of mine. He nodded slightly before speaking. Hello, sister-in-law. I've wanted to visit you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Sheng Fei and Shishi were both stunned, repeating the words in their mind. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, Shishi tugged at his arm and immediately corrected him. Wang Zheng, what are you saying? Why are you calling her sister-in-law? Wang Zheng felt guilty, sweat pouring out like a stream as he screamed inwardly. This is bad. It slipped out. Back then, in front of old Sheng, he always called her that. He still had not fixed that habit. He forced a smile and quickly answered, hello, ma'am. You look younger than your age, so I called you that. Please do not mind. She folded her arms, looked at him, and gave a soft snort, smooth talker. At that moment, Fei Lin came forward from behind, reached out his hand, and took the initiative to speak. Hello, he immediately introduced himself as if he were reading from a job resume. My name is Fei Lin. I went to the same school as Sheng Fei, and we both work in the capital. I currently live in Chengjai Garden. Wang Zheng shook his hand politely and replied softly. My name is Wang Zheng. I only came to the capital for work this year, and I still do not have a place to live. You could say I am living off others, but I have never heard of Chengjai Garden. He glanced at him and laughed inwardly. This guy is really funny. Who mentions where they live when introducing themselves? It is just an apartment, yet he acts as if he wants others to see it as his achievement. Bei Lin tried to keep a friendly expression, but his words still could not hide his urge to compare status. You only arrived this year, so you probably have not even visited half the capital yet. It is normal that you have not heard of it. Come over sometime when you are free. People from elsewhere like us coming to the capital for work know that it is not easy, so we should help each other. He then asked curiously, as if probing his rival's background. What kind of work do you do? Wang Zheng smiled and answered calmly, I work as a security guard and also as a driver. Bei Lin pulled his hand back, his face clearly showing smug satisfaction. Is that so? Security guards are usually quite free. I usually work until 9 or 10 at night. Inside, he laughed proudly to himself. A security guard? How could he compare to me? Shishi had been silently watching for a while, thinking, why do I feel like this guy is trying to prove he is superior? To Wang Zheng, could it be? This is getting interesting. Next. She lightly patted his shoulder and scolded him. Oh, stop being modest. You just spent more than 10 million buying a Maybach and now you are pretending to be just a security guard. Bei Lin froze as if he had been turned to ice, his mind spinning. What? Is he not a security guard? Was the Maybach outside bought by him? Between these two, who is telling the truth and who is lying? Just then, Manhwa came out of the kitchen carrying food. All right, sit down and talk. Try these peanuts harvested this year. They were roasted with our family recipe. Wang Zheng cracked open a peanut shell and ate it, raising his thumb in praise as he chewed. Delicious. His heart suddenly stirred. This is the flavor. It is exactly like the one sister-in-law used to send brother Sheng. Shishi glanced at him and could not help wondering, can roasted peanuts really make someone this happy? She immediately put one into her mouth as well. As soon as the rich flavor spread across her tongue, her eyes lit up and she blurted out. So good. Hong Ying sat down beside them, looking at the two with affectionate eyes. Shishi and Wang Zheng, I can tell at a glance that you two are good people. With friends like you by Sheng Fei's side, I can truly feel at ease. Bei Lin immediately rushed over and sat close by, seizing the chance to switch into emergency flattery mode. Grandma, there is me too. I will take better care of her from now on. When I have time, I will take you and Grandpa to the capital for a visit. It seemed his plan to score points had worked because she immediately turned to Sheng Fei. Good. Sheng Fei, look, Fei Lin is sincere toward you. Besides, you two have known each other since childhood. No matter how I look at it, I think you two are very well matched. She sat up straight and looked at her seriously. Grandma, please stop urging me. I will tell you the truth. I actually already have a boyfriend. Both Hong Ying and Fei Lin seemed to turn to stone, falling completely silent. Their reaction left Sheng Fei puzzled and she muttered inwardly, is it over just like that? I have not seen enough of Fei Lin getting jealous of Wang Zheng yet. So she decisively pointed at Wang Zheng and clearly announced it is him. He was eating happily when he suddenly heard his name called. Wang Zheng sighed inwardly. Good heavens, not again. Can you stop doing this? Wherever I go, I become someone else's shield. He sat motionless like a wooden statue. He silently cried inside. Everyone is watching and even Sheng Fei is looking too. This is so annoying. Sheng Fei looked at Shishi with eyes asking for permission. Can I borrow him? Shishi raised her hand into an O shape. They cooperated perfectly as if they had rehearsed it already. Okay. Both of them turned to Wang Zheng at the same time, their sparkling eyes seeming to plead, back out now. He gently closed his eyes and sighed, then suddenly grabbed Sheng Fei's hand. Wang Zheng smiled obediently, speaking clearly as if reading from a script. Grandma and Auntie, please allow me to speak honestly. Sheng Fei and I have been together for over half a year. She wanted to wait a bit longer before bringing me home to introduce me to everyone. Unexpectedly, this time while passing through on a business trip, I took the chance to greet everyone first. Sheng Fei lightly twisted her hand, frowning at him to signal, let go. Wang Zheng glanced at her, his eyes reminding her, don't move, this is more convincing. Inside, he was secretly delighted. I can't take advantage of others, but I can't even hold hands. Then he turned to Hong Ying, lowering his voice warmly and sincerely. Grandma, I know you care about Sheng Fei the most and always worry that she isn't safe outside. Please rest assured now she is. Sheng Fei shot him a quick glare. Inside, she fumed, why say it so harshly? Is he taking revenge on me? Hong Ying smiled until her eyes narrowed, her voice full of joy and meaning. Good child, I like you even more now. Leaving Sheng Fei to you puts my mind at ease. Bei Lin sat nearby, his face darkening as the situation suddenly turned around. What is going on? A bitter feeling surged through him, painful to swallow. Wasn't Grandma supposed to be on my side? Did Sheng Fei do this on purpose? She already had a boyfriend and didn't say it from the start. Was she deliberately trying to embarrass me? He glanced at the two acting affectionate, resentment filling his heart. After making their relationship public, the two of them kept exchanging affectionate glances, irritating everyone else. Then, without another word, he angrily stood up. No longer wanting to stay another second, he said goodbye with restrained irritation. Grandma, it's getting late, I'll head back first. Inside, he burned with anger, grinding his teeth and cursing silently. I've never been humiliated in front of so many people. This is infuriating. Just moments ago, she had sided with Fei Lin, but now she changed completely and waved him off. Fei Lin, if I find a good girl later, I'll introduce her to you. Don't be upset. Fei Lin turned and left, silently vowing not to let this go. Just wait, whether you're a security guard or the owner of that luxury car. Once we're back in the capital, you'll know what I'm capable of. The clock now pointed to 8 in the evening. Mei Hua walked out of the kitchen and gently reminded them, Mother, it's getting late, hurry and get some rest. We can talk tomorrow. Hong Ying chuckled regretfully. Ah, time passes so quickly, I haven't talked enough with my grandson-in-law yet. Wang Zheng swallowed hard, forcing an awkward smile inside. Grandson-in-law? How did we get to that title so quickly? I used to be Sheng He's team captain. Hong Ying lingered a little longer before suddenly asking an awkward question. Grandson-in-law, let me ask you, are Sheng Fei and you living together? He thought about the house where all three of them currently lived and answered casually without realizing the misunderstanding he would cause. Yes, we live together. She covered her mouth and smiled brightly. She let out an amused little gasp. Sheng Fei reacted as if splashed with boiling water, jumping up and hurriedly explaining, Grandma, don't listen to his nonsense. The two of us are just staying at Shishi's house. That's all, not in the same room. After a while, seeing everyone still sitting there, Mei Hua smiled and urged them again. Why are you still chatting here? Sheng Fei, Wang Zheng. You two should hurry and rest. The bedroom is on the east side and Shishi stays in the west room on the second floor. Auntie already prepared the rooms. Sheng Fei practically shouted, furious beyond words. Mom, why are you joining in too? They aren't staying here tonight. She immediately asked in surprise, why? Sheng Fei hurriedly came up with an excuse. Something happened at the company. Wang Zheng and Shishi both need to hurry back. They only stopped by while making time. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, I absolutely cannot stay with Wang Zheng, that beast in human skin. Mei Hua tilted her head toward him as if only wanting confirmation. Is that so, Wang Zheng? Wang Zheng shook his head repeatedly, deliberately contradicting Sheng Fei. Auntie, that's not true. I've already handled everything just fine. Young Master Hai thought to himself, HMPH, this marshal got used by you girls once. I may not be able to gain anything from Zia, but if you want to drive me away, not a chance. Sheng Fei answered in a panic, hurriedly dragging Shishi in as a shield. Mom, don't listen to Wang Zheng's nonsense. They really do have something to do. If you don't believe me, ask Shishi. Sheng Fei clasped her hands, wearing an earnest expression that seemed to say, help me, Shishi. Wang Zheng's threatening message suddenly flashed through her mind, putting her in an extremely difficult position. After weighing the pros and cons, Shishi decided to betray herself to save herself. What? There's nothing. All the company work has already been handled. We'll stay here tonight. Mei Hua immediately smiled in satisfaction. Good, then my effort cleaning the rooms for you wasn't wasted. Come on. I'll take you to your room. By the time Wang Zheng entered Sheng Fei's room, the clock hands were already pointing to 9:30. His gaze swept over the family photo beside the bed. Seeing him sprawled shamelessly across her bed, Sheng Fei put her hands on her hips and snapped. How long are you planning to stay in my room? What will it take for you to agree to switch rooms with Shishi? Wang Zheng tilted his head to look at her and pretended to ask innocently, why should I switch rooms with Shishi? The very next second, he provoked her by spreading out his arms and legs, taking over the entire bed in the room. The bed is big and soft and there's a beauty right beside me. Secretly switching rooms would have to wait until the elders are asleep. Too troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillow flew straight into his face. Sheng Fei plopped down on the bed in frustration and shot him a razor-sharp glare. Stop bragging. When exactly are you going to pay back the money you owe me? Wang Zheng cheerfully pretended to raise his hands in surrender. Fine, for the sake of the great beauty Sheng Fei, I compromise. But since you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend, you have to give me some kind of benefit, right? Give me a benefit and I'll leave right away. She immediately grew wary and tightly crossed her arms over her chest. What benefit? Don't push your luck. He suddenly sprang up and moved right next to her, making Sheng Fei's face turn deathly pale. She stammered in panic, What do you want? Wang Zheng laughed slyly and made an unbelievably strange demand. Wow, what are you thinking? Your mind isn't pure at all. I'm just really curious what size underwear you wear. Tell me and I'll switch rooms. Sheng Fei remained on guard, her eyes widening as she cried out. She hurriedly pulled the pillow in front of herself and asked shyly, why would you ask something like that? He casually lay back on the bed and threw out a teasing line. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Never mind, I'm free tonight. Honey, let's go to sleep. She frowned slightly, her tone somewhat yielding but still full of caution. If I tell you, will you really switch rooms? Wang Zheng put both hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and calmly gave a hum of agreement. Sheng Fei's cheeks flushed bright red. After stammering for a long time, she finally managed one word. She hugged the pillow tightly with both hands and suddenly shouted, "No, I can't say it," seeing her flustered reaction. Wang Zheng curled his lips into a pleased grin. Aha! He sat up, raised his brows and compromised. All right, I won't force you anymore. Look how red your face is." Sheng Fei was so angry that she clutched the pillow in her hands and yelled, "Wang Zheng, you bastard." The pillow shot toward him, but Wang Zheng tilted aside and dodged it in time. It flew a little too far and knocked the picture on the bedside cabinet to the floor. He turned back to look at her resentfully. "I was just joking. And you still hit me?" Then he bent down and picked up the fallen object. After looking at it closely for a moment, he nodded and commented, "Pretty good quality. It didn't break." Wang Zheng's hand gently brushed across the face of the man in the photo, and his voice suddenly turned serious. "Your father was very handsome when he was young." Sheng Fei lowered her eyes, her hands unconsciously tightening. "But he's gone now. There was an accident during a drill." Images from memory suddenly surfaced. He frowned and wondered to himself, "An accident?" He turned to look at her, his eyes carrying a rare trace of sincerity. "Sheng Fei, when there's time, I want to take you somewhere." She hesitated slightly, her gaze wavering before she gave a small nod. "Okay, but Wang Zheng, there's something I want to talk to you about. I have a lot of questions in my heart. I think only you can answer them." Wang Zheng agreed at once without even thinking. "Go ahead." Sheng Fei tried to piece everything together in her mind. "Wang Zheng, I know you're not just a simple bodyguard. There's a lot you haven't shown. On top of that, you can even produce clothes from luxury brands." His mouth fell open, making him look no different from a culprit caught red-handed. You found out? Well, my major was fashion design. These clothes were all gifts from friends. I'm very casual about what I wear." Sheng Fei suddenly leaned closer, her gaze boring straight into him as she pressed. "The dress my mother wore was given by you, wasn't it?" Wang Zheng and Sheng Fei stared at each other as if trying to see through one another's hearts. After a brief silence, he gave a slight nod and admitted it. "It was me. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive." She tilted her head slightly, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. "It's not that I'm perceptive. Who would send a luxury brand dress to someone in the countryside? The 20,000 each month was from you too, wasn't it?" Why? He casually picked at his ear as if he no longer cared about hiding anything. "So everything's been exposed." Sheng Fei raised her hand, pointing with each finger as she listed each undeniable piece of evidence. "You were so obvious. Did you think I was stupid? The way you carved the duck at Quanjude was the same as my father. Then you called my mother sister-in-law, and also." Before she could finish, Wang Zheng interrupted her. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "Fine, all right, I admit it. I knew your father." Sheng Fei gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes filled with indescribable sorrow. "Then tell me, did my father really die in an accident?" Wang Zheng tightened his grip on the painting in his hand. He had originally planned to find a better time to tell her later. He looked at the man in the portrait. His expression darkened as old memories came flooding back. "Actually, Brother Sheng and I were comrades. He was China's finest special forces soldier. He was the best in the unit." He gently brushed his hand across the photo, his voice carrying waves of regret. "How could a man like him possibly die in an accident? He sacrificed himself on the battlefield to save me. Without him, there would be no me." Sheng Fei raised her hand and wiped away her tears. As soon as the tears rolled down, she immediately asked, "You said you wanted to take me somewhere. Is it that place?" Wang Zheng looked straight at her, his eyes resolute. "The battlefield." The clock on the wall silently pointed to 11 at night. In the empty hallway, Shishi pressed her ear against the door, listening carefully. She held her breath as if afraid of making a sound and muttered, "It's already so late and he still won't switch rooms with me. Don't tell me they're really sleeping together. Let me hear." Suddenly, a soft click sounded and the door swung open, causing Shishi to lose her balance and fall straight into Wang Zheng. She let out a cry. He froze for a few seconds and looked at her in confusion. "Shishi, why did you suddenly come here? Feeling lonely or something?" Her face turned bright red as she shouted loudly to hide her embarrassment. "You're the lonely one. I saw you hadn't come over yet, so I—" Her voice suddenly died away when her eyes accidentally drifted down to where his hand was resting, in a rather sensitive spot. A second later, she screamed, covered her chest with both hands, and ran back into the room like a gust of wind. "Pervert! Sheng Fei, hurry up and chase him out." Sheng Fei gently pushed the door shut and politely said, "Good night." From outside, Wang Zheng's calm voice came through. "Good night." He stared at his hand, unable to stop himself from silently judging it in his mind. Not as good as Han Xingai's, but still pretty decent. The next morning, a peaceful new day began. Mei Hua's gentle voice came from the front yard. "Here are some peanuts and sweet potatoes. Don't be shy, have more." Shishi hurriedly replied, "Auntie, that's enough, really." The woman looked at the two preparing to get into the car, clearly reluctant to part with them. "You've only stayed one day and you're already leaving." Sheng Fei frowned and explained to her mother, "Mom, I already told you they have urgent business to handle." When they reached the car, Wang Zheng turned around and waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Auntie." Shishi smiled brightly and waved enthusiastically. "Auntie, we'll come visit again next time." The car started moving, taking them back to the city. Not long after the car left, Shishi's nosy side flared up again. Wang Zheng, what exactly happened between you and Sheng Fei last night? Come on, tell me. The way Sheng Fei looked at you this morning felt kind of strange. She grabbed Wang Zheng's sleeve and shook it like a child begging for candy. Tell me already, I'm dying of curiosity. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face tense. Can you stop messing around? I'm driving. Suddenly, a stern voice came through the loudspeaker. Vehicle ahead, pull over. But their car still did not stop and continued moving forward. The deep male voice sounded from the loudspeaker again, this time issuing a clear command. I repeat, slow down and stop the vehicle. Wang Zheng frowned and looked ahead. Unable to help himself, he wondered what was going on. Wang Zheng and Shishi got out of the car together. She looked ahead, her eyes filled with confusion and worry. Did something happen? Hong Chi stomped forward with imposing steps. His face was colder than ice, and he was even carrying a firearm. Seeing that scene, Shishi could not help whispering fearfully, "What kind of terrifying person did we offend this time?" Wang Zheng remained standing calmly, his expression completely unaffected by the intimidating pressure. Who knows, maybe we accidentally provoked some dangerous snake. Hong Chi stopped right in front of him, his icy gaze locked onto his target. Your name is Wang Zheng? He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his lips curling into a careless smirk. So what? Suddenly he smashed his gun against the car window with a loud bang and roared, "You're the one I'm looking for." Shishi immediately screamed when she saw her beloved car damaged. My car window? The door slammed shut loudly as she angrily shouted. Who are you? What do you want? Even an officer can't just smash my car whenever he wants. Hanki frowned slightly and shot her a contemptuous glance. Who am I? Major Zhang Hanki of the Gongsu Defense Regiment, Zhang Miao's older brother. Wang Zheng calmly slipped his hands into his pockets. In a casual tone, he said, the provincial secretary's son, what do you want with me? Gritting his teeth, Hanki suddenly grabbed his collar. Stop pretending to be clueless. If you hadn't raced my sister, how could her leg have been broken? Today I'll make you suffer the same pain she did. Shishi panicked and hurried toward them while protesting angrily. What do you know? Zhang Miao was the one who dragged Wang Zheng into the race. She couldn't win, so she played dirty. Wang Zheng even saved her from danger. Fear flashed through her eyes as she recalled what happened. If it weren't for Wang Zheng, she might have. Before she could finish, Hanki suddenly shoved her hard and growled word by word, "Move aside. Stop screaming in my ear," she cried out in pain. Shishi fell to the ground and glared at him furiously. Zhang Hanki, do you believe that because you pushed me today, I can have someone arrest you at your unit tomorrow? He lifted his chin and looked at Wang Zheng provocatively. In Gongsu, nobody dares touch me. Wang Zheng grabbed the hand clutching him tightly. His gaze darkened. Zhang Hanki, you're way too arrogant. Being the provincial secretary's son is impressive, but you still can't destroy someone else's property before finding out the truth. Really? How are you going to compensate for this window? Hanki said nothing more and immediately swung his fist while shouting arrogantly, compensate, first see if you can keep your life. Wang Zheng dodged the attack with ease. Hanki sneered coldly. Such a thug attacking whenever he wants. The next second, he struck Hanki in the stomach after casually warning him, then I'm making my move. Watching Hanki clutch his stomach in pain, Wang Zheng couldn't help feeling surprised. What's going on? He only hit me once, yet it already hurt this much. Hanki charged again, clearly more cautious this time. He thought to himself, this guy isn't simple, I can't underestimate him. Hanki slid forward toward his chest. His momentum surged as a single thought filled his mind. Finish this quickly and let him taste this move. The subordinates nearby cheered excitedly as if watching a ring match. The captain's making his move, watch carefully. The company commander hasn't fought in a long time. With his temper, he'll definitely use all his strength to crush the opponent. How is that possible? A second later, everyone stared in shock. He dodged it again. Wang Zheng effortlessly evaded the attack once more. He placed a hand lightly on Hanki's shoulder and smirked mockingly. What a vicious move. If I got hit by that, I'd suffer for the rest of my life. Hanki's face twisted with rage. He glared fiercely at Wang Zheng and hissed, you. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng spun around and drove a painful elbow into his chest. This is payback. The tremendous blow sent Hanki flying backward like a kite with a broken string. His subordinates screamed in panic, company commander, seeing him lying motionless. They rushed over frantically, continuously shouting, company commander, can you hear us? The company commander's breathing is getting weaker. How could he hit the commander so hard? Right after that, they all pulled their triggers. The gun barrels were all aimed directly at Wang Zheng as one of them shouted furiously, you dared beat our company commander into this state. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Wang Zheng kept his hands in his pockets, acting like the victim accusing the aggressor. Are your eyes just for decoration? Which eye of yours saw me hit him? He attacked me first. Naturally, his skill at shameless denial was flawless. Playing the victim, so what? You're not hurt, but our company commander is. There was no need to say more about Honky's miserable condition. He turned and commanded the soldiers, 5 of you, take the company commander to the nearest hospital. The rest stay here with me. With the remaining half of the soldiers, Yu Ran carried himself with confidence and spat out a threat. I'd like to see who can snatch a gun from my hand. Wang Zheng folded his arms, sighed, and revealed a secret. Maybe you don't know this, but I really hate it when people from my own motherland point guns at me. The moment he finished speaking, the muzzle was pressed against his chest. It really was annoying. You get what fate hands you. Yu Ran tightened his grip on the trigger and asked heartlessly, what does that have to do with me? Wang Zheng casually reached out and grabbed the barrel. Then he kindly adjusted it so it was aimed right at his heart and challenged the other man. If you're willing to take responsibility, go ahead and shoot. Even then, Wang Zheng added a few more words to sober him up about the law. But in my opinion, once Zhang Honky wakes up, he won't help you clean this up. What kind of consequences would a soldier face for opening fire on an innocent civilian? 20 or 30 years in prison. A moment ago, Yu Ran had been full of confidence. But when the police were mentioned, Yu Ran began to hesitate. Wang Zheng raised his index finger, striking while the iron was hot. In my eyes, all Cathian soldiers are family. Unless I have no other choice, I don't want to hit my own family. I'll give you 5 seconds, move aside. 1. Not wanting to get tangled up with these people for too long, Wang Zheng raised another finger. 2. The sound of the countdown echoed in Yu Ran's ears, making him hurriedly calculate in his mind. He's right. If I shoot, given the company commander's personality, he won't protect me, he might even blame me. At last, just as 3 rang out, Yu Ran finally reacted. He wanted to act but lacked the power, so he comforted himself in silence. I can't gamble with my own future. Wang Zheng was satisfied with this outcome. He suddenly slapped his own chest and reminded him again, I was once a lieutenant. Let me tell you something. Remember it well. Never point a gun at your comrade. Whether Yu Ran took those words to heart or not, Wang Zheng quickly turned and walked toward his car. Shishi, let's go, she answered without hesitation. They had only taken a few steps when Haiming suddenly raised his gun. The company commander ended up like this. How can we let him leave so easily? Whether you fire or not, can't we just pin a charge on him? Yu Ran immediately spun around. Then he frantically spread his arms to stop him. Haiming stopped. No sooner said than done. A bang rang out, startling the nearby birds into scattering in all directions. Fresh blood dripped to the ground. It pooled beside the rifle lying alone on the ground. Haiming grimaced, clutching his blood-stained arm, and let out a long, agonized scream. That shot left Haiming's hand trembling, while Wang Zheng remained coldly frozen in his trigger-pulling stance. After dealing with it decisively, he immediately opened the door and got into the car, not forgetting to leave behind a warning. Don't provoke me. The black car quickly left the obstacle behind and continued the journey that had just been interrupted. After they had only gone a short distance, Shishi leaned over with sparkling eyes full of admiration. You were so cool when you fired just now. You were so far away, but your aim was really accurate. Wang Zheng kept his gaze on the road ahead and said indifferently, that isn't anything worth praising. If he weren't a Cathian soldier, then with that shot just now, his hand would be gone. After those words snapped her back to her senses, Shishi grew worried again. Then you've made an enemy of Zhang Honky. What if he goes to the capital to cause trouble for you later? As soon as she finished speaking, a broad hand reached over and rubbed Shishi's head as if to comfort her. Even now, Wang Zheng was still quite confident in his own ability. Don't worry, Zhang Honky won't be able to get out of bed for at least half a year. His ribs are broken and his lungs are badly injured. Recovery won't come easy. The phone beside them suddenly vibrated violently, cutting off their conversation. It seemed to be long-awaited news because she immediately broke into a bright smile. That's great, got it. The moment she hung up, Shishi could not hold back a shout. Wang Zheng, we found Liu Ziwei. Ryuan Wen is secretly arranging for people to bring him back from Italy. Without waiting for him to react, she added another piece of bad news, but he still refuses to talk. Ryuan Wen questioned him and got nothing. Ryuan Wen said we should go back and deal with him ourselves. Still, the first half of the news was enough to satisfy Wang Zheng. Good, let's head back immediately. We can't waste a second. Without hesitation, he slammed on the gas and the car shot forward with a screech. The blazing sunlight reflected off the skyscrapers. Wentao stepped out briskly with a bright smile when he saw the 2 familiar figures. Vice President Wang, you're finally back. He gestured toward the man sitting nearby and respectfully introduced him. Vice President Wang, this is Liu Ziwei. Ziwei looked straight at Wang Zheng with a firm gaze, his voice unwavering. Vice President Wang, no matter who you send, I already told you I don't know anything. Wang Zheng casually waved a hand, signaling the others to leave for the moment. So stubborn, Shishi and Wentao, you 2 go outside first. The door shut with a thud, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. He sat in the chair opposite and immediately launched his attack. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Zheng. I recently became vice president of Jurong International. Forgive me for getting straight to the point. Why did you leave Zheali Company in the first place? Ziwei frowned, his face full of displeasure. Why should I tell you? Wang Zheng remained unfazed and calmly took a sip of water. After setting down the glass, he fixed the man opposite him with a cold stare. I really don't understand. What benefit do you get from bringing Jurong down? You were obviously the one who planted the chip at Jayali. Otherwise, why would you suddenly give up a high-paying job and flee to Italy? The man shrugged and answered evenly. I went to Italy to take care of my daughter while she attends college. No other reason. Wang Zheng tapped his fingers on the table. I think you're a highly intelligent person, but highly intelligent people often lack emotional intelligence. Or let me put it this way. When people face an either-or choice, they often make irrational decisions. Ziwei's pride was struck and he jumped to his feet with blazing eyes. I've always been rational, he spoke lightly with sarcasm. Really? Aha, then why did you betray the company that nurtured you? Without hesitation, just because someone offered you a little benefit. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, then let out a cold laugh to mask his unease. I can tell you're just trying to bait me into a trap. Forget it, I won't fall for it. Wang Zheng leaned forward, his sharp eyes seeming to pierce through every thought. Or should I say, the reason you betrayed them was your daughter. The moment those words landed, Ziwei's heart trembled. Wang Zheng remained calm, both hands resting on the table. To be honest, my previous job was in special operations. I'm very experienced in interrogation and even better at reading expression. Wang Zheng tilted his head, his sharp tone slicing away the last layer of disguise. I asked you 7 questions earlier and your expressions were different every time. A sigh rang out like the closing argument of a trial. In fact, I don't even need your answers. Your expressions already answered for you. Mr. Liu, you're an honest man. Can you tell me everything? Ziwei lowered his head slightly. Deeply conflicted, after a long internal struggle, he sighed and shook his head. I have nothing to say. Wang Zheng did not hesitate and pushed a photograph toward him. Mr. Liu, this is your daughter studying at university in Italy, isn't it? The moment Ziwei recognized the person in the photo, he instantly lost his composure and shouted. Jingjing, his expression changed and anger mixed with fear filled his voice. You've been following my daughter? Don't touch my daughter, she's everything to me. Wang Zheng said nothing and presented another piece of evidence. In the beginning, those people used your daughter to threaten you. Forced you to leave your homeland, right? Look at this. The surveillance photos of Tingting were spread out in front of him, leaving Ziwei bewildered. Who are these people? He glanced lightly at the man before answering his question. Of course, these people are using your daughter to control Mr. Liang Zhai. If you disobey them, your daughter will lose her life. Flustered, the man braced both hands on the table. Why would they do something like this? Wang Zheng picked up a photo, then placed it in front of him. Do not be so pessimistic. Meeting me is your good fortune. I have already dealt with these hidden dangers for you. Wei looked at him with eyes still full of doubt. Since there were only 2 people in the room, he asked directly without hesitation. Consider it repayment to me. Tell me, why did they not attack you directly but instead used your daughter to threaten you? What secret are you hiding? He lowered his head and stared at the tabletop. I have technology related to filter cores. I have a way to make a filter core that consumes no materials and can be used forever. That is what they want to obtain. Wang Zheng slipped his hands into his trouser pockets, looking relaxed. A product that consumes no materials. If filter cores become products that consume no materials, the company that loses the most will certainly shut down. Jurong Corporation will also be affected. It seems you understand matters related to Maya water purifiers quite well. Ziwei suddenly fell silent and said nothing more. Wang Zheng snapped his fingers and made a suggestion. You speak halfway and then refuse to continue. That really ruins the mood. Look at this, then decide whether you want to keep talking. The door suddenly gave a dry click. He was stunned by this abrupt turn of events. How is this possible? When Ziwei saw his daughter standing before him, he could not help freezing in place. Tingting, why are you here? Tingting looked at him with tear-filled eyes and called out in a choked voice, Dad. Then she rushed over and held him tightly in her trembling arms. Ziwei was both emotional and confused as he turned to look at Wang Zheng. What exactly do you people want? He slowly walked toward them and reassured him. You have seen it yourself. I can protect your daughter so you no longer need to worry. After that, he raised one finger at a time to match each condition he laid out. As for my terms, they are very simple. First, you work for Jurong, and I will protect your daughter. Second, tell me everything you know. I want to find out who is behind this. After thinking for a few seconds, Ziwei nodded. All right, I agree. Then he turned back to look at his daughter. His gaze softened with love. As long as my daughter is safe, I will do anything. The corners of Wang Zheng's mouth curved into a faint smile, subtle yet meaningful. Talking to someone with a high IQ really does save effort. Do not worry. Jurong will not treat you badly. With that, he turned and walked out, not forgetting to instruct. Assistant Yuan, I will leave the rest to you. Wen Tao nodded respectfully and accepted the order. Rest assured, Vice President Wang, everything will go smoothly. Shishi smiled brightly and looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. I have to thank you again. Wang Zheng rubbed his nose, his expression a mix of smugness and teasing. No need to be polite. After all, I am the vice chairman of Jurong. Has your father's condition improved at all? The outcome of this matter is still uncertain. The opponent might turn out to be powerful. Her expression fell, worry clear in her eyes. There is still no change. Right now, he is only being kept alive through IV fluids. I can only hope he does not stay like this forever. He placed his hand on her head, gently stroking it as if comforting a child. Everything will be fine. I will always be by your side. Before your father wakes up, we should make the most of the time to settle everything properly and make Ju Rong grow even stronger. Shishi's face suddenly flushed with shyness, and her voice became tiny, as if she were talking to herself. Victor, thank you. It really is good having you by my side. Victor raised a hand to his ear, pretending he had not heard clearly. What? Did you say I'm the most handsome man in the world? She stomped hard on his foot, pouting. You jerk, you can't stay serious for even 3 seconds. Then she turned and walked away, leaving only one sentence behind. I'm going to work. He watched her from behind, his face blank, then muttered, HMPH, I really don't understand women. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He swiped the screen and the caller ID appeared, Michelle Zhang. A few hours later at the West Blue office, a waiter came over and placed the dishes on the table with a warm voice. Your order for the 2 of you. Victor frowned as if he were being tortured. He sighed while complaining. Maybe I was never meant to belong to high society from the moment I was born. Even eating a meal has so many rules. This is really making things hard for me. This place isn't as good as Silver Ridge Mountain. There you can eat as freely as you want. Michelle suddenly paused while eating, then looked up at him. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she smiled gently. Everyone has their own ambition. Maybe after you get used to it someday. You might even get tired of street food. Look at the people in this restaurant. How many of them have ever eaten at a street stall? Then she continued enjoying her meal, while Victor kept grumbling nonstop. Then they're really fake. Unlike me, I stick to being honest and upright. If a beautiful woman hadn't invited me here, I definitely wouldn't set foot in a place like this. Michelle's face showed a flash of embarrassment, but she quickly changed the subject. Don't say that. I asked you here because I wanted to report on Phantom Diamond. Victor froze for a moment and could only keep nodding. Mama. She sat up straight and presented everything smoothly, clearly showing she had prepared thoroughly. In the capital, I have found 14 stores in prime locations. Once the rent is settled, we can proceed with renovation. As for increasing newspaper advertising, and in magazines, we will need to offer quite a discount to compete with the Su family's diamond brand. She spoke nonstop, and every sentence reflected vision and deep understanding. Although the Su family's diamond sales volume is stable, this is a matter of market competition. Even Su Tianchen won't be able to hold out for long. Victor rested his chin on his hand and stared at her. Inwardly, he could not help sighing in admiration. She really was worthy of being the chairwoman of Blue Ocean Group. When it came to business, she was like a completely different person. He had no idea that behind them, a burning gaze was fixed firmly on the 2 of them. Tianren looked at them, feeling discomfort rise all the way to his throat, and thought to himself, I didn't expect to run into Michelle here. Could she be on a date with Victor? And they're talking and laughing, how improper. At that moment, Haixing cheerfully walked in from outside, smiling brightly as she called to him, Tianren, I'm back. Seeing that he did not answer, and even stood up abruptly, she asked anxiously, What are you looking at? He silently strode over to Victor's table and she hurried after him. She kept calling after him, Tianren, where are you going? Tianren slammed his hand down on the table with a thud. He swept his gaze over Victor, the corner of his mouth curling into a provocative smirk. What a coincidence, Victor. I actually ran into you here. Victor leaned back in his chair, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. What a coincidence indeed. Michelle and I made plans to eat here, and I didn't expect to run into Mr. Su. Without waiting for anyone to invite him, Tianren pulled out a chair and sat beside Michelle first. Since fate has brought us together, why don't the 4 of us share one table? Victor glanced lightly toward Haixing, his trembling hand lifting to point. I agree to sit at the same table as you, but I don't like this woman. She looked at him with obvious displeasure in her eyes and thought to herself, Do you think I like you? Last time you ruined my belt and I still haven't settled that score with you. Even so, she was secretly grateful to him. After all, thanks to that embarrassing incident, old Mr. Su now values me greatly. She recalled the words Fuhua had once used to praise her. Haixing is very sensible. At the crucial moment, she bravely stood up for Tianren. Not bad, I like you very much. Victor crossed his arms and looked at her in confusion. He sneered inwardly. I have already said that much, yet she can still smile. This woman really becomes more hateful the more one looks at her. Just then, Tianren walked over with a glass of wine and called softly, Mr. Wang. He smiled faintly, then spoke up for Haixing, saying that what happened last time was because Haixing had acted impulsively. Liu, please take this as my apology. Since this is your first time in the capital, let us say we only became acquainted after a clash and make one more friend. Wang Zheng immediately raised his hand to stop him and bluntly rejected the goodwill. I do not understand. My phantom diamond is a competitor to your side. We need to divide the market, so why would we become friends? Tian Ran still held the wine glass in front of him and patiently continued. Business is business. Friendship is friendship. Each matter should be kept separate. Wang Zheng made his firm position clear. Then I will have to apologize. I cannot be hypocritical. His expression darkened at once. His lips curled slightly in dissatisfaction. Mr. Wang has such a straightforward temper. He truly is an interesting person. With that, he stood up, straightened his lapels, and used an excuse to withdraw. I suddenly remembered that I still have some matters to handle, so I will not disturb you two any longer. He took out an invitation card and placed it on the table as though he had just remembered something important. Right, his eyes turned toward Ming Qi, his tone sincere with a hint of expectation. The 21st of next month is my grandfather's birthday. Ming Qi, you must come. After saying that, Tian Ran immediately turned and left, causing Hai Xing to hurry after him. Tian Ran, slow down, wait for me. Ming Qi held the invitation in her hand, hesitation faintly showing in her eyes. Old Mr. Su's birthday banquet, Wang Zheng. Do you think I should go or not? Over here, Yan knocked Yang Qiang down but did not bother to apologize. Instead, he shouted angrily, that burned me, damn it. The guests around them began looking over and discussing it. What happened? It seems the waiter accidentally spilled water on him. Even so, there is no need to act like that. That guy is vicious. Yang Qiang knelt at his feet in fear. I am sorry, I did not do it on purpose. Wang Zheng walked over and stood beside him. Holding a teapot in his hand, he could not hold back his anger and spoke. Bowing and scraping will never win you anyone's respect. On the contrary, as a man, when it is time to be strong, you must know how to stand strong. Then he turned back to look at him and said softly, come here, I will teach you what to do. The next second, he raised his hand and poured tea over James's head. As James wiped his face, he asked furiously, do you have a death wish? What are you doing? Wang Zheng set the teapot on the nearby table. His manner was calm, teaching someone how to behave, of course. This is Chinese territory. How could I let you act so arrogantly here? I will compensate for all the losses here today, and you will apologize to the waiter. Yan raised his hand into a fist and charged quickly toward him, curling his lips slightly. How ridiculous. One monkey wants to stand up for another monkey. Let me see whether you have the right. Wang Zheng leaned sideways and dodged his attack. Looking at that punch just now, he thought to himself, this man's punch. Not only is it powerful, its speed is also extremely fast. Compared with Zhang Hongqi, the difference is truly enormous. Wang Zheng seized the opening and struck his opponent straight in the chest with a palm, secretly guessing, every one of his attacks carries killing intent. If he had only trained hard, he absolutely could not have reached this level of lethality. He must have gone through bloodshed. Yan attacked again. Wang Zheng raised his hand to block, still doubtful in his heart. Why would a foreign expert like this come to China? Wang Zheng began to counterattack, launching move after move and forcing him to withdraw his hands to defend. Yan thought to himself, fewer than 10 people in the group can fight me. Yet today, I have actually met such a formidable figure here. China truly deserves its reputation as the cradle of martial arts, a place where hidden masters abound. Wang Zheng narrowed his eyes and focused on him. Then he immediately landed a precise kick on him. Yan was kicked back a distance. His face twisted in pain and he clutched his stomach as he asked, with speed and skill like this, are you from Dark Knight Military Academy? Cold footsteps echoed across the chilly tile floor. Wang Zheng strode over and stood right in front of Yan, his aura as icy as a blade. Was Dark Knight Military Academy not already told clearly? You were not to set foot in the East, were you? Could it be that you people have violated the Western Dark World Treaty? The Western world has 3 major dark organizations, and Dark Military Academy is one of them, because the 3 groups cannot seize the East on their own. So the Western world has an unwritten rule. They cannot set foot in the East. Ren's face turned as pale as paper. One unanswered question spun through his mind. Who is this guy? Ordinary people would never come into contact with the world hidden from the light, let alone judge from his movements that he was from the academy. Not daring to hesitate, he spun around, fled, and told himself, this man is no simple opponent. Running is the best plan. Wang Zheng immediately launched a hidden weapon. His shout cracked through the air like a whip. Where do you think you're running? Ren crashed straight through the glass door. His body slammed into it, sending shards flying everywhere. By the time Wang Zheng chased after him, Ren had completely vanished. Right after that, he leaned out the window and looked down at the street to search for him. Minky had just run over and stopped beside him. Her face was still dazed. This is the 7th floor. He jumped down and disappeared. Did he fly away or something? Wang Zheng shook his head firmly and gave his guess without hesitation. No, he was hit by my knockout drug. Within half a minute, he would definitely be paralyzed and powerless. Since we can't see him now, someone must have picked him up. She turned to look at him, worry clear in her eyes. Hearing you say that makes me a little scared. What now? Should we chase after him? He acted as if nothing had happened and deliberately teased her. No need. We definitely can't catch up now. Besides, I have to escort a great beauty home. When Minky heard that, she scolded him affectionately, smooth talker. At the same time, a white car was speeding down the road. Inside, Dong Song glanced at Ren reproachfully. James already told you not to act rashly. China is full of hidden experts. Acting on your own like that will affect the principal's plan. Ren was still panting from his escape, his face still filled with panic. Yang, I think we're in trouble. I fought someone there just now. His martial arts were powerful, and his hidden weapons were pretty good too. Most importantly, he recognized that I was from the academy just from my moves. Dong Song kept his eyes on the road, but his gaze narrowed slightly. How could that be? Could there be people from the 3 organizations in China too? James's forehead was soaked with sweat, and he lowered his voice as if admitting his mistake. I have no way to judge that for now. Today, I was too reckless. He frowned slightly at James and reminded him irritably. The principal sent you to help me. Don't act alone again. The East is not like the West. If you cause trouble again, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Ren's voice rang out beneath the not yet scorching sky. I understand. Back on the side, the two of them were walking leisurely. Minky suddenly glanced at Wang Zheng and asked, weren't you going to take me home? He stretched lazily and pointed broadly at the cup. I'm walking you home. How does that saying go again? Walk 100 steps after a meal and you'll live to 99. Suddenly, a mocking voice from one of Jin Cheng's underlings rang out. You're still thinking about living to 99? He stopped and looked at him with a questioning hum. Wang Zheng swept his gaze over the group blocking the road, his voice ice cold. Who are you? What do you want? Jin Cheng looked at him and curled his lips arrogantly. You don't need to ask so much. You only need to know that someone wants us to deal with you. One of the underlings beside him quickly cut in and asked, Brother Jin, the people above only said to deal with the man. Then what should we do with the girl? He raised the club in his hand and ordered, Go, take care of the man and we'll all enjoy the woman. Minky immediately trembled, clutching his sleeve tightly as she called softly, Wang Zheng. Seizing the chance, Wang Zheng deliberately teased her, rubbing her hand with a wicked look on his face. My woman, don't be nervous. She shouted in embarrassment. Who is your woman? Just then the underlings charged forward like a pack of hungry wolves. She panicked and turned to ask him urgently, What do we do? They're rushing us. But Wang Zheng did not panic at all. The corners of his mouth still curved into an amused smile. The catch bandits first catch their leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed off the ground and shot forward like lightning, sweeping past the lackeys like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, his hand had already grabbed Jin Cheng by the collar. With a single motion, he lifted him straight off the ground. Jin Cheng screamed in panic, completely unaware that all his men were already sprawled across the floor. Let me go right now, brothers, hurry up and save me. Wang Zheng kept him hanging in the air like a sandbag and let out a mocking chuckle. Who do you think can save you now? Jin Cheng was startled for a moment but still struggled desperately. What happened to them? What did you do? He raised his head, his icy gaze piercing straight through him. His voice was firm and cold. You don't need to know that, just tell me who sent you. Jin Cheng could feel his life being threatened and hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. I'll talk, please spare me. Minky watched the entire scene unfold and could not hide her shock at his sudden change in attitude. Wang Zheng thought for a long moment before carefully warning him. That's an unfamiliar name. Remember, don't alert the enemy. At Silver Throne KTV, the place was glowing brightly in the night. The dazzling lights and lively music made it feel like the beating heart of the city's nightlife. Xiaming spoke politely. Second uncle, honestly, you've always been the person I admire and respect the most. This time it was all thanks to you. Let me offer you a toast. Changming wrapped an arm around the beauty beside him while arrogantly showing off. Listen, Xiaming, no need to be so polite. If anyone gives you trouble in the future, just come straight to your second uncle. Your second uncle will handle it for you. In the capital's Binjiang district, who would I be afraid of? After saying that, he added boastfully, but your second uncle has been a little busy lately. You suffered on the train this time, but give me a few months and I'll settle it for you. Your second uncle will punish himself with a drink first. Hearing that, he quickly waved his hands in denial. Second uncle, you're busy with countless matters every day. The fact that you could help me investigate that guy's whereabouts is already not easy at all. Forget punishing yourself, I should be toasting you with another drink instead. The man laughed in satisfaction and patted the person beside him on the shoulder. Haha, you're such a sensible kid. Judging by the timing, that Wang Zheng brat is probably done for already. Go on, if there's anything else, just say it. Second uncle will handle it for you. He cautiously revealed his troubles. Second uncle, actually I like a girl. Her name is Su Yuanyuan. She's a sophomore at the Capital Medical University. but she doesn't take me seriously at all. Without hesitating for even a second, Zhang Ming immediately made a decision. Looking down on you, that girl really doesn't know her place. All right, second uncle remembers now. After I send people to look into it, I'll bring her straight to you. Xiaoming got what he wanted and immediately revealed a sly grin. Second uncle treats me even better than my own father. Then I'll just sit tight and wait for your good news. The sky outside gradually darkened. The faint moonlight barely had time to flicker before being swallowed by the towering skyscrapers. Yanqiang began showing his habit of luring customers. Sir, he looked at him and tried to persuade him. I've got some good stuff here. Want to order some? Wang Zheng noticed the item in the other man's hand and was slightly startled. He decisively snatched it away and questioned him. Do you know what crime you're committing by selling this stuff? The man panicked and reached out to grab it back. Give it back to me. Before he could even touch it, Wang Zheng restrained him with one hand. Smiling, he asked, you want me to return it? Fine, tell me where Feng Zhangming is. Yanqiang grew furious and immediately tried to threaten him with force. You looking for a beating? Hurry up and give it back, completely ignoring him. Wang Zheng calmly dodged every strike with practiced ease. After asking around for quite a while, not a single waiter admitted to knowing where Feng Zhangming was. Looks like Feng Zhangming wouldn't show up unless there was trouble. In the end, he delivered a painful kick straight into the man before him, yet lost. The man was sent flying several meters away, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wang Zheng remained calm as if nothing had happened. Beating you can be considered getting rid of a menace for the people. The bodyguards noticed the disturbance and quickly rushed over to deal with it. Move aside, causing trouble here. Are you tired of living? He stretched his muscles excitedly. Looks like I'll have to fight another battle today. Without wasting words, he immediately charged in and dealt with everyone in front of him. Zhidong hurriedly ran off to report the news. Mr. Feng, this is bad. There's someone here causing trouble. Zhangming frowned in irritation at having his enjoyment ruined. Why are you panicking? How many people came? The man hurriedly explained, while continuously clutching his head in dizziness. Just one person, but his martial arts are incredible. Dozens of bodyguards were all taken down by him. The man exploded in fury, standing up and roaring. One person beat dozens of men. Why the hell am I even paying you, useless trash? Do you know why he came here causing trouble? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. What other reason could there be? As fast as lightning, Wang Zheng coldly snapped the artery in the man's neck. His face darkened as he went straight to the point. You're that brain-dead idiot Feng Zhangming, aren't you? Zhangming was terrified and instinctively stumbled back a few steps. Why yes, it's me, and you are. Without hesitating for even a second, Wang Zheng threw a punch directly into the other man's face. I finally found you. You're the one who wanted to take me out, right? The man clutched his face in pain and asked in disbelief. Take you out? What are you talking about? You're Wang Zheng? The bastard, how dare he beat me into this state? My brothers work at the police station. They're almost here, you're dead for sure. He laughed and stepped closer to interrogate him. Haha, do you think you'll live long enough to wait for them? Talk, why did you want to harm me? Suddenly Xiaoming rushed out to stop him. Wang Zheng, stop, don't touch my second uncle. Zhangming was slightly stunned. Xiaoming, he openly admitted it. Back on the train, you angered me, so I asked second uncle to help me. This matter has nothing to do with him at all. If you want to hit someone, hit me. After saying that, he thought anxiously, when will the people from the police station get here? I cannot hold out much longer. Wang Zheng angrily gave the other party a devastating kick without any explanation. Seeing you, I understand the reason now. Just because of a tiny grudge, you want to cause trouble. I think you have gone mad from having too much free time. Go find something useful to do. Seeing his nephew fall hard onto the floor, Chang Ming could not hide his panic. Xiao Ming, meanwhile, sat down on the sofa in frustration. I really dislike you and your nephew. Tell me, how should I deal with this? How about this? I will let you choose, just pick one of two options. He was so frightened that his face turned deathly pale. The people from the police station were almost here, yet this kid was not afraid at all. Wang Zheng cheerfully listed the choices. First, I cripple one of your nephew's legs and you cut off one of your own fingers. Second, I do not touch your nephew, but you become my underling. You will help me handle a few things. Of course, this place will still be yours. I will not interfere. Hearing this bad news, he felt as if he had been struck by Dio Chan's charm. Are you kidding? One option strips away my dignity and the other harms my body. Why should I let him lead me by the nose? Just then, a loud, clear voice rang out. Who is causing trouble here? Take them all back with me. Chang Ming was delighted when he recognized the familiar voice. He is finally here. Yua Ping and his teammates entered the room with stern expressions, radiating an oppressive presence that successfully drew everyone's attention. He looked around and cursed irritably to himself. How annoying. They even called me to a tiny place like this. Do they not know I have more important things to do? Chang Ming hurried over to ask for backup. Captain Wang, you are here. Yua Ping looked confused. Brother Feng, what exactly happened here? How did the silver throne become like this? And why do you look so disheveled? Chang Ming immediately started tattling. Captain Wang, you have to get justice for the silver throne. Everything that happened to me here was caused by that kid. Hua Ping pondered it carefully. Protecting the silver throne brought him over 100,000 in dividends every year. This cash cow had been ruined by this brat. He finally decided to raise his voice and demand. One person made the silver throne end up like this. Hey, you, stand up, Wang Zheng asked calmly. And what if I stand up, can you arrest me? Feeling looked down upon, Hua Ping immediately ordered furiously. Arrest you? Of course I have to arrest you. Men, hurry and seize this guy. Wang Zheng slowly turned his head and said sternly, Wang Hua Ping, are you sure? The moment he saw the face before him, Hua Ping was instantly stunned. His whole body froze stiff as if turned to ice. It was him, the man who had once eaten with the distinguished military district commander. With just one phone call, he could summon the entire military district and its direct security captain. Why do I run into him everywhere? Hua Ping quickly made up an excuse to slip away. Hello, what? A murder is about to happen in the Academy district of Pingjia. All right, I am coming right now. Hua Ping tried to reassure himself, I cannot anger him. I will never get away if I do. Wang Zheng gently placed a hand on the other man's shoulder. Company Commander Wang, I think you are quick-tempered. I have a way to cure that illness. If you want to be cured, bring 2 million to the Zhurong headquarters tomorrow and find me. Hearing this, Hua Ping could not help being surprised. I have wanted to cure this illness for a long time. He could tell what was wrong with me at a glance. Could he really have a way to cure it? After thinking for a long while, Hua Ping left, not forgetting to leave a message. I understand, I will come find you. Chang Ming was terrified when even his savior turned and left. Captain Wang Zheng reminded him impatiently. Mr. Feng, did you see that? Even Wang Hua Ping does not dare touch me. Should you not seriously think about which option you ought to choose? Calm down, now that everything is handled, I am not in a hurry. I will give you time to think. The next time I come, you must give me an answer. He shouted helplessly, why choose me? Is it because the silver throne is a money-making place? Wang Zheng casually explained the reason. It has nothing to do with the silver throne. Only because you have something I need, but for now it is not convenient to tell you what it is. Wang Zheng slowly walked out of the room, each firm footstep echoing sharply, radiating an irresistible aura of power and authority. He lazily stretched and lightly twisted his body to loosen his stiff muscle after a long night of effort. Recalling what had just happened, he could not help but sigh. It had been a long time since he had moved this much. It felt amazing, truly refreshing. Next, it was time to contact that person. He calmly dialed a familiar number, feeling an indescribable sense of anticipation rise in his chest. A crackling voice came from the other end as Zia Yan spoke. Hello, who is this? Wang Zheng laughed and mocked him. The people from the Dark Military Academy are here. Are all the people you kept around useless trash? Recognizing the familiar voice, he could not contain his emotions. It's you, Wang Zheng. When did you come back? Wang Zheng stubbornly replied with harsh words. A special forces captain like you doesn't even know when I came back. Since I'm back this time, you'd better cooperate obediently. Otherwise, no matter where you run, I'll find you. He answered firmly, don't worry. Since you informed me, you should trust me. I have to live up to your trust. Then he helplessly added, at least you should call me big brother. You still don't know how to speak respectfully. Wang Zheng did not care in the slightest. Hurry up and settle the Dark Military Academy matter. Don't make me clean up your mess when I'm free. Zia Yan was not surprised at having the call abruptly hung up. His personality was exactly the same as before. Tears of joy streamed uncontrollably down his face. He's back, he really came back, this is wonderful. A new day began as the morning sunlight slipped through towering buildings, gently warming and awakening the city. At the vice president's office, Shishi's voice rang out. Liu Ziwei confessed everything. The person secretly threatening him is named Liu Yangfu. She carefully reported the information. Liu Yangfu owns Huijiao Medical Equipment Company. I already had someone investigate. This company is a foreign-funded enterprise located in Gongsu Province. Hearing this, Wang Zheng looked slightly surprised. Gongsu Province again, what a coincidence. Have you investigated this company yet? She quickly replied, yes. The company in Gongsu Province is also a foreign-funded enterprise, but its legal representative is Liu Yangfu. 2 days ago, he suffered a heart attack and died before reaching the hospital. Wang Zheng thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Another key lead has been cut off. Someone must have intervened. Looks like he was just a disposable pawn. Finally, he gave an order. This opponent is far from simple. Shishi, investigate this company's investment capital. There may be clues there. Shishi immediately accepted the task. Okay, I'll have Assistant Nguyen handle it right away. Just then the phone rang repeatedly, interrupting their conversation. He quickly picked up. Hello, all right, send him up. She curiously asked, who is it? Wang Zheng calmly replied, someone coming to give me money. After saying goodbye to Shishi and preparing to welcome the guest, he cheerfully started chatting. I thought Captain Wang would drag this out for a few days. Didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. Yua Ping skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. I'll give you 2 million. Can you cure my illness? I've gone everywhere for treatment and they all say it's psychological. Wang Zheng spoke confidently. How could those mediocre doctors understand my profound knowledge? Captain Wang, do you remember when we first met? I already told you. If people do not provoke me, I do not provoke them. For this illness, I only need to give you a small exercise. After thinking for a while, the man decided to take a gamble and trust him completely. Here are the 2 million. The password is 1 through 6. Unable to endure it any longer, he hurriedly handed over the bank card. Please cure me quickly. It has seriously affected my life. Wang Zheng smiled and reassured him, don't panic. He carefully took out the set of acupuncture needles that had accompanied him for years and explained warmly. My view is that once money has been paid, the illness must be cured. That has always been my philosophy as a doctor. Let's begin the treatment. Yua Ping shouted in doubt here, you. After a long session of acupuncture, he struggled step by step back to the car. And he called other people mediocre. Good thing he didn't needle me to death. Suddenly, he realized his body no longer ached. The pain is gone. My whole body feels so much lighter. Wang Zheng calmly watched his figure disappear along the road bathed in summer sunlight. She could not hide her confusion. You're just letting him go like that? He stared at the person downstairs and gave a sly smile. How could it be that easy? I'm just collecting a little interest first. She sighed helplessly. You schemer, anyone who falls into your hands will be unlucky for life. Good thing I'm not your enemy, otherwise I'd be. Wang Zheng sulked and started teasing her. Be what? Relax. I told you long ago you're not my type. She felt as if cold water had been thrown over her and shouted in embarrassment, Wang Zheng. He laughed and grabbed her hand to stop her. Wait, I have a call. He quickly answered, hello, okay. Got it? She asked curiously. What's going on? He happily explained. Liu Xuan said she found a job and wants to treat me to a meal. When she heard that, she crossed her arms and said sternly, listen here, Vice President Wang. Are you trying to make me enforce the policy that executives can't skip work without permission? What if I don't approve? Wang Zheng hurriedly explained, don't worry, boss. I'm not sneaking out during work just to eat. It's absolutely for company business. As far as I know, we're still missing a spokesperson for our new product, right? He frankly stated his view. I think Liu Xuan's image suits it very well. Besides, the people getting married now are already the post-90s generation. She perfectly represents the image of newlyweds. What do you think? Her eyes lit up as if she had just discovered a whole new world. That's a good idea. I'll arrange a plan for her to come try a casting and see how it works. He happily agreed. Of course. Wang Zheng immediately went to Grandma Kaio's diner as agreed with Liu Xuan. After so many days apart, the two raised their glasses in celebration. He casually made an offer. There's something I have to say. You're treating me to a meal and I'll give you a chance to make money. Do you want to be the spokesperson for Zhu Rong? Liu Xuan thought hesitantly for a long while, then spoke timidly. A spokesperson? I heard that's kind of complicated. I should just obediently be a student teacher. What star? I really never thought about that before. He was somewhat surprised by her attitude, then pondered it thoughtfully. In the end, he decided to take one more gamble. Actually, could you help me with something and try the casting? She was so nervous that she drained her entire glass of water, trying to regain her composure. Bravely, she set the glass down hard on the table and faced the challenge. All right. Since you put it that way, I'll try. Wang Zheng could not help feeling delighted that he had successfully persuaded a talent. Good, I'll take you to the casting tomorrow. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out and interrupted their conversation. Wang Zheng immediately turned around to look for the owner of the voice. It was Fei Lin, he warmly suggested. Didn't expect to run into you here. Sit down and eat with us. Fei Lin suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, Wang Zheng, aren't you dating Sheng Fei? You bastard, how dare you go behind her back and date this pretty girl? He laughed and explained the reason. I was only helping Sheng Fei defeat Lin Keluo. Inwardly, he could not help laughing loudly. Aha, this is exactly the legendary kind of person who ruins what they can't have. Ignoring his words, Fei Lin kept pointing at him and scolding him. Defeat Lin Keluo? Haha, you're just a two-timer. You have divided loyalties. Doing this, don't you feel sorry toward Sheng Fei? He insisted on seeking justice for the woman he loved. Sheng Fei, do you think it's easy for a girl to survive alone in the capital? And you're still treating her like this. Don't you feel guilty toward her? The crowd around them kept adding their own comments while watching the drama unfold. Unbelievable, young people these days, that guy is absolute trash. This is the first time I've ever seen someone like him. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He looks decent enough. Who would have thought he was that kind of person? Fei Lin received everyone's support and immediately felt like she was carrying the banner of justice. See, everyone is on my side. Without hesitation, she loudly accused the shameless couple. Aren't you too embarrassed to be openly flirting like this? Suddenly, a stream of pepper spray shot straight toward the eyes of the arrogant troublemaker. He clutched his eyes in pain and screamed, "Ah, my eyes, my eyes." Liu Xuan finally vented her anger with satisfaction. Serves you right. Who are you calling a shameless couple? Wang Zheng kindly warned him, I'd advise you to go to the hospital before you lose your eyesight. Fei Lin hurriedly fled the scene, leaving the diners in the restaurant staring blankly after witnessing what had just happened. Liu Xuan clicked her tongue irritably. Such a nice meal, and he completely ruined the mood. Wang Zheng gently comforted her. Why let someone like that affect your mood? Just think of him as garbage. Once it's blown away, it's gone. Then he took the initiative to cheer her up. Come on, I'll take you back to school. Wang Zheng's car sped through the crowded streets, slicing through the rushing crowds like a blade. At last, the car slowly came to a stop in front of the university gate. Liu Xuan stepped out gently and didn't forget to say goodbye. Thanks for bringing me back. You should head home and rest. Get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's casting audition. He cheerfully reminded her, all right, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. Wait for my call. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure walking out from the campus. She asked worriedly, what's wrong? She quickly turned around to check what had happened and unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance. She was slightly startled. It's Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng glared at Liu Xuan in annoyance. The first time returning to school and he had to run into her, what rotten luck. Countless vicious curses surged through his mind. Damn bitch. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been hung up and beat, and I wouldn't have these ugly scars on my face. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the flames of hatred burning inside him. This humiliation, this grudge Zhou Feng will never forget. Liu Xuan couldn't even be bothered to spare him another glance and quickly ignored him. Zhou Feng resentfully thought to himself, the one who ruined me and brought me all this trouble. But one day I'll kill you. He declared with certainty, I will definitely kill you, Liu Xuan. Chi Hua sensed something was wrong with his son and immediately tried to stop him. Zhou Feng, don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. Your father is arranging the paperwork to send you to Australia in a month. He stubbornly refused, I'm not going. What I lost, I'll take back myself. The man flew into a rage and shouted, you're his mother, can't you talk some sense into him? Yihui angrily snapped back, my son and I have been bullied into this state, and you're still hiding like a cowardly turtle, Zhou Qihua. Are you even a man? He forced himself to swallow his anger and warned her. Yihui, let me tell you this, don't you dare let Zhou Feng ruin my plans. Women truly cause more trouble than success. The car gradually disappeared at the end of the road, leaving Wang Zheng standing there with a thoughtful gaze at the crossroads of tangled emotions. The first rays of morning sunlight had just begun to appear. Everyone at headquarters was already prepared for another productive day of work. Xiao Miu thoughtfully introduced, Bing Chun, take a look at this. These are the costumes and advertising script for Jiu Rong. Bing Chun immediately made her position clear. An apron, loose hair, Director Zhang, I don't like this kind of style. It doesn't fit the image I've always had. He patiently suggested, Bing Chun, our work can't always go according to your wishes. Could you try developing the image of a family-oriented woman? She raised her voice sharply. Develop my image. A silver screen icon like me still needs development. Undeterred, he continued persuading Bing Chun. Trust me, if you develop a completely new image through this script, you'll definitely win even more love from the audience. She stubbornly ignored his words. Say no more, Director Zhang, I really don't like this script. With that, she stated her view bluntly. Also, there's the issue of my fee. I won't lower my price. 70 million means 70 million. Little Mew was stunned when she heard that. Save 70 million? Didn't we agree on 60 million before? Wang Zheng had witnessed the whole conversation and could not help letting out a cold laugh. Well, aren't you picky? This top-tier actress really is full of herself, so domineering. Shishi calmly explained in China. There are very few celebrities who stay humble and Bing Chun isn't one of them. Besides, she's a top-tier actress. He laughed and started mocking her. Who cares what tier she's in? She wants to come to Jiu Rong and throw her weight around. No chance. As for that 70 million fee, she won't get a single cent. She quickly resolved the issue. I only kept Bing Chun as a backup because I was afraid Liu Xuan wouldn't agree. Since Liu Xuan has agreed, I'll cancel the contract with Bing Chun. Wang Zheng was completely satisfied with the way she handled things and nodded slightly. He slowly walked over and struck up a conversation with Little Mew and Director Zhang, willing to share the worries of the person before him. What's going on? If you don't mind, you can talk to me about it. Little Mew quickly regained her composure. So it's Vice President Wang, please have a seat. Shishi tactfully left, giving the two of them some private space. You and Director Zhang can talk. The wardrobe team is helping Liu Xuan change, so I'll go check on her. Wang Zheng smiled and nodded slightly. All right. Then he turned back to ask about the situation. What happened just now? Kai Bingchun hasn't even started shooting and she's already walking out. Little Mew helplessly explained. Vice President Wang, here's what happened. Bing Chun has some objections to the script and the costume. I was using these images to try to persuade her. He looked thoughtful. Oh, so that's what happened, Director Zhang. Do you think that if Bing Chun serves as the spokesperson, the shoot and post-production results will meet expectations? He carefully reviewed the materials again. Although Bing Chun's style doesn't really fit the advertising requirements, she is a top-tier actress. Maybe the final result in post-production could still be decent. He calmly took the stack of documents from his hand. He stated his view directly. Director Zhang, to be honest with you, when Zhu Rong entered the household goods industry, we never planned to invest too much in promotion at first. We only wanted to test the waters. He quickly understood the deeper meaning behind those words. Do you already have a suitable candidate? If you don't mind, let her try shooting it. Wang Zheng could not help sighing in admiration. Director Zhang, you catch on fast. He slowly shifted his gaze toward the person he had just mentioned. And here she is. Without hesitation, he urged the other man to look at Liu Xuan. Take a look first. She appeared in a lively sports outfit, making him extremely confident. See if you're satisfied. Little Mew looked as if he had found the love of his life. His eyes clearly showed his delight. Satisfied, very satisfied. Although I don't know how the final effect will turn out, for now I'm very satisfied. She looks very elegant. Liu Xuan was so nervous her hands would not stop trembling. Hello, Director Zhang. My name is Liu Xuan, and I am a student at Capital Normal University. This time Wang Zheng asked me to help film his commercial, but I never expected you to personally direct it. I have seen you on TV before. The director happily shook hands with her. Sensing her anxiety, he laughed reassuringly. Relax, do not be nervous, just loosen up a little. During the test shoot, just follow my instructions. Wang Zheng thoughtfully reminded everyone we should not waste any time. Let us get started. Director Zhang, please take good care of Liu Xuan. I will not disturb you two any longer. He smiled and gestured as he left, helping her gradually relax as well. After the two of them had completely left, Shishi slowly sat down and sipped her tea. Recalling what had just happened, she finally let out a relieved sigh. You know, I went to check on her earlier and nearly got scared to death. She did all this makeup herself. Hearing her description, he could roughly imagine the look and glanced toward the opposite table thoughtfully. That means she truly cares about this audition. She just has not found the right positioning for herself yet. Wang Zheng was extremely pleased with the person he had recommended. Her attitude is excellent. She is highly self-disciplined. In my opinion, she absolutely has the potential to become a famous actress. He deliberately probed for opinions. What do you think? Xiaomu immediately replied excitedly, I think she is a perfect fit. After working hard for quite some time, he gratefully invited them over. Come here, you have worked hard filming for 3 hours already. The director repeatedly praised her. You are too polite. Liu Xuan is energetic, intelligent, and quick-witted. If she plays the lead role, the results will definitely be excellent. Liu Xuan looked a little shy. You flatter me too much. Wang Zheng immediately got to the point. In that case, we can decide on the lead actress for this commercial now, right? Xiaomu cautiously asked young Master Wang. Although Liu Xuan is outstanding, your company previously invited Bing Chun already. If we suddenly cancel the contract like this, will there not be problems? Shishi replied without hesitation, what problems could there be? I do not think Liu Xuan is any worse than Bing Chun. She calmly placed the tablet onto the table. Bing Chun's asking price is way too high. In the end, she concluded, let us choose Liu Xuan. The director hesitated when thinking about the influence behind Bing Chun, but as for her side, Wang Zheng firmly declared, you only need to focus on filming the commercial with Liu Xuan. I will handle Bing Chun myself. The gentle morning sunlight spread warmly through the air, bathing the vast sky in gold. Xiaomu gently gave instructions. Liu Xuan, move a little to the right. Yes, that is it. She immediately followed his directions without hesitation. Her professional demeanor was obvious in every movement before the camera. Satisfied, he nodded lightly. Very good, keep that pose. Suddenly, sharp footsteps echoed through the room. The dry clacking sound reflected the anger of the person approaching. Lily angrily threw a stack of documents onto the table and demanded, Director Zhang, what is the meaning of this? She furiously shouted, Bing Chun is the lead actress and she has not even arrived yet, so why have you already started filming? Xiaomu calmly pointed toward Liu Xuan. What do you mean the lead actress has not arrived? Is she not the lead actress? Hearing that, Lily exploded with rage. What? How could you change the actress without permission? What you are doing is a breach of contract. Who gave you the nerve to do something like this? Wang Zheng calmly responded, I did. He cheerfully emphasized it as if deliberately provoking her. I was the one who ordered the change. Lily angrily screamed, who are you? Gives you the right to replace me? What qualifications do you even have? He slowly blocked the hand reaching out. What gives me the right? Your side's outrageous pricing for one, and this tiny ad of giant glories. We wouldn't dare trouble a top-tier celebrity. She was so stunned she could only choke out, you, before falling silent. Wang Zheng calmly sat down, not forgetting to throw in another jab. Well, aren't you leaving? Or do you want to stay as a senior and give pointers to our new actress? Bing Chun saw her assistant losing ground and immediately stepped forward to argue back. I don't care who you are. This is my commercial. You think you can replace me just because you say so? Do you even know who I am? He directly listed the other woman's background. Of course I know. You're Kai Bingchun from Song Media Company. You're very close to the chairman's niece, Song Haixing. I also know your real name is Kai Hengwan and that you're a former hostess. Struck right where it hurt, she instantly exploded in anger. Are you all teaming up against me? When I get back, I'll hold a press conference. I'll let the public see your despicable, underhanded tricks and learn the truth. He coldly shot back. The truth? What truth? Then he pointed straight at her face, telling the public you've had your jaw shaved. He still wasn't done and mercilessly exposed every hidden secret. Or maybe your breast augmentation? Liu Xuan watched his blunt attitude and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Hee. Bingchun froze stiff, her mind filled with countless questions. How does he know all this? Very few people knew about her cosmetic surgery. Humiliated, she snorted and turned to leave, still finding the energy to viciously scold Lele. How did you let him find out about this? How do you even do your job? Terrified, she could only lower her head. I'm sorry, Sister Kai. Wang Zheng clapped happily after dealing with the nuisance. All right, let's keep filming. Fuming, Bingchun returned to Song Media Company. She was so furious she flung away the handbag she usually treasured. It was the first time she had ever been treated so coldly. She absolutely could not let this go. What right did he have to replace her? She kept reminding herself that she was a top-tier actress. Not only had he replaced her with a newcomer, he had spoken to her without the slightest respect. She even blurted out her anger without realizing it. This is infuriating. Standing beside her, Lele added fuel to the fire. Exactly, we can't let this go. They need to understand how many benefits Giant Glory would gain with you as their spokesperson. They're idiots. Irritated, Bingchun bit off a fingernail. But how do we get back at them? Lele quickly egged her on. Chun, don't we still have Chairman Song? So what if he knows Song Haixing? You're the company's star, the whole company's cash cow. Chairman Song will definitely help you. She seriously considered it. Song Minking is the only one I can rely on now. In the end, Bingchun decided to retaliate. That guy is finished. At Song Media Company, where many of the entertainment industry's biggest stars were gathered. Inside the office, the chairman's calm and gentle voice could be heard. All right, stop crying now. Minking tried to comfort the beauty. Don't worry, Chun, I'll handle this. Just sit back and watch the show. He immediately ordered his assistant. Send a fax in my name to Wang Zheng at Giant Glory International. Tell him to meet me tonight at Heavenly Palace International Club. The assistant quickly complied. Understood, Chairman. I'll prepare it right away. Suddenly, he remembered something important and stopped him. Wait, besides Wang Zheng, invite my friend Zhang Mingtuan to room 5 as well. Don't forget to invite Mr. Feng and my niece, Song Haixing too. Tonight, let her learn how the real world works. Then he confidently declared that Wang Zheng, by tonight, he'll either be crippled or ruined. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng unexpectedly received the invitation. Curious, he picked up the note and checked the information. He could not help being surprised by what had been sent. Song Minking wants to invite me to dinner. Looks like I ran into one of his people, so now he has to step in. Shishi asked worriedly, do you need me to go with you tonight? They will show me at least some respect. He cheerfully rubbed her head. No need. It would be inconvenient with you there. Only if you are not there will Song Minking dare to truly make a move against me. Embarrassed, she swatted his hand away. Stop rubbing my head. In the end, she decided to find another way to show up. Then you go ahead. Once I finish handling company matters, I will also go to Heavenly Palace tonight to buy soy sauce. Though Wang Zheng felt helpless, he had no choice but to accept it. Fine, I will try to settle everything before you arrive. Night gradually covered the sky and the shy moon revealed itself. After dark, the Heavenly Palace Club seemed to find its true rhythm again, faintly carrying an indescribable air of mystery. Ambiguous sounds rang out from a private room. Chun, do not move. A little more, Bingchun panted in bursts. Chairman Song. Suddenly, a series of knocks came from outside, interrupting their mood. Minking hurriedly reminded the person beside him, straighten yourself up. I will go see who it is. He opened the door suspiciously. Who is it? Suddenly thinking of someone, he asked, are you Wang Zheng? He introduced himself with a smile. I am Wang Zheng, but right now you can call me Chairman Wang. He slowly invited him into the room. Very well, Chairman Wang. I heard you replaced our company's Chun with a newcomer. I wonder if you can explain this matter today. Wang Zheng sat down and calmly probed him. It seems Brother Song is not very pleased. Or did I come too early and disturb something good between the two of you? Bingchun, having been hit where it hurt, immediately sprang up. Wang Zheng, do not try to change the subject. Minking calmly raised a hand to stop her words. He looked displeased. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? He began making sarcastic jabs. Nothing at all. I just want to advise you to restrain yourself a little or your kidneys will fail after you turn 50. He was startled and instinctively clutched his stomach. Mr. Wang, we are people of the same level. Is it not going too far to insult me so indirectly? He directly listed the symptoms the man had. Brother Song, right now you feel exhausted all over. You have pain in your lower abdomen, right? On top of that, your immunity has dropped. If you catch a cold, it takes a month to recover, right? Minking was stunned and thought to himself. How does he know that? In the end, he did not deny it and asked instead. It seems Mr. Wang is skilled in many things. Where did you once practice medicine? Bingchun sneered in disgust. With his level of skill, who knows how many people he has killed? Wang Zheng bluntly exposed her true face. Actually, there is something I have not dared to say. Bingchun, did you have surgery last month? Bingchun was so stunned that she squeezed the glass in her hand tightly. Is this guy a ghost? How can he tell I had surgery last month? The expression on Minking's face was no better. Chun really did have surgery last month and it was because of me. But he did not ask anything, so how could he tell? He tried to reassure himself. No matter how he knows, this absolutely cannot be exposed. Otherwise, I will be affected too. Wang Zheng is a future threat. Wang Zheng laughed and teased him again. Brother Song, you do not look very well. Are you thinking of some shady scheme? Having been hit where it hurt, he challenged him. Indeed, every era has its talented people. Even if I were to play some trick, I am afraid it could not escape your eyes. He waved his hand shyly. Brother Song, you are far too modest. Minking was so shocked he could not speak, never expecting the other party to be this confident. Just then the slow clicking sound of the room door opening came from outside. Zhao Nan asked cheerfully. Uncle Minking, I just returned from Gongtou province. As soon as I received your call, I came over. What do you need my help with? I will definitely do everything I can. He quickly regained his composure. Zhao Nan, he said, then gently explained the reason. Nothing much, it's just that everyone hasn't seen each other in a long time. Since we're gathering today, I wanted to introduce you to some new friends. Bingchun took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Mr. Chu. Zhang Nan sat down cautiously and did not forget to offer praise. Ah, this is our country's leading actress Bingchun. Seeing her in person really beats hearing about her 100 times. She's much more beautiful than on TV. Suddenly, he noticed that another figure was also in the room. He exclaimed in surprise and admiration, Mr. Wang, I didn't expect to see you here. So Uncle Song wanted to introduce us to each other. Wang Zheng smoothly went along with it. That's right, thanks to Chairman Song's arrangement, we meet again. Song Minking thought in surprise, do these two know each other? Zhang Nan asked suspiciously, Uncle Minking, how did you come to know Mr. Wang from the Wang family in Philadelphia? He calculated carefully. If he could tie Wang Zheng and Song Minking together, Ella could only shift the topic to Bingchun. He was somewhat startled. The Wang family in Philadelphia? He searched his memory doubtfully. Wasn't that a super financial group, strong enough to rival any wealthy family in the country? Why would someone from such a great family come to China? In the end, he decided firmly, forget it. So what if he's from the Wang family in Philadelphia? This is China. After running into this untouchable troublemaker, there is no way this matter can be let go so easily. While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out. Brother Song, I'm here. Song Minking broke into a delighted, satisfied smile. His helper had arrived. Minkwin greeted them warmly. Oh, Mr. Chu is here too, and the great beauty Bingchun as well. Wang Zheng waved with a bright smile. Hello. The moment he saw him, he was scared out of his wits and could not help recalling some unpleasant memories. Why are you here? Wang Zheng asked back in confusion. Why couldn't I be here? Terrified, he could only lower his head. Fine, of course you can be here. An indescribable sense of unease suddenly rose in his heart. As long as he did not get punched by him again, he would not care even if the guy sat on his head. Wang Zheng walked straight over and put an arm around his shoulder. What's wrong? Why are you so scared to see me? Didn't you come with your sister? Minkwin replied cautiously, my sister is busy. She has to work overtime. He could not help regretting his decision. So tonight's trap of a banquet was meant for Wang Zheng. Had he known it was him, he never would have come. Song Minking and Bingchun both spoke at the same time. You two know each other too? Wang Zheng calmly emphasized, we don't just know each other. We're very close. Minkwin immediately corrected him. He's close with my sister. Wang Zheng felt he had teased him enough and decided to let him off. Actually, I met Minky while studying overseas. You could say we're old close friends. He casually beckoned with his hand. Hurry up and sit down. Watching the scene before him, Song Minking quietly wiped away his sweat. This Wang Zheng is truly formidable. I had better not look for trouble. But then, he mustered his courage and pushed a glass of wine toward the other side. Wang Zheng was puzzled, not knowing what he was planning to do. Song Minking stated his position frankly. Mr. Wang, regarding your replacing Chun with some unknown college student, I still need an explanation. Wang Zheng replied coldly, Chairman Song, are you saying you want me to apologize to Miss Bingchun here? Song Minking was startled and quickly waved his hand. No. I just want you to hold a press conference and explain this matter clearly. Otherwise, her reputation will be damaged. Wang Zheng continued to probe him. So you mean you want me to publicly apologize to her in front of everyone? He nodded slightly in satisfaction. You really do understand the situation. Ming Quan sensed the atmosphere gradually growing tense, so he found an excuse to slip away. My stomach hurts so badly. I need to take care of it. You all go ahead and talk. Jiang Nan immediately saw through his intention. He really knew how to seize the moment, going to the restroom right now. He took the initiative to choose his words carefully and speak up for Wang Zheng. Uncle Minking, does replacing the lead actor not happen all the time? Maybe Wang Zheng has his own difficulties. It would still be better for us to resolve this ourselves. Minking carefully took the glass of water from the person across from him, feeling something indescribable in his heart. If I really give in and do not stand up for Chun Chun, will any new stars still be willing to sign with the company in the future? He tried hard to propose a solution. After all, this is not a big matter. I am talking to you, Wang Zheng. In my view, would it not be more beneficial for everyone to work together in business? After saying that, he bent down, about to pour the wine. Diamond welcomes your side. Working with the many stars from Song Media would definitely be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wang Zheng quickly reached out to stop him. He laughed and stated his position. If every star at Song Media is like Miss Bingchun here, I cannot afford to use them. Bingchun angrily shot to her feet and shouted, Wang Zheng, what exactly do you want? Do you believe I can have someone beat you up right now? He challenged her calmly. It does not matter. Go ahead and try. If you dare touch even a hair on my head tonight, you will not see the sun tomorrow. He threw the gold card onto the table in front of everyone watching. Minking stammered in doubt. Is this Heavenly Palace? He shouted in panic. This is a platinum board member card for the International Heavenly Palace Club. His mind kept racing. Rumor had it that the International Heavenly Palace Club was founded by the board chairman. The members of its board were all figures with sky-reaching methods. Wang Zheng was one of them. Bingchun arrogantly crossed her arms. Who knows whether that card is real or fake? Do you think that by taking out a card, I will no longer dare do anything to you? Wang Zheng calmly stood up and stretched. Is that so? Then let me tell you this. Before coming here, I used this card to prove my identity and had someone install cameras in this room. You did not. Both she and Minking turned deathly pale, as if startled awake. Cameras. Jiang Nan sighed helplessly. The two of you fought Wang Zheng alone and still lost this miserably. Minking trembled as he probed. Say it. What are your conditions before you will hand the footage over to us? Wang Zheng proposed bluntly. Have all the stars in your company endorse Diamond for us. Of course, I will discount the endorsement fees on your side. What do you think? He asked back, half believing and half doubting. If we do as you say, the footage will not be leaked, right? Hearing this was like a thunderbolt to Bingchun. She could hardly believe her own ears. Chairman Song. He confirmed firmly, of course. I guarantee it on my honor. He made a request. Give me 1 day to consider it. All right. He gladly agreed, of course. Bingchun quickly chased after Minking. Chairman Song, wait for me. Jiang Nan was somewhat suspicious. Mr. Wang, are there really cameras installed in this room? Wang Zheng slowly sat down. Do you think there are? He smiled and sipped his wine. I think there are none. Haha, Mr. Wang, honestly, Uncle Minking is not very capable, but he is especially cautious. You must be careful. Just as expected, Minking was now anxiously making a phone call to ask for backup. Mr. Feng, do not come. Something unexpected happened tonight. I want someone to disappear from this world forever. Do you think that can be done? Zheng Ming, on the other end of the line, explained awkwardly. Boss Song. This is a criminal matter and the rumors are getting intense, so what you are asking is a bit difficult. Bright Green tried to persuade him. Brother Feng, we are close, aren't we? Could you really not help this brother of yours with this? He sighed heavily in helplessness. Fine, he finally decided to help out. I will introduce you to a junior associate I know. His name is Li Gang. As long as there is money, he will dare to do anything. He should suit your tastes. Bright Green could not help feeling delighted that his worries had been resolved. Thank you, Brother Feng. I will treat you to drinks another day. In the heart of the bustling city, the Heavenly Palace Club stood tall, majestic, and splendid, like a symbol of mysterious beauty. Jiang Nan got into the car and left, not forgetting to say farewell. Mr. Wang, let us drink together next time. Wang Zheng went along with it as well. Okay, drive safely. He watched the car disappear into the night mist and thought to himself, even though he hides it very well, I can still sense it. Jiang Nan is clearly very wary of me. He chuckled in admiration. This guy really knows how to seize the right moment to act. He knows which side is best to stand on. Not bad. The attendant warmly said goodbye. Chairman Wang, here are your car keys. He replied politely, thank you. Wang Zheng's car sped down the avenue like an arrow tearing through the night, leaving only flickering lights and the echo of its engine behind. Suddenly, he noticed movement behind him. Oh, a string of questions surged through his mind. When did these arrogant punks start following me? He carefully watched the mysterious car's movements through the rearview mirror. It seemed to be getting closer. Suddenly, the black car accelerated and overtook him, making quite a loud noise. Yuan Kui slowly lowered the window, smiling with a provocative look. With an amused look as if waiting for a good show, he casually scattered the glittering sharp objects he had prepared in advance. Sharp nails were spread all over the road, lying there silently like the hidden sides of death in the darkness. Just as expected, an earth-shattering bang rang out, shaking the entire space. Within only a few seconds, the cars behind all began swerving as their tires burst, making the atmosphere even more chaotic. The crowd began shouting angrily, "How are the people up front driving? There are nails on the road. Who knows which bastard did this?" Everyone quickly got out to check the situation. Damn it, the tire blew. Right then, Yuan Kui stepped out of the car and decisively chambered around, ready to act. He immediately ordered Huang Lin, "The car behind is Wang Zheng's. While it is chaotic, you and I will attack from the left and right and finish this cleanly." He quickly accepted the task. "Okay." Suddenly, Wang Zheng abruptly poked his head out. "The idea is nice, but I think doing that would be very inappropriate." The man was so terrified that his face turned deathly pale. Wang Zheng, Huang Lin also could no longer keep his composure. "When did you get here?" He instantly pulled out a small, sharp needle and threatened them. "Talk." Without the slightest hesitation, he interrogated them directly. "Who sent you?" Elsewhere, Bright Green was now happily raising a glass in celebration. He was extremely grateful. "Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, I would not have been pushed this far. That Wang Zheng really bullies people too much." Suddenly, a sense of unease came over him. "But it has been so long. Why has there still been no news back? Could something have happened?" Li Gang calmly reassured him. "What could possibly happen?" He boasted confidently. "To tell you the truth, the two people I sent were both former criminals. Bank robbery, kidnapping. Now they are only going to deal with one person, so it should go without saying." Hearing that, he felt somewhat more at ease. "Is that so? Impressive, impressive." Before he could finish his glass of beer, he choked and sprayed it out because the door was violently kicked open. Wang Zheng slowly stepped into the room, the dignified sound of his shoes tapping steadily against the floor. He questioned him coldly. "I never expected Brother Song to have no sense of humor at all. It was only a joke. You already wanted to take my life." Bright Green panicked and kept denying it. "No, no. It has to be a misunderstanding." Li Qiang, who was sitting nearby, hurriedly jumped to his feet under the overwhelming pressure of the newcomer, feeling as if his life was being threatened. So the Wang Zhengsong Mingxuan mentioned was actually him. "This is bad, I need to run." Before he could get far, Wang Zheng decisively kicked him straight in the back. He slowly emphasized every word. "A misunderstanding? Plenty of people want me dead, but I never expected two idiots like you to be among them." He coldly asked, "Speak, how do you plan to settle this?" The two of them sat upright, not daring to move even a little, trying their best to listen carefully. "Calling the police is pointless. Not to mention my influence at the station, you two hired people to kill me. Reporting this to the police won't benefit you at all." Wang Zheng spoke while calmly wiping the sharp weapon in his hand. "I, Wang Zheng, always repay my grudges. You wanted me dead, so I don't intend to let you live either." He glanced at them lightly, hinting at a way out. "But if you can offer something valuable enough to buy your lives, I might reconsider." Mingxuan immediately seized the opportunity. "Chairman Wang, how about this? I'll agree to the conditions you proposed earlier, and I'll promote it for free without charging any fees." He laughed and waved his hand. "Ha ha, do you think the profits from representing Jurong are enough to buy your life?" Then he bluntly stated his position. "Even if you handed the entire Song Corporation over to me, it would barely count as half the deal." The man nervously asked, "The Song Corporation is only worth half. But that's all I can offer." Wang Zheng answered with certainty. "No, you have something else you can do. If you can accomplish it, I'll spare you." The man cautiously asked in fear, Do what?" He directly gave his order. "Replace Song Mingwei. Become the heir of the Song family." Mingxuan sighed helplessly. "You want me to replace my second brother, become the head of the Song family, and then hand the family over to you, right?" He cheerfully gave a thumbs up in approval. "Looks like you understand, but I'm not in a hurry to take over the Song family. For now, just act as my spokesman within the Song family. What do you think?" The man pondered silently for a long time. A spokesman. More like a puppet, but if Wang Zheng could really help him become the head of the Song family, there was nothing more to discuss. Thoughts raced through his mind. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he would still be the master of the Song family. In the end, he decided to agree. "If you can help me bring down my second brother and become the head of the Song family, I'm willing to let the Song family serve you." He stood with his arms crossed and calmly gave the order. "Okay, then show me your sincerity now." The man swallowed hard and clenched his fist, preparing to act. Li Qiang curiously watched him stand up. Sincerity. How is he supposed to prove it? Suddenly, Mingxuan dropped to his knees, leaving Li Qiang stunned and blurting out in shock, Wang Zheng sternly reminded him. Does it feel humiliating? You tried to kill me, so I plan to make your life a living hell. From now on, whatever you want me to help you achieve. You must manage the Song family properly for me, understood? The man gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation as he replied, understood. Satisfied, Wang Zheng pulled him to his feet. Smiling, he assigned his task. Do everything you can to marry Song Haixing to Su Tianren. This is the first mission I'm giving you. He continued, encouraging him. Go on, use your scheming tricks to take what should belong to you. I'll always be watching you. The man left hesitantly as if his soul had been taken away. Wang Zheng revealed a sly smile and turned around. I'll give you a choice too. Tell me, how do you want to die? Li Qiang was so terrified that he instinctively knelt down. Clutching Wang Zheng's leg, he cried and begged, I don't want to die. Brother Wang, please spare me. Impatiently, Wang Zheng grabbed the other man's collar and yanked him up. Annoyed, he scolded, all this crying and whining. If you're going to act like this, you might as well die. The man trembled and stammered, please spare me. Suddenly, a ringing phone shattered the tense atmosphere. Wang Zheng immediately guessed the suspicious culprit in his mind. It had to be Zhou Feng causing trouble again. Hopefully hatred hadn't blinded that fool. He ignored Li Qiang clinging to him like a koala. Calmly picking up the phone, he reassured the person on the other end, leave this to me. Everyone call the police first, then stay home and wait for news. The man looked up curiously. What happened? Need my help with something? He lowered the phone and muttered unconsciously, thanks for the reminder. Turns out you really are useful after all. Then Wang Zheng smiled sinisterly and gave an order. Take your men and beat up City Secretary Zhou Qihua. The harder, the better. The moment he finished speaking, Li Qiang eagerly agreed. Got it, I'll handle it right away. But deep down, he was only thinking about staying alive. So what if he had to beat up Zhou Qihua? Even a high-ranking official was no different. Wang Zheng added meaningfully, go already and stop talking. If a son turns out rotten, the parents share the blame. His father's got to shoulder part of the debt too. Li Qiang instantly became aggressive again. Yes, sir. I'll gather people to beat him up right now. After saying that, Li Qiang hurried off as if afraid someone else would take the job first. Once he disappeared, Wang Zheng finally made another call. Spy, a friend of mine has been kidnapped. Track her location using the number I just sent you. Xia Yan teased him from the other end. A female friend. Knowing he was being mocked, Wang Zheng frowned. Cut the crap, where is she? Xia Yan immediately changed his tone and reported, the target is moving toward the southern outskirts. Because of the afternoon traffic, they're taking a detour. So they only recently left the Binjiang district. A relieved smile appeared on Wang Zheng's face. His tense expression eased slightly as he quickly made another request. I need 2 helicopters, one to pick me up. The other should move close to the target. Somewhere deep in the barren hills, a car sped wildly along the mountain road. Liu Xuan was tied up in the back seat, unconscious and unaware that people were speaking ill of her. Hey, brother, we went through all the trouble of kidnapping this woman. And instead of enjoying her ourselves, we're just delivering her to the South Outskirts Operations Institute. Even Si Jia felt disgusted by such depravity. That's seriously sick. At another modern headquarters, the night still blanketed every corner. Zhou Qihua and several others were enthusiastically eating and drinking together. This project could be completed so smoothly thanks entirely to the supervision and guidance of all our respected leader. Before he could even continue, someone suddenly pounded hard on the door, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. Li Qiang carefully checked Zhou Qihua's photo on his phone. Then he jerked his chin up and shouted inside, Zhou Qihua, which one of you is Zhou Qihua? He quickly identified the target and ordered the 500 men behind him. That's him. You've got 3 minutes, beat the hell out of him. Zhou Qihua stared blankly in confusion. Who are you people? Before he could finish his sentence, a hard punch slammed into his stomach. Li Qiang followed up with a slap while explaining, someone paid me to teach you a lesson. They said you failed to discipline your son, so as his father, you should share part of the consequences. Zhou Qihua was beaten until he collapsed onto the floor, his face pale as death. What consequences? Cough, cough. A moment later, the gangsters rushed in and began taking turns beating him. All he could do was beg helplessly, spare me, please spare me. I swear I'll discipline my son properly from now on. But Li Qiang only sneered in response. No need. You don't need to discipline your son well. Honestly, I should be thanking you. Li Qiang viciously smashed a chair straight into Zhou Qihua. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape that demon this time. Li Qiang had guessed Wang Zheng's actions quite accurately. At this rate, Wang Zheng was probably about to catch Zhou Qihua's son as well. Leaning out of the helicopter, Wang Zheng anxiously asked, how far are we from the target location? The pilot answered immediately, 2 kilometers. Wang Zheng straightened up with an imposing air and gave the order, notify the other team. We're landing now, while the helicopter team stays airborne and prepares for a surprise attack. Anyone who tries to escape, shoot them dead on sight. Meanwhile, inside the car carrying Liu Xuan, Si Jia was still happily sharing information. That institute specializes in sending women to Africa. Zhou Feng laughed excitedly in agreement. His sinister eyes turned toward the back seat. I've already checked everything carefully. Once this bitch gets sent over there, she'll wish she were dead. But I want her to suffer a fate worse than death. Then he boldly made another guess. Hey, look at how worked up you are. Liu Xuan had just woken up at the perfect moment. She let out a soft groan, sluggishly sat up, and instinctively blurted out, "Where am I? Why am I here? Ah, my head hurts so much." Seeing this, Chu Feng took the chance to threaten her. "You're awake, no need to be scared. I want to take you somewhere nice so you can enjoy life, haha." At the Southern Suburban Activity Center, a young man happily bowed to an honored guest. "Young Master Chu, if you have good merchandise next time, contact our institute." Unexpectedly, Chu Feng coldly rejected him. "There won't be a next time. I don't want to see a woman like this ever again." Yi Hui, standing behind him, spoke up to remind him, "All right, son, it's not safe to stay here long. Let's go." He twisted his neck and complained, "Mom, I said I could handle this myself, but you insisted on coming." She smiled kindly and explained, "I was worried about you, was I?" But before long, a bullet suddenly whizzed past. It struck Chu Feng straight in the thigh. Blood gushed out nonstop. Maternal instinct kicked in as the woman frantically rushed toward her beloved son. Little did she know that both she and her son were in the enemy's sights. Wang Zheng stood above them, grinning from ear to ear. Xing Ren, watching the situation through binoculars, gasped in shock. "My God, it hit. The target is nearly 1,000 meters away. How did you do that?" He shook his head and sat there acting smug. "Just instinct. I'm not used to this new gun yet, otherwise his head would have exploded. Tell the others they can move in now." The helicopter carrying Wang Zheng entered the courtyard of the trafficking headquarters. As soon as it landed, he recklessly climbed straight down. "We're here." After landing, he took the lead in battle. "You two stay on the helicopter. Don't let anyone leave this place alive." He didn't forget to instruct the people behind him. Xing Ren, find a place to hide outside, watch the situation, and handle surprise attacks when needed. She immediately accepted the order. "Yes." Then Wang Zheng paused to direct the rest of his team. "Everyone else follow me in." His mind burned with fighting spirit. "Liu Xuan, I'm here." Gunfire and footsteps echoed throughout the building as they moved forward, warning each other. "They've got heavy weapons, stay in cover." A soldier ran over with an update. "Brother Wang, no sign of the target on the second floor either." Hearing that, Wang Zheng switched their search to the third floor. He fell into thought. His expression hardened. This place wasn't big, but it had enough people and weapons. Luckily, Zia Yan helped this time, otherwise things would have been difficult. Suddenly, someone fired a warning shot. "Don't move." It was Qing Lian holding Liu Xuan hostage. "You came looking for her, didn't you?" Seizing the opportunity, he laid out his condition. "Get me a car so I can leave this place. Otherwise, I'll kill this girl." Terrified tears streamed down her face as she helplessly called out to him, "Wang Zheng." Wang Zheng calmly raised his hand in a gesture of peace. "Don't get worked up. A car or whatever you want, I'll prepare it for you. Just don't get excited." But inside, he already had a plan. "HMPH, you walked right into my trap. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down." The young man boldly descended the stairs, still threatening them. "You'd better not try anything funny, or this girl is dead." He talked so much that he failed to notice he was already in someone's sights. Suddenly, a shot rang out, heading straight for his head. The precision was so flawless that even Wang Zheng had to praise it. As expected of Xing Ren, the ambush expert sent by Zia Yan, nice shot. The young man lost all strength and tumbled down the stairs, accidentally dragging Liu Xuan with him. The two fell together. She screamed in panic. But a moment later, Liu Xuan was caught safely in Wang Zheng's arms. He added a reassuring word. "Don't be afraid, it's over now, I'll take you home." Wang Zheng carried her away heroically, leaving the rest of the operation to the others. "There are probably more girls upstairs. Make the arrangements properly." He did not forget to reaffirm the mission. It must be handled cleanly. This godforsaken place absolutely cannot be allowed to remain. They immediately accepted the order in unison. "Yes, sir." The news quickly spread elsewhere. After hearing it, a man angrily slammed the table. "What? The southern suburbs were cleaned out by Ha Yan's people," he muttered through the flames of hatred. "Fine. I did not want to mess with you people. But since you want to play with me, I will play along." Soon, it was the next morning. At the Tianping Mountain Villa, Wang Zheng had just stepped into the living room when Shishi questioned him. "Well, if it is not our great hero. How is the beauty you rescued?" He smiled and replied, "She is fine. She was under extreme stress for too long. After slowly calming down, she went to bed and fell asleep." "But why have you two not gone to sleep yet?" She shouted angrily. "Sleep? Did you not say Liu Xuan was kidnapped by Zhou Feng? I was wondering whether we should send someone to grab him and solve the problem once and for all." Zhang Fei was a little calmer and advised, "That would not be a very good idea. After all, it is a human life. It would be better to call the police. Besides, his father is also the municipal party secretary." Wang Zheng now walked over to Zhenet. "Could not tell at all. You are even more ruthless than I am. Do not worry. He will not dare come back for a while." His eyes suddenly turned icy and his words became a little vague. "I am afraid he may never be able to come back in this lifetime." After hearing that, Shishi's expression relaxed slightly. "Then that is good. Let Liu Xuan rest tomorrow and go film in the afternoon. The product promotion goes nationwide next month, so we must film it well. Wang Zheng gently rubbed her head. All right, arrange it as you see fit. You worked hard today, I am going to sleep first. You two should rest early too. A moment later, he was in the bathroom with the sound of shower water rushing down. At the same time, his phone screen lit up with a message notification. Puzzled, he walked over and picked it up to check. Who would be texting me in the middle of the night? A smile suddenly appeared on Wang Zheng's lips. The Klein 15 has arrived. Elsewhere, at Jinling 301 Hospital, Miu Miu lay on the hospital bed with lifeless eyes. Tell me, should I make the call? Kaizai glanced over with an exasperated look. Stop agonizing over it. If that Wang Zheng guy were interested in you, he would have gone to Gongsu to find you long ago. It has been more than half a month and he has not even called once. Stop thinking about him. Who would have thought she would still stubbornly make excuses for the man of her dreams? After all, he is a vice president, a senior executive at Jurong. He must have been so busy that he forgot. He hardly took that excuse seriously, his helpless attitude obvious. HMPH, that man of yours probably has a wife already. I really do not understand the way girls think. When Bebe comes back, you can tell her about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Bebe appeared at once. She kept shouting Mew 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 Mew. She excitedly hurried to announce, Klein 15, it is the Klein 15. When Mew Mew heard this, her eyes shone like stars. She sat up without thinking. He is here, Wang Zheng is him, right? But Bebe only responded with an innocent expression. Huh, I do not know Wang Zheng, I saw the Klein 15. Wang Zheng suddenly walked into the room from nowhere, carrying a flower basket for his hospital visit. It is me. Do not move around. Your leg has not fully healed yet. Where are you trying to run off to? She seized the chance to act delicate. I just wanted to move around a little. Since you came this time, are you planning to develop land in Zhangjiagang? That coy act made Kaizai silently judge her. Girls, seriously. He walked over with a friendly manner and greeted her. I only came to see how your recovery was going, and to give you a gift while I was here. As soon as he finished speaking, a car key appeared, dangling from Wang Zheng's hand. Even Bebe, who was just an onlooker, widened her eyes in envy. Sure enough, it was exactly as Miu Miu had said. He was handsome and rich. Only Kaizai curled his lip in disapproval. Wang Zheng lightly tossed the key in front of her. Take it. It is yours. Looks like you are recovering pretty quickly. He did not forget to give her a warm reminder. But you still need to be careful. Before your leg fully heals, you have to restrain yourself. No racing. Miu Miu nodded excitedly, the joy written all over her face. Don't worry, I definitely won't race cars. You came to Gong province without even telling me. How many days are you planning to stay? He smiled as he answered, still making hand signs. About 3 days. Jurong still has business to handle. Just as they were chatting happily, Wang Zheng realized someone was behind him. Ping Hao glared at him, his icy tone startling Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng, so you are Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng raised his head and greeted him. I am Wang Zheng, and you are. A trace of doubt had already risen in his heart. Zhang Pinghao, a great general of the Su faction, second only to one man and above countless others. He never expected to meet him here. Unexpectedly, the man changed to a grateful attitude and laughed cheerfully. Haha, you really do look impressive. No wonder my daughter thinks about you all day. Mr. Wang, this time it was all thanks to you for saving my daughter. Mio Mio, hit where it hurt, hurriedly tried to stop him. Dad. Wang Zheng lowered his head modestly. Uncle Zhang, you are too kind. If I had not raced with Mio Mio, that accident would not have happened. Speaking of that, I bear part of the responsibility too. Wang Zheng's polite attitude made Pinghao like him even more. Aha, not bad at all. Have a drink with me tonight. You saved my daughter, so consider it my thanks. He smiled and replied, then thank you in advance, uncle. At New Hua family restaurant, Wang Zheng gathered with Mio Mio's family for dinner. Zhang Pinghao warmly raised his glass. Come, Mr. Wang, since you have called me uncle, you must drink with me tonight. He politely lifted his glass and played along. A toast to you, uncle. In truth, he was hiding a big secret in his heart. Judging from Zhang Pinghao's attitude, he probably still did not know that Wang Zheng had beaten up his son. He had originally worried this meal was a trap, but it seemed he had overthought it. Mio Mio, sitting beside him, reminded him warmly, Wang Zheng, don't just keep drinking. Eat something first. Even Lihua, meeting him for the first time, took a liking to him. Mr. Wang is kind-hearted, humble, and cautious. One glance shows he comes from a well-bred family. What do your parents do? Wang Zheng frowned in confusion and asked back. My parents. Before he could say anything, Mio Mio spoke up to remind her. Oh my goodness, Mom. You are asking too much. Who asks about someone's parents the first time they meet? But Lihua did not pay it much mind. If it is inconvenient, never mind. Wang Zheng gently eased the tension, his expression tinged with sadness. It is all right, Auntie. I was abandoned when I was little and have never met my parents, although my master raised me later. During that time, I survived on food from many families and wore hand-me-downs from many households. Hearing this, Lihua's tone immediately sank. I am sorry. I did not understand your situation and made you remember painful things. Yet he generously let it pass. It is all right, auntie. I have never met my parents since I was little, so there is no real sadness to speak of. Wang Zheng's special circumstances also made Miao feel sorry for him, this man. Those days of surviving on food from many families and wearing hand-me-downs from many households, how did he make it through? Ping Hao already had a good impression of him and now admired him even more, grinning from ear to ear. A precious sword is sharpened through grinding, and plum blossoms gain fragrance from bitter cold. Mr. Wang, you are so young, yet you are already the vice-chairman of Jurong. You must have gone through countless hardships. Come, let me toast you again. The two of them drank their cups of wine in one go. Lihua took the chance to ask about the situation. Mr. Wang, I heard from Miao that after staying here for 2 days, you plan to go to Zhangjiagang. He took the opportunity to explain further. Yes, I want to inspect the real estate market a little. In Zhangjiagang, she seized the moment to ask a whole series of questions. A major company like Jurong is entering the real estate field. Why choose a county-level city? Wouldn't it be better to fight your first major battle in the capital? Wang Zheng shook his head in disagreement and laid out all his knowledge. Policy changes over the past 2 years have created certain risks for Jurong's entry into real estate. The choice to invest in the port was also made after considering the environment and its advantages in every respect. Li Hua heard this and nodded in agreement. That makes a lot of sense. But in this economy, the state's macro-level regulation and control are becoming deeper and broader. Making money is no longer as easy as people imagine. He calmly explained the company's policy. It is still manageable. If it is not, our side will work with the government to develop it. After all, I was only thinking of buying a few cheap plots of land to build affordable housing and do something useful for the community. Wang Zheng's decision left Bing Hao somewhat puzzled. Housing prices were rising sharply, yet he wanted to sell at a low price. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, you know that because of your decision, Jurong will earn no profit and may even suffer losses. Why do you want to do this? Wang Zheng laid out his ideals. I eat food from people's homes, wear clothes made by them, and receive kindness from everyone. Naturally, I think about doing a few things that benefit the community. His expression hardened and his tone became serious. I want to see people smile. Not worry about buying a home. That determination made Li Hua laugh. Although it was a little idealistic, it showed real ambition. Meanwhile, Bing Hao drained another cup of wine, then turned to make an offer. Mr. Wang, I have been waiting for you to say that. Miu Miu lost a piece of land to you. I will help you settle it. Even though I am already this age, I still want to go wild with young people like you one more time. Wang Zheng did not hesitate. He stood and said respectfully, then I will trouble you, sir. No one knew that he had already begun calculating silently in his heart. Director Bing Hao and Jiangning Provincial Secretary Su Nangguo formed the two strongest pillars of the Su faction. He raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. In his mind, he had already mapped out the plan. Start with real estate and pull Su provincial industry back. Then only half of the Su faction's 2 great pillars would remain. Just wait, old man of the Su family. I will slowly dismantle your power. At the Qinhuai residence building, Wang Zheng was pushing Miu Miu's wheelchair as they stood in front of a luxury car. Bing Hao sat inside and asked with an expectant look, are you really not going home with your parents? She waved him off and refused. Oh, I already told you. It was not easy to get out for once. I want to stroll around a little longer. You and Mom go back first. Wang Zheng is here to protect me, so do not worry. Unable to persuade his daughter, he had no choice but to turn and ask for help. Mr. Wang, please take care of Miu Miu. He immediately reassured him. Yes, sir. Please rest assured. The sound of Miu Miu's wheelchair kept rustling along the road. She took the opportunity to ask Wang Zheng, are you really only staying in Jinling for 3 days? As he pushed the wheelchair, he answered, no, I am leaving tomorrow. This time, I mainly came to give you the car. The affairs in the capital still need me to go back and handle them. After Miu Miu heard this, her face fell, and her regret was obvious in her voice. Why are you in such a hurry? Suddenly, a sound rang out and drew Wang Zheng's attention. Before them stood dozens of people in military uniforms pointing guns at them. Instead of being shocked, he was strangely calm. There are so many of you, what do you want? Yang Dai announced in a stern voice, Wang Zheng. We have received orders from our superiors to arrest you. Wang Zheng still showed no sign of panic. Have you made a mistake? I am a law-abiding citizen, judging from this equipment and formation. They are probably Zhang Hongqi's people. I thought that after I injured him, he would behave himself. I did not expect him to be so eager for revenge. Miu Miu also spoke up in his defense. Arrest him? What crime did he commit? You even need the armed police to act. Today I want to see who dares touch him. Unexpectedly, she was threatened by the people surrounding them. Miss, if you want to obstruct us from carrying out our duty, do not blame us for being impolite. Suddenly, someone raised a hand. Wang Zheng slapped Yang Dai hard across the face and added a warning. What I hate most is people pointing guns at my head, and I also hate people pointing guns at my friends' heads. His blood boiled, and without hesitation he threw a punch straight at the young man's face. Don't get too arrogant, let me tell you something, because you once opened fire on the armed police. When we arrest you, we're allowed to bend the strictest regulations a little. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Zheng strode forward fearlessly, gripping the trigger tightly in provocation. I understand. You have the right to point a gun at me. After the incident, I resisted the arrest order by force. But are you sure that if you open fire, you can actually shoot us? Yang Yi glanced at the colleagues behind him and warned, there are 15 people here, each less than 2 meters apart. Any one of them could blow your head off at any moment. But Wang Zheng remained calm and replied, I don't think so. I think all of you are aching all over right now and completely drained of strength. You probably can't even hold up your submachine guns anymore. In fact, you desperately want to lie down and sleep. That confidence made the man feel uneasy. Why you? He stammered weakly. How did you know? The soldiers themselves were already beginning to feel their limbs go numb. As if he had been waiting for that moment, Wang Zheng rushed forward and snatched Yang Yi's gun away. What are you waiting for? Everyone lie down and take a nap. It was as if they had been hypnotized. He instantly collapsed onto the ground and the others quickly followed. Witnessing the scene, Miu Miu could not help but sigh in amazement. What an incredible trick. He returned to his companion's side and asked, Don't you have anything you want to ask me? She chuckled and replied, Of course I do, but I think it's better if you tell me yourself. Wang Zheng knew he could no longer hide the truth, so he confessed everything. Zhang Hongqi is your brother, right? Last time when I left Jinling, he brought a squad of armed police to block my way. He probably heard that your race with me ended in an accident, so he came looking for me. Yet Miu Miu calmly asked, Then were you hurt? Zhang Hongqi, that idiot. I already told him not to worry, but he still acted on his own. A trace of awkwardness flashed across his face. I wasn't hurt, but I injured your brother. He's probably lying in the hospital right now. She calmly reassured him without the slightest concern. Then it's fine. He's very strong and can take a beating. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Her carefree attitude surprised Wang Zheng a little. It was the first time he had heard someone describe their own brother that way. The other party could only laugh awkwardly after hearing. Back at Zhang Pinghao's villa, the man was on the phone with his brows tightly furrowed. I understand. Seeing this, Li Hua gently approached and asked, What's wrong? Did that daughter of yours who only cares about outsiders call you about something again? Pinghao spoke in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Miu Miu said Zhang Hongqi was injured by someone. As soon as Li Hua heard that, she questioned him anxiously. What was it, young Master Wang, who did it? Is Hongqi seriously hurt? Pinghao looked tense and replied sternly, only lightly. Just now Hongqi even sent an armed police squad with guns to block Wang Zheng and Miu Miu at the hospital. It said that those armed police didn't recognize Miu Miu and even pointed guns at her head. She was utterly shocked, her eyes blazing with fury. What? They dared to point guns at Miu Miu's head? If Miu Miu suffered even the slightest grievance, I definitely won't let them off. He immediately softened and took his wife's hand. Then he gently comforted her to ease her worries. Miu Miu wasn't wrong. On the contrary, Hongqi has been stubborn and aggressive since childhood. Sooner or later, that personality would cause him trouble. It's a good thing Wang Zheng knocked some of the arrogance out of him. Better a light injury now than losing his life later. Even so, Li Hua still could not relax and was about to go check on him herself. I need to see how Hongqi is doing, but Pinghao quickly stood up to stop her. You can't go. Helpless, she could only sigh tiredly. Suddenly, he picked up the phone from the table. In a calm voice, he gave an order to the person on the other end of the line. Arrange a dinner meeting with the political commissar and the commander of the Nanjiang Provincial Armed Police Corps. Tell them I am inviting them to dinner. Elsewhere, a car sped down the road. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up with an incoming call from Zhang Minqi. Wang Zheng picked up the phone, surprised to receive an invitation, asking him to attend the illusory Spirit Diamond press conference tomorrow. Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. All right, I'll go, don't worry. After that, he hung up at once. Suddenly, while driving, Wang Zheng's eyes closed tightly as he drifted into thought. Then he slammed the accelerator and the car shot forward at full speed. Unaware that every road he traveled had already been fully monitored by Dong Song through surveillance screens. The man clapped continuously, muttering to himself with a laugh. Excellent, excellent. Dong Song glanced elsewhere with a knowing smile and asked everyone what they thought about Zhang Hongqi and Wang Zheng. What does everyone think? Mu Meiling spoke as if making an evaluation, feeling that Wang Zheng was extremely cunning. This man cannot be underestimated. To me, he is someone. He seemed to have been waiting for that moment to speak harshly. Then just get rid of him. No one can stop Kyingjian's road to revival. Kitty, huddled in a corner, finally spoke up. As long as you complete the mission assigned by the principal, the military academy will definitely help you fulfill this ideal. Her solemn promise made Dong Song somewhat suspicious. David finally reported the situation. according to Max's description. That Chinese expert looks very much like this young man. If it really is him, then our military academy's China plan may already have been exposed. He said firmly, then we must kill this man. Keeping him alive will absolutely become a disaster. Katie laughed flirtatiously, speaking with hidden meaning. This Wang Zheng guy is rather interesting. I am a little interested in him, Dong Song calmly warned her. Katie, you'd better be more careful. Chinese men will surprise you. Unexpectedly, his words stirred a memory in her mind. Speaking of Chinese men, there is one person I have never been able to accept defeat to, but even now I still do not know what he looks like. We only shook hands a few times. All three of them cried out in unison, "Who?" Kitty answered slowly. That nickname made her expression harden, each word emphasized. The evil king of Asia. The moment the name was spoken, it caught the attention of David and Mo. Even Dong Song took notice after hearing it, stroking his chin in thought. Zai Chi said solemnly, he really is quite a figure, but Kitty paid no attention and simply left. I'm going to look into that Wang Zheng. Bye. In the capital, Jayaha at Seafood City, Wang Zheng stood before the tall building and judged it inwardly. The place Li Minghao mentioned on the phone must be here. What kind of surprise could this place possibly have? Minghao had been waiting at the entrance for some time and waved him over. Let's go. The surprise for you is all ready. Since he had not seen his old friend in a long time, he casually offered a few words of praise. We can talk about whether it's surprising later. Your business is doing pretty well. He led Wang Zheng inside and pressed the elevator button. Only then did Minghao begin to explain. Luckily, officials come here for meals, receptions, and banquets. Daily profit can reach more than 1.1 million. He took the chance to ask more. How many hotels like this do you have in total? Minghao then revealed his enormous assets. The capital has 5 districts in total, and each district has 2 or 3. The hotels in Southern River Province and Jiangning Province are almost ready too. By then, we'll have footholds in 2 wealthy provinces. After hearing that, Wang Zheng could not help admiring him. Why didn't I notice before? You really have a good head for business. Yet Minghao modestly denied it. I'm not sure. The general manager I hired has an MBA from a university listed by US News. He nodded as if he understood, muttering his appraisal. Not bad, not bad. Suddenly, Wang Zheng remembered something and quickly asked, by the way, where's the surprise you mentioned? Only then did Minghao remember the important matter and slapped his own head in remorse. I was only talking about the hotel and almost forgot. Then he clapped as if signaling someone, looked behind him, and gave an order. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the sliding door opened. Lin Ziju walked into the room with a cold expression. Wang Zheng cheered in delight when he saw him. Lin Ziju. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Zheng hurriedly asked, what did you do with him this past month? He's changed so much. Minghao answered while pulling out a chair. I threw him onto an island. That island is a secret base specifically used to manufacture chemical weapons. He was visibly surprised. You left him alone on Tianzhong Island. Minghao corrected him leisurely. Yes, and I didn't give him any weapons at all. His results will definitely surprise you. After just those few words, Wang Zheng's eyes shone like stars. Tell me, Minghao glanced at Ziju and slowly recounted the experience. Tianzhong Island covers a total of 47 square kilometers. Lin Ziju lived there for 24 days. He eliminated 459 devils and practically destroyed half the base. Only then did Lin Ziju speak, looking toward Wang Zheng. Thank you for using this method to improve my strength. Wang Zheng patted his shoulder in a friendly way and reassured him sweetly. Don't mention it. From now on, we're family. But things did not end there. Minghao brought out another mysterious small wooden box. There's also an unexpected gain. He opened the box and inside was a blue spherical test tube. Wang Zheng picked up the strange object and examined it. Something found in the base. Minghao shifted to a serious tone and explained. Only this test tube was kept by the military commander, the person with the authority to open it. I guess it's the treasure of Tianzhong Island, and Lin Ziju brought it back. When we have time, we'll hand it over to the relevant laboratory departments. Wang Zheng looked at Ziju and teased him with a smile. Do you know how to use a gun? Minghao immediately stepped in to smooth things over, and the conversation returned to a cheerful mood. I've already taught him. He's very talented. Wang Zheng raised his glass in a toast. Welcome to our side. The two of them then drained their glasses in one go. Late at night at the Jiang building, Wang Zheng stared blankly at his watch in anticipation. It's already this late. Shishi should be off work by now, right? Suddenly Ningxia came running out of nowhere, tears and snot streaming down her face. Su Fang. She sprinted toward her lover at full speed, crying out his name. Su Fang, but all she got in return was a sorrowful shake of his head. Ningxia, we're really over. Don't come looking for me anymore. This is hurting both of us. Wang Zheng, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, finally realized. So her name is Ningxia. She covered her face and sobbed, her voice breaking apart. Why does it have to be this way? From the very beginning. We've known each other for so many years. Why did everything change after less than a year in the capital? Su Fang sadly tried to persuade her. Forget about me, Ningxia, go home, go back to your hometown. But Ningxia refused to give up and demanded an explanation. Why, what exactly is wrong with you? He clenched his fists tightly. His emotions burst out with his words. Ningxia, don't you understand? In the capital, the two of us will never have a good life. Even a tiny 40-square-meter apartment costs 1 million yuan. Just the down payment alone is 300,000 yuan. He shouted as if he wanted the whole world to hear. 300,000 yuan. Even if I save 1,000 yuan every month, it'd still take 300 months. That's a full 25 years. Then his voice turned helpless and bitter. Ningxia, you're too naive. The love you treasure so much is just a burden to me. A heavy responsibility. Ningxia could only accuse him in return. Su Fang, you've changed. You're not the same man you used to be. Su Fang didn't dare meet her eyes and could only lower his head to avoid her gaze. Ningxia, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame this damn society. Then he got into his car and drove away, leaving her alone on the deserted street. Ningxia became even more heartbroken, sobbing uncontrollably. At the Illusion Spirit Diamond Fashion Awards, the glamorous models dazzled the reporters, leaving them in constant amazement. Wow, this fashion awards event really invited a lot of celebrity. The necklaces and diamonds they're wearing are gorgeous. Ming-Chi stood confidently on the red carpet and gave her speech. Thank you, distinguished guests, for attending the Illusion Spirit Diamond Fashion Awards. Meanwhile, at Su Tianan's home, the sound of paper tearing echoed through the room. Tianan cursed furiously. Let them enjoy themselves for now. I want to see just how far she can go in this capital. Then a sinister smile spread across his face. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent like this. Instead, it only proved that he was far from harmless. Behind the stage at the Fashion Awards, Ming-Chi was sleeping soundly in a chair. Suddenly, someone walked over and gently patted her head. Wang Zheng softly comforted her even though he knew she couldn't hear him. If you're tired, then rest. Then he carefully draped his coat over Ming-Chi before turning to leave. Not long afterward, at the Naruilan restaurant, Wang Zheng sat across from her and raised his glass to celebrate her success. Cheers. The two clinked glasses warmly. Ming-Chi mischievously teased him. That's it. Aren't you going to throw in a few more compliments? For a goal that once seemed impossible to reach, we've finally made it this far today. Thank you. She pressed him further. Thank me? How are you planning to thank me? Wang Zheng suddenly spoke with guilt and regret. I know my selfishness almost ruined your life, yet Ming-Chi responded with understanding. Actually, even if you hadn't told me, I would have found out sooner or later. I truly don't blame you. She even smiled brightly with gratitude. So, Wang Zheng, I should be the one thanking you. Because of you, I finally found my true self. Wang Zheng also felt somewhat relieved. I understand your pain. What you're going through now, I've already gone through before. No matter what, I should be the one saying thank you. Ming-Chi then opened up emotionally. Wang Zheng, although our first meeting wasn't very pleasant, but I still feel very lucky to have met you. At the train station in Hui City, Yunnan Province, crowds began pouring in, creating a noisy, bustling scene. Sheng Fei stepped out from the busy crowd and said, You are Shishi's bodyguard. Is it really all right for you to be away from the capital these days? Wang Zheng raised his hand, signaling her not to worry. You do not need to worry about things over there. Zheng Qi finally gave you 10 days off. Are you already eager to head to that battlefield? That was what he said, but inside he thought, with Lin Ziju there, Shishi will definitely be safe. Zheng Fei's gaze trembled slightly, as though her life was weighed down by unspoken worry. Yes, because that is a place my father once passed through. Suddenly, Jing Yu and his gang closed in on her from nowhere, clearly up to no good. Before his filthy hand could even miss its mark, he had already reached out straight toward Sheng Fei's chest. Luckily, Wang Zheng noticed in time, quickly grabbed his wrist and yanked hard, making Jing Yu stagger and cry out. Furious that his plan had been ruined, he hissed angrily, What do you think you are doing? Are you tired of living? The fool, not knowing his own limits, still rushed forward, wanting to show off with a blade. Wang Zheng, let go of your rotten hand. Jing Yu's wrist was clamped tightly by Wang Zheng. Pain surged through him, and he helplessly collapsed to the ground, still squealing like a stuck pig. At that moment, his aggressive companions immediately rushed forward to save their buddy. Let him go now. Even passers-by could only sigh at the sight. Another fight, hurry up and leave before we get dragged into it. In an instant, a hand suddenly seized one of the underlings. The force from Wu Ling's hand was so powerful that the man stumbled and fell. In the blink of an eye, he had pinned him to the ground and subdued him. One fearless underling in the group shouted a challenge. Who are you people, trying to stick your noses into someone else's business? Before anyone could answer, the whole gang charged forward with weapons in hand, ready to fight the strangers to the death. Wu Ling decisively drove his knee hard into the man's stomach, making the loudmouth spit blood. He moved like lightning, knocking out another man with a perfectly executed throw. Wang Zheng watched the embarrassing scene from the side with a look of disdain. They cannot even take one hit. Once everything was settled, Wu Ling walked over to greet him. After you contacted me, I have been waiting here. Hearing that, Wang Zheng reminded him lightly, you got here quickly. Toss these people aside. Do not let them disturb the tourists. Into the station. Since Wu Ling was here, Wang Zheng casually made a request. Let us go. Show us the results of your 3 months of work. Wu Ling pointed at his rugged vehicle, his pride undisguised in his voice. Okay, my car is over here. I will not disappoint you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zheng handed him a glass bottle, though no one knew what was inside. The words flowing from Wang Zheng's mouth were all so mysterious that anyone listening would be stunned. Mix it with water and soak your clothes in it. I guarantee there will be no problems for half a year. Hearing that, Wu Ling clutched the treasure in his hand and respectfully said, please get in. After a wait as long as a Korean drama, the 2 lumbering vehicles finally started moving. While the group eagerly set off, Katie had somehow been secretly watching everything the whole time. No one knew what calculations were running through her mind, but an arrogant, domineering expression appeared on her face. Several hours later, the vehicle was still cruising along a deserted one-way road. Sheng Fei sat in the car, looking around and admiring the scenery nonstop. The view is so beautiful. After hearing her, Wang Zheng also looked outside, and at the same time exposed the joy that had just flickered across her face. It really is beautiful, but behind this beauty lies deadly danger. Sheng Fei frowned, truly feeling uneasy, and immediately asked for an explanation. Why would you say that? Wang Zheng looked out the window. He gave a quick explanation. This place was the Golden Triangle. It had beautiful scenery, but also the filthiest operations. It was an extremely dangerous place. The moment she learned where they were headed, worry showed on her face despite herself. Is this the Golden Triangle? Wang Zheng was not surprised by her reaction. He only smiled and reassured her, don't be afraid, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Over there is the Medicinal Tree Institute. As they entered the training grounds, they saw small squads training hard for the potential dangers ahead. Standing on the observation platform, Wu Ling turned and asked, unable to hide the pride in his voice, what do you think? Wang Zheng leaned against the railing. He spoke in a calm, indifferent tone, average. Is this the training plan you came up with? Wu Ling immediately nodded, confirming it without hesitation. Yes, but I think this training intensity is already very high. After all, they are not special forces soldiers selected through layer after layer of screening. Wang Zheng, who was leaning against the railing beside him, gently shook his head and stated his view. You and I were rookies too, then we gradually trained our way up. This is the Golden Triangle. Only the strong can survive here. Looking at these rookies, the training intensity still needs to be doubled. Then he glanced down at the group training hard below and said, tell me about your 5th detachment. As soon as Wang Zheng mentioned it, Wu Ling could not hide his pride. I dare not boast about anything else. The 5th detachment has a very strong will to fight, and they are also extremely united. Hearing this, Wang Zheng was momentarily confused. Why do you say that? Wu Ling pointed straight down at the crowd and continued. Except for the people who came to me, most of the remaining 200+ people came from a village in Myanmar. Later, their village was massacred by Sa Khan's forces. To explain briefly, Sa Khan is the biggest drug lord in the Golden Triangle, with more than 200 subordinates. His nickname is the Opium Emperor. At this moment, Wu Ling spoke with exceptional determination. They carry hatred in their hearts. For revenge, they dare to do anything. Hearing this, Wang Zheng became very curious about Wu Ling's future plans. What do you plan to do next? Wu Ling seriously analyzed the common mindset of the group. Anger is being suppressed in their hearts. It has to be released eventually, or there will definitely be chaos. After saying that, Wu Ling walked down the stairs and casually stated the plan that had already been laid out. Train for a few more days, then take over a few small tribes. We have to strike the mountain to shake the tiger first. Only now did Wang Zheng get a clear look at every person in the yard. At the same time, he voiced the question in his mind. Which faction under Sa Khan massacred their village? Wu Ling immediately answered. It was led by a Thai man named Lina. He once fought his own way out of hardship, then submitted to Sa Khan. He has around 1,000 men under him, and their weapons are well equipped too. Seeing his brother in a difficult position, Wang Zheng expressed his willingness to help. A force of around 1,000 people is not small. If I called in my comrades from Dragon's Scale, how many do you think it would take to wipe them all out? Although help was being offered, Wu Ling did not want to cause him any extra trouble. Just give me 10 men and I can wipe them all out. Receiving an answer he liked, Wang Zheng nodded in approval. not bad, but in dragon scale, dealing with them would only take one person. At that very moment, Sheng Fei, who was walking behind them, widened her eyes, unable to believe what she had just heard. Is my father really that strong? Wang Zheng remained calm in the face of her emotions and looked up at the sky. If the battlefield were an art form, then your father would definitely be a renowned artist. Now it was Wu Ling's turn to be deeply shocked by the identity of the person before him. Is this girl a descendant of dragon scale? As if Wang Zheng had suddenly remembered something, he said, "Right, get me a vehicle. I need to go somewhere. I'll be back in a day or two." Wu Ling obeyed immediately. All right, I'll have someone prepare it. Wang Zheng turned to Sheng Fei beside him and instructed her. We leave tomorrow, rest today. She agreed at once. Okay, time passed quietly just like that. The next morning, he stood silently by the curtain, taking in every movement of the people behind the transparent glass. Wang Zheng greatly admired Wu Ling's thoughtfulness. He really was considerate, even preparing mosquito coils. After receiving his praise, Wu Ling grew even more smug. Of course, after all, you are traveling with a girl. If you were going alone, I would not even have prepared a sleeping bag for you. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wang Zheng could not help testing the person. Beside him, we are almost there. Are you scared? Beside him, Sheng Fei answered honestly, I am a little nervous. At this moment, according to the route, the car was passing over a rough, bumpy road, jolting so hard that he could not help sighing. I have truly never seen roads like this before. Wang Zheng seemed to realize this trip would be extremely difficult, but he still did not forget to tease her. This is only the beginning for you. Brother Sheng's daughter would not be frightened by something like this, right? At that moment, Wang Zheng seemed to drift back into old memories. When I used to go out with him, he was always the one driving. I sat in the passenger seat, and he was so focused that he would not react even when I talked to him. Later, he said you could never be careless when you were responsible for your brothers. After that, he let me drive while he sat in the passenger seat. As I drove, I listened to him talk about you. He told me everything. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became. Thinking back on it, I feel as if I watched you grow up myself. Hearing these words, Sheng Fei's eyes filled with tenderness. So my father talked about me that often. Wang Zheng was afraid she would get tired, so he reminded her. Need you even ask? Get some sleep. This place is still far from that battlefield. After more than 10 long hours, the car finally stopped. At the same time, Sheng Fei woke up. Are we there? Is it that small mountain? Wang Zheng got out of the car and calmly answered her question. Yes, it is the mountain in front of you, with this place as the center. Within 10 square kilometers around it, this was Dragon Scale's final battlefield. Come on, I will take you up the mountain. As they walked, he reminded Sheng Fei. From now on, you must stay close to me. The area ahead is full of landmines, so be extremely careful. When they reached a tree, Wang Zheng pointed at it excitedly like a child. Showing off his achievement, look at this tree. I once fired a shot from up there and pierced through 3 men's heads. But that emotion quickly faded, replaced by a deep sense of sorrow and loss. Although every soldier on our team was very strong in combat, we were still flesh and blood in the end. During one enemy fire attack, half of our team was wiped out. Suddenly, Wang Zheng pointed in another direction. Sheng Fei, look over there. Back then, Brother Sheng and I came here and enemies were lying in ambush there. At the mention of her loved one, she could not hold back the emotion surging inside her. My father, did he die here? At this moment, he was just like Sheng Fei, overwhelmed with grief over his death. Yes, back then I had already reached my limit. By the time I discovered the danger, it was already too late. I should have been the one hit, but unexpectedly, Brother Sheng pulled me behind him. He took a bullet directly. Since the two of them were standing where Sheng Fei's father had fallen, Wang Zheng took the chance to say, come on, I will take you to Brother Sheng's grave. The pain of losing his brother in arms had become a dull ache buried deep in his heart. After I killed that enemy, I carried Brother Sheng's body for several days. But the situation then did not allow me to bring Brother Sheng back, so I found a place and buried him. I am sorry. Wang Zheng looked up at the sky, trying to hold back the tears that were about to spill out. That place is still farther from here. We will drive over. At this moment, Sheng Fei could no longer control her emotions. She threw her arms around Wang Zheng and burst into tears like a child. Having been through much himself, he understood her feelings to some extent, so he gently raised his hand to comfort her. Go ahead and cry. After a long while, Wang Zheng stopped in front of a towering ancient tree marked with a symbol left there long ago. This was the place. I even carved the letter S on it as a marker. Sheng Fei's emotional defenses completely collapsed. She covered her mouth, trying to hold back her tears. At that moment, he spoke solemnly, his voice choked with emotion. I brought Sheng Fei to visit you. The Sheng Fei you talked about every day has grown into a young woman now. What do you think? Are you happy? After speaking, Wang Zheng set the backpack from his shoulders onto the ground, and pulled out the 2 bottles of liquor he had prepared. I still remember how much you liked drinking. Though your alcohol tolerance was terrible, every time you secretly drank 2 glasses, the captain always caught you. Then he emptied a whole bottle in one gulp, pouring out the feelings buried in his heart. Next, Wang Zheng poured the other bottle onto the ground as an offering to his fallen friend. But now it's fine, I brought you 2 bottles of Nanjiang specialty liquor. Enough for you to drink to your heart's content. After finishing everything, he turned around, placed a hand on Sheng Fei's shoulder, and reminded her as she drowned in sorrow. Don't just cry, say something to your father. Hearing those words, she struggled to steady her emotions, adjusted her breathing, and finally spoke. Dad, you were a good comrade, a great soldier, but not a good father. Still, I don't blame you. Comrade Sheng, you were a man with ideals. Standing beside her, he watched everything and found himself affected by her emotions as well. At that very moment, from afar, the barrel of a gun was aimed directly at Wang Zheng. Having observed every move the two made, Katie could not help but sigh. A man with such a story. I really don't have the heart to kill him. As she continued looking through the scope, she had no idea Wang Zheng had already noticed her. Seeing this, Kitty was stunned by his sharp instinct. Could it be he discovered me? Immediately, she turned around, packed up her things, and hurried to leave the scene. Without hesitation, she sprinted deeper into the forest. After the reunion, the two got into the car and headed for the next destination. Inside the car, Wang Zheng could not focus on driving, his mind lingering on what had just happened. If she wanted to assassinate me, why hesitate instead of acting and keep following me? Meanwhile, when Wu Ling saw Wang Zheng arrive, he immediately spoke. I got word that our target team is about 50 kilometers from their camp. They just looted an opium plantation, harvested everything, and withdrew. They're on their way back now. He was extremely pleased with the news. Good, bring your men. Tonight we'll strike while the opportunity is there. Standing nearby, the man immediately agreed. I'll go motivate everyone and prepare a few things. Hearing the conversation, Sheng Fei hesitated before asking about her role. What about me? I want to come too. Because Wang Zheng seemed to foresee that this battle might end badly, he made his stance clear. No need, just stay here. There's a bunker in the forest below, hide there. A short while later, a squad had assembled, everyone standing neatly in line awaiting orders. Having plenty of prior experience, he equipped himself thoroughly. Wu Ling, on the other hand, was startled by the sheer number of weapons Wang Zheng carried. It's only a small ambush. Do we really need to bring this much gear? He shook his head, displeased by the man's attitude. Don't underestimate them. I'll say this again, we don't need to wait until night to act. As long as we ambush the road they're certain to pass through, we can move immediately. Then suddenly a convoy appeared, weaving through the dangerous terrain. Wang Zheng lay on the cliff, waiting for his prey to walk into the trap. As soon as the target entered the area, he immediately gave the signal. After receiving the order, Wu Ling turned to his teammates and warned them that once the gunfire started and the vehicles exploded, everyone had to throw everything they were holding. Realizing the moment had come, Wang Zheng opened fire on the enemy. Several unlucky vehicles were hit by the bullets and burst into flames. The sudden explosion quickly made Cheng Yu realize what was happening. Panicked, he shouted desperately into the radio. Enemy ambush, there aren't many of them. Form a defense immediately. Vehicles in the rear, turn around now. Meanwhile, Wu Ling shouted without hesitation. Attack. Right after Wu Ling's command, a rain of grenades was hurled down from above by his men. One vehicle after another in the convoy was blown apart in a chain of explosions caused by the grenades raining from above. Wang Zheng seized the opportunity and leaped straight down from the cliff, reaching the battlefield before anyone else. Hidden in a blind spot, someone was secretly aiming right at his head like they were locking in an online order. Kitty used the professional scope on her rifle to carefully observe his every move. What professional footwork! Sniper shots are hard to dodge. One look and it's obvious he's a master. This trip to Huaxia is getting more and more interesting. At the same time, the clash ended quickly as the criminals continuously surrendered before Wu Ling's elite soldier. Sensing that things were going badly, Cheng Yu immediately tried to escape. Before he could even take a step, he was shot dead on the spot. Cheng Yu's body collapsed like a warning to the cowards kneeling on the ground. Wu Ling let out a breath and roared, "Avenge our families, kill them all." And just like that, the bloody retaliation ended beneath the brilliant sunset. After everything was finished, Wang Zheng instructed him on what to do next. He told several men to clean up the battlefield, then take away the important items from the headquarters. Leave nothing behind for anyone. Before Wu Ling could reply, Wang Zheng quickly turned around as if something urgent had come up. I'm leaving now. Remember to head to Shengfei Academy. I still have some matters to deal with. Wu Ling nodded. He agreed immediately. All right, be careful. As soon as they finished talking, Wang Zheng dashed into the forest like he had an appointment with the trees. After finding a large enough tree, he stopped to rest. Climbing up the trunk, he muttered to himself, I need to find out who's been watching me. Night gradually fell and the atmosphere in the forest became suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, someone raised a scope, identifying their target through the dense, gloomy leaves. The silence barrel quietly fired a shot, yet the faint sound still echoed through the eerie silence of the forest. The mysterious opponent immediately hurled a volley of throwing knives without mercy. Wang Zheng pulled his eye away from the scope, silently impressed. Didn't hit me, this person's skills are no joke. With flawless precision, he fired 3 shots in succession, disabling the throwing knives while they were still midair. Driven by the urge to uncover the truth, Wang Zheng immediately left his position and pursued the mysterious figure. I have to find out who it is. Not making Wang Zheng wait long, Kitty stepped out from hiding and appeared before him. Curious about her identity, he asked, "Who are you?" "You've been following me for days." She didn't care in the slightest. "Who I am isn't important. I just want to know who you are." As she spoke, Kitty removed her gloves to make moving easier. Someone who can drive back the dark military academy barehanded definitely isn't some nobody overseas. Wang Zheng seemed to understand her intentions and tossed the gun in his hand onto the ground. "Think whatever you want. Those gloves of yours are special. I've seen old Max use them before." She was extremely shocked to hear that name from him. "Max, you mean the principal? You fought the principal before." To explain, Mars was the founder of the Dark Military Academy. He called himself the principal, and his English name was Mars, meaning the god of war in ancient Greek mythology. Wang Zheng admitted frankly, "Yeah, I can't beat him. Even though he's old, he's incredibly fast." Katie shook her head, clearly unconvinced by what he had revealed. "But from what I know, among everyone who challenged the principal, only 2 survived. Besides Antonio Gignatali, the father of Li Zhangyu, the other was Eric Li from the Atlantic Alliance." Unlike her serious expression, he replied teasingly, "I only said I couldn't beat him. I can still run away." Taking the opportunity, Kitty immediately proposed a sparring match. "Since I've finally met someone with skills like yours today, I definitely want a real fight with you." The moment she finished speaking, she pushed off the ground and leaped high into the air. Right after that, Katie charged straight toward Wang Zheng. He struggled to block her sudden attack. Shock was written all over Wang Zheng's face. Was this girl really that strong? Kitty followed up with another vicious kick, but fortunately he dodged in time. He immediately struck both palms against Katie's shoulders to reduce the force of her attack. She was pushed backward, yet still spoke arrogantly. "So not bad, right?" Wang Zheng casually nodded. "Pretty good indeed. Want me to experience it again?" His provocation seemed effective because she quickly regained momentum and charged again. "Then give it a try." Watching Kitty's blurred movements before him, Wang Zheng sighed inwardly. As expected of old Max's direct disciple, her speed was truly incredible. Without holding back in the slightest, she unleashed a rapid barrage of punches. Realizing that if this continued, his stamina would soon be drained away, Wang Zheng decisively used a move that completely caught Kitty off guard. Quickly regaining her composure, she immediately slammed on the brakes with her heel. Then Katie sprang backward several steps to avoid his attack. Wang Zheng gently rubbed his arm before speaking modestly, "Just luck. I merely happened to grasp the trajectory of your punches." Not wanting to continue fighting him, she issued a warning. "I'm from the Dark Military Academy. I hope you won't interfere with our school's affairs in Huaxia." Hearing those words, his expression instantly turned cold, no longer carrying the friendliness from before. "Then I can't promise that. I hope your side doesn't do anything harmful to Huaxia. Otherwise, I will definitely interfere." Not only did Kitty fail to take him seriously, she casually brushed her hair aside, looking almost eager for such a day to come. "That would definitely be the moment when both of us fight with everything we have. Honestly, I really can't imagine a situation where one of us lives and the other dies." Wang Zheng found her behavior extremely irritating, so he pointed directly at her and warned, "I think you'd better restrain yourselves, especially in Huaxia." She raised both hands, pretending to look helpless. "So what if it's Huaxia? Once the principal decides something, you alone won't be able to stop it." Seeing how casually Kitty revealed internal information, Wang Zheng became extremely curious. "You're telling me all this without fear that I'll leak the information to Li Zhangyu and the Atlantic Alliance?" She laughed at his suspicion. "If I dared to tell you, then naturally I'm not afraid of you spreading." Wang Zheng didn't care. He bent down to pick up the gun he had thrown aside earlier. "I know you didn't use your full strength today. I hope next time we can have a truly satisfying battle." After he finished speaking, Kitty suddenly blew him a kiss before saying goodbye. "Try again next time." The very next moment, she swiftly leaped into the bushes and disappeared. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's thoughts were in complete turmoil. The Dark Military Academy. This was going to be another troublesome headache. The next morning, at the base, Wu Ling had just seen Wang Zheng walk in and spoke first. "In the Golden Triangle Forest, was there really someone capable of threatening you to this extent? Stop right there." He set the gun down on the edge of the table. Calmly, he said, "There are many masters here. You'll meet them eventually." "How is Sheng Fei?" Seeing this, he asked nothing further. "She's fine, waiting for you in the room." At that moment, Wang Zheng was focused on packing up his things when he suddenly spoke. "Wait until I change my clothes, then call Sheng Fei. We're leaving tomorrow." Wu Ling looked completely confused and couldn't make sense of anything. So sudden, He smiled and patiently explained, there are still many matters to deal with in the capital. After I leave, organize the current resources properly. Be careful not to waste anything, though his words said one thing while his thoughts said another. The Su family is holding Elder Su's birthday banquet. Hearing that, he asked nothing more and agreed immediately. All right, I'll prepare a car for you tomorrow. Hearing movement from the living room, Sheng Fei came out to see what was happening and became extremely worried when she saw he was still wearing a military uniform. Why are you like this? Did something dangerous happen? Afraid she would overthink things, Wang Zheng walked over and gently patted her head to reassure her. It's fine, I just had a fight, I'm not hurt. In this world, nobody can hurt me, in the Huaxia capital. At this moment, he couldn't stop praising that person. As expected of Provincial Party Secretary Zhang Pinghao, he had already settled the 1,000 square meter plot in Zhangjiajie, and it's even located in North 2nd Ring. Shishi also agreed with Wang Zheng's view and continued. Moreover, he only wants us to pay 80% of the original price. If our Jurong can help Zhangjiajie bring in 2 universities, then he's willing to give us the land for free as a gesture of gratitude. He was somewhat surprised by the amount of information she mentioned. Bring universities in? Could it be that he feels retaining talent in Zhangjiajie can no longer keep up? Shishi directly confirmed that was indeed the case. Realizing Wang Zheng still had many questions about this issue, she further explained. You see, Zhangjiajie is considered one of the top 3 counties in the country. The demand for talent is huge, but there isn't even a single engineering school. He appeared extremely satisfied with that arrangement. That's a good idea. Don't many universities already have cooperative relationships with Jurong? You can send people to discuss it with them. Shishi didn't hold back in praising Wang Zheng's eye for talent. Liu Xuan's commercial shoot also brought substantial revenue to Jurong's home appliance division. You really have good judgment. He stretched lazily, exhausted, yet still spoke with confidence. Of course, just keep handling these matters for me. I still have things to take care of. Returning, he said, at the luxurious Crescent Hotel. Note, Su Fuhua was a founding hero of the Huaxia Republic. One of the 5 senior statesmen, Elder Su's 85th birthday banquet was being held at the Crescent Hotel. At this moment, the Grand Hall had already gathered many influential figures from society. Wang Zheng and Minky walked into the banquet side by side. Let's head in. Let's go. As for Tianan, he stood by the reception area, smiling warmly as he greeted distinguished guests. Minky, Wang Zheng, welcome, welcome. Today is my grandfather's birthday banquet. There are so many guests, the atmosphere is truly lively. Minky put on a polite professional smile and greeted Tianan courteously. I've wanted to visit Elder Su for a long time, but I've been too busy recently. Kept getting delayed until now. He politely replied as well. Grandpa mentions you often too, hurry inside. Afterward, Tianan looked at the person beside her and seemed a little surprised. Why is it you? At that moment, he couldn't help recalling the image of Wang Zheng overpowering Long Nu. It's him. Wang Zheng casually extended his hand in a friendly gesture. Why can't it be me? This is our first official meeting. My name is Wang Zheng. Tianan quickly regained his composure. He shook hands to show his approval. So Tiananming and the 12 others were led inside. There, Su Fuhua was already dressed formally, seated in his chair to host the banquet. At that moment, a group of people walked up to him and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Chief. We have come to celebrate your birthday. Seeing that they knew proper etiquette, Fuhua did not want to make things difficult for them. You boys have not visited me in a long time. Now you have all come together. You must drink a few cups with me today. Suddenly, Nuan cried out as if she had recognized someone. Ignoring etiquette, she ran over to Wang Zheng and introduced him. Grandpa, this is my friend Wang Zheng, the one I often mentioned to you before. He is the one who helped me teach that thug on the train a lesson. He lowered his head slightly and spoke in a solemn voice. Greetings, Elder Su. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and may you live as long as the southern mountain. Yuhua was extremely pleased by those blessings. Good, good. The younger generation truly is formidable. But where no one noticed, his expression turned full of hatred. Dragon Scale was destroyed. Many of my brothers were killed or wounded, and my exile overseas are all connected to this damned old man. The distance between me and him is only 3 meters. I could completely shoot him dead with one bullet. Seeing Wang Zheng's mood sink, Minky reached out and lightly held his hand, gently comforting him. He noticed it too, but he still could not hold back the chaotic thoughts in his heart. If I make a move, Sheng Fei, Zhang Minky, Shang Yu and Shishi, they will definitely be implicated, not to mention the rebuilding of Dragon Scale. I cannot let hatred blind me. In the very next moment, Minky shyly spoke up and asked Fuhua, Elder Su, I am Minky. Do you still remember me? Hearing this, he smiled and praised her admiringly. Minky, of course I remember you. I often heard Tianren mention you. In the blink of an eye, you have become such a beautiful young lady. Wang Qiang stood beside him, and seeing Wang Zheng's bearing, he grew somewhat curious. Wang Zheng, judging by your style, were you a soldier before? He did not deny it. Yes, I served in the army 4 years ago, then later left the service. The man kept flattering him. Very good, military rank does not matter. Anyone who has served as a soldier is a good man. Suddenly, Han Baegyu walked out of the crowd with a kind smile. Exactly. I like this young man too, seeing that his old comrade had arrived. Yu immediately stood up and supported Baegyu. Brother Han, why have you only just arrived? He smiled and spoke sincerely. I had to attend my comrade's birthday celebration. But this time coming here also brought me an unexpected delight. His face turned surprised and extremely curious. Oh, what unexpected delight. Not making Fu Hua wait long, Baegyu turned and pointed toward Wang Zheng, then said, "It is this young man. I have been looking for him for a while. I like him very much. He is young, yet calm and steady, more mature than some young people nowadays." At that moment, Uncle Kiang thoughtfully came over, wanting to support him for convenience. Uncle Han, do not stand here talking anymore. There is not much time left. Let us hurry inside for the banquet. After that, both Fu Hua and Baegyu walked in together. Taking the chance, he spoke up. Brother Han, we old men will sit at one table and let the youngsters sit to the side. We can reminisce about old times. It has been so long since we last met. Today, we must drink a few cups. Feeling that he was no longer as strong as before, he tactfully refused. This old body of mine cannot handle it. How about I find someone to drink in my place? Fu Hua pretended to be surprised. Oh, Brother Han, what trick are you trying to play? Baegyo calmly teased him. Brother Su, look at you. We are old friends. What trick could I possibly play? Suddenly, someone at the dining table spoke up and interrupted. Brother Han, everyone at our table is an old comrade from back then. Is it appropriate for you to call over a junior? Another person did not think so. It is fine. Consider it adding some youthful passion. Besides, I also want to see who Brother Han has taken a liking to. Hearing these words, Fu Hua happily agreed. Very well, let us do as Brother Han said. After that, Baegyu lightly waved to the person before him. Tianren immediately stood up to greet the person approaching from across the table. Uncle Han, why have you come over? Would you like to drink a few cups? Chuo Tuk pointed toward the table where Fuk Hua was sitting and said, your old man told you to call Wang Zheng over to his table. Hearing this, Wang Zheng was extremely shocked. He wants me to go over there. He wondered inwardly, what right do I have to sit at that table? Wang Zheng could not help glancing at Zhao Nan and Ziyi's expression. So this is the real background. At that moment, the room started getting noisy. People were chatting excitedly. Who is he? I have never seen him before. Anyone who can sit at the same table as Su Tianren must be someone important. Maybe he is some family's young master. Even if his status is unusual, he still should not be able to sit at that table. So what kind of status would qualify? Chuo Su could only mumble his way through it. Yes, stop asking. Come over there with me. Then Wang Zheng confidently walked toward Fu Hua. Seeing someone approach, Baegyu looked sternly at Wang Zheng as he sat beside him. Once he spoke, the people at the same table all turned their attention to him. Being scrutinized from head to toe, Wang Zheng felt displeased. A bunch of brainless old fools who refused to die. Why are they staring at me like that? Once he had settled into his seat, the old man immediately introduced him. Mr. Su. I did not arrange anything. Wang Zheng is not a junior I brought along. Just think of the two of us as friends despite the age gap. Those words surprised him slightly. His mind filled with questions. What is this old man plotting? I have only met him once and we barely spoke. Hearing Baegyu's introduction, the person beside him quickly followed up. Friends despite the age gap. For Mr. Han to become friends with him despite the age gap, birds of a feather really do flock together. Fu Hua had been sizing him up earlier, but now he did not make things difficult. Mr. Han, I do not mean anything by it, but since you think so highly of this Mr. Wang, he must naturally have something exceptional about him. Why not introduce him to everyone? The old man had been waiting for exactly that, and he immediately boasted to everyone. Wang Zheng is an excellent soldier. Unfortunately, he is not on my team. If he were in the capital, he would at least be a captain by now. That way, his talent would not go to waste. Unlike the others, Sahai spoke with obvious contempt. Mr. Han, he is only in his 20s, even if he is capable. Could he really become a captain under you? I also heard your dog was raised by this young man. You value him so much. Could it be because he raised your dog for you? Those words made Baegyu fall silent, his tone light but the meaning behind each word unmistakably clear. Mr. Zai, you should not be too harsh on others or you may regret it too late. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Fu Hua quickly tried to mediate. Mr. Han. Mr. Zai, today is my birthday banquet. Please show me some respect. As soon as he finished speaking, a rush of footsteps came from outside. A fully armed group marched straight in. The leader shouted rudely, "Who is Wang Zheng?" Hearing his name called, he stepped forward without hesitation. That is me. Once the group confirmed their target, they were ready to act. Arrest him. Their decisiveness made Chu Su unable to hold back. He slammed the table angrily. I am Han Chu Su, commander of the capital military district. Who gave you the nerve to act so lawlessly? The authority of the man before them did not make the group back down. Their tone was extremely rude. The commander of the capital military district cannot interfere in matters of the Jiangnan garrison. Even if the two matters are connected, Han Chu Su still has no right to stop me from arresting someone. Feng He, who had appeared behind them at some point, suddenly spoke up. If he has no right. What about me? Feng He looked the person before him up and down. His words carried no threat, yet they were extremely commanding. Comrade Colonel. You are from the Jiangnan garrison, correct? Those words made Ming Huang jolt and he stammered without thinking. Reporting to the chief, yes, sir. He nodded. Every word he spoke was calm, yet there was still an implied meaning behind it. Comrade Colonel, if I want to protect the person you want to arrest, do you think that is acceptable? He was put in a difficult position and could not agree right away. Chief, this matter, Wang Zheng is someone our commander personally ordered us to arrest. So I cannot obey your wishes. That answer displeased him slightly. In an instant he gave his order. Very well, Wang Xiang, call Kaiokyu. Tell him to come to the capital to see me in 3 hours. Otherwise, I will demote him from his post as garrison commander. Ming Huang turned pale from those words and swallowed nervously. Just who was this old man? Meanwhile, Wang Xiang carried out the order without hesitation and quickly held out the connected phone. Kaiokyu wants to speak with you. He quickly took the phone and immediately reported the situation. I'm arresting a suspect. We've run into some trouble at the scene. An urgent voice came through the phone. Trouble, get back here right now. As soon as the call ended, he hurriedly ordered a retreat and dismissed everyone. Ming Huang turned around, feeling wronged after being scolded for no reason. The arrest order had come directly from him. I was only following orders. Yet whenever someone with a higher rank shows up, no matter what happens, I become the scapegoat. Seeing the situation calm down, Wang Zheng turned to Feng. Why aren't you dead yet? The somewhat childish remark didn't anger him. Instead, he became even warmer. If I were dead, what would be the point of telling you to come back? Yu Hua looked at the man before him in shock. Wang Fang, what wind blew you here? Hearing this, Fang greeted him politely. Brother Su, long time no see. No matter what, today you have to drink a few rounds with me. Delighted by such an honored guest, the man was overjoyed. Of course. If I had known you were coming out of retirement, even without a birthday banquet, I would have invited you to dinner. The staff who had witnessed the scene started whispering among themselves. Wang Fang, why does that name sound familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere. The person beside him couldn't hide his curiosity. Wang Fang, could it really be that Wang Fang? The man regarded as the father of the special forces of the Republic of Huaxia. Fang had already dropped formalities and casually patted Fu Hua on the shoulder. Brother Su, it's fine if we haven't met for years, but now that we have, when are you planning to repay what you owe me? Those words made Su Kai beside him spring to his feet in anger. Wang Fang, what are you trying to do? First, you bring troops to wreck the birthday banquet, and now you speak so rudely. After being away from the world for so long, have you forgotten basic sense? Wang Zheng had already been displeased, and Su Kai's words lit the fuse of his anger. I'm warning you, don't speak to the old man in that tone. His sudden grab of Su Kai's collar put the surrounding bodyguards on alert. Gun barrels were instantly raised. He glanced disdainfully at the lackeys around him. I'm faster than their guns. If you don't believe me, try it. The man was frightened and struggled to break free. Why you? What are you doing? Let go. Wang Zheng refused to back down. Apologize to the old man. As he spoke, he lifted Su Kai into the air. I hate people who act superior just because they're old. I only call you Elder Su because you're older than me. But after all these years, have you only grown older without growing wiser? Did a dog eat your brain? Seeing things spiral out of control, Fu Hua stepped in to stop him. King grew. Don't get worked up, but he had no intention of stopping. What? You want to apologize for him? Tianming suddenly appeared and pointed straight at him. Wang Zheng, do you dare let Elder Su go and fight? Only then did Fang step in to ease the tension. All right, kid, let Elder Su go. After all, he and I have known each other for 10 years. What you're doing is a little impolite. Only then did Wang Zheng let him go. With one hand, he casually flung Su Kai to the ground. You're lucky today. If there's a next time, I'll shut your mouth for good. But skipping the apology is fine. I'll just collect some interest instead. As soon as he finished speaking, the man was struck and sent tumbling backward, landing squarely on Tiananmen. Wang Zheng stood proudly, looking down at the two miserable figures with an air of superiority. Right now, you're no match for me. Too weak. The scene made the bodyguards behind them even more vigilant. Don't move or we'll open fire. Fu Hua also dropped his polite attitude. Wang Fangs, today you've ruined my birthday banquet. Leave that young man behind and I'll let you go. Fang He did not rush to decide. He still looked utterly calm. Old Su, do you still remember? When we founded the Huaxia Special Forces, we established an emergency protocol. He immediately replied, I remember. Bang He's voice remained steady and even. Then you should also remember, because old Hang does not know about this mechanism. When an emergency occurs, Huaxia's senior special forces can assume full command authority. He still did not understand what he meant, but there were no senior special forces here. Beng Hua looked calm on the outside, but waves had already surged in his heart. Back then, there had indeed been recognized senior special forces, but they had already vanished like smoke and clouds. What scheme was this old man plotting? Only then did Fang He call for someone to bring out a military uniform, ready to lay all his cards on the table. Who says there are none? Lieutenant Colonel Wang Zheng, hurry up and put on your uniform. Tian Ming stared at the uniform that had just been brought out, his mouth falling open in shock. Dragon Scale? It is the legendary Dragon Scale uniform. Feng Hua revealed nothing on his face, but jealousy had already begun rising in his heart. He had originally thought he could use the mightiest title in Huaxia to uproot the problem completely. He never expected the escaped fish to appear right before him. It seemed this Wang Zheng was far from simple. Wang Zheng walked toward the uniform, feeling a faint sense of nostalgia. He never expected that although Dragon Scale had been destroyed, these old men had still preserved his formal attire. His hand instinctively reached toward the outfit before him, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He quickly pulled his hand back. Wang Zheng abruptly turned toward him. His stance was extremely firm. Activate the emergency protocol. Huaxia's vanguard special forces will take over command of all military personnel at the scene. Bao Guo, who had stayed silent until now, finally spoke. Old Su, do not try to deny it. I believe the current situation fully meets the conditions for the emergency protocol. Only after realizing the situation was unfavorable did Feng Hua accept defeat and lower his gun. Bang, he did not want to linger and left proudly just like that. Let us go. Wang Zheng quickly took Ming Qi's hand and followed. Beneath the blazing sunlight, their group silently walked toward the cars waiting outside. As soon as Wang Xiang got into the car, he could not hide his excitement toward him. I heard from the chief long ago that you were the youngest major in the Republic of Huaxia. Meeting you today is truly my honor. The chief has already said it. Just accept this uniform. 6 months from now, wait for the report. Hearing this, Wang Zheng asked in surprise, report in 6 months. Bang, he could not hide the smile in his eye. His words were filled with concern. Kid, you have done well these past few years. I will give you 6 months. Train hard out there for me. 6 months from now, I will give you a branch of the army. Beside him, Wang Zheng clenched his fist, releasing all the grievances he had endured. Old man, I know you have had it even harder than I have these past few years. We lost so much back then, and in the end, we must take it all back. Oh right, old man, I want to ask you to help me save someone. He had already investigated it long ago and understood the worry in the heart of the person beside him. Shangyuan Jiazheng, right? He has already woken up. Wang Zheng was stunned once again. You cured him. Bang, he quickly opened his laptop. Shangyuan Jiazheng was poisoned. Bang He's eyes stayed fixed on the screen as he spoke non-stop. This poison is a new toxin, compounded from several neurotoxins. I had to try many times before I could neutralize it, but I still do not know whether it will leave any aftereffects later. At the hospital, sunlight shone through the rows of small windows. Shishi rubbed her eyes as if she still could not believe what she was seeing, her voice carrying a trace of emotion. Dad, you finally woke up. Jiazheng looked at the daughter before him. His heart aching, he reached out and stroked Shishi's head. This period must have been so hard on you. She did not want her father to blame himself and quickly replied, it was not hard. As long as Dad can wake up, nothing else matters more. Suddenly, the sound of Ziju stopping someone came from the door. You cannot go in. Hearing the commotion, she quickly opened the door and stepped out. When she saw that the visitor was Yung Xiao, she became very warm. Big brother. You are here, hurry and come in, brother Lin. This is my eldest brother, Shangyuan Yung Xiao. He is not an outsider. He quickly added, that is right. After hearing you say that third uncle had woken up, I rushed over right away. Seeing someone had come to visit, Jiazheng politely greeted him. Come on. Yung Xiao, hurry and sit down. He gently sat beside the hospital bed and thoughtfully opened the food container in his hand. His voice was full of concern. Third uncle, it is good that you are awake. Today I had someone slaughter a chicken to make soup. It had been raised on the farm for a long time. Third uncle, drink some and nourish your body. He reached out and took the still steaming bowl of soup, unable to help sighing, it smells wonderful. I have not eaten for so long that my stomach is starting to protest. Yung Xiao did not forget the purpose of his visit and turned to his younger sister to ask about the situation. Shishi, have the results of the investigation come out yet? She could only feel helpless about it. Not yet. The opponent is very cunning and did not leave behind any traces. Hearing this, he could do nothing but encourage her. Do not worry, we will definitely find out. Jiazheng took the chance and spoke with trust. Yung Xiao, I am preparing to recuperate for a while. Would you be willing to go to Jurong and help Shishi? He awkwardly found a reason to refuse. Third uncle, you know my interests too. I work on the farm every day and have no heart for business matters. Just then the door handle was turned. When Shishi saw Wang Zheng walk in from outside, she could not hide her joy. Wang Zheng, you are back. Seeing a good opportunity, she quickly introduced him to Jia Zhang. Dad, this is Wang Zheng, the bodyguard you hired for me, though you yourself have never met him. He was not in a hurry to show himself off and turned toward Ziju, who had been standing outside the door earlier. You have completed your mission. You have worked hard during this time. Go rest first. He obediently followed the order. Yes, boss. Jia Zheng looked over the person who had just arrived before offering his praise. You are quite good. He did not hide anything and voiced the thoughts in his heart. My intuition tells me that we have definitely met somewhere before. The look in your eyes feels very familiar to me. Hearing this, Jia Zheng was not surprised at all and seemed to want a private conversation. Shishi, go outside first. Dad and Wang Zheng have something to discuss. She was very understanding and simply went out, leaving the two of them some private space. Seeing that only the two of them remained in the room, he no longer kept his distance as he had before. Sit down, Eastern Evil King. The title that came from Jia Zheng's mouth made Wang Zheng instinctively shocked. How do you know about the Eastern Evil King? The reaction of the person before him seemed to be within Jia Zheng's expectations. There is no need to look at me like that. The 4 words Eastern Evil King are not exactly a secret. I am a businessman, so I have more or less been involved with both the underworld and the legitimate world. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. There is no need to circle around anymore. Tell me, where exactly have you seen me before? After hearing the situation for a while, he looked ahead with a gentle gaze. Sure enough, Master did not misjudge you. Strictly speaking, I can also be considered half of your senior fellow disciple. The missions you carried out were all closely watched by Master and me, so your intuition was not wrong. Hearing this, Wang Zheng asked in surprise, what? You are my senior fellow disciple. His heart was also filled with questions. Shangyu and Jia Zheng is the old man's disciple, but the old man only had me as his disciple. I have never heard him mention having another senior fellow disciple. Seeing his confusion, Jia Zheng kindly explained, Master is my master, but I can only be considered half a disciple of his, because he has never officially acknowledged me as his disciple. His voice continued steadily. For Jurong to reach its current scale, Master also poured in a great deal of effort. Before you became the Eastern Evil King and carried out missions across Europe and America, we had already created many opportunities for you. Think carefully about it. Hearing this, he suddenly burst out laughing. It left Jia Zheng slightly confused. What are you laughing at? Wang Zheng could not hide the excitement in his voice. How could I not laugh? I used to be just a lonely nobody in the capital, but now I suddenly have such a massive force backing me up. From now on, wherever I go, won't I be able to walk around with my head held high? He did not hesitate to continue asking. So all these years, every move I've made has been under your watch. The man did not hide anything and calmly revealed the truth. Ever since you arrived in the capital, everything you've done has been within our observation. I have to admit, what you've accomplished was even better than we imagined. In fact, it far exceeded our expectations. As he spoke, he gently placed the glass in his hand onto the table. Right now, the undercurrents in the capital are surging fiercely. Aside from us, there are many others who also want a share of the pie. Hearing this, Wang Zheng fell silent in thought. Even the old master had to expend enormous effort just to rescue you. The current situation is indeed unfavorable for us. After thinking for a moment, he boldly voiced the suspicion in his heart. Then tell me, could someone already know that you and I are actually connected? I've always felt that something about this isn't quite normal. Jia Zheng immediately reassured him. Probably not. My communication with Master has always been extremely secretive. No one should know that I would interfere with the military system either. Besides, this hospital room is absolutely secure. No one can break in here. You don't need to worry. Wang Zheng did not want to dwell on it further and eagerly waited instead. Enough of that. So what is my next mission? The man stopped being polite. Help me make a trip to Ningxia. Along the street, advertisements featuring Liu Xuan densely covered the building. Inside the Zaya Achuan South restaurant, she had probably been waiting for a long time already. The moment she saw Wang Zheng arrive, she looked slightly annoyed. You're 15 minutes late. Has President Wang been very busy lately? He glanced at the menu in his hand and answered naturally. Of course I'm busy. No matter what, I'm still a senior vice president. I already turned down several invitations just to have dinner with you. Seeing dishes that cost hundreds of yuan made him sigh. Wow, these dishes are really expensive. His act left the woman across from him speechless. Give it a rest already. You're just a security guard, so stop pretending to be some president in front of me. Besides, you gave me the chance to earn 2 million yuan as a spokesperson. Treating you to a meal is the least I should do. Then she suddenly remembered something. Liu Xuan cautiously asked Wang Zheng, by the way, Zhao Gangang asked me to star in his film. What do you think? I want to hear your opinion. The name sounded somewhat familiar to him, but he still asked to confirm. Zhao Gangang, the rather famous director. After receiving her nod, he merely responded indifferently. I don't have any opinion, decide for yourself. At that very moment, Lun Pei suddenly appeared beside her and politely asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Liu Xuan?" Liu Xuan answered without hesitation, "Yes, is there something you need?" He had clearly been waiting for that opportunity and quickly introduced himself. "My name is Li Lun Pei. I am the secretary to the president of Sunshine Media Company. Our boss is also dining with clients in this restaurant. We never expected Miss Liu Xuan to be here as well. So our boss would like to invite Miss Liu Xuan over for a short chat and get acquainted." Sunshine Media Company was no stranger to anyone. It was one of the 3 largest media companies in Huaxia. Boss Qin Leiyu is also quite famous in this circle and has received invitations from many influential figures, but she was never interested. "Thank you for your invitation, but I'm sorry. We're getting ready to leave now." He still wouldn't give up and wanted to use the company's reputation to change Liu Xuan's mind. To be frank, Miss Liu Xuan, Sunshine Media can be called one of the leading companies in the entertainment industry. For you, this opportunity would greatly benefit your future development in the entertainment world. I suggest you think it over again. Only then did Wang Zheng speak, his tone filled with sarcasm. "Oh, so you're the biggest media company in the Huaxia entertainment industry. Then I wonder how you compare to the Song Media Group." Lun Pei avoided answering directly and focused only on changing her mind. Every company has its own business scope. They're not really the same. A newcomer like Miss Liu Xuan is most suitable for signing with our Sunshine Company. Our professional team will definitely polish you into a dazzling star. Although the offer was tempting, Liu Xuan firmly refused to change her mind and rejected it outright. "Sorry, I'm not going." At the same time, Yashiro sat in a room farther away, quietly observing the situation. His lustful eyes were fixed on Liu Xuan as he kept sighing in admiration. "This girl is really gorgeous. Today I must make this beauty drink with me." Leiyu beside him wore a flattering smile. Yes, Mr. Yashiro, I've already sent people to handle it. Please don't worry or get impatient." Though he looked warm and courteous on the surface, he was cursing inwardly. "If my company didn't want to expand into your Japanese market, how could a beautiful girl like her ever end up with someone like you?" Seeing sweet words weren't working, Lun Pei immediately switched to threats. "If you insist on being stubborn and refuse to come over, President Qin won't be so polite." Right then, Wang Zheng suddenly interrupted. "Wait." After observing for a while, he spoke coldly. "Go over with him first. I need to make a phone call." As soon as the call connected, he immediately gave an order. "Hello, Song Minking. I'm at Zaiachuan Sao. Get over here within 15 minutes right now." After saying this, Wang Zheng calmly walked over. "Secretary Li, let's go." The name that had just been mentioned made Lun Pei hesitate. "Song Minking, President Song of Song Media. Wait a moment, I need to report this to President Qin." After hearing the secretary's report, Leiyu looked disdainful. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Go 10 more times if you have to. Just say Mr. Sakata, the owner of a Japanese media company, is also here." Unexpectedly, these words sparked Wang Zheng's interest. "A Japanese guy? Let's go wipe them out." Leaving Liu Xuan standing there in confusion, the two quickly walked in. Seeing them arrive, Leiyu stretched out his hand in greeting. Wang Zheng suddenly rushed forward from behind and grabbed his hand directly. "I've long admired President Qin's reputation. I'm Wang Zheng. I hope President Qin will take good care of me in the future." He gently rubbed the hand that had been squeezed painfully while cursing inwardly. This brat really doesn't know his own strength. Leiyu had no time to care about it. He turned and introduced someone. "Hello, Miss Liu Xuan. Let me introduce him to you. This is Mr. Sakata Yashiro from the Japanese entertainment industry." Wang Zheng no longer bothered with politeness and got straight to the point. "I don't care who he is. May I ask why Mr. Sakata and President Qin invited me and my girlfriend over here?" The words "my girlfriend" made Liu Xuan blush beside him. The other two were equally shocked. Girlfriend? However, this only made Yashiro even more excited. "Interesting. Tell your girlfriend to drink with me. 10,000 yuan per glass, what do you think?" He shamelessly continued raising the offer. 20,000 yuan per glass. That's a price on the level of a world-class top actress. At this point, Wang Zheng couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed the bottle on the table and started cursing. "Bastard, if I gave you 20,000 yuan and told you to bark like a dog, would you do it?" Yizing silently watched the entire scene through the monitor. He couldn't help sighing in admiration. If Wang Zheng hadn't appeared, the capital would be calm as dead water, boring as hell. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke from behind. "Young master, you don't need to lower yourself because you're already in the water now." A group of bodyguards surrounded Wang Zheng, clearly intending to bully him with numbers. Leiyu kept flattering from behind. "Mr. Sakata, please calm down. This brat is truly too ignorant. There's no need to dirty your hands because of him." Outwardly he looked obedient, but inwardly he was already cursing. "This little punk doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you ruin my plans, I definitely won't let you off." Suddenly, the door behind Liu Xuan slowly opened, and a voice echoed inside. Well now, who's being called ignorant? Ming Qing suddenly walked in and swept his eyes across the room. What's going on here? Seeing the newcomer, he immediately changed his target for flattery and hurried over to greet him. What wind blew boss Song here today? Ming Qing also seemed confused about the situation. So President Qin is here too? What's happening today? Only then did Wang Zheng speak. You're 3 minutes late. Hearing that, he looked a little embarrassed and quickly softened his tone. Young Master Wang, the moment I got your call, I rushed over immediately. I even ran several red lights. Please don't be angry. Meanwhile, Yashiro calmly continued picking up food, only glancing over slightly. I didn't expect Boss Song to come here as well. Before he could continue speaking, Wang Zheng directly cut him off. This bastard wanted Liu Xuan to drink with him. 20,000 yuan per glass. Do you think I shouldn't be angry? Hearing that, Ming Qing fell silent. He immediately started weighing the pros and cons in his heart. What a clever move, killing with a borrowed knife. Calling me here was clearly meant to test and use me. If I don't perform well today, my future days probably won't be easy. After thinking it through, he immediately bowed his head before Yashiro's viciousness. Mr. Sakata, my apologies. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to shove Yashiro's face straight into the bowl of soup on the table. The scalding heat on his face caused him intense pain, and he rolled around on the floor several times. The nearby bodyguards saw their master being humiliated and immediately attacked. Damn it, Ming Qing had been pushed into a corner and fearfully sought his lifeline. Young Master Wang, save me, before he could say a second sentence. Wang Zheng casually yanked the 2 bodyguards backward. Before they could even react, a single strike from him sent both flying several meters away. Having just escaped danger, he could only sigh from behind while secretly marveling. This guy is terrifying. After displaying such overwhelming power, Wang Zheng turned toward the remaining men and ordered, if you two don't want to end up like them, then cripple this Yashiro Sakata for me. Hearing those words, the 2 bodyguards froze for several seconds, unsure how to react. After a long pause, one of them still recklessly charged forward. With agile movements, Wang Zheng merely sidestepped lightly and easily dodged the attack. He seized the opportunity and unleashed a fatal strike, smashing directly into the enemy's spine and making him cry out in pain. After taking down one of them, Wang Zheng turned toward Junichi and waited for his response. So what choice are you going to make? Perhaps frightened by what he had just witnessed, the man honestly admitted, I'm not your opponent. Wang Zheng had been waiting for that answer and immediately gave the order. Then cripple that old man for me. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to turn around and kick the man flying onto the ground. The scene surprised Wang Zheng slightly. He secretly praised him in his heart. That kick actually had that much power. Looks like he's not simple either. Wang Zheng was extremely satisfied. What's your name? He immediately answered, Mitsui Junichi. Wang Zheng looked at the miserable man lying on the ground, his words probing. I don't understand. Why would a Japanese frenzied blade master work as his bodyguard? After being seen through, he froze slightly, and Wang Zheng caught every bit of that reaction. No need to be so surprised. I've fought Yamaki Sunsuk a few times before. Even though you didn't use your strength, I could still tell. More precisely, Yamaki Sunsuk is a typical representative of the frenzied blade school. In terms of seniority, he is Mitsui Junichi's martial uncle. The name that had just been spoken left him stunned, and a flash of shock passed through his heart. He never expected that this man could fight Yamaki Sunsuk without losing. Wang Zheng paid no attention to that and got straight to the point. You can slowly tell me about your past later. Right now, I only want to ask you 2 questions. First, have you ever bullied any Chinese people? Seeing Junichi shake his head repeatedly, Wang Zheng continued with satisfaction. Second, will you choose to keep following me or die right here? Hearing this, he put on a bitter expression. I'll follow you. Do I have any other choice? Yet Wang Zheng was extremely pleased. Good. Just then, Midnight also walked in through the door. Behind her were 2 tall bodyguards. I didn't expect Uncle Tu and Mr. Wang to both be here. You nearly wrecked my restaurant. She looked at the people sprawled all over the floor and shouted, why aren't you taking the guests to the hospital? Seeing that the newcomer was Midnight, Wang Zheng immediately changed his attitude. So it's Miss Song? Then I suppose I don't even need to pay for the meal now. She replied politely, it's nothing. Next time we will certainly host you properly. Just call me Midnight. Those words pleased him and he left. No problem, I still have things to do. I'll be going first. It was only after they went outside that Liu Xuan dared to ask, Song Midnight listens to you like that. I keep feeling surprised and it doesn't seem very reasonable either. Hearing this, he immediately became smug. What's there to fear? When soldiers come, send a general. When water comes, block it with earth. Besides, the one coming is an extremely beautiful woman. Those words made her jealous. Look at that low, lecherous face of yours. Don't you dare mess things up. Perhaps because she was too agitated, one of Liu Xuan's feet slipped out of her control. Following her momentum, she fell straight into Wang Zheng's arms. He supported her with one arm but did not forget to pay attention to every movement of the person behind him. This Junichi's explosive strength is that powerful. It seems his strength is much greater than I imagined. Wang Zheng did not dwell on it for long. He immediately lowered his head to check her injury and asked with concern, "Does your leg hurt?" Liu Xuan gently moved her ankle. It hurt a little, but she could probably still walk. Wang Zheng said nothing more and in one swift motion, scooped her fully into his arms. He gritted his teeth and kept complaining, "What kind of parking lot did Song Midnight build? It's full of bumps and holes. I have to make her pay compensation." At the same time, Midnight on the other side was gazing into the distance. "Uncle Tu, you truly are farsighted. You knew to build ties with this man early." Greenbright put on a bitter expression and explained, "It was just a mistaken fight, a misunderstanding. At first, I actually wanted to teach him a lesson, but in the end I suffered heavy losses." Although he said that aloud, he had his own calculations in his heart. After all, Wang Zheng had promised him that he would help him replace his elder brother, Song Mingwei, and become the head of the Song family. The woman beside him could not help warning him, but Uncle Tu, flattering Wang Zheng like this means openly opposing the family. On the other side, two men silently looked at a rather old-looking building. Suddenly, one of them spoke. "Young master, how should we handle this?" Tianren simply turned around silently without even looking back. "Tear it all down. By early tomorrow morning, I don't want to see this building still standing here." As soon as he finished speaking, the cranes began their demolition work. Just then, Wang Zheng drove past, and when he saw this scene, doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. This silver seat is the largest asset in Changming Maple. They can demolish it just like that. Tianren had also settled into the car by now and quickly got an update on the situation. "Su Zai, what's the situation?" The man up front reported without the slightest delay. "Young master, our search team has already gone in. Right now, they're searching the third floor. They haven't found anything unusual. Everyone has been detained for facial recognition checks, but we still don't know the whereabouts of Feng Changming, the owner of Silver Throne." Hearing this, he gradually lost all patience and clenched the cup in his hand. He dared to kidnap Nuanuan. "Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, drag him out for me." Nuanuan looked gratefully at the person beside her. "Brother, thank you." Tianren took the chance to make his stance clear. "Nuanuan, whoever dares to bully you, I will make sure he regrets ever coming into this world." At the same time, on the rooftop of that building, Changming was so furious that he slapped someone hard, cursing as he struck. "You damn bastard! Your second uncle helped you so much, and this is how you repay him." Xiaming took the full slap and could only clutch his face as he argued back. "I didn't know Su Nuanuan was Su Tianren's younger sister. Besides, you supported me kidnapping Su Nuanuan in the beginning too." While the two were still arguing, a group of people stormed in. Fully armed and imposing, they frightened him with the sight. He dropped to his knees on the ground and pleaded, "Didn't I already release Su Nuanuan? Please stop making things difficult for me." The people across from him said nothing more, and began preparing to use force. Tranquilizer guns prepare to fire. Forced into a dead end, he could only give up. "Go ahead and shoot." Right at that moment, 2 figures suddenly rushed in from behind. "How could we just hand them over to you so easily?" In an instant, the two of them had hoisted Changming and Xiaming onto their shoulders, not forgetting to turn back and mock them. "Bye-bye, handsome guys." With that, the two vanished from sight in a flash. Their prey had slipped away right before their eyes, but Su Wei could only stand there and watch. Mission failed. Return and accept punishment. Not long after, he stood before his master and reported, "Young master, the mission failed." 2 people snatched them out of the guard's hand. Tianren, however, was not angry in the slightest. He calmly calculated the next step. "On the contrary, this proves my guess. We'll go back first and wait for news from Zai Ping'an." The name that had just been mentioned left him full of confusion. "Zai Ping'an, old Zai? Young master, you sent old Zai out?" He did not rush to answer, "Let's go. And that Silver Throne Club. Tear it down for me." At the same time, in a narrow alley, 2 agile figures dashed past, each carrying another person on their shoulder. Junichi noticed someone following behind them and immediately reported, "Someone is chasing us from behind." Wang Zheng had noticed this as well. "I know, and he's an expert too," he said, constantly assessing the situation in his mind. "This person has been chasing us for so long, yet his speed has not only failed to drop, it has remained steady the entire time." He quickly came up with a countermeasure. "Turn at the end of the alley ahead and you'll see a black car. Stuff them inside, then we'll split up." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing I asked Li Minghao to back us up before making the move. Otherwise, carrying this Feng Changming while also trying to shake off the pursuer behind us would be impossible." In an instant, the two hurriedly stuffed the men into the car. As soon as the car doors closed, they quickly scattered in 2 directions according to the plan. After they had only run a few steps, Ping'an, like a hungry leopard spotting prey, had already lunged close behind them. To catch Wang Zheng, the old man used a powerful leap to close the distance. His arms spread wide like an eagle's wings, but inwardly he cursed, "Brat, go die." Seeing the situation grow tense, Wang Zheng decided to use his trump card. He caught up this quickly. His leg strength is incredible. Even so, those needles posed no difficulty for an expert. With a single wave of his hand, he neutralized all of them, which left Wang Zheng extremely surprised. "The silver needles I threw out, not a single one hit. Pinyin also praised the young man before him. Those silver needles were actually able to cover every attack. And every angle I used to dodge. This kid is no ordinary fighter. Wang Zheng stopped running and stood his ground, challenging him. Zai Pinyin, the Wing Chun War King. I never thought the Su family would even send you. Since you've come here today, don't even dream of going back. Of course, the old man refused to be outdone and immediately shot back. Such arrogance. It seems you still don't understand the gap between you and me. Taking your head would be as easy as chopping firewood. Wang Zheng charged forward in fury, taking the initiative to attack. Old Zai laughed. Then go ahead and try. Even though his opponent struck without warning, the old man still raised his left hand in time to deal with his supporting leg. The next punch aimed straight at Pingin's face, but he tilted his head and dodged it cleanly, as casually as scrolling through TikTok. Then came an instant counterattack, leaving Wang Zheng no time to react. This old man is too strong. The old man slowly advanced step by step. He spoke arrogantly as if teaching him a lesson. Since you can't kill me, you must come back with me. But because your words just now were so unpleasant, I will have to cripple one of your arms. Wang Zheng roared like thunder. You're awfully full of yourself. No matter how strong you are, you're still nothing more than a dog of the Su family. Unfortunately, he exposed an opening. Pinyin seized the chance and finished the exchange with a devastating blow. Your speed is decent, but you're still lacking sharpness. The fierce battle between the two was still at its peak. The old man used his momentum to force his opponent back. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Pinyin still had to acknowledge the talent of the young man before him. Among the youth of today, you can be considered fairly impressive. He sighed inwardly. That last attack of mine used 80% of my strength. I never expected him to retreat only a few steps. If I don't eliminate him today, he will surely become a future threat. Wang Zheng clutched his chest with one hand. Ling Long spoke up in defiance. Don't celebrate too soon. We still don't know who will die by whose hand. Those arrogant words truly ignited the old man's fury. You're on the verge of death, yet your mouth is still so stubborn. Before he could touch Wang Zheng, something suddenly flew in and attacked Pinyin. Fortunately, Junichi arrived in time to help. Old man, 2 against 1. Let's see if you can still act so arrogant. He immediately attacked from the left. Wang Zheng also quickly threw hidden darts from the right. Their coordination was perfectly in sync. Junichi slashed at the opponent repeatedly with his sword, but the old man skillfully dodged every strike without suffering even the slightest scratch. Seeing that it had no effect, Junichi changed direction with a horizontal slash. Naturally, Pinyin still escaped easily with a breathtaking leap. This left him utterly stunned. What? This old man actually has such incredible jumping power. Dodge this then. The old man suddenly launched a kick toward Junichi. He froze, unable to react in time. This is bad. If I block it head-on, I'll definitely be badly injured. Although he used his sword to block the attack, he still took the full force of the damage. The sword slipped from his hand, and Junichi was blasted 500,000 meters away. His shoulder blade shattered. Wang Zheng seized the chance to launch a sneak attack from behind. Let's see if you die this time. Yet the one who ended up injured was himself. Tusk, that hurts. Only then did Pinyin slowly pull his hidden trump card from inside his clothes. You're pretty good. The old man challenged him with a sinister grin. If I didn't have this, my back would have been broken by your kick. Wang Zheng cursed in fury. You damned old man playing dirty, huh? Then the two continued their 2 against 1 battle, aiming to cripple him if they couldn't kill him. Pinyin targeted Junichi first, knowing he hadn't fully recovered. The next target was Wang Zheng. As he fought, Wang Zheng sighed inwardly. We've been fighting this long already, doesn't this old man ever get tired? While they were locked in combat, a gunshot suddenly rang out. By the time the old man noticed, his arm was already soaked in blood. From afar, the sniper Hao Ming smirked proudly after landing the perfect shot. Same old saying, no matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you still can't beat bullets. Realizing he couldn't keep fighting after losing one arm, Pinyin quickly fled. Later, sitting in the car, Hao Ming bandaged Wang Zheng's wounds while grumbling. Captain, I seriously don't understand you. You really amaze me. You're already beaten up like this, so why won't you put down that 40-pound burden? Wang Zheng deliberately dodged the question. I just wanted to look miserable and lower his guard. That way you'd have a better chance to strike. After that, he gulped down some homemade medicine. Even after hearing the explanation, Hao Ming still didn't believe him and kept staring at Wang Zheng until he finally admitted the truth. Fine, I admit it. I've carried this thing for so long that I forgot to take it off. Looking down and seeing Junichi sleeping soundly, Hao Ming sighed. This time we gained quite a lot. Not only did we cripple Zai Pinyin, we also discovered this guy. He pointed at the plastic bag containing the old man's body parts and gave an order. Oh right, send this to Lixin Manor. I want to slap them in the face. Hao Ming happily admired his achievement. Okay. That afternoon at the Su family's villa estate, a grand house with bright red roof tiles stood surrounded by shady green trees. While Pinyin was undergoing surgery, Yuhua sat in a chair. Unable to remain calm, Tianren respectfully explained what had happened today. Yuanyuan was kidnapped. Hearing this, the old man grew furious. What? Yuanyuan was kidnapped? Weren't there 4 hidden guards protecting her? Why didn't they stop the culprit immediately? Tianren remained respectful and explained gently. The enemy moved too fast and the guards couldn't react in time. But grandfather, there's no need to worry. Yuanyuan is safe now. We found the mastermind, but someone else rescued him, so Elder Zai went after them. Unexpectedly, the enemy had already planned everything in advance. Fu decided to let him handle it himself, take care of the rest. Don't let anyone think the Su family is easy to bully. Tianren obediently replied like a loyal pup, please rest assured. Tianren has remembered it well. Suddenly, the old man recalled something else to warn him about. There's one more thing I must remind you of, no matter the time or situation. You must never gamble with your family's safety. After the discussion, Tianren left, feeling deeply impressed, as expected of the old patriarch. The next morning at Shangyuan Shishi's home, half worried and half lovingly reproachful, she said, "You're about to leave for Ningxia, so why are you still going out and fighting people?" Wang Zheng chuckled and comforted her. "It's nothing, just a few minor injuries. What about you? Aren't you coming to Ningxia with me?" Shishi leaned her head against the chair and sighed, talking about all the troubles in her life. "I have to stay behind to take care of my father, and there's still a lot of work waiting at the company. I haven't seen Han Xing'ai in a long time either. I really miss her." She stood up, pointed at the 2 enormous suitcases and gave her instruction. "There are 2 bags here, all prepared for Xiaoyi. There are clothes, shoes, and even some local specialties she likes to eat." Looking at the heavy pile, Wang Zheng quickly waved his hands and shook his head in refusal. "Miss, do you really think I can carry 2 giant bags like these? Besides, Han Xing'ai is in the military. She wears a uniform all year round, so she probably won't even have a chance to wear these clothes." Hearing that, she felt it made sense. "Fine then, I won't send the clothes anymore. Just bring her more food instead." He finally let out a sigh of relief after escaping disaster. "Please just take all the clothes back out already." A little later at the Su family villa, golden sunlight shone over the rooftop. Inside the living room, Wang He cautiously delivered bad news to his master. "Sir, a package arrived. The guards already opened it for inspection." As expected, Fu Huren's expression darkened with annoyance and impatience. "Stop beating around the bush. Bring it here and let me see it." The man hesitated for a moment before finally opening the box. Inside was an arm. He frowned and fell silent, deep in thought. After pondering for a while, he finally gave the order, "Take this to Tianren and let him see it." The man bowed respectfully and hurried to obey. "Yes, sir." When he arrived at Su Tianren's room, his expression became full of concern. "Did you ask the doctors whether they could reattach it for Elder Zai?" Wang He honestly reported the situation. "I already asked. The doctors said it's impossible because the bones were shattered too badly. Besides, Elder Zai doesn't want steel pins implanted in his body either. He truly feels powerless about it. Go handle your work. I'll visit Elder Zai later." As soon as the man left, Tianren immediately took out his phone and called his subordinates to push several important missions forward. "There are 3 things. First, mobilize everyone to find Feng Changming for me. Second, keep a close watch on Wang Zheng and miss none of his movements. The people we planted earlier should finally be useful now. Third, use the old man's name to arrange a meeting with Minister Chen, and say we want to discuss matters related to the military designation." After hanging up, a twisted and sinister expression appeared on his face. "Longlin has already been destroyed for so long. How could I possibly allow them to bring it back to life?" Out in the hallway, Wang He secretly sent a text message to some mysterious figure. On the phone screen were the words, "The arrow is on the bowstring." He was clearly sending some kind of highly confidential signal. On the other end, Kaonin received the message. With reddened eyes, he slowly took out his phone from the drawer. That action proved this was only one part of the plan. Then he revealed a satisfied smile as if everything was finally falling into place. "It's finally here." At the waiting lounge, the atmosphere seemed perfectly normal. Wearing sunglasses, Wang Zheng casually strode forward with a group of bodyguards, though inwardly he felt completely helpless. I already told her to pack light, but she still stuffed everything into 2 suitcases. While waiting, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Song Ze. Ze sat down across from him and greeted him warmly. "What a coincidence, young Master Wang. What are you doing here too?" Wang Zheng politely replied, "It really is quite a coincidence. May I ask where Miss Song is headed dressed like this?" Seeing how formal he sounded, she immediately suggested they address each other more casually. "I'm going to Yinchuan. Young Master Wang, don't call me Miss Song anymore. Just call me Zia and I'll call you Wang Zheng. Sound good?" He gladly accepted the proposal. "Sure, as long as you don't mind." "What a coincidence, I'm heading to Yinchuan too." "What are you going there for?" Zia explained the purpose of her trip. You can think of it as traveling. I want to experience the scenery and culture of the Southwest for myself. My grandfather and father both have old comrades there, so I'm also taking this opportunity to visit those seniors. Hearing that, he suddenly recalled something. If I remember correctly, General Li Yeping, hailed as the king of the Southwest, was also Old Master Song's comrade-in-arms, right? She eagerly reminisced about the past. That's right, my grandfather and Old Master Li once served in the same corps. Because of their deep friendship, I also wanted to visit Old Master Li during this trip. Wang Zheng then expressed his wish to go along. I wonder if I could tag along with you to visit Old Master Li? She smiled and agreed. Of course you can. This time we can tour Ningxia together as well. More than 10 hours later, Tian Shu suddenly walked over and asked for permission to sit with them. Beautiful lady, may I ask if this seat is taken? He deliberately made up an excuse to refuse. Sorry, someone is sitting here already. The man did not care at all and sat directly beside Zai Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Tianshu. I was born and raised in Yinchuan. Since we're about to arrive in Yinchuan, how about I treat you both to a meal? She was immediately stunned. Li Tianshu. This name sounds so familiar. Wang Zheng crossed his arms, his tone somewhat wary. We don't even know each other, so why should we have dinner with you? Tianshu slipped his hands into his pockets and calmly explained. My grandfather is Li Yeping. I suppose his reputation could be considered somewhat famous. At that moment, Zai Yi had fully confirmed the identity of the man before her. So it's young Master Li. I often see news about you. You could say you're the most famous young master in the Southwest. Seeing you in person truly surpasses hearing about you 100 times. You really are a talented young man. Wang Zheng fell into deep thought. Li Tianshu, why did he appear at this moment? Running into Song Ze and also meeting Li Tianshu could absolutely not be a mere coincidence. He revealed a friendly smile and joked around. So Miss Song knows me too. I was even planning to pretend we were strangers so we could get acquainted from scratch. Zai Yi was extremely surprised. You know me, he continued joking, though there was sincerity mixed within it. You probably don't know this, but our two families once arranged a childhood engagement between us, though my father strongly opposed it. But after meeting you now, I suddenly feel extremely regretful. Wang Zheng became interested and slightly tilted his head as he probed further. Young Master Li, since you already knew Miss Song, then do you know me as well? Tianshu warmly turned toward him and continued. Of course I do. Wang Zheng, currently the vice president of Jurong International. My grandfather met you at Old Master Su's birthday banquet. When he returned, he praised you endlessly. I've wanted to befriend you for a long time already. Wang Zheng politely shook hands with him like true men. Since you already knew who I was, why did you pretend not to know earlier? He chuckled softly and admitted it openly. Just like I said earlier, I originally intended to create a chance encounter. At that very moment, a judgmental gaze silently swept across him. This guy speaks so slickly and doesn't spare anyone's feelings at all. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere once again fell into awkward silence. Wang Zheng simply sat there calmly scrolling through his phone. In reality, he was investigating information related to Tianshu. A moment later, he proactively tested him. So you deliberately came here to create a chance encounter with your future wife, is that it? The man scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Then he quickly changed the subject. My grandfather praised you as a resourceful and highly intelligent man. He told me to be careful after meeting you. It seems he was absolutely right. I wonder if young Master Wang would like to visit my home for a while. If my grandfather met you, he would surely be delighted. Wang Zheng clasped his hands before him and politely declined. Please thank Old Master Li for his praise, but I must first visit someone at the Ningxia military district. After that, I will definitely pay Old Master Li a visit. Hearing the hesitant reply from earlier, Wang Zheng immediately became more vigilant. Someone had already been monitoring this trip to Ningxia. That Old Master Li deliberately sent Li Tianshu to meet him, undoubtedly hoping to achieve some objective. Tianshu perceptively realized who Wang Zheng was referring to. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably referring to Han Xingai, the granddaughter of old General Han, right? Wang Zheng truly admired how sharp the other party's awareness was within Southwest territory. Nothing can escape the eyes of your Li family, huh? At the headquarters of the Ningxia military district, somewhere inside the recruit's dormitory, Tian Ying was struggling as he recounted the events of the past. Listen, Brother Cheng, that girl looks pretty tempting. If you want, we can help you out. Of course, with his noble status, he probably doesn't need our help at all. In this Nanchuan territory, would it really be hard for me to get a girl? Knowing his lowly position, Tian Ying seized the chance to flatter him. We've all been assigned to different squads, but Brother Cheng will definitely stay at headquarters. Brother Cheng, once you make it big, don't forget to look after old comrades like us. He patted them on the shoulder and comforted them, Don't worry, we're brothers. Once my career takes off, I definitely won't forget you guys. The people around him immediately caught on and joined in. Then we'll be counting on Brother Cheng to lead us. He stood up with his hands on his hips and discussed the plan. That Han Xingai girl is really beautiful, exactly my type. Brothers, we're taking the day off today. I'm going out drinking and having fun. You guys get that girl drunk for me. Leave the rest to me. Tian Ying obediently nodded like a puppy. Don't worry, just say the word. Even if we have to carry her, we'll throw her onto the bed. For you, at the women's dormitory, Yang Zai folded her blanket while casually persuading someone. Xingai, our rookie training is over. There's a party tonight. She immediately refused. What party? I'm not interested. You all go have fun, I'll stay in the dorm. She ignored her refusal and kept trying to persuade her. All of us girls are going. What's fun about staying in the dorm by yourself? Even after saying that, Xingai still didn't react, so she switched to a softer approach. If you don't go, how can we go? Just think of it as joining in the fun. But deep down, she had her own agenda. Besides, I already promised young Master Cheng I'd bring you there. If I can't get you there, how am I supposed to win his favor? Yang Zai persisted and she finally gave in. Fine. Once the fish had taken the bait, she became thrilled. Xingai, you agreed, that's great. The corners of her lips curled up as she imagined a successful future, though she had no idea whether the plan would actually work. If young Master Cheng takes a liking to me, won't I be promoted and rise through the ranks in no time? After indulging in her fantasy, she turned to the squad and reminded them, starting today, we have 3 days off. Let's change clothes, go shopping, then have dinner and sing tonight. How about it, girls? Everyone excitedly cheered in unison. Sounds good, sounds good. A while later, they all headed out together. Yang Zai secretly looked Xingai over from head to toe, aside from being a little prettier. And having a slightly bigger chest, what else did she have that could compare to her? Seeing the girls arrive, Chengshi took the initiative to greet them. Xingai, we're having a party tonight. I heard you sing really well. You have to sing a few songs for us. She politely declined the suggestion. I'm afraid of embarrassing myself. You guys can sing instead. Of course, he kept persuading her. There was no way he'd let his prey slip away. Then tonight, Xingai, have a few drinks with us. Once we're assigned to different squads, it'll be hard for us to meet again. She crossed her arms angrily and looked at him suspiciously. Why do I feel like you're trying to get me drunk? Then she immediately became more vigilant. Do you think I really can't tell you're up to something? As the awkward conversation continued, a luxurious red car suddenly stopped outside the gate. Wang Zheng and Tianchu calmly stepped out and silently observed the situation from outside. He lost patience and was about to step forward to scold the brats. How outrageous. The young man quickly grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Don't interfere in this for now. Although unwilling, Tianchu had no choice but to comply. This guy is truly cunning. He definitely wanted to lure the snake out of its hole first, then use the Li family's name to wipe out everyone threatening Han Xing. He suddenly remembered his grandfather's warning. Tianchu, don't act on impulse. Everything should follow Wang Zheng's wishes. To avoid ruining the plan, the Zhongding fuel matter is extremely important. They cannot alert the enemy. Chengshi was so humiliated that he desperately kept trying to flatter and persuade her, completely ignoring their arrival. Han Xingai, I'm sincerely inviting you. I hope you'll show me some respect. She refused to back down and shot back sarcastically. A person's dignity is earned by themselves, not granted by others. Luckily, she quickly noticed her savior had arrived, Wang Zheng. The moment she finished speaking, Xingai immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Seeing the two acting so intimate, Tianchu instantly abandoned any evil intention. Wasn't it rumored that Wang Zheng had something going on with Zhang Minqi? So why was he now also so close with the eldest daughter of the Han family? Xingai pretended to act innocent while coquettishly saying, "You're the only one who came." Wang Zheng immediately played along with her act. Yeah, Shang Yuan Shishi has to take care of her father and Sheng Fei went on a business trip, so I came alone this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zheng instantly switched into the cold and domineering CEO persona, glaring at the rowdy young men. Little Yi, tell me honestly, is someone here bullying you? Now that she had someone backing her up, Xingai immediately exposed all the crimes of those bastards. Yes, someone had evil intentions toward me. Hurry and help me. Deal with him. His sharp gaze and faint smile radiated an overwhelming and intimidating aura. All right then, I'll handle this trouble for you. Chengshi aggressively stepped forward to probe him. Are you Han Xingai's boyfriend? Before Wang Zheng could answer, she quickly wrapped an arm around him and admitted it herself. He's my boyfriend and we're already engaged. Tianchu was utterly shocked, looking completely lost like, where am I? Who am I? What exactly were these two doing? Was the Han family's eldest daughter always this straightforward? The people around them were frozen stiff in shock as well. Engaged already. With her naturally thick skin, Xingai decided to fully commit to the act. Of course, honey, don't you agree? Wang Zheng could only stare at her helplessly. Why did that line sound so unbearably cheesy coming from this little girl? In the middle of the suffocating atmosphere, Yang Zihen quickly broke the awkward silence. Since everyone here is a guest, we're having a gathering tonight, Xingai. Bring your boyfriend along and join us. Wang Zheng politely accepted the invitation. I have no problem with that. Since everyone is Xingai's comrade, it's only right that we get acquainted. By the way, he pointed toward the young man accompanying him and introduced him. I wonder if my friend here can join us too. She smiled warmly and agreed without hesitation as if it were no big deal at all. Of course, we'll meet there tonight. Although unwilling, Chengxi could only pretend to be generous. One extra person didn't matter anyway. After all, they couldn't stir up any trouble on his turf. Unhappy, he turned away and made a phone call. Hello, Brother Zhu. Help me reserve a private room at Ningyuan that can fit 3 tables. Right. Once it's booked, call me back and let me know. Tonight I'm treating some comrades to dinner. You should come too. A little later at Ningyuan International Hotel. It was already close to noon by then. Tianchu slowly stepped out of the car and politely pretended to apologize. Young Master Cheng was kind enough to host us. Yet we've made him wait so long. Wang Zheng stepped out right behind him. Sorry, we're late. Young Master Cheng, you won't blame us, right? Although Chengxi was displeased, he still forced out a calm smile. It's fine, since everyone is here, let's go inside. Seeing Han Xingai clinging so closely to him made his face tight. He was utterly annoyed. You shameless pair, let's see if you can still laugh later. For now, he could only swallow his anger and force a friendly smile to lure the prey into the trap. Come on, we have to drink properly tonight. Consider it our welcome for you. He turned and gave Uncle Qiang a meaningful glance. This time, you are all dead for sure. Once everyone had taken their seats at the banquet, the atmosphere in the room gradually grew lively. 3 large round tables were filled with all kinds of beautifully arranged dishes. At the table, Chengxi took the initiative to raise his glass to Wang Zheng. Come on, let me toast you first. Wang Zheng gave him no face at all and flatly refused. Why should I drink with you? Chengxi froze as well. Then he lost his mind and shot to his feet in fury. You refuse a polite toast, so you want the punishment drink instead. He immediately grabbed Wang Zheng by the collar and yanked him closer. That crude move truly exhausted Wang Zheng's patience and his face darkened. Of all people, you had to touch one of ours. He decisively snapped Chengxi's finger, making him shriek in pain like a pig being slaughtered. The people around them rushed over in panic to stop them. Young Master Cheng. Although Tian Shu had already known Wang Zheng was someone who acted decisively, he still never expected him to be this bold, breaking someone's finger the moment they met. This Wang Zheng was far too ruthless. Yang Zai hurriedly sat down in concern and asked attentively, Young Master Cheng, are you all right? Feeling utterly humiliated, Chengxi quickly stood up and shouted. He threatened like a rabid dog, once you get taken away, let's see who can protect you. Today, I am definitely going to have Han Xing. Suddenly, Li Long's voice rang out from outside the door. I heard someone here got drunk and started trouble. He brought a whole group of police officers with him. Yang Zai shamelessly pointed at Wang Zheng and accused him. It was him. Wang Zheng was not about to back down and immediately retorted, I was only acting in self-defense. Since Li Long had already been bribed, he naturally had no interest in hearing right from wrong. Cut the nonsense, come back to the station with us. Chengxi laughed arrogantly and mocked him viciously. You refused a polite toast, so now you get the punishment drink. You're dead today. Seeing the situation gradually twist out of control, Tian Shu quickly spoke up to help the new friend he had only just met. Officer, I witnessed everything just now. This friend really was acting in self-defense. If you want to investigate, shouldn't you take him back to the station too? Li Long secretly nodded to Chengxi, signaling that everything had been arranged in advance. Then he shouted arrogantly, paying no attention to right or wrong. You still dare obstruct officers carrying out their duties here. Cuff them all and take them back to the station. Chengxi proudly praised his loyal dog. Deputy Captain Wang is truly responsible in his work. When I get back, I'll put in a word with my father. Next year, we'll remove the word deputy from your title. Hearing those words, Li Long was delighted as he dreamed his empty dream. This was the son of a city committee member. As long as he said a few good words in front of Secretary Cheng, his own future would be incredibly bright. His dream of promotion pushed Li Long to cuff them faster than ever. Please rest assured, I will definitely complete the task properly. Even so, Tian Shu still kept a calm and composed expression. Let me tell you this. Once you cuff me, taking the cuffs off later won't be so easy. Chengxi sprawled arrogantly on the sofa, paying no attention to his words. Where did this country bumpkin crawl out from? You still dare say things like that on Yinchuan territory. Let's deal with this arrogant brat. Tian Shu only needed to make a simple phone call. The moment the person on the other end picked up, he immediately explained the situation. I've been cuffed by the police. I'm at the Ningyuan Hotel. Chengxi was still arrogantly provoking them, unaware that a storm was about to break. Let's see what kind of waves you can make in Yinchuan. I am the one with privilege here. Just as he finished speaking, to everyone's surprise, Li Long's phone really did ring, exactly as Tian Shu had threatened. He lowered his head and asked meekly into the phone, Director Yan, do you have any instructions? The moment he heard the man's voice, he was cursed out furiously. Are you at the Ningyuan Hotel? Still foolishly unaware of which way the situation was turning, he answered honestly, "Yes, I'm handling a case here involving a drunk driving dispute." At that point, the man unleashed another furious scolding. "You idiot, your family has caused a huge disaster." Then he hung up with a sharp click, leaving Li Long standing there alone with a miserable look on his face. If he had known this would be the result, why bother fighting for anything? Before long, Binkyo appeared, storming into the room with an expression that was extremely tense, extremely tense. Yet Zhou Qiang was too foolish to notice and went right on stirring up the hornet's nest. "Hey, old Yan, what brings you here with so much free time today?" He ignored those flies completely and hurried over to ask Han Tianchu. "Young Master Li, today my subordinates were far too reckless. When I return, I will punish them severely. Hurry up and unlock the cuffs." Realizing he had been ignored, Changshi naturally refused to accept it. "Director Yan, who are you trying to impress? Even if you are the director, you can't just release someone whenever you say so. Look at my injured hand. They did this to me. I was beaten and I can't even call the police and have them taken to the station." Only then did the man notice his existence. But why would he care about someone like him? So young Master Cheng is here too. But this is a police bureau matter. It is not young Master Cheng's place to interfere. Cheng-shi objected sharply, and when he ran out of arguments, he fell back on his family background. "How dare you speak to me like that? You know my father is Cheng Rulong." Of course Binkyo knew the Cheng family, but if Secretary Cheng were here, he would never allow his son to act so outrageously. "Unlock young Master Li's handcuffs." After watching the show, Tianchu finally spoke leisurely. "That will not do. Tell Cheng Rulong to come here personally and apologize. Otherwise, none of you can even dream of removing these cuffs from my hands." That was the last straw. Cheng-shi was enraged beyond control. He grabbed a wine bottle from the table, ready to smash it at the man before him. "Who the hell do you think you are? You dare tell my father to come remove your cuffs himself? My father is a city committee secretary, understand?" At that critical moment, Binkyo hurriedly grabbed his wrist. He stopped the reckless act with a commanding shout, "Stop." Without saying a word, Wang Zheng suddenly smashed the wine bottle hard onto Chengshi's head, leaving the arrogant fool dazed before he could react. After that decisive blow, he collapsed to the floor and passed out. Even so, Wang Zheng could not be bothered to care. Finally, some peace and quiet. Zhou Qiang rushed over in panic to help him up and hurriedly checked his breathing. Young Master Cheng, how are you?" Furious, he turned and hurled abuse at Wang Zheng. "You dared hit the son of a city committee secretary. You are dead for sure." As soon as he said it, he quickly took out his phone and called for help. "Hello, Secretary Cheng. Cheng-shi has been beaten at the Ningyuan Hotel. Please come over right away and take a look." The moment he hung up, Wang Zheng immediately charged over and gave him a thunderous kick, along with a few affectionate words. "Done making your call. If you're done, then shut up too." Only then did Tianchu calmly explain the whole story. "Young Master Wang is my honored guest. He came from the capital to Ningxia to visit his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, that brat set his sights on young Master Wang's girlfriend. Cheng Rulong must give us a clear explanation for this." 15 minutes later, Chengshi's bald, pot-bellied father appeared. Seeing his precious son lying motionless on the floor, he erupted in fiery rage. "Who did this? Hurry up and take him to the hospital." Of course, Wang Zheng was not going to let these people off so easily. "Now that you have stepped through this door, unless you give me an explanation that satisfies me, don't even think about leaving." With a dark, furious expression, the man shouted in accusation, "Who are you? This was all you're doing." Then he casually pointed and ordered Binkyo around as if he were his superior. "Old Yan, perfect timing. Since you are here, arrest him for me." Immediately shot back at that arrogant, self-righteous remark. "Arrest who? Secretary Cheng, do you know who this man is?" The grand reveal of his background had finally arrived. This is the grandson of General Li Yeping, young Master Li Tianchu. Before long, Keji, chief of the Provincial Public Security Department, arrived. He pushed the door open and stormed in, pressing Rulong. "Secretary Cheng, what is going on? Explain this clearly to me." Seeing that the powerful official was not backing him up, he began to sense something was wrong. What huge disaster had that brat caused this time? Tianchu slowly shifted his gaze toward Rulong and shook his head in weary disappointment. "I hear that Cheng-shi, your son, has been throwing his weight around in Yinchuan for a long time. Today, I finally got to see it for myself. If you do not satisfy my friend, young Master Wang, today, I absolutely will not take off these handcuffs." Now that he had someone backing him, Wang Zheng naturally feared neither father nor son. "Then I will not hold back." He looked straight into his eyes with firm conviction. He said in an extremely resolute tone, "Cheng-shi drugged my friend at the military camp. If I had not been here tonight, Cheng-shi's scheme would have succeeded. And for something this vile, I would like to hear Secretary Cheng's opinion." Knowing he was at a disadvantage, the man had no choice but to back down and lower his head. "I apologize to you on Cheng-shi's behalf. I failed to discipline my son properly, which is why he offended young Master Wang and young Master Li." Wang Zheng did not beat around the bush and slapped him hard across the face. "Secretary Cheng, do you think the young master and I are fools? He continued cursing him out, giving the other man no chance to speak. Do you know how many times your son has broken the law over the years? Do you know how many people your son has ruined? The more he brought up Cheng Shi's filthy private life, the more furious he became. I hate officials' children who rely on power to bully others. It feels as if those officials see only their own children as treasures, while everyone else's children are nothing but trash. Keji stared in shock at the young man before him because he had never expected him to be this bold, actually resorting to violence in front of a municipal committee secretary. Ruthless indeed. Ping Kiao stood to the side. She also felt that he was truly dazzling. Wang Zheng, imposing and radiant, stepped on Ru Long's beloved son's head and decisively gave the order, "Listen carefully. Send Cheng Shi to India. Without my permission, he is never allowed to return in this lifetime." He lowered his head coldly and threatened him, his gaze as sharp as a dagger piercing through the man's pained expression. "If I still have not seen Cheng Shi's plane ticket to India the day after tomorrow, you know exactly what the consequences will be." Ru Long still talked tough, refusing to believe it. "You dare?" He curled his lips into a faint sneer. "Guess whether I dare or not. If you plan to play any more tricks, do not blame me for digging up every dirty thing you have done over the years." After everything was settled, Xing'ai ran over and praised him playfully. "That was so exciting, Wang Zheng. Why don't you just stay in Ningxia from now on? Every time I run into you, things get this thrilling." Even though he knew she loved to tease, he still indulged her easily. "My dear little lady, I am only afraid that there may still be others here who will bully you. From now on, Li Tianchu will also protect you quietly." She was rather surprised to hear that. Gradually, she began to develop a good impression of him. This eldest young master Li really knows how to handle people. One of these days, I should visit the Li family to pay my respects. Putting aside all the unlucky things that had happened, Wang Zheng took the initiative to comfort her and lighten her mood. "I will stay here and keep you company for the next 2 days. Otherwise, once I am assigned to a company later, I will not have time to go shopping anymore." At the mention of having fun, Xing'ai became as cheerful as a child. "Okay. We will shop, and eat. The next morning, while Wang Zheng was sitting in a room discussing matters with several partners, "How is it? Do you want to cooperate with me?" Wai Hua spoke first, cautiously. "What qualifications do you have to demand cooperation with us? You used the name of our old leader to invite us here. It was because of this." The 3 people sitting here were, respectively, Hu Waihua, Zhu Yangmei, and Shen Lianmeng. Han Beigu's subordinates were all senior executives at Zhongding Gas. Seeing the other party standing there in a daze, he asked in confusion, "Hu Waihua, you're a smart man and as vice president of Zhongding Gas. How could you not know what I want?" He calmly admitted, "I don't know." Annoyed, Wang Zheng threw 3 mysterious files onto the table. "I didn't expect today's negotiations to be so unpleasant. Take a look at these. Maybe you'll change your minds in a moment." The 3 of them picked up the files and read them, and every one of their faces froze. Yang Mei shouted, "You are blatantly framing us." With that, he flung what he was holding onto the floor, revealing photos of him indulging himself with 2 young beauties. Wang Zheng calmly curled his lips into a sneer. "Why are you so agitated? Doesn't that only expose the fear in your heart even more?" Wai Hua, realizing he had been caught by the throat, immediately compromised. "What do you want? Do you want us to cooperate with you?" Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he went straight to the point. "First, Shen Lianmeng, I want you to transfer all this year's sales revenue from every southeastern province into one. Count, you've controlled Zhongding's finances for so many years. I know you have the ability to do it." He continued with his next demand. "Second, Fu Waihua, you are the vice president of Zhongding Gas. Put my trusted people in place. I need you to draw up a share transfer agreement for me. At the same time, cooperate with Shen Lianmeng to carry out the transfer." Hearing this, he shook his head helplessly. "I can't do it. Su Li is the president. All of this is in his hands. Besides, the company's seal is also under his control. I have no chance to access it." Wang Zheng pretended to blow on his hand and added indifferently, "That's fine, I'll personally handle the problem with Su Li." Then he gave them his final condition. "Third, Zhu Yangmei, you will be responsible for transferring to me all the scattered shares you've secretly bought up or swallowed over the year. I'll buy them at 10% above market price. I want to slap the Su family hard in the face." A day later, the news quickly appeared on the big screen. Yesterday morning, Zhongding Gas chairman Su Li suddenly suffered a stroke. Vice President Fu Waihua has temporarily taken over operations. That same afternoon, one of the company's mines unexpectedly exploded. There were no casualties and the cause is under investigation. At present, the company's stock has plunged with its value down to 80%. Su Tianren was at the company. After hearing the breaking news, he immediately made a phone call. "I can say with certainty that Wang Zheng is behind all of this. Right now, the Su family shares in Zhongding are mostly gone. Only a portion remains in my hand. But I can't destroy Zhongding. The people in the southeast still need it." On the other end of the line, Yizing stared at the television and replied indifferently, "If the eldest young master isn't the one who destroys Zhongding, then he will probably let many powerful forces come and clash with the Su family. Su Tianren, don't think you can fool everyone. Others may not be able to see through your disguise, but I can. Hearing these taunting words, he frowned and glanced at the screen, but still replied calmly, you don't need to provoke me. I won't destroy Zhangding gas. I must take it back in the most perfect way. When Yizing heard the eldest young master speak with such certainty, he sneered mockingly. If I don't push you a little, how can this game continue? Meanwhile, Tianchu came over with the share transfer agreement to talk. Wang Zheng, I thank you on behalf of the Li family. He flipped through the documents, not forgetting to sigh in admiration. I never expected you to give us 50% of Zhangding's shares while you only take 40% for yourself. Seeing his satisfied attitude, Wang Zheng smiled and answered courteously, you're being too polite. This time, if you hadn't stepped in from the northwest, I definitely wouldn't have had things go this smoothly either. So you had already planned it all out. Now the fish has swum right into the net, exactly as intended. In any case, all this money belongs to the Shangyuan family. I can offer someone else's gift as a favor and win goodwill from the Li family too. Better not get too greedy. Tianchu bent over, bowing his head in gratitude for this boundless, almost saintly kindness. No matter what, I will always remember your generosity. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang, cutting the conversation short. He answered it, then listened blankly to the voice on the other end. And somehow, in a bizarre twist, even though it was his phone, Wang Zheng was the one they wanted to speak to. They're looking for you. He took it, pressed it to his ear, and asked, who is this? The man replied, I know you're Wang Zheng, but you don't need to know who I am. Let's play a game. He coldly ignored him. I'm not interested. The man refused to give up and used a dirty trick to force him. You will be. Because I've planted a bomb at the gas tank warehouse of Central Apex Gas. The man gave a cold laugh and mocked him. It is exactly 12 o'clock now. You still have 3 hours. If you refuse, a giant mushroom cloud will rise over Central Apex's gas tank warehouse. I'm sure it will be beautiful. Wang Zheng was completely stunned. You lunatic. After the man hung up, he hurriedly informed Tianchu, someone planted a bomb at Central Apex's gas tank warehouse. There are only 3 hours left before it explodes. Send people immediately to notify every employee at Central Apex, and evacuate the nearby residential areas too. Hearing the urgent news, he acted quickly. All right, I'll send people to notify them right away. It turned out the man from earlier was Yixing. Guanxi, standing behind him, asked in confusion, young master, why not just blow up Central Apex outright? Why give Wang Zheng any time? He swirled the red wine glass in his hand, his gaze vile as he spoke. Gunu, do you think I'm doing something unnecessary too? If Central Apex blows up outright, it will cause a tragedy. In that case, China will certainly mobilize the full power of the entire nation to hunt me down. I don't want the weapons of a state pointed at my head. The old man was still hesitant, but seeing that, he immediately cut him off. I will blow up Central Apex, but I won't let many people die. I only need Wang Zheng. If you are not 100% certain you can kill him, I will not send you. Back to the current hotspot, Central Apex Gas's gas tank warehouse. Evacuees had already gathered there, waiting to board rescue helicopters. Wang Zheng, wearing protective gear, looked down to observe the situation and analyzed it carefully. 3 hours. Can all 10,000 residents in this area be evacuated? He climbed inside and readjusted his equipment. Tianchu, sitting beside him, reported the information he had received. The Black Tiger Special Forces unit has discovered 3 suspicious individuals. You must be careful. I'll have them coordinate with you. While adjusting his straps, he answered thoughtfully, Then he repelled outside and received instructions through the radio. Scan complete, no abnormal electronic signals detected. The bomb probably isn't triggered by remote control. Got it? Down below, the Black Tiger Special Operations team on guard was suddenly attacked. Seeing his men taken down, Tianchu cursed furiously. Those bastards, search every building within a 2,000-meter radius immediately. Do not miss a single room. I'll make sure those bastards come here and never leave. Flying Tiger, hiding and watching, was extremely shocked but forced himself to stay silent so he would not be exposed. Li Liang, what are you doing? Our superiors only told us to kill Wang Zheng. If you kill members of China's Special Operations Team too, China definitely won't let us off. Li Liang was also bewildered and immediately shot back. Damn it, I didn't fire. There must be another force here. Someone is trying to frame us. Through his sniper scope, Flying Tiger observed Wang Zheng's position. Then he sent a message over the radio. The man who just got off the aircraft is Wang Zheng. He's standing on top of the central tank. You have a better firing position. Take him out, then we withdraw immediately. Li Liang received the information and answered at once. Okay, then he aimed the scope toward the reported location. Wang Zhan had already been waiting for him there. He froze in shock, unable to react, and could only blurt out one sentence, "This is bad." The moment the words left his mouth, the bullet flew out, aimed straight at a vital spot. He was hit, blood burst out, and he collapsed. Flying Tiger heard the sound and shouted, "What happened? Answer me now," but he was given no time to react. He only managed to cry out, "We're doomed," before a bullet pierced the middle of his forehead, killing him on the spot. On the other side, after Wang Zheng dealt with the two snipers, he reported through the radio. "Two targets eliminated. Xia Yan still haven't located the bomb yet." The voice on the other end hurriedly replied, "Give me a moment, the gas tank area is too large. I need a little more time." Seeing him moving, Xia Yan immediately warned, "How Hu has already killed 3 terrorists. The positions of the others are still unknown. Be careful." Hearing that, he cautiously slipped deeper inside. "There's not much time left. I have to lure them out." After walking a short distance, he located a group of enemies, found them. Wang Zheng instantly reacted, firing 3 bursts from his submachine gun and wiping out the terrorists. After clearing this area, he immediately moved to another section and advanced deeper inside. Meanwhile, Si was searching when he received the news and anxiously gave an order. "Fei Hu is dead. That guy is Wang Zheng. Stay close on him. Anyone who gets near the bomb, shoot them dead." Inside the radar room, the observer noticed something unusual and quickly reported, 45 degrees to the left ahead. 15 meters from here, abnormal heat signatures detected. The moment he finished speaking, a bullet pierced straight through his head. Tianshu on the helicopter saw the man lying in a pool of blood and realized something was wrong, so he immediately contacted them over the radio. "Everyone retreat, leave the rest to Wang Zheng." In a corner, after killing the observer, Eric smugly celebrated, unaware that a murderous figure was approaching behind him. So this is all the Huaxia Special Forces can do. By the time he realized it, he could only turn around and shout, "Who are you?" Junichi rushed forward like lightning and instantly cut him down with a katana, "The one taking your life." Elsewhere, the remaining sniper became anxious after hearing nothing for a while. "Eric, how many did you kill? Why haven't you reported back yet?" The moment he finished speaking, a voice echoed from afar, "After killing so many people, you still think you can escape." Startled, he turned toward the source of the sound. Before he could even see anyone, Zaiju had already gripped his throat tightly. He could only struggle to gasp, "Why you? Who are you?" Seeing that, Zaiju tightened his grip and growled, "Who I am doesn't matter, you're about to die here." Back on Sia's side, after searching for a while, he finally discovered Wang Zheng's hiding place. He sneered and aimed his gun. "I've finally been waiting for you. Die under my gun." Meanwhile, Wang Zheng, who was rushing forward, also sensed movement. Must be because the lousy gun had no suppressor. Like lightning, he stopped running and swiftly dodged backward. "Here it comes." Then he instantly leaned back at a 45-degree angle and fired back. The bullets flew like they had tracking systems, heading straight for Sia's hiding spot, shocking him enough to exclaim, "What terrifying reaction speed." Noticing the enemy had fallen back, Wang Zheng calmly gave an order through the radio. 3 o'clock direction, middle section of the 5th floor. I want him alive." Si had barely been frightened before he cowardly fled for his life, even throwing away his expensive rifle, hiding behind a room door. He panted heavily like a bull while trembling in fear. An opponent like that is truly terrifying. The moment he turned around, surprised, Zaiju and Junichi had arrived, leaving him stunned. How did they find me so quickly? Without giving him more time to think, the two quickly struck him down and knocked him unconscious. Back to Wang Zheng, he was climbing the maintenance ladder outside the building. Right before him was the planted bomb. "I found the bomb. I'm starting the defusal now." Looking at the pitifully short time left on the countdown timer, he cursed, "Damn it." Not wasting another second, he quickly opened the metal casing to inspect it. This is just a linked circuit. Remove one and the whole thing stops. But the wiring inside this bomb was far too complicated. Wang Zheng stared at the tangled, colorful wires, unsure what to do. "Which wire am I supposed to cut?" Wang Zheng urgently called for help over the radio. "Only 5 minutes left. There's not enough time for me to open it up and inspect the internal circuitry anymore. Is there any way to help me remove this bomb faster?" The bomb disposal expert on the other end immediately instructed him. "Feel those 3 wires and see if there are any other connecting leads." After fumbling around for a while, he found exactly what the other side had mentioned. "I found a connected copper wire." Wait, and of course, there was no way life would be that easy. He pulled out another tangled mess of wires in every color. Damn it, there are other leads connected to these 3 wires too. Looking at the 3 complicated things before him, Wang Zheng's face darkened and cold sweat poured down. With this many wires, there was no way to remove them in such a short time. Who exactly planted this bomb? Through the binoculars, that tense scene looked like a spider clinging to a wall. Ping Kaio watched everything from the safe room and grew anxious. There is only 1 minute left. Can he make it? Tianshu stood beside her, his eyes also pressed to the binoculars as he hurriedly reassured her, "We must believe in him." At the moment when the tension was stretched to its limit, Wang Zheng's phone suddenly rang in his pocket. In that life-or-death instant, he blankly took out the phone and answered. He thought the unknown number was some nonsense call, but unexpectedly, this call became the guiding savior he needed. "Cut the red wire first." then cut the copper wire behind the red wire, then cut the yellow wire. The countdown showed only 15 seconds remaining, making the situation extremely urgent. Wang Zheng did not delay and began defusing the bomb according to the mysterious caller's instruction. With just 6 seconds left, he finally finished handling the bomb. He wiped his sweat and let out a long breath of relief. Looks like I was still lucky this time. It was not too bad. Seeing that everything had settled down, Ping Kaio's expression relaxed as well and a smile appeared on her face. He succeeded, we are still alive. Over in the capital, where Yixing was waiting leisurely, Guanzai received the news and reported, "Young master, the bomb did not explode. Wang Zheng is not dead either." After hearing this, he drained the remaining red wine in his glass in one gulp. Then he smiled coldly and sighed, "As expected of the opponent I value so highly. If he died that easily, where would the fun be?" Even so, he was still puzzled. Then why exactly did the bomb not explode? Guanzai could only answer helplessly, "This old servant does not know." Yixing waved his hand and dismissed him. Tomorrow, in a tone like a domineering CEO meeting the heroine of his life, Wang Zheng truly is an interesting opponent. Back at the gas tank area. After settling the matter, Wang Zheng changed clothes and came out to shake hands with Tian Shu. "This incident was fortunate because of you. It is truly my honor to have met you." He smiled and patted his shoulder. "I am also honored to have met you." Then Tian Shu added with great gratitude, "My grandfather has already said it. The entire Li family owes you 2 great favors." Wang Zheng quickly waved his hand. He meant that Tian Shu did not need to act like that and that the old man was being too polite. But deep inside, he was extremely satisfied. This time, he had earned the Li family's gratitude. That would make dealing with Zai Yi even easier in the future. Tian Shu shook his head and explained, "My grandfather may usually have a strange temper, but in truth he is someone who clearly distinguishes kindness from grudges. Grandfather even praised you as the soldier king of Cathay." After saying that, he pointed at the car beside them. "I leave it to you. Wang Zheng, I am giving you this car. I wish you a smooth journey." Suddenly, Zai Yi appeared out of nowhere, startling him. "Then may I hitch a ride in this smooth journey car?" Wang Zheng faced her directly. He spoke emotionlessly. "What? You want to return to the capital with me?" Hearing that, her expression grew even more teary. She replied with a cold smile, "That is right. I have fulfilled all my wishes in Ningxia. It is time to go back." The two opened the doors and got into the car. Tian Shu took the chance to say goodbye. "Then I wish both of you a safe journey." The white car started moving. It sped down the main road at high speed. Zai Yi had asked for a ride, yet she refused to sit quietly. She turned to look at him and mocked, "Wang Zheng, with so many Zhongting shares falling into your hands. You must be very pleased, right?" Wang Zheng was not surprised because he had already guessed she would ask that. He answered casually, "I knew denying it would be useless anyway. But Zhongting's shares have nothing to do with me at all." She pushed her luck again. Clutching the car door with both hands, she complained, "Can you drive a little slower? I cannot handle this speed." He paid no attention at all and quickly turned the steering wheel, swerving the car. The more exciting part is still behind us. The car lost control, slid off the road, and charged straight toward the cliffside. They nearly became roasted birds in flight. After doing this insane thing, Wang Zheng turned toward her. "Then tell me, what role did you play in this chain of events?" Zia continued pretending to be clueless. "I don't understand what you're talking about." He could no longer stay calm and moved closer to her near the Zhongding gas tank warehouse area. "At the moment I was defusing the bomb, someone called to save my life. That was you, wasn't it?" Instead of panicking, she arrogantly fired back with a question. "So what if it was? Is this how you thank your lifesaver?" Wang Zheng slightly tilted his head towards Zia. His deep voice sounded slowly. "Those are 2 different matters. Ever since the train ride in the capital, you've been plotting against me. I can't help but stay on guard." Catching the suspicion in his tone, Zia answered honestly, "But no matter what, I still saved you. This conspiracy was aimed at you. I don't know much either. No matter how much you ask, you won't get the answers you want." A name suddenly flashed through Wang Zheng's mind, making him frown slightly. His voice carried a trace of surprise. "Song Mingwei. I didn't expect him to be involved too. You saved me and even told me this much. Aren't you afraid your father will blame you?" Embarrassment was clear in Zia's eyes as she finally forced herself to speak. "I'm not afraid he'll blame me, but you have to promise me something. No matter how fiercely you and my father fight in the future, you must not harm him." Wang Zheng immediately understood and nodded lightly. "You're trading this information for your father's life? What a filial daughter, I promise you." Out of nowhere, 2 container trucks roared toward them, blocking every escape route for the car. The young pair inside the car were shocked. He quickly scanned the situation within seconds, then immediately spoke to Zia. "Looks like these 2 trucks are coming for us. Hold on tight." Even though she was terrified, she still couldn't help asking, "Why don't we get out of the car?" The foolish question made the worried Wang Zheng freeze for a moment. "We can't get out. There's a sniper on the mountain." Faced with a dead end, he decisively pulled out his gun and opened fire to carve out a bloody escape route. The front of the truck took the full barrage. It was shattered in multiple places, yet strangely, no screams were heard at all. Realizing how dire the situation was, Wang Zheng angrily pursed his lips and turned the car around. "Damn it, I can't possibly fight against a sniper in such cramped terrain." The car had barely rolled a short distance before a bullet pierced straight through the tire. One shot wasn't enough. The sniper coldly fired again, not caring whether his position would be exposed. The bullet sliced through the air and pierced the rear tire, cutting off Wang Zheng's final escape route. Shenwu smugly emerged from his hiding place. "It's rare to encounter such an entertaining battle. I'll slowly torture him to death." The previously silent container truck suddenly rammed directly into Wang Zheng's car, sending it plunging off the cliff. The driver stepped out of the truck and took out his phone to report the mission. "It's done." The voice on the other end coldly replied, "You completed the mission very well." A sudden bullet pierced straight through his chest, allowing him only a single scream before collapsing into a pool of his own blood. After eliminating his accomplice, a scornful smile spread across Shenwu's face from the bottom of his heart. "Now no one will ever know." Beneath the cliff, Wang Zheng kicked open the car door and dragged Zi, who was clinging tightly to him, out of the wreckage. Holding the beauty with one arm, he gripped the rope tightly with the other and leaped upward. The rope shot into the air and hooked perfectly onto a tree branch. Wang Zheng held her tightly against him while climbing and thinking furiously. This is too dangerous, but he accidentally let something slip from his mouth. Who exactly joined this assassination attempt? The Zhongding incident just ended and they're already making another move. Night fell. I stood on the Zhenrong cliff with Wang Zheng, her face flushing red with embarrassment. "Do we really have to hold each other like this all night?" His eyes sparkled. Nyan spoke vaguely, half joking and half serious. "If you want to keep holding me forever, I have no objection. But it's cold out here and staying like this will drain a lot of energy." Hearing that, Zi immediately asked, "Then how are we supposed to get down?" His playful mood clearly faded as the situation grew more unfavorable. He looked around and spoke to her seriously. "Let's move down slowly and find a place sheltered from the wind to stay for the night." The chilly air stirred Wang Zheng's protective instincts even more as he patiently talked with the beauty. "It's very dark, but we can't turn on any lights. There could still be a sniper watching from above." In a luxurious room, the wall clock had somehow already struck 2:03 a.m. Tianren looked out at the night scenery beyond the window as Sitan spoke. "How is the situation?" On the other end of the line, Shenwu quickly gave the answer he most wanted to hear. "He's dead." The car plunged into the ravine and exploded. "Apart from me, no one else knows about this." Joy could not be hidden on Tianren's face as he revealed a smug smile. "Good then, you've worked hard. When are you coming to the capital? Let's meet up." Shenwu did not refuse. "Okay, we haven't seen each other for years, so meeting up is only natural." After finishing the call, he turned around and ordered his subordinate, "Send people to keep a close watch on everything. Everyone arriving in the capital by road, rail, or air. If Wang Zheng appears, report it to me immediately." The subordinate silently memorized every instruction and accepted the order. "Yes." At the same time, Zi and Wang Zheng were embracing each other amid rocks and dirt at the foot of the mountain. She gently asked her savior, "Are you cold?" Hearing that, he answered, whether sincerely or simply trying to look cool in front of a woman, "Not cold." She pulled herself out of his embrace. Zi stared at him as if studying his expression. "Why did you take this mountain route? It's even more dangerous here than the highway." Seeing the suspicion in her eyes, Wang Zheng calmly replied with an absurdly righteous expression. "First, I wanted to have a proper conversation with you. Second, I feel like this matter can't possibly end so simply." Zia's mind worked rapidly as she continued this difficult conversation. "So you deliberately got hit and fell into the ravine to fake your death?" Leaning against a boulder, he answered her seriously. "That's right. Because sometimes being dead is much safer than being alive." After speaking, Wang Zheng stood up and quietly gathered leaves and dry grass, spreading them into 2 simple sleeping spots. "To get you safely back to the capital, I have to be more careful." Even though it was her first time sleeping outdoors, Zi still tried to act experienced. "It's only 7 or 8 days, right? If you can endure it, then of course I can too." He did not deny her determination and only casually teased her like a strict examiner. "If this drags on, you won't be able to handle it. Fortunately, it's winter. If it were summer in this damp forest, with insects biting you, getting sick after just 2 days would finish you off." Before his words had even faded into the wind, Wang Zheng had already collapsed onto the makeshift grass bed and ended the conversation. "Close your eyes and sleep for a while. Right now we need to conserve our strength." Bright sunlight poured over the garden as if announcing another day of hiding had arrived. Noticing his companion waking up because of the sunlight, Wang Zheng asked, "You're finally awake." Zi did not sit up immediately and replied while lying down, "Good morning." He thoughtfully handed her food and water. "This is dried rations and water I prepared myself. Eat a little, then we'll get moving." She bit into the food with effort as if chewing on a 1,000-year-old fossil and commented, "This dried ration is really hard, but it doesn't taste bad." How could he pass up a chance to impress a beautiful woman? He immediately bragged, "Of course, I made this myself." Just as expected, she reacted exactly as he hoped. "You even know how to make this." Hearing that, the other person kept chattering away. "Of course. Besides, I added many herbs that nourish energy and blood to this dried meat. It's very precious." The meal quickly came to an end. Wang Zheng stood up and put on his coat, not forgetting to urge her on. "We have to go." As soon as he finished speaking, he expertly spun the dagger in his palm. Then he carefully tucked it into his belt and made a very gentlemanly offer. "The slope here is a little slippery. I'll carry you down." He kept taking steady steps along the steep cliff, even with a burden on his back, and after 5 difficult hours of travel, Wang Zheng gently woke the person still sleeping soundly. "Wake up, we're here." So he looked around rapidly, taking in the surroundings with confusion. "Where are we now?" Faced with that question, he switched into tour guide mode and explained in the simplest terms. "We've traveled 40 kilometers. We've finally reached the warm tropical side." Following his principle of ladies first, he gave the better thing to his companion. "Drink the water in this bottle. There is water in the vines too. I can just drink that." But the farther they went, the more confused she became by the familiar scenery. "Don't tell me we're lost. Why does everything look the same to me?" Noticing the unease in her, Wang Zheng spoke up to reassure her. "Relax, we're not lost. I'm a living map. Keep going straight for another 10 kilometers and we'll see a river." Under the halo of the male lead, his words carried more weight than fate itself. Even if he went the wrong way, the author would redraw it correctly. "Looks like our luck isn't bad. We can grill food tonight too. I'll make a fire and cook. You just rest." As a man of action, he immediately got to work, seeing him bustling around nonstop. So he could not sit still, so she eagerly ran over and offered to help. Once everything was perfectly arranged, they began to feast. "So good, it's really delicious." After receiving her praise, Wang Zheng was not modest at all and even made a generous promise. "If you like it, I'll grill it for you every day from now on." Hearing that, she silently wished that things could stay like this forever. Speaking from the heart, she revealed her deepest feelings with eyes full of longing. Actually, a lot of the time, being with the person you like, far away from noisy places, is also a very good thing. But before she could finish, caring words reached her ears. "Sleep early and save your strength. We still need to stay in the forest for a few more days." That made Suyi look even more wistfully at his familiar back. "But I really want to keep living like this with you." After 5 days together in the dangerous wilderness, they finally found a path to the city. She could not hold back the joy surging in her heart. "We're finally out." Wang Zheng pointed toward the tall buildings in the distance. "Let's go. We'll find a place to stay first." They stopped in front of a hotel with a bright red sign. Suyi stood shyly beside him while he spoke with the receptionist. "I'd like to book one room with a large bed, thank you." Overjoyed, she flew over and rushed straight inside. "I want to take a shower or I'll start growing mold." Having been waiting for just that, he shamelessly made a suggestion. His teasing tone was beyond description. "I want a shower too. How about we shower together?" Life was never that perfect. Suyi flatly refused with an extremely convincing reason. "Go buy new clothes right now. We can't wear these dirty clothes again." Since she had rejected him and pushed him all the way to the door, how could he be any more shameless? He could only accept the order sadly. "Fine, fine, I'm going now." Wang Zheng shopped for a while, then happily returned with colorful bags in his hands. "I bought the clothes. Change into them after your shower." After she washed off the dust of the journey, he came out of the bathroom. What was bound to happen finally happened. She shyly leaned against his firm body. Wang Zheng, when dry tinder meets a flame, it is only a matter of time, and the two of them spent a passionate night together until the next morning. After filling up on the main meal, he finally brought up dessert. "Get up, let's go grab something to eat." At Blue Ocean Group, Ming-Chi was not nearly so relaxed. "What? All those messy storage boxes were stolen. Have you called the police?" A voice immediately came through the phone. "We did. They're investigating now." Only after hearing that did she regain her composure. At the same time, she quickly gave instructions. "Stay calm, I'll be there right away." Faced with an unexpected crisis, she immediately thought of the figure she had always longed to see. "Wang Zheng, when will you finally come back?" At the capital train station, Wang Zheng's figure stood out amid the bustling crowd. Seeing him gradually approach the exit, one of the two strangers asked for instructions. "He's here. Should we call and report to?" The man beside him cut him off at once and reminded him, "Hold on. We shouldn't alert him yet." Unexpectedly, they were stunned by his ghost-like ninja-style movements. "Have you two been waiting for me for a long time? Go back and tell Su Tianren that I'm not dead yet, I'm back." They did not hesitate, gripping their weapons as they charged at Wang Zheng. Against small fry like them, he only had to bend his limber back slightly to dodge their attacks. "You two idiots," then he countered by smashing their heads together. Of the two weakest opponents, one punch was enough to leave them seeing stars. He swept them with a contemptuous gaze and gave a stern warning. "Go back and tell your master that I will take back everything he did to me in the Northwest." Just then, a malicious voice rang out, "Don't move." Wang Zheng looked toward the source of the voice and found two men in police uniforms aiming firearms at him. "We suspect you are connected to an attempted murder case. Please cooperate and come with us to the station for investigation." Kingping, seeing that he would not cooperate, ordered his companion, "Request backup from headquarters now." At this moment he seemed to have connected all the clues, secretly mocking the mastermind. "Su Tianren, what a generous welcome gift you've prepared for me." One gift after another, from being followed to running into the police. The only thing missing was being served like an emperor. For some reason, even though he was gripping a weapon tightly, the aura coming from the other man made him break out in a cold sweat. "I'm warning you, don't even think about running or I'll shoot." Wang Zheng still looked as calm as ever. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you firing?" Su Feng did not want to drag this out any longer, so he stepped forward decisively with the cold metal cuffs. "Hold out your hands. The branch at the capital train station has already sent backup. You won't escape." Although fate had never handed him a ride fare, since these people wanted to put on a show, he would play along. "Fine, I'll cooperate with the investigation." They thought they could arrest him easily, but to their shock, he slipped his hands out of the handcuffs in a flash. What? In an instant, Wang Zheng had snatched the weapon and blocked the devastating strike. "HMPH, cooperating with you people is impossible." Then they crashed into each other after his vicious kick. Next, more people rushed over, so he reacted quickly and fired a shot into the air to make his escape. In a luxurious private room at Naralan Restaurant, Ming Chi sat beside her business partner at a lavish dining table. Facing such a graceful woman, how could anyone not be moved? Xin Guang was no exception. "I've wanted to meet Miss Ming Chi for a long time, but I never had the chance. I was originally planning to hold a shareholders meeting today, but as soon as I heard Miss Ming Chi had invited me, I postponed the meeting immediately." His flattering words forced her to pretend to be surprised. "I didn't expect that. President Chen, you really are giving me far too much face. Here, try this restaurant's famous sauced fish." Although her beauty had clouded his eyes, his reason had not vanished. "President Zhang, you didn't invite me here this time just to eat this sauced fish, did you?" Since he was being so direct, she could not keep hiding it. "I invited you here today, President Chen, because there is indeed something I need your help with." Chen Xingguang took it as an honor and confidently patted his chest in assurance. "I wonder what Miss Minky would like my help with. As long as it is within my ability, I will absolutely help without hesitation." Minky went straight to the point. "Here is the thing, I want to ask the Langson website to publish an article for me. Look, I have already prepared the manuscript." Before even reading her request, he tactfully refused. "Miss Minky, if you are asking me to publish an article, it definitely cannot be an ordinary piece, right? Something this risky is not something I can handle. So a person with an advantage is not as frightening as someone who knows where their advantage lies." She coyly interrupted him. "Mr. Chen, helping me is the same as helping the entire Blue Ocean Group. It is only a simple article. I think this will deepen the friendship between us." Sure enough, every man fell for this trick. Chen Xingguang, his head muddled, sealed the deal. "Actually, what I care about most is the friendship between Miss Minky and me." He was overly excited by Minky's words. "Mr. Chen, of course I very much look forward to our friendship taking another step forward." Since such a beauty had asked him to this extent, he had no choice but to soften and agree. "Fine, then let me see what kind of news Miss Minky wants me to publish." The content that entered Chen Xingguang's eyes was news more shocking than the Big Bang. Two companies specializing in the phantom spirit crystal business were robbed at the same time. Industry rivals are suspected of secretly setting them up. And so Chen Xingguang fell into deep thought. "If I really lose my mind for a moment and make enemies with the Su family just for a woman, then I really must think I have lived too long." He turned to show sincerity, while also hiding a strong refusal. "Miss Minky, it is not that I do not want to help you, but if this news is published, it really will not be good for our Langson at all." Minky used every trick she had at the final moment, leaving him unable to withstand it. "But Mr. Chen, do you truly not want to strengthen the friendship between us?" Their feelings were clear, yet they still held back on the surface. He coughed lightly as he refused. "Miss Minky, it is not that I will not help. This matter has truly gone beyond my ability." Suddenly, an unusual sound came from outside the door, interrupting their negotiation. When a familiar figure appeared, shock mixed with overwhelming joy filled Minky's heart. "What? Why are you here?" Faced with her question, Wang Zheng answered calmly, as if it were only natural. "When it is time to come, of course I have to come." Seeing her savior, Minky seemed somewhat reassured. "Then I will leave this to you." He had been observing the situation from the moment the young man stepped. into the room, but Chen Xingguang still could not stop staring wide-eyed in surprise. And this is. The young man switched into veteran businessman mode, introducing himself with words that could not have sounded more corporate. Give Mr. Chen my business card. Wang Zheng from Jurong International. I am here to continue discussing the phantom spirit crystal matter. He examined the card in his hand and could not help wondering, as guesses kept flashing through his mind. Senior Vice President of Jurong International. Why would he step forward to help Phantom Spirit Crystal? Could he and Zhang Minqi have a secret relationship? Before he could figure out the correct answer, Wang Zheng casually dropped a bombshell as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested in Jurong acquiring the Langxin website. The earth-shaking blast was beyond imagination, leaving Chen Xingguang so stunned that he sprang to his feet and questioned him in return. Are you serious or joking? Who has time to joke? There's still a ton of work waiting at home. Sitting in this position, I naturally wouldn't joke around. After the dizziness passed, the man struggled to keep himself together as life slowly went on. I don't want to take the risk. If we really try it, the blow to Langton would be no different from total destruction. Since the other side refused to cooperate, Wang Zheng had no choice but to use his trump card. If President Chen refuses to publish this news, then tomorrow the contract for Jurong to acquire Langton Web will be sitting on his desk. As the famous CEO, he only needed to wave a hand to take control of the entire situation. As far as I know, President Chen is only a co-founder of Langton, holding 30% of the shares, while Jurong could purchase all the shares from the remaining shareholders and naturally become the largest stakeholder with the power to decide Langton's fate. Tan Guang was completely stunned, nearly collapsing from the shocking information. What? How do you know all this? Wang Zheng paid no attention to the man's loss of composure and kept staring intently at his phone. The screen displayed the name of the key figure in today's negotiation. To prove everything he had just said, he decisively handed the phone over. President Chen, look, Shangyuan Shishi is calling. You can ask her directly. On the other end, Shishi got straight to the point. Is this President Chen? Our President Wang from Jurong is discussing the acquisition of Langton with you, right? Those words felt like flames burning fiercely in Tan Guang's heart. Ah, President Shangyuan, I didn't expect it really to be you. Sweat poured down his face from the threatening implication hidden in her calm statement. President Chen, President Wang's opinion is also mine. I hope President Chen can help us out a little. That short phone call sparked an outrageous suspicion in his mind. Could this guy actually be the kept man supported by Shangyuan Shishi? The man whom Tan Guang had just unknowingly supported said nothing, merely glancing at the time before quietly reminding, it's currently 7:40. Inform your company to publish the news immediately. Well, the man struggled desperately in a swamp with no escape. President Wang, Miss Minqi, what you're doing is truly forcing people too far. Wang Zheng mercilessly cut him off. The acquisition process will begin immediately. Originally, we still intended to show you some respect. Now it seems I wasted my effort. Realizing he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, the man could not help panicking. Why you? What do you want to do? He did not answer, instead quickly connecting a call to Zia Yan. The moment the other side picked up, he decisively issued an order. Take over Xinlang Web right now and publish the news. Pin the post for 24 hours. As his unwilling but capable assistant, the man immediately accepted the order. Fine, I'm practically becoming your personal lackey now. At the same time, the tense atmosphere in the Su family living room was eased by Nuanuan's concerned question. B-brother, what's wrong? Tianren stood thoughtfully before the floor-to-ceiling window. Hearing her voice, he gently reassured her. It's nothing, don't worry. She also seemed to vaguely understand the difficult problem troubling him. Could it be because of the Huanling Xingquan incident? He turned toward her with a warm gaze and softly acknowledged it. She expressed both understanding and sympathy toward him. I know you weren't the one who did it. Those sincere words from the bottom of her heart made Tianren curious. Then tell me, why do you feel that way? You're Huanling Xingquan's biggest rival in this conflict, as siblings connected by blood for so many years. Maybe Nuanuan doesn't know, but letting your opponent get hold of such a huge weakness isn't your style at all. Enduring for 10 years and killing with a single strike, that's the real you. Not only did he agree, he also looked down on the person hiding behind the scenes for using such clumsy tactics. How could that possibly be your method? Suddenly, a strange speculation appeared in her mind. Could Huan Ling have staged the whole thing herself? In response to that view, Tian Ran offered an even sharper argument to clarify the matter. If Huan Ling herself had done it, then everything would be much simpler. But Zhang Minqi would not be like that. Nuan must have been possessed by a famous detective, which was why she could present such clever and reasonable deductions to everyone. So could there be another hidden force behind all this? Someone wants to push the Su family into the storm and make us fall out with Huan Ling first. Although he looked calm, his words carried a fierce killing intent. Yes, once I find him, I definitely will not let him off easily. As more troubles piled up, her heart grew even more anxious. In that case, every spearhead is now pointed at our Su family. That person can just sit back and profit from the conflict. Do we need to explain things to Zhang Minqi? Clear conscience fears no accusation, and he remained firm in his own way. Since I did not do it, there is no need to explain anything to anyone. Nguyen still could not finish sorting out the mess because too many questions remained unanswered. Brother, if we keep going like this, are we not falling right into his trap? Is that not exactly what he wants? Unlike his younger sister, Tianran still had confidence in both the family and himself. It will not be that easy to frame our Su family. By the way, Wang Zheng has returned from Ningxia. When you are free, you can invite him out for a meal. A one-sided crush means feeling happy whenever someone mentions that person's name. She was no exception, but the joy did not last long. When she thought of the long-standing grudge between the two sides, the smile on her lips vanished. If I go, grandfather will be unhappy. As if he had seen through her thoughts, he sighed quietly, then added a comforting sentence. As long as it is something you want to do, I think grandfather will not stop you. As for Huan Ling's matter, I will handle it properly. You do not need to worry. Although Nguyen was secretly overjoyed, she remained strangely calm on the surface. All right, then when I have time, I will invite Wang Zheng out for a meal. Then I will tell him these matters have nothing to do with our Su family at all. Although he advised her that way, his mind could not help thinking badly of his rival. I am afraid Wang Zheng will not listen to your explanation, whether the Su family is the one behind this arrangement or not. In the end, Wang Zheng will still raise his blade first. After finishing his calculations, Tian Ran decided to strike first. Wang Zheng is not dead. He has come back alive. At the same time at the Narland restaurant, Wang Zheng still had no idea that someone was plotting against him, and he leisurely continued his phone conversation. Okay, another day I will treat you to a meal. Who could refuse such a good offer? So Zia Yan set the date. It just so happens that I am free tomorrow. At the very least, you have to bring 10-year-aged new Hong wine. My wife has me under control. She has banned me from drinking for ages. He ruthlessly refused with an extremely convincing excuse. But tomorrow, I already have a dinner date with a beautiful girl. Then he decisively pressed the hang-up button. Inside a room filled with top-tier PCs and professional programmers, after being ignored by the person on the other end, he could not help feeling gloomy. That brat. He really never lets anyone have peace of mind. A subordinate ran over to report, interrupting his sorrow. Boss, should we continue cracking it? If I press enter one more time, we can take control of the entire Langshan website. After receiving news that things were improving, he immediately gave the order, take full control, set the timer for 48 hours, back at the Naraland restaurant. After witnessing the phone call just now, Qin Guang could not suppress his shock. Take over management rights of the Langshan website. President Wang, are you joking with me? My company hired the world's top technical experts to protect the website. How could it be breached just like that? Knowing the other party did not believe him, Wang Zheng quickly informed him. Chairman Chen, if my guess is right, your phone will ring within 5 minutes. Sure enough, just as he had predicted, the object in the man's pocket began vibrating repeatedly. When he picked up the phone, the caller shown on the screen was precisely the person they had just mentioned. Then the voice on the other end hurriedly reported the bad news, Chairman Chen. This is bad, our system has been breached by hackers. We can't proceed with the update. His face turned deathly pale as he searched for another solution. Can't the backend crack it? The other side immediately reported that the backend was completely locked down. All the computers in our technical team have been infected by a virus at the same time. For now, we're still trying to restore them. This is no different from a ticking time bomb. It made Xin Guang unable to hold back his fearful questioning. What do you want? Wang Zheng gave him a ruthless look. I already gave President Chen a chance. Now, the clarification statement that is about to be posted will be far harsher in wording, and its headline will definitely appear on Langshan's homepage in the largest and most eye-catching font. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pulled Minqi away. The waiter had just reached the door when he saw them coming out, and Wang Zheng passed the message on without hesitation. That gentleman over there will pay the bill. In Tianren's office, the person sitting in front of the computer seemed deep in thought. It turned out that the screen was filled with dense lines of text that were troubling him. Langshan, today's news. 2 diamond businesses in Lingsingzuan County were robbed at the same time, suspected to have been secretly sabotaged by a competitor. The other side's move was far too clever, making Tianren sigh. Afterward, he could only praise his opponent. His strike really was both fast and vicious. Nguyen gently walked over with confusion. Brother, can't you resolve this peacefully? Why must you keep fighting each other in secret? When white moonlight was mentioned, she did not hold back her praise, recalling the time when Wang Zheng first arrived in the capital. Straightforward, open, upright, and even a little silly. I have to say, Wang Zheng is one of the few men who has left a good impression on me. Seeing his younger sister sinking into love with his worthy rival, Tianren could not help feeling both helpless and slightly sarcastic. If Wang Zheng heard my sister praising him like this, who knows how narcissistic he would become. Hearing this, Nguyen not only did not stop, but continued smiling brightly as she gave her assessment. Yes, he is very charming. At Shishi's house in the villa on Mount Tianping, Wang Zheng's group of 3 happily clinked glasses, cheered. She expressed her thoughts like a brilliant leader after a battle. Wang Zheng, this celebration is first to mark the defeat of the Su family, and second to welcome you back. Joy surged all the way to his head, so he also made a few comments. Su Tian secretly tried to acquire Langson, but he never expected that right after becoming chairman. Langson had already been acquired by our Jurong International. Unlike them, Sheng Fei was concerned about something else. I heard you were surrounded by police at the train station. How did you escape? He did not hesitate to share his own brilliant strategy for defeating the enemy. There were many people coming and going there, so I fired a shot into the sky. That caused chaos, and then I used the opportunity to run. This clever move made Shishi pat him on the shoulder and praise him. That really was brilliant. Let's set the matter of the Su family aside for now. Did anything interesting happen during your trip to Ningxia? Wang Zheng brushed Rongyu's hand away and answered frankly without hesitation. Something interesting? Does meeting a beautiful woman count? Since he was already being so honest, why would she need to hold back her gossip? What happened between you and Song Zi? He had never expected his every move to be completely within her grasp. He sighed, were you following me? How could anything escape Shishi's sharp eye? Come on, look at you. You two disappeared for so long, so how can you blame people for thinking the two of you were together? Faced with this teasing, he did not know what expression he should make. Are you saying every missing woman has something to do with me? With her blunt personality, she honestly replied with what was on her mind. Who knows, a lecher like you would dare to do anything. Unexpectedly, she was left speechless because Wang Zheng's skin was thicker than cement on a wall, and he even agreed with that opinion. That's true. Putting the beauty talk aside for now, the girl surnamed Li suggested, let's keep drinking. We don't leave until we're drunk. Their joy carried them deeper into intoxication, and the strong liquor lasted until dawn the next morning. As white clouds drifted across the deep blue sky, the 3 of them were still lost in sleep, sprawled messily across the floor. He was the first to be awakened by the glaring sunlight. When he noticed his damaged arm resting on Sheng Fei's soft chest, he froze in shock. What the hell happened here? Wang Zheng decided that slipping away was the wisest choice. As he opened the door, he sighed in relief. Luckily, they still hadn't woken up. What he didn't know was that the victim in this whole incident had already lowered her pride further than ever before in her life. She figured she might as well treat it as being taken advantage of once by him. In the hallway of the Capital Medical University, Wang Zheng sat calmly on a bench waiting for someone. The moment she spotted the familiar figure, Nguyen couldn't help teasing him. You're actually pretty punctual. He naturally seized the chance to flirt and replied with sweet words. When it's a date with such a beautiful girl, how could I possibly be late? Ignoring his playful remarks, she immediately got to the point. Come on, I'll show you around. The two walked side by side and paused on the stairs. For some reason, she suddenly slipped, letting out a startled cry. Wang Zheng quickly wrapped an arm around her slender waist while she staggered, not forgetting to sigh in admiration. Such a slim waist. After being rescued like a heroine in distress, Nguyen's heart fluttered wildly, but she still asked the question that had always bothered her. You're actually not that lustful at all. Even your disrespectful attitude toward life is just an act. Why do you keep wearing this mask and pretending? Since he had created that character himself, how could he possibly admit it? What's wrong with me? Before long, Wang Zheng skillfully redirected the conversation. Nguyen, why exactly did you call me here? Instead of answering his doubts, she offered him heartfelt advice instead. Wang Zheng, there are some burdens that would be better if you could let them go or make peace with them, wouldn't there? He scratched his head and played dumb. I'm pretty slow. I don't understand what you're talking about. Nguyen didn't believe him and was determined to get to the bottom of it. Wang Zheng, you clearly know what I mean. In the end, she couldn't hold back the hot tears gathering in the corners of her eyes. Even at that moment, he still refused to drop his joking attitude. Young lady, what you just said could easily make people misunderstand. Anyone who didn't know better would think you confessed to me, got rejected, and became angry out of embarrassment. But Wang Zheng could only sigh helplessly at her determination. I'll definitely convince you and make you forget all your hatred. The sudden appearance of Liwen's group interrupted the emotional scene. Nguyen, is he bullying you? The girl being addressed didn't answer. Instead, she turned to Wang Zheng and gently explained, this is Tong Liwen, our class president. He speaks very bluntly, so please don't take it to heart. Wang Zheng casually waved it off. Just a bunch of kids, I won't stoop to their level. The foolish guy didn't even understand what was going on before arrogantly acting tough. Say that again if you dare. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Nguyen tried to calm things down. Tong Liwen, there's really nothing going on. My friend and I still have something to talk about. Yang Lu felt her attitude was hypocritical. Su Nguyen, Liwen is helping you vent your anger and you're acting ungrateful. Suddenly, Liwen slapped her hard across the face, shocking everyone present. Yang Lu clutched her reddened cheek. her voice trembling as she stammered incoherently. Liwen, last night we even, unexpectedly, he raised his voice and cursed at her. You shameless woman, get lost, humiliated and embarrassed. She turned around and ran away crying. Wang Zheng seized the chance to advertise his services. If you ever want revenge on him, remember to come find me. By now, Nguyen had completely lost all goodwill toward Liwen and didn't even want to see his face anymore. Tong Liwen, you should leave too. This has nothing to do with you. However, Li Wen still lifted his chin and said arrogantly, how is it none of my business? Warmy, your problems are my problems. Then he turned to ask Wang Zheng, who are you? Why are you bullying Warmy? He shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. I didn't bully Warmy. She's clearly the one bullying me. Yet Li Wen grabbed him by the collar like a domineering hero and said, today I must help Warmy vent her anger. Wang Zheng remained calm. Then go ahead and try. Li Wen tried to drive his knee into his stomach. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? But Wang Zheng's hand blocked it completely. Well, young man, you have to be reasonable. Then he tightened his grip on the man's knee. The pain made him cry out, let go, let go. He gave a disdainful smile. Remember to answer properly. Fine, you asked for this. Wang Zheng exerted force and flung Li Wen's large body away. His underlings stared blankly as he fell flat on his back. Wang Zheng warned, anyone who dares help him up gets beaten too. Try me if you don't believe it. In the cafeteria of Capital Medical University, Warmy and Wang Zheng sat down to eat together. She revealed the identity of the arrogant guy. They had just met. The person you hit earlier is named Tung Li Wen. His father is Tung Shenpeng. He's a famous real estate tycoon in South River Province. She also reminded Wang Zheng, since you want to develop in River South Province, this man might be able to help you. It's just that his reputation isn't very good. As he chewed his food, he tilted his ear to listen. Oh, tell me about it. Warmy explained in more detail what she had heard. Tung Shenpeng's Hangsheng real estate had taken all the best plots of land in South River Province, deliberately driving housing prices higher. Remembering Li Wen's arrogant and overbearing manner, he concluded, if he could raise a son like that, Tung Shenpeng probably isn't any good either. She agreed with that view but still felt Shenpeng had one decent point. That's true, but he treated his wife very well. His wife passed away a few years ago, and Tung Shenpeng has remained single ever since. However, Wang Zheng had seen all kinds of human nature, and he had no favorable impression of the father and son at all. Who knows, maybe he has no shortage of women. Taking down Hangsheng real estate sounds pretty challenging. If anyone else heard Wang Zheng say that, they would probably think he was a delusional madman, but Warmy trusted him completely. Only you could accomplish a goal like that. At that moment, Yang Lu suddenly walked up to the two of them. She brought up what Wang Zheng had said earlier. You said I could come to you, so what solution do you have? He asked her one question. Tung Li Wen has a super-rich father, you know that, right? Yang Lu quickly replied, I know. Then Wang Zheng gave a smile that looked extremely wicked. It was as if wings, two horns, and a devil's tail had grown behind him. His words were tempting. If you want revenge on him, why not become his stepmother? His suggestion left Yang Lu frozen in place. Warmy could not help bursting out laughing. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, Wang He was reporting Warmy's daily activities to Tianren. Young master, the young lady is eating with Wang Zheng at the cafeteria of Capital Zia Medical University. Tianren understood his sister's personality very well. Once Warmy made up her mind about something, she would not stop until she achieved it. Wang He probed about their next move. Then, young master, what should we do now? If this continues, the young lady will get hurt sooner or later. He thought they should consider the matter more carefully. I'll discuss it with father and send Warmy abroad to study as soon as possible. Then he asked about something else. Oh, I almost forgot. How is Zai Ping'an doing? Wang He answered honestly. Elder Zai is still staying shut inside his house, training every day. The doctor said his recovery is even better than expected. Tianren repeatedly told him to keep a close watch on Ping'an and monitor him carefully. Do not let him do anything too extreme. He replied solemnly, young master, please rest assured. Then he stood up and prepared to leave. Get the car ready for me. I need to go to the capital airport. In the hallway, Nguyen asked Wang Zheng, are you really not going to consider what I said? He folded his arms calmly and replied, unless I guessed wrong, your brother is probably preparing to send you abroad to study. His tone showed unwavering determination. Some things simply cannot be reconciled. Giving up halfway would be letting myself down. Hearing this, although Nguyen felt deeply reluctant, she could only accept it. I understand. I am really happy I got to know you. I just do not know whether there will still be a chance to see you again. Wang Zheng smiled and opened his arms to comfort her feelings. Then let us hug for the sake of our friendship. The two of them hugged tightly. The atmosphere was full of lingering attachment and reluctance to part. On Xinhua Road, Mingwei was working in his office. Suddenly, Wang Zheng walked in and asked coldly, Mayor Song, do you know who I am? His appearance startled the man. Wang Zheng. Then he hurriedly reached out, trying to press the alarm button at the corner of the desk. However, Mingwei's movement was stopped by Wang Zheng. He pressed him down into the chair. His words struck right at Mingwei's weak point. I think you not only know me, but you know me very well. Wang Zheng leaned down, looking him in the eye, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Tell me, what was going on with that bomb in Ningxia? Mingwei's face was covered in sweat, yet he still stubbornly pretended he had nothing to do with it. I do not know, I really do not know. His fake acting made Wang Zheng find it ridiculous. He raised a sharp needle, the corner of his mouth filled with contempt. You do not know. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he stabbed the needle into Mingwei's neck. The man looked in terror at the 3 needles gleaming coldly in Wang Zheng's hand. Wang Zheng threatened him again. This is poison I made myself. No one can cure it. If you cooperate obediently, maybe I will consider giving you the antidote. Knowing the needle was coated with poison, his face turned deathly pale and he quickly confessed everything. I will tell you everything. Faced with the choice between his life and keeping the secret, Mingwei did not dare hide anything. Some time ago, someone came to me and told me to deal with you. If I succeeded, he would help me rise to this position. As Wang Zheng listened, he felt that this man was truly old yet still foolish and naive. And you actually believed that? Mingwei did not dare argue. He only lowered his head and stammered. He had control over me. I had no choice but to believe him. Wang Zheng wanted to know more about the culprit. Who is he? How did he contact you? Mingwei honestly told him everything he knew. He had someone pick me up and take me somewhere, but I was blindfolded the entire way. I basically had no idea which direction we were going, and every time he wore a mask. Unable to get any valuable information from Mingwei's words, Wang Zheng angrily grabbed him by the collar. You had better not have sold me out. Mingwei looked in terror at the 3 sharp needles held close to his face and hurriedly promised he would not dare reveal anything. No, I will not. I will never say you came here. I truly do not want to add any more sins to my name. But Wang Zheng was not about to trust him so easily. He decisively stabbed a few more needles into the back of Mingwei's neck. Sleep. I also really want to know who else that masked man has approached besides you. After finishing things here, Wang Zheng walked out of the office. Just as he closed the door, his sharp instincts made him sense that something was about to attack him. He sprang backward, nimbly dodging the slash while throwing out 3 needles to counterattack. Ahead of him stood a Shenwu warrior. The man pulled his dagger back. Interesting. Then he swung hard at Wang Zheng again. The sharp blade swept past his leg, leaving behind a bleeding scratch. But Wang Zheng still looked very calm. He even gave a soft laugh of praise. That was pretty fast. The Shenwu warrior almost kept his full strength up. Back in Ningxia, I let you get away. You're much stronger than I expected. He stated with certainty that the one who tried to assassinate him on the road was him. Shen Yu toyed with the knife in his hand and answered with a mocking remark. If I'd fired straight at the driver's seat back then, do you think you would have made it back to the capital alive? He thought Wang Zheng would panic after hearing that, but unexpectedly, Wang Zheng acted as if it was nothing. He only shook his head, snorted coldly, and asked arrogantly in return. Then did you know there was a miniature drone above my head at the time? Shen Yu had not expected that. A drone, Wang Zheng's clear explanation followed. It was used to provide coordinate data to a sniper from a distance. If I had died, you wouldn't have survived either. He sneered again, completely unconcerned. So does that mean I should thank you for not dying? Suddenly, Wang Zheng revealed his true identity. Of course, Zhao Shen Yu, Golden Blade, and Silver Snow, you really should thank me properly. Shen Yu was deeply shocked. How do you know that? Wang Zheng seized the moment while he was startled and threw out a red pouch. Shen Yu swung his knife and pierced the pouch, sending the powder inside scattering everywhere. It formed a thick cloud of smoke that blocked his vision, and he kept coughing. Cough, cough. Wang Zheng's series of movements was extremely smooth. He pulled out a gun and fired while mocking him. There isn't any drone above my head. I was just messing with you for fun. Shen Yu was shot in the shoulder. Everything happened so quickly that he had no time to react. After that, Wang Zheng calmly opened the window and even remembered to turn back and say goodbye. I'll be leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped out as well. Shen Yu could only watch helplessly as Wang Zheng left, clutching his shoulder and cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it! Elsewhere, hurried footsteps rang out. A group of people rushed into Mingwei's office. Song Rong shouted loudly, "Hurry, Mingwei has passed out, save him." He narrowed his eyes in anger. Someone dared to come to the Song residence and cause trouble. This definitely wasn't simple. He ordered coldly, investigate this thoroughly within 24 hours. Wang Zheng saw many police cars parked below the building and secretly complained to himself, now this is really going to be troublesome. Suddenly, a red car pulled up near him. The window rolled down and Zia, sitting inside the car, asked, "Why is it you?" Wang Zheng quickly opened the door, got in and said, "Stay in the car." He explained to her, "I caused a little trouble at your house. You're the only one who can get me out." Unexpectedly, Zia calmly accepted it. "All right, I'll take you out." The red car began accelerating down the road. As it sped along, Zia's calm attitude left Wang Zheng puzzled. Don't you want to ask me anything? It turned out she had already guessed what happened. You went to my house to ask my father about the bomb, didn't you? He had to admire this girl's intelligence. Sure enough, nothing could be hidden from her, so he told her the information Mingwei had confessed. Your father said someone could help him take that position, so they worked together. However, Zia understood Mingwei's nature very well. She guessed that perhaps he had been manipulated. My father isn't the kind of person who would do anything for personal gain. Could there be some hidden secret behind it? Wang Zheng had the same suspicion. I don't know the exact reason either. To protect your father, I used silver needles to make him fall unconscious for the next few months. Hearing that Mingwei was unconscious, Zia anxiously grabbed his hand. Will my father be in any danger? The girl's soft hand made Wang Zheng break out in a cold sweat, and he hurriedly glanced away. No, he'll just be unconscious, that's all. There won't be any side effects on his body. He didn't forget to comfort her. I know doing this was unfair to you, but I know your father will be fine. Only then did Zia breathe a sigh of relief. I don't want to see my father sink too deep into fame, profit, and power. If one day you point a blade at the Song family, I only hope you'll spare him and leave him a way to survive. Her complete trust made Wang Zheng finally voice the question he had always wondered about. I just want to ask why you believed from the very beginning that I would win. Feeling his hand tightly holding hers, Zia suddenly blushed. She looked at him and smiled gently. I trust my intuition. Sometimes a woman's intuition is terrifyingly accurate. Wang Zheng advised Zia to return home and check on the situation there. After the chaos I caused in the Song family, I think you should head back early and take a look. However, she moved even closer to him. No, I don't want to go back tonight. Zia leaned against Wang Zheng's chest, her cheeks flushed as she spoke shyly. This is the first time we've met since returning to the capital. I don't want to leave you so soon. Night fell and the moon emerged from behind the clouds, leading him to agree as well. All right, I'll stay with you. On the deserted street, Shenwu clutched his shoulder and ran desperately, never expecting to end up in such a miserable situation right after returning to the capital. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and surrounded him. He calmly provoked them. Shoot, they immediately opened fire together. Shenwu swiftly lashed out with his whip and took them all down. In one leap, he vaulted over the fence to dodge the bullets. A black car suddenly screeched to a stop in front of him. Zio Gu rolled down the window and urged him on. The young master sent me to bring you to the estate. Get in quickly. Early the next morning, golden sunlight reflected the shadows of skyscrapers onto the road. Nearby, a red car sat quietly parked in a corner. Inside, Zia was still hugging Wang Zheng in deep sleep. He smiled and gently patted her back. It's morning already, I have to go now. Zia was still lingering in the warmth of last night. Her cheeks flushed red as she reluctantly held on. Don't go, Wang Zheng softly comforted her. We'll have more chances to meet later. Right now I need to see someone first. Zia was sensible enough not to waste any more of his time. All right then, Senza is a very important person. In the southern outskirts. At the Wenxing residence, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass windows. Wang Zheng stood outside and knocked on the door. Inside, a woman's suspicious voice immediately rang out. Who is it? He introduced himself. Wang Zheng, Jurong International. Hearing the familiar voice, Ningxia hurried out to open the door and greeted him warmly. How did you find this place? Wang Zheng gave a mysterious smile. I have my own methods. His eyes suddenly landed on the somewhat messy belongings around the room. Seeing this, he immediately guessed, what about you, preparing to leave? Ningxia did not hide her intentions and even told Wang Zheng where her hometown was. Yeah, I'm packing to return home, Beiju County in northern Nanjing. Now that he knew where she came from, his mind immediately came up with an appealing proposal. I've always wanted to build a school in northern Nanjing. Help me oversee the construction planning. Once it's completed, you'll become the school's very first teacher. Teacher Ningxia's eyes sparkled brightly, overjoyed as if she had struck gold. Really? That's truly been my dream. Give me your phone number. We can discuss the school construction project little by little. After finishing his conversation and persuading Ningxia, it was time to say goodbye. All right then, I won't disturb you anymore. Take your time packing. He walked downstairs and waved for a taxi. Driver to Jurong International, please hurry a bit. Zioxing was extremely confident in his driving skills. Okay, no problem. When it comes to speed, I'm only a little slower than an airplane. The taxi then roared away at full speed, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke. Behind it, Wang Zheng arrived at Shang Yuan Shishi's office and she handed him a file for review. You finally made it. Hurry and take a look at this. Wang Zheng opened the documents. The top page contained the latest financial report, showing that sales of Phantom Spirit had surged across the board. The combined sales of the three diamond jewelry companies Tongling, Ega, and Suhang still did not equal even 1/3 of Phantom Spirit's sale. Shishi evaluated the current situation. This time, Phantom Spirit has won. Zhongding is secretly restructuring and her funding source is probably running into trouble too. They needed to suffer a crushing defeat, one hard enough to completely destroy them. Suddenly, an idea popped into Wang Zheng's head. I have a good plan, though you don't seem very convinced. What now? Another shameless and underhanded scheme. He pulled out his phone and called Wu Ling. As soon as the call connected, Wang Zheng immediately asked, Cheng Wu Ling, how many men do you currently have on your side? A reply came from the other end. More than 900. Is there another mission? A sinister smile curled on his lips as he explained the plan. I want you to bring 50 elite men and reach South Africa within 15 days. I need you to destroy a diamond mine. Wu Ling was a very cautious man. He repeatedly confirmed the details. Are you sure we can leave the country safely after completing the job? And how badly do you want it destroyed? Wang Zheng answered confidently and reminded them to leave no traces behind. Leave the exit arrangements to me. Your job is to blow up the entire diamond mine so thoroughly that it can't recover even in 5 years. He also warned Wu Ling's group not to underestimate the enemy. Remember to prepare extra weapons. That diamond mine has armed personnel guarding it, so don't let your guard down. Wu Ling seriously acknowledged the order. Okay, understood. She had heard their entire conversation clearly. She couldn't help asking, how did you know the Su family owns a private diamond mine in South Africa? Wang Zheng honestly admitted that information was outside his own intelligence network. A friend told me. I never expected the Su family to invest in a diamond mine in South Africa either. She was delighted at the thought of someone finally suffering misfortune. You're really ruthless. If the Su family's diamond mine is destroyed, their 3 major brands won't survive. The Su family is finished. Wang Zheng looked smug yet still pretended to be humble. Compared to your father, I'm still far too inexperienced. Mentioning her father suddenly made him turn around and ask, by the way, has your father given any new orders lately? She helplessly described her father's recent condition. No, every day he just stays in the recovery room living comfortably while I suffer out here. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. Wen Tao entered with a man and a woman behind him. Young miss, these two are... Night Eye spoke first in introduction. We are officers from District 11 of the Police Bureau. We would like Mr. Wang Zheng to come with us for an investigation. Standing across from them, Wang Zheng firmly refused to go without proper documentation. Why should I go with you? His expression turned cold. At that moment, Wu Yan coldly raised a document and explained, this is an internal arrest warrant. We suspect you of colluding with international anti-government forces. Wang Zheng found the accusation utterly ridiculous. What kind of bullshit reason is that? Night Eye replied sternly and even threatened him. Don't even think about resisting. We have the right to shoot you dead on the spot. Their arrogant attitude finally pushed Shishi past her limit. She stepped forward and shielded Wang Zheng behind her. That's quite a bold mouth you've got. This is Giant Glory International, not a place where you can arrest people whenever you want. Wu Yan coldly responded, don't forget this country is Huaxia. But Shishi's tone was equally resolute. He's my man. If I don't agree, even your superiors won't be able to take him away from Shangyuan territory. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Wang Zheng suddenly asked for their identities. What are your code names? Wu Yan didn't understand why he asked but answered anyway. I'm Wu Yan and he's Night Eye. Now will you come with us? His tone unexpectedly agreed to their unreasonable demand. Fine, I'll go with you. Shishi was shocked. Wang Zheng, you can't go. Wang Zheng winked at her reassuringly, patted her head and calmly said, it's okay. Stay home and wait for news from me. It's like you said, I already belong to you. How could I possibly abandon you? Although she usually bickered with him non-stop at this moment, Tati could not hide the worry on her face. You must come back. Dark Knight stood off to the side, watching this sentimental farewell with a weary look. He hurriedly urged them. Are you done? If you are, then hurry up and go. Just before leaving, Wang Zheng leaned close to Tati's ear and whispered, don't worry. I will definitely torment them until everything is in total chaos. Just wait and enjoy the show. At the Imperial Dynasty Hotel in the capital on the top floor, Tianren paced back and forth as he spoke to Shen Yu. Looks like you took a serious hit this time, didn't you? Would Wang Zheng count as a formidable opponent for you? He also accepted that he had been defeated by him this time. Yes, I was careless. Tianren glanced at Shen Yu, his words revealing his hatred for Wang Zheng. I want to get rid of him, so I want to ask you for a small favor. Shen Yu had fought Wang Zheng once before and knew a little about his strength, so he hesitated when he heard this request. This is not a small favor. It nearly cost me my life. However, as someone with many years of business experience, Tianren could guess what Shen Yu was thinking. But I know you are very interested in him. He replied disdainfully. And you think that alone is enough to make me help you? Tianren began appealing to their relationship to sway him. I thought that from that moment on we were already friends. Shen Yu's attitude clearly shifted slightly. Suddenly, Tianren's older sister Qingli and his 2 younger brothers, Tiania and Tianqi, appeared. She spoke impatiently. Tianren, I need to talk to you about something. Tianren was puzzled that all three of them had come to see him together. Oh, did you three come all this way to see me because something important happened? Kingsley held up the notice and questioned Tianren, asking why he had cut everyone's year-end commission by 80%. What? Tiania chimed in from the side. Why cancel the $2 million in startup funding for all of us? For every family descendant under 30, his irritation was obvious. It is not as if the Tian family is short of this little bit of money. Tianren answered their barrage of questions in a very reasonable manner. The family's cash flow is extremely tight right now, so we need to consolidate our funds. I made it clear in the notice, this is only temporary. With his spending money cut, Tiania was furious. Brother Tianren, you have always been in charge of the family's businesses. Why did you let things get to this point? He still answered calmly, I am responsible for every strategic decision, and I also bear all the consequences. He knew that no matter how he explained it, these lazy parasites would never understand. I do not think I need to explain anything to you. Kingsley's tone was full of reproach. Tianren, you must take responsibility for your own incompetence. She was even harboring the intention of seizing power. If you really cannot do it anymore, then step down and hand over the position. Having managed the company for years, Tianren easily saw through their scheme. If your goal is to force me to give up this position, then I am afraid I will have to disappoint you. Tiania kept blaming him. Brother Tianren, why have there been so many losses ever since you took over the company? You are incompetent, yet you still want to monopolize this position. Sooner or later, the Tian family will be driven into a dead end. Tianren could no longer stand the shamelessness of these freeloaders who loved putting on airs. He shouted loudly, after all these years, have any of you carried out a single profitable project? I turned 2 million into 50 million in just 1 year. Then he declared decisively, whoever can do what I did can have this position. Tianqi scoffed, showing not the slightest respect for his older brother. Even if the family's assets had once grown wildly, hadn't they still been beaten down so badly over the past 3 months that they could not lift their heads? However, Theo felt helpless and did not want to keep arguing with blood relatives who had no family affection at all. I can't believe I wasted my time arguing with all of you here. Are you leaving on your own, or should I throw you out? Hey, choose. Clara, relying on her status as his older sister, raised her voice and lectured him. Theo, how dare you speak like that? Who do you think you are? Who gave you that right? Suddenly, a flash of light circled around her. Then it flew back into the hand of Shane, who had been sitting to the side watching the entire argument. Clara stared in terror at her long hair, which had been cut up to her shoulders. Furious, she brought up the elders to threaten him. Just you wait. I'll tell Grandpa everything. Just wait. Watching the three of them storm off angrily, Theo could not help gritting his teeth and cursing, a bunch of idiots. Theo was quite satisfied with how Shane had just intimidated that annoying sister of his. He joked, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. No wonder you're still painfully single. Shane stood up coldly and replied, there's no shortage of women around me. Also, I'll help you with your matter. At the headquarters of Jurong International, Night Eye had lost his patience. He kept pressing Victor. Well, do I put it on you or will you put it on yourself? The answer he received was a punch straight to the face. After that came a powerful knee strike, and finally Victor's elbow slammed into his back. Everything happened so fast that Night Eye could not react. Looking utterly battered and disheveled, he stared ahead. The young man opposite him, Vivian pulled out her gun to warn him, but he grabbed it first. He even covered the muzzle with his palm. She stared wide-eyed as Victor removed the magazine right in front of her. How is that possible? In just a few seconds, he had completely dismantled the gun. That left the two of them unable to believe their eyes. How did you do that? Victor curled his lips in disdain. Well, scared out of your wits. Going with you was already giving you more than enough respect, yet you still treated me like nothing. You can't blame me for this. But Vivian still insisted on using force. Gritting her teeth, she took out her radio and reported to her superior, Vivian requesting backup. But he had no intention of making a big scene. He simply hated the arrogant attitude of those two. No need, I just don't want to be handcuffed by anyone. I'll go with you. Vivian led Victor downstairs. Many security officers were already waiting below. She pointed at a black car and said to him, get in. Even though he was already in the car and about to be taken to the police bureau, Victor still looked completely calm. I suggest you'd better have 2 people carry down the guy upstairs. Otherwise, Bureau 11 is going to lose a lot of face. Vivian ordered her subordinates to bring down the badly beaten Night Eye. You two, carry him down. In the car, Victor kept sizing up Vivian, who was sitting beside him to keep watch. After observing her for a while, he clicked his tongue and teased her. Tusk, your figure is really amazing. He even gave her some advice. Women should wear bras less often. Otherwise, after a while, not only will your chest feel tight, but they'll start sagging too. Vivian could no longer stay calm after being harassed. She coldly pulled out her gun and pressed it against Victor's forehead, warning him, if you dare talk nonsense again, I'll blow your head apart. 2 cars, one black and one white, sped through the gate into the Bureau 11 police department. After he got out of the car, the first thing he said was, "So this is your base, there's nothing special about it." There was not the slightest trace of panic or worry in his tone. Victor's calm demeanor throughout the ride made Vivian feel that she could not quite see through him. "I'm very curious, and I want to know what exactly you used to do." He stepped closer to her again and flirted, "Well, interested in me now?" But Wu Yan was a cold and detached agent, with nothing in her mind except the mission. She turned away decisively and ordered her subordinate at the same time, "Take him away. Search him." Fu Cheng replied seriously. Understood. Wang Zheng lost interest when the joke stopped being fun. "Tell me clearly why you agreed to come with them. If I wanted to escape, no one could stop me. I just wanted to see who was behind the setup against me." But Wu Yan only responded with a contemptuous look. Yeah, she had no interest in wasting time on pointless conversation. As for Wang Zheng, after searching him, bring him to room 204. Yet he still acted as if he did not care about the situation and continued teasing her. "Once I get out, I'll definitely introduce you to a great match." On the monitor appeared the scene of Wang Zheng being escorted away by 2 agents. Tang Tian said to Xu Liang beside him, "Second young master, how do you feel? Feeling better now?" Seeing Wang Zheng arrested finally eased the resentment in his heart. "Tang Tian, thanks to you for helping me vent my anger. If possible, I still want him dead." Tang Tian lit a cigarette and replied sinisterly, "Of course, even if second young master didn't say it, I would still do it." In room 204, Wang Zheng stood tall, his icy gaze issuing a warning. "I advise you not to search me, unless you want someone turned into a scapegoat." Fu Cheng ignored the warning and barked an order, "Search him." The higher-ups specifically instructed this. "We can't afford any mistakes." Suddenly, a scream rang out as the soldier beside him collapsed without warning. Clutching his leg and screaming in pain, his colleague suddenly collapsing made him suspicious of the stranger before him. "Was it you?" Wang Zheng curled his lips into a faint smile, his tone casual yet mocking. "I didn't even move a hand. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance footage." Irritated by those words, Fu Cheng pulled out an electric baton and charged forward. "I don't care whether you did it or not." Halfway through his aggressive advance, he suddenly froze as if someone had struck a pressure point. Fu Cheng collapsed. The hand holding the electric baton accidentally pressed it against his companion, making the man jump around like a fish hit by electricity. Wang Zheng looked straight into the camera and smirked mockingly. "Your men are too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually shot the camera with the gun in his hand. Bullets tore through the air, smashing the surveillance cameras into heaps of scrap metal. When the surveillance screens went black, Tang Tian angrily shouted into the phone, "Get in there and rescue them. If he dares resist, kill him on the spot." Dozens of soldiers rushed into the room after receiving orders, while Wang Zheng calmly stepped forward to meet them. "Go ahead and try." Elsewhere, Zia Yan's face darkened. After reading the contents of the paper, he slammed his hand onto the table and shouted furiously, "I've lived in seclusion for years. Do they think I'm dead or something?" With that, Zia Yan stormed out, slamming the door as his subordinates hurried after him. "Prepare the car. I want to see the minister." Sitting in the car, Li Ziao finally spoke out of concern to Zia Yan. "Listen, boss, if we mobilize people and charge in like this, I'm afraid the minister will throw us all out." Zia Yan immediately argued back, "Throw us out if he keeps sitting in his office reading newspapers. Tang Tian is about to climb over my head." The atmosphere in the car grew heavy, so Zia Yan changed the subject to lighten the mood. "Little Li, how many years has it been since you last saw Brother Zhang?" Hearing the familiar name, Li Ziao replied instinctively, 6 years. Suddenly remembering something, Zia Yan glanced at him cautiously. His voice became hesitant. "Wang Zheng probably still doesn't know your background, right?" Li Ziao nodded as if it were obvious. "That's right. He's never asked and never cared about those things." Zia Yan glanced at the man beside him and could not help mocking that slow, deliberate way of speaking. "The minister used to be your grandfather's old bodyguard. As long as you speak up, there definitely won't be any problem." But a trace of displeasure flashed across Li Zio's face. Even her tone and way of speaking carried a hint of irritation. It was not as if everyone in the world could only know the Northwest's eldest young master, Li Tianshu. "They had to know me," Li Ziaxio too. After driving for a while, Zia Yan glanced at his watch, a trace of tension crossing his face. "Wang Zheng, I hope nothing happens to you in these 2 hours. Come to think of it, it has been a long time since we last met." As if suddenly remembering something, Li Zio turned to him and asked, "Oh, right, big brother. If this keeps going, will our connection with Brother Zheng be exposed?" Meanwhile, Wang Zheng calmly faced the bodyguards, looking dazed, as if he had no idea what he was doing. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the formation, aimed her gun at him, and warned, "Do not even think about resisting. There are so many of us here. Even if you grew wings, you could not escape. Drop your weapon and surrender." Without warning, Wang Zheng let the gun fall freely, yet he showed no sign of someone driven into a corner. "Fine, I surrender." But Wu Yan still did not lower her guard and immediately gave a sharp order, kick the gun over here. Wang Zheng said nothing. Hearing that, he kicked the gun toward the other side. Under the force of the kick, the gun shot forward like an arrow, smashing mercilessly into the face of the soldier in front. He clenched his hand, shattering the small glass tube, his voice ringing out with contempt. I knew you could not bear to kill me. A cloud of purple smoke burst from the crack in the vial and rushed toward the bodyguards before they could recover, not missing the chance. Wang Zheng lunged forward. In an instant, he quickly circled behind them and cleanly restrained Wu Yan. Her heart was in turmoil, but on the surface she still tried to maintain her calm. What do you want? He frowned and spoke in a low, hoarse voice heavy with meaning. Very simple. Take me to see Tao Tangshan. This is my personal grudge. With the situation so tense, Wu Yan could only grit her teeth and agree. I will take you. His gaze swept over the encirclement and he spoke heavily, saying thank you. As he walked with her to the elevator doors, Wang Zheng spoke softly, offering a word of advice. I did not expect these subordinates of yours to be so loyal and devoted to you. But take my advice and leave this place as soon as you can. In Tao Tangshan's office, Shu Liang had barely rushed in before shouting in panic. Tangshan, he has fought his way right to our door. What do we do? Hurry up and think of something. He calmly walked toward the door, even composed enough to reassure him in return. Second uncle, I know what to do. As soon as Tangshan stepped outside, he shouted straight at Wang Zheng. You are causing such chaos here. Do you really think you can still get out alive? With a hostage in his hands, he was not only unafraid but calmly replied, What evidence do you have to arrest me? He answered evenly. Recently, the underground military academy has been extremely active in Huaxia. All the evidence points to you having contact with their people. You must take responsibility for this. Hearing that, he laughed at such shamelessness. Arresting people without reason is something Bureau 11 does all the time. But do you know what it feels like for a Huaxia special operative to be locked in handcuffs? Tangshan was not about to back down either and retorted. A soldier who almost had his title stripped away. A pack of stray dogs with nowhere to go, carrying the crime of treason on their backs. And you still have the nerve to call yourselves Huaxia special operative. Wang Zheng darkened his expression and pointed a gun at him threateningly. Today, not even the gods themselves can save you. Tang Tian cautiously drew his gun and continued provoking him. You're nothing but a deserter. What right do you have to act arrogant in front of me? You think I'd be afraid of you? Just as he finished speaking, an orange figure suddenly smashed through the window and charged inside. Li Ziao acted like a professional, rolling around dramatically. The moment he landed, he pointed his gun at Tang Tian's head. While restraining him, Li Ziao cheerfully greeted Wang Zheng. Brother Zheng, that's not fair. You didn't even bring your little brother along for something as fun as killing people. Overjoyed by the timely rescue, Wang Zheng exclaimed, Little Li, why are you here? Instead of answering directly, Li Ziao turned toward Tang Tian and mocked him. Director Tang, you've been pretty impressive lately, huh? You even dared to arrest my boss. Cornered with no way out, Tang Tian still stubbornly retorted, Did you forget where this is? With so many guns pointed at you, do you really think you'll leave alive? Before either of them could respond, a voice accompanied by footsteps echoed through the room. So what if Section 11 is powerful? Xia Yan strode confidently into the room, followed by a fully armed squad. Tang Tian showed a flicker of fear upon seeing him and shouted, Xia Yan, this isn't your command center. What do you mean by bringing soldiers into my office? Who gave you that authority? Hearing that, Xia Yan calmly confronted him. What do I mean? You arrested my brother and you're asking me what I mean. Then Xia Yan turned to Li Ziao and reminded him, Little Li, lower your gun. Receiving the order, Li Ziao pouted unhappily and stopped. Xia Yan then turned back to Tang Tian and continued, As for why I can mobilize the Special Operations Unit. Don't tell me you don't know. Tang Tian stared at Xia Yan, half worried and half suspicious. Xia Yan calmly announced that he would temporarily serve as executive vice minister. The minister and vice minister had both taken extended leave for medical treatment, so during this period, he would take full charge of the National Security Department. Hearing this, Tang Tian sneered uncomfortably. Colluding with a deserter and storming Section 11 with troops. You think you'll still keep your position after this? The moment he finished speaking, Wang Zheng rushed forward without hesitation and kicked him hard in the stomach before he could react. Tang Tian took the full force of the kick and slammed violently into the wall. Wang Zheng calmly picked up his firearm. Then Wang Zheng pointed the gun directly at him as a warning. But soon after, he smiled cheerfully, tossed the gun aside, and expressed his gratitude. Brother, sorry for causing you trouble. Xia Yan laughed as well, punched him lightly, and hinted jokingly, I thought you'd never want to see me again for the rest of your life. Wang Zheng cried out from the unexpected punch. Suddenly remembering Tang Tian, he pointed at him and asked how they should deal with him. Clutching his stomach in pain, Tang Tian stood up and questioned them. Why don't you just kill me? If you don't do it today, sooner or later that day will come. Wang Zheng stared straight into his enemy's eyes and answered clearly, Not killing you today doesn't mean I won't do it someday. Knowing escape was impossible, Tang Tian quickly pressed the button on his remote control. I recorded everything that just happened, and already sent it to the Central Discipline Inspection Commission. Witnessing such viciousness, Xia Yan rebuked Tang Tian. You're truly despicable. Li Ziao swaggered over from somewhere and reminded him without any restraint. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Hu Zunan from the Central Discipline Inspection Commission used to be a division commander under my grandfather. If a member of the Central Discipline Inspection Commission wants to punish someone, they must have Hu Zunan's approval. Those words finally made Tang Tian wonder. Then who are you? He declared confidently and aggressively. I am Li Ziaxiao, son of Li Yeping from the northwest. Li Tianchu is my eldest brother. Wang Zheng was shocked. You really hid that well, kid. Li Ziao dragged the trembling Shu Liang out from under the table. Brother Zheng, how should we deal with this old man's son? His hand tightened around the man's collar. Through gritted teeth, he said, you abused your power to frame me and set me up. Old man, what a brilliant scheme. Shu Liang questioned him fiercely. What proof do you have? Wang Zheng coldly threw him aside. He said the final words with disdain. No rush, just wait, it will happen soon. After saying that, Wang Zheng turned to Xia Yan and said, let's go, it has been so long since we last met. Drinks are on me. Li Zio's eyes lit up like car headlights. That sounds great. Do I get to come too? Xia Yan pinched his arm and teased. What do you think? Wang Zheng patted his shoulder warmly and said, let's go. Eat wherever you want today, my treat. Before the group left, Li Zio pointed at Tang Tian and Shu Liang just in time. What about these two? Do we need to handle them? His words sounded casual, but they left those two men anxious for a long time afterward. Wang Zheng's group then went together to a nearby local restaurant. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Tonight, we are not leaving until we are drunk. Holding a glass of beer, Xia Yan pressed Wang Zheng. Were you behind what happened to the Song family? He lowered his head and gnawed on a chicken drumstick, playing dumb with practiced ease and no awkwardness at all. What Song family? What happened? A flicker of interest flashed in Xia Yan's eyes as he looked at him as if he had discovered a completely new person. Oh, now you are pretending with me too. With his flimsy act exposed, Wang Zheng had no choice but to stop pretending. I have never gotten involved in things like that, but Zhao Shenwu showed up that day. I fought him, he really is a formidable man. Hearing this, Xia Yan let out a weary sigh. His target is you, isn't it? Li Zio clapped his hands to draw their attention. He said clearly, if I run into Zhao Shenwu next time, I will definitely have a little fun with him. Seeing how fired up he was, Xia Yan immediately warned him, you had better be careful. If something unexpected happens, how am I supposed to explain it to Mr. Li? The phone in Wang Zheng's trouser pocket suddenly vibrated. The lit screen showed the name of an old acquaintance, Liu Xuan. Her sweet and adorable voice rang out, I have a performance tonight. Are you free to come watch? He chuckled and replied gently. I cannot tonight, I still have something to do. Her deep disappointment quickly spilled through the phone speaker. You really cannot come? I saved several tickets for you. If today will not work, then I can only wait until next time. Wang Zheng answered tactfully so as not to upset her any further. I do have something to do, but it is not as important as your performance. After hearing that, Liu Xuan's tone instantly became cheerful. Jerk. Fine then. I will wait for you backstage at the performance at Capital Normal University. Sensing that her mood had lifted, he could not hide his satisfied smile as he replied. Okay, see you then. Two pairs of sparkling eyes stared straight at his face as if he were primetime television. Wang Zheng said helplessly, why are you two looking at me like that? Li Zio gave a sly smile and teased. Brother Zheng, are you already that lovey-dovey with our sister-in-law? When are you going to let us meet her? Xia Yan also hurriedly joined in and pressured him. Hurry up and introduce our younger sister-in-law to us. Is it Zhang Minqi, Shang Yuan Shishi, or Shang Fei? Wang Zheng spread his arms to stop the two gossip storms, saying that was not it. Unable to stand this suspense dragging on longer than a TV drama, Xia Yan lost his temper and shouted, who is it, exactly? He picked up his beer glass and calmly dropped a bomb on his brothers. Liu Xuan is the leading lady in the Ju Dunai commercial. Li Zioru shot up as if someone had stepped on her tail, her eyes shining with astonishment. Oh my god, is it really her? She is my goddess, you know. Zheng, you absolutely have to take me with you. Wang Zheng patted him on the shoulder like a seasoned old man. I laughed as I shared his joy. After we eat, I will take you to the concert with me. As soon as everyone arrived outside the backstage workroom of Normal University, they were stopped by a staff member. This is the backstage area for the performance. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. Li Zio angrily stepped forward and shouted, what do you mean, unauthorized personnel? Say that again and let me hear it. Pan Yue looked at them with disdain. He firmly refused to let them in. Filthy peasants, what are you trying to act like? This is not a place for people like you. Li Zio could not take it anymore and rolled up his sleeves. He was ready to fight it out. Today, I am definitely going to teach you a lesson you will never forget. Seeing the situation growing more tense, Wang Zheng stepped forward to stop him and said gently, we are Liu Xuan's friend. I came to watch her perform. The man clearly did not believe him, his eyes full of obvious contempt. What? You people are Liu Xuan's friends? Then I am her boyfriend. Li Zio said to him in frustration. Zheng, why are you explaining anything to him? Just beat him half to death and be done with it. Seeing him acting like an immature calf, Zia Yan patted him on the shoulder and reminded him to let Wang Zheng handle it. Do not cause trouble. Just then Liu Xuan suddenly rushed out of the room and grabbed Wang Zheng's hand, leaving the staff member stunned. You are here, are they all your friends? He raised his hand and introduced them one by one. This is Zia Yan and this is Li Ziyaxiao. They are both good buddies of mine. Li Ziyaxiao has admired you for a long time. Make sure you sign an autograph for him later. She took the initiative and said warmly, hello, I am Liu Xuan. He immediately took her hand. He was both overjoyed and shy to meet his idol. Hello, I am Li Ziyaxiao. From the first time I saw you on TV, I was smitten. Zia Yan showed no mercy and kicked him hard in the butt. You little brat, tone it down. Li Ziyaxiao knew when to behave. He restrained himself and retreated behind him. Yes, boss. Then Liu Xuan handed the tickets in her hand to Wang Zheng with great anticipation. These are front row tickets. You guys have to cheer for me later. He quickly took them and waved in encouragement. Do not worry, good luck. After the performance ends, let us go have a late-night meal together. Holding the microphone, Liu Xuan began to sing. She stood on stage performing before hundreds and thousands of audience members below, with Wang Zheng among them, watching in rapt attention. Suddenly, Li Ziyaxiao touched his arm and joked, Zheng, you have successfully added another woman to your harem. Feeling as if he had been disturbed, he shouted, get the hell out of here. After the performance ended backstage, Tianqi suddenly spoke up. Liu Xuan, tonight I have a friend here from distant Nanjia. How about I introduce the two of you? She immediately refused. Sorry, I already have plans with someone else tonight. He stubbornly grabbed Liu Xuan's arm. Today you have to come with me. Anki understood the situation and knowing she did not agree, tried to stop him. Tianqi, do not make things difficult for the girl. He frowned and pressed her. Who are you meeting? Call him over here for me. Just then, Wang Zheng walked over, raised his hand and answered, no need to call. I am the one who made plans with Liu Xuan. Tianqi looked resentful. I do not care who you are. Tonight Liu Xuan has to come with me. If you want to play this out with me, just try it. He clenched his fist and repeated. Try it, fine. Even Su Tianren would not dare speak to me like that. Are you not just a younger cousin of Su Tianren? What are you so arrogant about? He pointed at himself and arrogantly declared, from childhood until now, whenever I have wanted something, no one has ever been able to take it from me. Wang Zheng revealed a disdainful smile. Oh, then why don't you go fight for Su Tianren's position yourself, or do you not want it? Tianqi was provoked into a rage and stammered back. You think I won't find someone to cripple you? Wang Zheng showed no fear and even challenged him. If you've got the guts, then do it. Suddenly, he glanced toward Honky, vaguely recalling something. He walked over and reached out for a handshake. Didn't expect we'd meet again in the capital. So, has your injury healed yet? Honky ignored him and hurriedly turned away, only snorting once, leaving Wang Zheng standing there in confusion. After walking some distance, Tianqi turned back and threatened viciously. Liu Xuan, you actually dared to embarrass me today. Just wait and see. As long as you're still in the entertainment industry, I'll make your life worse than death. Furious, Wang Zheng grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it straight at him. Tianqi crashed face first to the ground and cried out. Wang Zheng dusted off his hands and mocked him. This move is called smashing a dog with a chair. At a restaurant, many people were dining there. Among them was a man holding a liquor bottle, mumbling drunkenly to the woman beside him. Move aside, I already said I don't need your help. Wu Hua staggered toward Liu Xuan's table and smashed half a bottle, startling her into screaming. Wang Zheng immediately stood up and punched the man in the face. Dizzy, the man struggled to keep his balance and shouted angrily, who the hell hit me? Wu Hua stepped in front of Liu Xuan and falsely accused her. You're the one who hit me, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to touch Liu Xuan. She immediately shut her eyes and slapped his hand away to avoid him. That was exactly what he was waiting for. Pointing at her, he shouted loudly, come look, everyone, this beauty is assaulting people. His companions also joined in and yelled to attract attention. Oh, isn't that the big star Liu Xuan? Why is she hitting people? The crowd was drawn in by the commotion and began gossiping curiously. Someone nearby suddenly exclaimed, it really is Liu Xuan. Another person chimed in. Just because she's a little famous, she thinks she can hit people. As expected, no one in the entertainment industry is decent. Wu Hua aggressively grabbed Liu Xuan's wrist and bullied her. If you don't compensate me for my losses today, don't even think about leaving. Wang Zheng could no longer tolerate it and seized the man's wrist in warning. If you don't let go right now, your wrist bones will shatter. Then he coldly addressed the crowd, and the rest of you disperse already. Getting hurt while watching the show won't be worth it. Once everyone around them had left, he began interrogating them. Speak, who sent you here? Wu Hua still pretended to be innocent. She hit me first. Nobody sent me here. Hearing that answer, Wang Zheng delivered a brutal kick. He refused to let the matter slide so easily and immediately ordered. Yan, I'll leave this to you. Yan instantly agreed. Don't worry, it won't take long. Zio Li had just gone outside to check the situation and hurried back to report. Those guys were hiding in the broken-down car tailing us earlier. Wang Zheng gave a stern order. Little Li, take them for interrogation. Inform me immediately if you learn anything. Frightened Liu Xuan asked, who exactly is behind this? Wang Zheng glanced at her and comforted her calmly. You're famous now, so naturally people will envy you. It's getting late. Let me take you back to the hotel first. At the Imperial Hotel. Outside, the sun was slowly setting. Liu Xuan wore a lovely dress as she softly spoke. Wang Zheng, thank you. Thank you for saving me so many times. True to his cool personality, Wang Zheng humbly replied, it's nothing, besides. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, not letting him finish speaking. Then she gave him a sweet kiss. He was so shocked that he froze in complete bewilderment. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Wang Zheng focused on the screen and spoke. Looks like Ha Yan found something during the investigation. I'll head over and take a look. Liu Xuan shyly said, go ahead. Oh right, that was my first kiss, but don't worry. I won't make you take responsibility. After going outside, he called to ask about the situation. Did you get anything from the interrogation? The other voice replied, not yet. But there is something else. When I went back to the office just now, I saw Shangyu and Shishi. She brought several people here and is waiting to leave with him. He smiled and instructed him, tell her to go back. Zia Yan joked playfully, or should I tell her to go to the Imperial Dynasty Hotel to find you? Li Zio chimed in from nowhere, exactly. Take one more woman, one in each arm. When Wang Zheng heard his voice, his expression changed at once. Shut up, I'll be back now. Tell her to wait for me a moment. At Tianping Mountain Villa, dusk had gradually fallen. The moment Shishi saw him, she guessed, looks like the people who escorted you ran into bad luck. He honestly recounted, those idiots got beaten up by me. Curious, she quickly asked, do you know who was behind the plot against you? Wang Zheng answered bluntly, Su Xuliang. Hearing his name, she looked furious. That damned old man still hasn't dropped dead. His gaze suddenly turned icy as he declared, sooner or later he will. Sheng Fei, standing beside them, could not hold back her laughter and covered her mouth with her hand. Hee. Wang Zheng then put his arms around the two beauties' shoulders and urged them, you two should hurry up and go to sleep. Staying up too late is bad for your skin. Shishi took Sheng Fei's hand and said, let's go. His phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be Zia Yan calling. As soon as he answered, he heard Zia Yan report, we found out it was Su Tianqi. At the Tiangong International Club, 2 men and 2 women were sitting together intimately. Beside them, Tianqi suddenly turned and said, listen, Hong Qi. Now that you're in the capital, stop being so tense, relax a little. Hong Qi felt uncomfortable and replied, I'm not really used to this. How about I go back to the hotel and rest first? He still tried to keep him there, continuing to tempt him. Hong Qi, don't be shy. Being like this means you'll miss out on the joys of life. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. As soon as Wang Zheng appeared, he mocked them. You came to my territory to enjoy women and wine. Why didn't you let me know? At the very least, I could have given you a warm reception. Seeing this, Tianqi shot to his feet and asked in confusion, why are you here and how is this place your territory? He walked inside and began listing the charges. Su Tianqi, you hired people to smear Liu Xuan. Of course I had to come collect the debt. Curious about what he meant, Tianqi asked, what do you want? Without saying a word, he reached down and grabbed the neck of a wine bottle. Without a single wasted movement, he threw it forward and growled, what do you think? Hong Qi immediately stood in front of Tianqi and hurriedly spoke up. For my sake, Wang Zheng demanded angrily, move. Someone like Su Tianqi doesn't deserve it. After just a few minutes of commotion, Gu Ming, the club's general manager, arrived with 2 bodyguards and shouted loudly, what is going on here? Who is causing trouble? Then he bowed politely and introduced himself. Young Master Tianqi, I am Gu Ming, the general manager of this club. We were truly negligent to have disturbed you. Tianqi had been waiting for just that, and he pointed at Wang Zheng as he ordered. You came at the perfect time. Hurry up and beat him up for me, then throw him out. Gu Ming stepped closer, stood before Wang Zheng and said sternly, Sir, this is the Tiangong International Club. If you intend to cause trouble, I'm afraid you have come to the wrong place. He did not care at all and said coldly, is that so? Do I need you to teach me how to handle matters on my own territory? Gu Ming glared at him furiously and threatened through gritted teeth, just try it. He suddenly raised a card in front of him. The moment Gu Ming saw it, he was startled, sweat breaking out on his face as he stammered, This is the platinum card. You're the chairman. Wang Zheng was very direct and asked coldly, I already said this was my territory. Do you still have any objections now? Seeing Gao Ming silently lower his head and turn to leave, Tianqi hurriedly reached out to stop him. Hey, in a swift and ruthless move, Wang Zheng immediately smashed a wine bottle over Tianqi's head and drove his elbow into him. Without a single wasted move, Tianqi was knocked out onto the sofa. Wang Zheng knew right from wrong, so after dealing with Tianqi, He turned to Honky and said, "You should go. For the sake of your father and sister, I won't make things difficult for you." Understanding the meaning, he quickly left as well. Then Li Ziao ran into the room to ask, "Brother Zheng, can we begin now?" Wang Zheng pointed at Tianqi and ordered, "Strip all his clothes off, everything." The next day in Shang Yuan Shishi's office, the phone in Wang Zheng's hand suddenly rang. It turned out Cheng Yuling was calling. He quickly answered and asked, "How did it go? Was it successful?" The other side replied excitedly, "It worked. The mission exceeded expectations. I blew up all the mining pits. For the next 15 to 20 years, they won't be able to restore them. I even destroyed the Su family's processing factory." Hearing this, Wang Zheng was overjoyed and praised him enthusiastically. "Well done." After hanging up, Wang Zheng immediately shared the good news with Shishi. The Su family's diamond mine in South Africa has been blown up. Delighted, she immediately moved forward with her plan. "Great, then I'll have Linxing County launch a full assault right away. We'll seize this opportunity to crush the Su family's 3 brands as well." Leaning back in his chair, Wang Zheng sighed. "This is going to be entertaining. First, they lost Zhongding Gas. Now they're losing the diamond market too. The Su family can just wait for their collapse." Meanwhile, at Su Tianqi's house, he lay in bed full of resentment. "Damn it, I swear I'll get revenge on that bastard Wang Zheng. And that disloyal Zhang Honky too. Sooner or later, I'll restore my dignity." Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Su Tianren calling. Tianqi answered in confusion. "What is it?" Tianren snapped back. "Get to my office immediately. If you're not here within half an hour, forget about getting a single cent of commission next year." He sat upright and shouted angrily, "Su Tianren, don't think you're so impressive. Let me tell you, no way am I ever." Before he could finish, the other side had already hung up. After the call ended, Tianqi furiously slammed his fist onto the bed and roared, "Su Tianren, how dare you hang up on me?" At Su Tianren's office, Tianqi violently shoved the office door open and shouted, "Su Tianren, what exactly do you want from me?" Tianren coldly tossed a newspaper in front of him and said, "See for yourself." He opened it and found pictures of himself accompanied by headlines. "The depraved private life of a wealthy heir exposed." Bed photos of a rich young heir in the capital, suspected to have been leaked after hackers infiltrated his computer. He immediately tore up the newspaper and denied everything. "I have never done anything like that. These photos are all edited." Tianren replied sternly, "I already had them examined. There are no signs of editing. Do you still have anything to say?" Tianqi lost control in anger, repeatedly slamming his fists on the table as suspicion filled his voice. "Su Tianren, I never did it. Are you holding a grudge against me and deliberately fabricating these images to frame me?" Seeing his defiant attitude, Tianren grabbed a glass of water and splashed it directly in his face. "Su Tianqi, you'd better calm down right now. Think carefully about who you've offended recently." Only then did he finally quiet down. After holding his head and thinking for a while, something suddenly came to mind and Tianqi declared, "That's right, it's Wang Zheng. He must be the one framing me." Hearing this, Tianren frowned in surprise and asked, "Wang Zheng, you provoked him too?" At the same time, in Liu Xuan's room, Wang Zheng sat casually tapping his fingers against the table in boredom. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock turning echoed. Sure enough, when the door opened and she saw him inside, she asked in surprise, "You?" Wang Zheng turned around, unsure what to say. Only when she stepped closer did he awkwardly begin to speak. "She is the queen of TV dramas, Li Yuran." She quickly replied, "I'm Li Yuran. Who are you? Why are you here?" Wang Zheng cheerfully introduced himself. "My name is Wang Zheng, a friend of Liu Xuan." He was extremely curious, so he boldly asked, "You're a major star worth nearly 100 million. Why are you living in a place like this?" Yuran was also very friendly and did not mind explaining. "This was the first home in the capital I managed to buy with my own money. I'm deeply attached to it, so I don't want to sell it. I rent out one of the units to students nearby. From time to time, I also come back to take a look." He tactfully stood up and excused himself. "Then go ahead with your business. Liu Xuan isn't here, so I'll head back first." She hurriedly took his arm and winked. "Since you're already here, why not stay and wait a little longer?" Wang Zheng was surprised by her action, then quickly came back to his senses. "Being invited by a big star like Li Yuran, I must be blessed for 3 lifetimes." He calmly pulled her hand away and refused. "But I'm not interested in you. Let's not waste each other's time." At Lixin Manor, a man kept kicking Tianqi in the back while cursing, "You bastard. How did I end up with a damn son like you? You've completely disgraced the entire Su family." He was Su Tianqi's father. "Son Nangguo." Tianqi knelt there, trembling as he defended himself. "I really don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was already lying in my own bed. It must have been that Wang Zheng who framed me. After knocking me out, he took the photos." The man instantly slapped him and scolded him. "Even now, you're still trying to blame someone else." Tianqi felt wronged and insisted, "I already said it. I didn't do it." Wu Hua said sternly, "Now that things have come to this, we should discuss how to resolve it first." The situation was tense when suddenly the phone in Tianqi's pocket rang. He was awkwardly unsure what to do. While he was hesitating, the man gave him permission. "Answer it." He hurriedly pulled out his phone and picked up. The voice on the other end reported in panic, "This is bad. The diamond mine has been blown up. All the tunnels have collapsed and been buried deep underground. After hearing that, Tianqi was so shaken that the phone simply slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. At Jiang International, Miu Miu appeared there, looking stylish and lively. As soon as Wang Zheng saw her, he lightly tapped her on the head and scolded her. "Why didn't you call me first when you came to the capital?" She raised a hand to rub her head and explained, "My dad came to the capital for a meeting. I came along and wanted to surprise you." He welcomed her happily. "Then I have to treat you properly. I'll take you to eat your way through the whole capital. How about that?" Miu Miu lowered her head, her voice weak. "I'm only here for a day or two. I probably won't be able to eat my way through the whole capital." Concerned, he asked. "That rushed, it's rare for you to come to the capital for fun. Why not stay a few more days before going back?" At this, her face became excited again. "The day after tomorrow, I have to go to South America to see the Uni Salt Flat, a place I've wanted to visit for a long time." Wang Zheng shared with interest, "I've been there before. It feels like paradise." "When you go to South America, is anyone going with you?" Her eyes suddenly widened as she quickly replied, "No, are you free?" He awkwardly raised a hand and scratched his head. "Well," seeing that, Miu Miu slapped him on the shoulder. "I'm joking, I'm going with another girl, so don't worry." She smiled playfully and laid out a series of upcoming plans. "I plan to travel first and see scenery all around the world. After that, I'll return home and work properly. Then I'll get married and have children." Just then, the phone in Wang Zheng's pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw an incoming call notification from Zia Yan. He was certain something had happened, so he quickly answered. A rather urgent voice sounded from the other end. "Earlier, Linzai was determined to get to the bottom of that small vial. We found the results. Come over quickly. I'll send a car to pick you up." Wang Zheng looked apologetically at Miu Miu and refused somewhat awkwardly. "But I still have some personal matters today." Zia Yan had no choice but to drop a bombshell. "That vial is a biological weapon, a new type of biological combat drug." As soon as Wang Zheng heard that, he immediately changed his decision. "What? I'll be there right away." Miu Miu listened to the entire conversation but still expressed her understanding gently. "If you have something urgent, then go ahead." The two looked at her and offered to make it up to her. "When we're free tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal." The two parted ways in tacit understanding. As soon as Miu Miu sat in the driver's seat, Hanki seized the chance to complain. "Wang Zheng, I told you already, he doesn't care about you at all." Hearing that, she shot him an annoyed glare and firmly declared, "Zhang Hanki, I don't need your concern." Knowing she was angry, he quickly changed the subject. "Where do you want to go?" She sped down the road while replying. "To the airport. I want to change my ticket." At the Litton estate, the Su grandfather and grandson were having a serious conversation. Yu Hua sat in his chair and began the conversation with a question. "Tianren, what do you think about what happened today?" He felt both nervous and guilty. "Regarding the diamond mine, I never expected them to trace it there. This is my fault." The old man let his beloved grandson off lightly. "You can't really be blamed. Nothing has ever happened in South Africa before. What happened today was truly beyond our expectations." Then he calmly asked about the future plan. "What do you intend to do from now on?" Tianren tried to turn the situation around with a resolute tone. "I'm preparing to mobilize funds. As long as the three major brands can survive this period, then we still have a chance to reverse the situation." Yu Hua was dissatisfied and questioned him further. "Where are you going to get that much money? Are you planning to throw our entire family foundation into this?" But he remained adamant. "Grandfather, don't worry, I won't touch our family's foundation. I'll find a way to gather the money. Besides, we still have matching inventory stock within the country, enough to survive this period." The old man set the matter aside and continued questioning him. "There's still one more thing. Tell me honestly, how many times have you sent people to kill Wang Zheng?" Tianren did not hide his murderous intent and admitted it bluntly. "3 times, but they all failed. Nothing can be hidden from you, grandfather." Like grandfather, like grandson. Yu Hua praised his grandson's ruthlessness. "You did well. People like him should be eliminated as soon as possible." After receiving the old man's approval, Tianren relaxed and cautiously sought his opinion. Then regarding Wang Zheng, Yu Hua interrupted him and made the decision himself. "I'll discuss this matter with your second grandfather. Don't interfere anymore." Arriving at the National Security Laboratory at top speed, Wang Zheng curiously examined the test tube sample in his hand. "Compared to previous biochemical weapons, what makes it special?" Fa Cheng carefully explained. "This is a type T drug mixed with various organisms. Its infection rate is extremely fast. If this pathogen enters Huaxia, then Huaxia will become a land of death." Zia Yan stood with his arms crossed, expressing concern about this threat. "The results of this research project probably haven't been reported back yet, but none of us know whether the destroyed base on Tanaka Island had a backup copy of the pathogen gene. That's the key issue." This problem caused Wang Zheng to fall into deep thought. He also confirmed another piece of bad news. "The Japanese definitely already know that we of Huaxia seized the pathogen." Hearing that, Wang Zheng proposed a suggestion. "How about I make another trip to Tanaka Island?" But he stopped him and explained, "No need. When Lin Ziju returned, we already contacted the relevant departments. They have sent people to strictly monitor the surrounding waters. He immediately asked about the situation. Any results? Xia Yan answered honestly. We discovered 2 small submarines and 1 transport aircraft. All of them were shot down into the sea. Wang Zheng asked for his opinion. I think there is no need to keep this island anymore. Can we just destroy it? But he already had another plan, so he refused. No need, leave it for now. Just cut off their lifeline. We will wait for their people to abandon the island on their own. After solving a pile of difficult problems, he was in a much better mood. That is not a bad idea, perfect timing. I will come to your place for dinner tonight. I have wanted to meet the legendary sister-in-law for a long time. Once the matter was settled, the 2 of them returned together to the apartment where Hayden lived. When they reached the door, he put the key into the lock, producing a dull sound. The moment he pushed the door open, he froze at the sight of corpses lying across the floor. He immediately rushed into the room, shouting his wife's name as he ran. Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, but it was hopeless. No one answered. Wang Zheng patted his shoulder to steady him. Calm down, sister-in-law is fine. The other side killed 4 guards and took her away, which shows she is still useful to them. Do not worry. They will contact us themselves. Even though he knew that was true, Hayden still broke down and said nothing. He looked up at the couple's wedding photo, then quickly forced himself back up to find a solution. Hayden quickly contacted Li Zio. Little Li, investigate everything at once. All roads in and out of the capital, including the airport and the railways. The highways too, your sister-in-law is in trouble, we must find her. He wasted no words and immediately promised, Big brother, do not worry, I will get it done. His worry for his family ignited the rage in Hayden's heart. Those beasts, once I catch them, I will make sure they do not even get to die in peace. With old grudges and new hatred piled together, Wang Zheng decided to end the lives of those pests. They will not get to live. Back at Lixin Manor, the Su grandfather and grandson were discussing matters in a private room. Tianren reported the current situation. Grandfather, the capital is in chaos. Every road in and out of the capital has been sealed off and all passing vehicles are being inspected. Yu Hua was not surprised by this at all. That is only natural. Seeing how calm he was, the young man grew suspicious. Grandfather, did you really make a move? But he shook his head and slowly explained, I merely released a bit of rumor. This time, we are borrowing another's knife to kill. After 3 failed assassination attempts, Tianren was extremely curious. Kill them how? A ruthless look appeared on Fu Hua's face. I will make Wang Zheng and the others all die. In Country Jai at Hayden's office, Wang Zheng patiently waited for news, while Hayden kept pacing back and forth, showing endless anxiety. Just then, Li Zio threw the door open and loudly announced, Big brother, we have news. In the surveillance footage from Zhujiang Airport, we found sister-in-law boarding a flight to Country Jai 2 days ago. Hayden connected the recent events and frowned in suspicion. I did not go home for 3 days, and Xiang Chen showed up at the airport 2 days ago. All of this was arranged in advance. Why are they targeting me? Wang Zheng gave his judgment. They are probably after that vial of biological combat drug. From the looks of it, the people from Country Jai do not have any spare backup either. Suspicion rose in Hayden's heart. Not many people know about this. Could there be a mole? Wang Zheng laid out a plan of action. We cannot rule that out. Have your people over there get ready to receive us. We are going to Country Jai immediately. A knock suddenly sounded at the door, interrupting their conversation. Big brother, you have a package. Hayden cleared his throat and said, come in. A subordinate handed the tightly sealed envelope to him and reported, Big brother, your name is written on it. I do not know why it was sent here either. Afraid of missing any information, he quickly opened it. It was a demand letter with threats from the kidnappers. This letter pushed the anger in Hayden's heart to its peak. Those beasts, I will make sure you all die without peace. Wang Zheng calmly analyzed the situation. It looks like the other side has been plotting this for a long time. They keep emphasizing you people, not just you. It showed that we were also within his range. This situation made him hurriedly draw his gun and act at once. I can't wait any longer. Get ready. We leave immediately. Over here, Shen Yu skillfully twirled the dagger in his hand while pleading with the person beside him. To be honest, I don't approve of your old man doing this. Using the hosts of this country to eliminate your own compatriots will be hard to justify in the end. He is clearly acting as if he has no choice. But that is exactly how my old man is. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goal. He patted the other man's shoulder and softly persuaded him. Your wounds have fully healed too, Zio Chenyu. Don't you want to find that man and take revenge? This is the best opportunity right in front of you. Those words truly struck his sore spot, so he stated decisively, I will definitely take revenge. At Huangxin International Airport, Xia Yan led the 3 of them toward the check-in area for Japan. Suddenly, a young man approached them. Without saying a word, he only handed his phone to him before this person could run away. Wang Zheng quickly threw him to the ground and loudly demanded, where are they? Take us to them now. The man panicked and proved his innocence. I don't know, a woman gave this to me. He refused to let him go and kept questioning him. Where is that woman? The man answered honestly, she left, she already left. Seeing that they could not get any useful information, Zia Yan stopped him. Let's go, don't draw any more attention. Li Zio also urged them, we should get in the car quickly. Someone may very well be watching us from somewhere nearby. In the hotel room, Xiang Chen lay still on the bed, with 2 bodyguards standing guard around her. Haken sat on the edge of the bed and woke her up. My name is Kawasaki Haken. Your husband, Zia Yan, has arrived in Japan. I will make sure he comes here and never leaves. This blatant warning made her struggle desperately to break free. What are you going to do to him? No, you can't. Her attitude wounded the man's pride, so he slapped Xiang Chen so hard that her face turned aside. HMPH, you ignorant woman. Right now, you had better think about how to take good care of your child. Don't let it be born prematurely. He laughed viciously and spoke with malice. I really enjoy savoring this look of despair. She showed no fear and continued cursing him. You pervert. Haken suddenly took out his phone and announced, you will hear his voice very soon. Over here. Both Wang Zheng and Zia Yan frowned as they watched the phone in his hand. Suddenly a male voice sounded. Mr. Zia Yan, have you brought what I need? He did not hurry to answer and instead shouted back, where is my wife? If anything happens to her, I will destroy this thing. Xiang Chen hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Zia Yan, I am fine, don't come here. Absolutely don't. Ida suddenly walked in through the door and looked at Xiang Chen with a teasing attitude. Well now, Chinese women really are beautiful. He moved closer, touched her face and spoke with a hidden meaning. Women who fall into my hands never meet a good end. Still not satisfied, he pulled open her coat and pretended to molest her. But Haken, afraid of trouble, stopped him. Inamoto, don't act so recklessly. Unable to carry out his intention, he scorned him in annoyance. Coward. You're actually afraid of a few Chinese brats. The man ignored the insult and held firmly to his cautious judgment. They are not as simple as you think. I want to ensure a decisive victory in one strike. Mufu had just appeared at the door when he heard this and asked, how do you plan to ensure a decisive victory in one strike? The 2 people who had just been glaring at each other now greeted him in unison. Mr. Matsushima. The old man asked kindly in return, Haken, tell me what you are thinking. Haken laid out the plan in his mind. Over the next 2 days, they would try to exhaust their enemies physically and mentally. Once the other side was worn out, they would make their move. This time, China had taken the initiative to leak the information. I suspect they will send people here too. Mufu did not rush to give his opinion and continued to question him. Then how do you plan to proceed? He answered clearly, I believe the first priority is to obtain the biological combat drug and return safely. Whether Zia Yan is killed or not does not matter. This answer seemed to satisfy the old man. Very good, but you are still a little soft-hearted. Haken hesitated and asked, Mr. Matsushima, then what do you mean? Mufu expressed his desire to eliminate the enemy at the root. After we get the vial, kill him. China will not dare do anything. He did not agree right away and merely tested the waters. Can I first investigate the situation with those 3 Chinese people? Ida, on the other hand, showed no humility at all. HMPH, the Iga faction is full of cowards. Just wait for my Mad Blade faction to punish them all. Meanwhile, at 8 in the morning at Hakone Hot Spring, the 3 of them were leisurely soaking in the hot spring pool. Li Zio joked happily, Brother Zheng, the Japanese really know how to enjoy life. Look at these pretty girls. Tusk. Wang Zheng reminded him seriously. Kid, do not get so busy staring at girls that you forget the important matter. Only then did he guiltily raise his hand and swear, Heaven as my witness, my sister-in-law's matter is the most important. The 3 of them had no idea that Ida had appeared silently and was observing them from behind. He stared for a while, then gave a sinister smile, as if plotting to take their lives. At the same time, a sniper had already locked Zia Yan in his sight. He Long was hiding behind the bushes by the wall, waiting only for the right moment to take his target's life. As the perfect moment arrived, his index finger lightly pressed the trigger. That movement fired the bullet from the gun, creating a dazzling golden spark. But unexpectedly, the bullet veered off in another direction and shattered the glass on the wall, scaring the nearby people so badly that they jumped. Everyone soaking nearby panicked and fled. Although He Long was surprised, he did not doubt himself and muttered, I missed. That must have been a coincidence. Thinking this, he decided to switch his target to Wang Zheng. But before he could make another move, Lin Ziju kicked him and sent him tumbling backward. Before he could even react, his opponent had grabbed his throat tightly, causing him so much pain that he coughed up blood. Taking him down in only 2 moves left Lin Ziju looking rather dissatisfied. Wang Zheng made me be extremely cautious. I thought you were supposed to be powerful. If I had known you were this weak, I would not have wasted the effort. At that moment below them, Ida approached with a sword in hand, his aura blazing. He drew his sword, gathered momentum, and slashed toward Wang Zheng. I will show you the true power of the Mad Blade. Unexpectedly, the sword that had tasted the blood of countless people was struck by something flashing past and broke in two. He stared wide-eyed at the remaining half of the blade in his hand. What? It turned out that Wu Yan, hidden on the rooftop as a sharpshooter, had fired several shots at Ida. Sensing the danger, he quickly dodged the bullets and vanished before their eyes. Only then did Li Ziao tremble all over and cry out in fear, "Brother Zheng, why do the people you brought like playing with fire so much?" Wang Zheng did not understand and asked back, "How is that playing with fire?" As if finding an outlet for his anger, Li Ziao poured out his frustration. "Your subordinate clearly could have dealt with the sniper sooner, but they actually let that bastard fire at us." Wang Zheng tried to explain so the other man would calm down. "I do not know what Lin Ziju was thinking either." Hearing this, Li Ziao cried even harder, sobbing as he spoke. "And that Wu Yan too. He had to wait until that Japanese man came at us with a knife before he finally fired. It is so infuriating." After Li Ziao calmed down, only then did Wang Zheng point to the hot spring pool beside them and say meaningfully, "With such beautiful scenery here, would it not be a bit of a pity if it were ruined?" Li Ziao had just been crying her eyes out a moment ago, but now she perked up again with a bold idea. "We worked so hard to make this trip. No matter what, we have to make some serious noise before we leave." Zia Yan happily agreed right away and said, "Well said." And so, 10 minutes later, the lightning squad did exactly what they said, ordering a group of people to rush in at once, ready to pull off something big. Wang Zheng cheerfully waved his hand, urging the tasks around the bathing pool along. Streams of brown liquid flowed across the ground in long, mottled trails. Seeing that everything seemed to be in place, he decisively waved his hand, signaling that it was time to act. At the command, a bullet left the barrel, tearing through the air like lightning. It aimed straight at the gas pipe, producing a piercing sound. Flames erupted violently, destroying everything at the Red Earth Resort. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng's group had already withdrawn to a safe area in time. After enjoying the brilliant show, he turned around and reminded them, "Let's go. There are still more important things to handle." Back at the place where Mufu and Heiken were staying, old Cheng Thui savored a cup of hot tea, then asked amiably, "Was it your idea for Mr. Kawasaki to have Inamoto Ida harass Zia Yan?" He could not admit it outright, so he spoke evasively. "Mr. Inamoto is devoted to his country. That was his own idea. But every tough problem has its match." The old man then calmly reminded his subordinate, "Mr. Kawasaki, this matter concerns national interests. I hope you can think carefully and not place personal grudges above the nation's greater cause." After saying this, Mufu stood up, gave him a warning, and left. "This is your final warning. Think it over carefully." Heiken was shaken and slumped into his seat, thinking to himself that he could not wait any longer. On the other side, the phone in Zia Yan's hand suddenly vibrated, making him focus on the screen. As soon as he answered, a sharp male voice rang out, "Chinese man. You really know how to play," causing such a huge commotion. He was no longer as worried as he had been at first and calmly replied, "Thanks for the compliment. When do we exchange the goods?" Heiken knew there was not much time left, so he coldly announced, 3 o'clock this afternoon at the Yokohama Mikaju factory. This phone call made the atmosphere inside the car suddenly grow heavy and extraordinarily tense. When the agreed time arrived, Wang Zheng's group's car slowly drove into the Yokohama Mikaju factory. Li Ziao sat in the driver's seat with a tense expression and confirmed again, "Is this the factory?" Zia Yan also answered uncertainly, "It should be." "Drive straight in." They parked the car inside, then opened the doors and stepped out together. The moment their feet touched the ground, a bullet shattered the car window, making him cry out. Terrified, he yelped. Knowing this was the kidnapper's show of force, he braced himself on the car and cursed angrily, "Aren't you enemies way too despicable?" Up on a high floor, Heiken stood in a row with a group of gunmen and burst into loud laughter. China has an old saying, "When friends come from afar, is it not a joy to welcome them? Are you satisfied with this welcoming ceremony?" Zia Yan ignored the nonsense and went straight to the point. "Where is my wife?" He pointed behind them and said she was over there. "Don't worry, she is perfectly fine." The three of them turned around and were horrified to see that she had been taken onto the rescue truck's ladder, dozens of meters high. The situation was extremely dangerous. Even a strong woman like Xiang Chen could not help being afraid. Her eyes blurred as if she were desperately pleading for help. Though deeply panicked, Zia Yan still forced himself to shout loudly to reassure her. "Xiang Chen, I'm here to save you. It's all right, trust me." She forced out a calming smile and nodded in response. Then he turned around to negotiate with the secret agents. "Let my wife down. I will give you the sample vial." But Heiken refused to go along with it and haggled instead. "I should get to see the vial first, shouldn't I?" Zia Yan took out the evidence and demanded in a low voice, "The sample vial is here. Let my wife down first." Unexpectedly, he only pushed for even more. "No, I have to inspect the goods. I can't be sure whether the vial you brought contains what I need. Only after I finish checking can I." "Release your wife?" You knew full well what Heiken was plotting, so you flatly refused. "No, I don't agree." Only then did he pretend to be reasonable and make a suggestion. "Oh, looks like we can't reach an agreement. How about both sides take a step back? A moment later, the old fox finally revealed his sinister intentions, pointing at Wang Zheng. I can return your wife first, but while I inspect the goods, I need him as a hostage. Once the inspection is done, you can all leave safely. Seeing him grow more unreasonable by the second, he immediately refused. No way. Hearing this, Haken acted helpless. Then there's nothing more to discuss. As the situation reached a dead end, Wang Zheng patted his companion on the shoulder to reassure him. It's fine, they can't do anything to me. Don't worry. Xia Yan hesitated, wanting to object, but Wang Zheng firmly cut him off. Enough, stop trembling like a scared woman. Just head back home first. When I return, we'll drink until we're wasted. The man gradually lost patience and asked, So are you done talking? Wang Zheng calmly made his demand. I agree. Release Xiang Chen, seeing the fish take the bait. Haken loudly ordered his men, Release that Huaxia woman. The platform carrying Xiang Chen slowly descended. At the same time, 2 armed bodyguards approached and escorted him inside. Wang Zheng did not resist and followed them, letting them aim their guns at him. Meanwhile, at the villa, the warm sunlight made the calm and peaceful atmosphere of everyday life feel even more serene. Shishi sat indoors, nibbling on a bag of chips while frowning in thought. After finishing her shower, Sheng Fei noticed and asked with concern, What are you thinking about? She sighed in frustration. I'm thinking about Wang Zheng. It's been so long without any news from him. I wonder where he went. Sheng Fei sat down and patted her friend on the shoulder to comfort her. Haven't the people following him reported anything either? She shook her head and cursed. Those useless idiots are good for nothing. Back at the factory, Haken politely informed Wang Zheng, Please wait here for a moment, it won't take long. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and left. Wang Zheng smiled as he watched the old fox's back, already certain in his mind. The real show is about to begin. In the blink of an eye, he darted behind the 2 guards and struck their vital points before they could react. Wang Zheng tossed aside the 2 bodies and quickly threw several grenades forward. The explosions erupted, blowing several henchmen to pieces. The remaining men quickly lined up with weapons in hand, planning to overwhelm him with numbers, but Wang Zheng looked completely ready to take them all on. Suddenly, a figure wielding a sword leaped out from behind the fence. Even more surprising, one of the guards recognized him. Why did you come back? Mitsui Junichi. He did not answer immediately and instead replied with a sarcastic tone. What? Not happy to see me. The enemy's internal confrontation made Wang Zheng smile in amusement. Looks like they're having internal problems. Excellent. At the same time, outside the factory entrance, Manhwa arrived in a special vehicle. He greeted them excitedly, old friend, long time no see. A moment later, the thick steel doors of the factory exploded apart and flew open. Li Zio appeared out of nowhere and charged straight into the enemy stronghold. He slammed on the accelerator, sending the vehicle surging forward like a warhorse. It sped through the newly opened passage. A voice from the sluggish vehicle behind shouted orders. Shoot out the tires now, but Manhwa had already taken care of the hard part. Holding a launcher, he laughed. Go meet the king of hell. Haken obtained the biowarfare drug and laughed gleefully, preparing to slip away. Excellent, the goods are ours. Let them kill each other in their internal conflict. The secretary behind him hesitated before speaking, but this will go against Lord Matsushima's wishes. Hearing the advice, he impatiently cut him off. Matsushima will understand. We'll head back to headquarters through the back exit. Outside, Wang Zheng stood among a pile of 75-kilogram corpses and casually opened his mouth. Why are you here? Junichi lowered his sword and answered curtly, I came to settle accounts. They had barely exchanged a few words during the break, when a blade suddenly came whistling toward him. Wang Zheng swiftly leaped backward, causing it to stab into the ground and send shards of stone flying everywhere. He had narrowly escaped death, yet calmly looked up and complained to the other party. Seriously, what are you doing here? Shen Wu smashed through a high-floor window and dove down. Before he even landed, his loud mouth had already started running first. I'm here to kill you. After landing, he stared at the 2 of them in confusion and blurted out, What is this? Some tragic love triangle scene. With countless onlookers witnessing everything, Wang Zheng was speechless. Junichi refused to be outdone and immediately declared, Your opponent is me. What a dream come true. The moment he finished speaking, a group of lackeys rushed over, satisfying his thirst for slaughter. Wang Zheng was also very considerate. The instant trouble appeared, he dragged his companion away to run. You guys can slowly settle your grudges yourself. Of course, they were only moving to another battlefield, not fleeing. Looking at the encirclement around him, he could not resist provoking them. Hey, let's see who can kill more foreigners. What do you say? Shen Wu was fearless and agreed immediately. With pleasure, Wang Zheng was preparing for a full-scale massacre, unaware that he himself had already been targeted. A cold bullet sliced past his face, leaving a sweet line of blood across his left cheek. Wang Zheng instantly became alert and pressed himself against the wall. So there are snipers too. Shen Wu witnessed the whole thing and could not help but mock him. 1 second ago you wanted to compete with me, and the next second you're already hiding like a turtle. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Shen Wu asked his enemy for his opinion. What are you planning to do? Wang Zheng curled his lips into a half-smile and replied mysteriously, there will definitely be drinks later. He somehow produced a walkie-talkie and called for backup. Hey, beautiful lady, give me a hand. When it's time to act, you should act. Yu Yan's smooth voice flowed into their ears. There's a sniper at the 10 o'clock direction. 50 meters east of him, there's another one. Hearing her continue to drag things out, he impatiently reminded her, my dear lady, just raise your delicate little hand and take them out. Before he could finish, she responded with a barrage of gunfire. Still gripping the smoking weapon tightly, Yu Yan did not even bother changing posture before delivering the final line. It's handled. Shen Wu was so shocked by the speed of the operation that he lost the ability to speak. What the hell? Why, you already dealt with them? Wang Zheng looked at his country bumpkin expression and became even more eager to show off. Of course she did. Not far away, Ming Hao also joined the fun with a scorching artillery shell. The powerful explosion blasted the entire group into the air, before roasting them alive in the blazing flames. Hearing the sound of reinforcements, Wang Zheng and the others quickly slipped away. Halfway down the road, a pitch-black car suddenly blocked their path. The person inside urgently ordered, get in the car now. Seeing Shen Wu sticking close beside him like glue, Wang Zheng's expression immediately changed. Hearing the door slam shut behind him, Ming Hao silently tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He confidently slammed the gas pedal and the car sped away from the battlefield. After driving quite a distance, Wang Zheng finally started questioning him. Why did you follow us? Shen Wu did not answer and instead sighed out of nowhere. You guys are pretty interesting, leaving a woman behind like that. Wang Zheng raised an index finger, acting like an expert on women. Never underestimate women. Somewhere beyond their sight, Yu Yan hugged her rifle and softly snorted, perfectly embodying the unpredictable woman Wang Zheng had described. Shen Wu rolled his eyes around restlessly and only remembered to ask after boarding the pirate ship. Where are you guys headed? Wang Zheng curled the corner of his mouth and answered ambiguously, of course we're going to watch the show. Shen Wu stroked the knife in his palm and spoke awkwardly. Once we finish dealing with things here, I will settle accounts with you. When you accept someone else's commission, you have to see it through to the end. Wang Zheng angrily tried to knock sense into this blockhead. That Su Tianren is using you like a blade. Are you really willing to let him do that? Or does defeating me give you a sense of accomplishment? Yet he admitted it readily. Yes, I suppose it does give me a sense of accomplishment. Their car soon stopped in front of a tall building, and the area around it was strangely quiet. The man had just entered the room when he bowed his head and presented the spoils with both hands. Lord Matsushima, we have retrieved the biowarfare drug. The shamaness pulled the glass vial toward herself and issued a new order. Very good, Kawasaki. As for those Chinese, I want them to die here. The man quickly updated her on the situation. My lord, there is no need for us to act. They have already started fighting among themselves. The old man disliked this subordinate, but he was very skilled at discarding tools once they had served their purpose. I never place my hopes in others, Kawasaki. You did not give your all this time, so I am stripping you of command over the operation. Hiken hurriedly bowed in panic and pleaded, Mr. Matsushima, please give me one more chance. The shamaness turned her back and tossed him one charitable sentence. Fine, this is your last chance. He left the office burning with determination, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Thank you, sir. I will succeed or die trying. In a remote and desolate place, a mansion was tucked away among the trees. The location was picturesque, but it was also perfect for doing evil deeds. Jian set up his formation and used his senior status to lecture him. You traitor, you still dare come here? None of you people should even dream of leaving. He had just fanned the flames, yet now he shook his head and put on a sorrowful act. What a sin! Shen Wu was truly enlightened by how shameless he was. How fake is this the great show you were talking about? Wang Zheng stood there and admitted it frankly. That's right, he could not help praising him. You really did gain yourself a good subordinate. Ming Hao, knife in hand, had somehow stepped up beside them. One day we will kill our way into a Hartford manor just like this. Wang Zheng rarely fell silent as he agreed, definitely. Shen Wu found their disconnected conversation confusing. Why? Wang Zheng impatiently gave a vague answer to brush him off. You will know in the future. I am not in the mood to explain it to you right now. He suddenly straightened up and gave a serious warning. Su Tianren is my friend. If you cannot give me a reason that truly convinces me, then I will still stand against you. Wang Zheng was not afraid of anyone. But one thing is one thing and another is another. Once we leave here, we can decide who is stronger, but the urgent mission now is to hunt it down. While everyone was busy trading verbal blows, the Junichi brothers had already rushed at each other with swords, putting on a bloody duel. Their weapons had only clashed a few times, but the moment his opponent slipped up, he seized the opening. He took the chance to cut off one of Kiken's arms. Junichi looked at the scratch on his own arm, no worse than a cat mark, and coldly brought the battle to an end. You lost. Sansuk had appeared at some point and quickly stepped forward to rebuke Mitsui Junichi. I have to admit, You really are a genius. But unfortunately, Ming Hao whispered his assessment of the final boss who had just entered the stage. Without a gun, I cannot beat this old man. Wang Zheng curiously offered a new option. Then what if you did have a gun? He lowered his head and calculated for a while but still did not dare boast. A 70% chance. Wang Zheng felt that handing this match to his friend did not seem too promising, so he decided to step in himself. Then I can only fight him myself. Just as Sansuk was raising his sword, preparing to teach his wayward nephew a lesson, Wang Zheng cut in. Hey, old Yamoto. You see an old friend arrive and do not even bother to say hello, only charging in to hack and slash. The old man was annoyed by this obstacle in his way, so he suddenly stopped. Sasuke knew this guy had never brought good news, so he immediately shut him down. Wang Zheng, nothing good ever happens when you show up. He looked straight at the other man and mocked him. Looks like you're not convinced, are you? Both sides knew each other's strength well, so the old man deliberately spoke first to probe him. Wang Zheng, what exactly do you want? He spun the gun in his hand and answered arrogantly, nothing much. I just want to tear this place down. Driven mad by such shamelessness, Sanzuk coldly drew his sword, ready to fight to the death. How arrogant, I am the mad blade saint. How could I let you act so insolently? With his rule of striking anyone who crossed him, Wang Zheng saw no difference between old, young, male, or female. If you're not convinced, then let's fight and see whether those old bones of yours have rusted away. Junichi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Longflower, that's enough. Let's go. He looked deep into the man's eyes, studied him for a long while, then decided that even when beating a dog, one must respect its master. Okay, then let's head back. After settling into the car, Junichi watched Minghao carefully bandage him and had to force himself for a long time before awkwardly squeezing out 2 words, thank you. Wang Zheng, who was driving, also took the chance to tilt his head back and make a suggestion. I know it hurts you to do these things in your own homeland. After we leave this time, you can choose whether to return to China or not. Without hesitation, he stated his choice. I'll return. That reaction was exactly what he had expected, so he readily promised. Fine. Then from now on, we'll gather in China. On the wide highway, the white sedan sped along all alone. Li Ziao drove the car, riddled with bullet marks, while worrying about the man stronger than himself. I wonder how Brother Zheng is doing. Xia Yan, being far more experienced than him, had a clear grasp of the situation. On this journey, he'll be fine. With Wang Zheng's skills, those foreign bastards should count themselves blessed if he doesn't torment them to death. No matter what mood they were in, the car did not slow down as it entered the bend, because their escape could not stop. But just as the tires reached the intersection, an obstacle came roaring out from the side road. Li Ziao was stunned by the sudden danger rushing toward him. But at that very moment, a figure leaped down from the air. Ziju used his powerful speed to smash through the glass window, then let inertia carry his foot into intimate contact with the truck driver's neck. The driver had lost control, so the truck merely scraped lightly against the rear of Li Ziao's car. Seizing the chance, he slammed the accelerator and successfully escaped the swerving, out-of-control truck. Only after driving a long distance farther did he dare to comment, "We escaped death." Xia Yan looked back to check the situation and sighed softly. We owe that person another favor. Over by the picturesque beach, a group of people in black suits suddenly appeared. The leader spoke up, ruining the scenery. That car disappeared in that direction. Search along the beach, you must find them. Wang Zheng was wearing nothing but beach shorts. Seeing the danger close at hand, he boldly came up with an idea. We can't let them discover us. Wu Yin, wearing a 2-piece swimsuit, was also completely at a loss and hesitantly said. Then, before she could finish, he lunged forward and pinned her beneath him. We have to hide, cooperate a little. Wu Yin reluctantly played along, raising her arms to wrap them around his neck. If her face had not been so unusually red, her scolding would have been more convincing. After this, I will never carry out a mission with you again, you pervert. Wang Zheng mumbled a perfunctory reply. Okay, whatever you want. They acted like an affectionate couple on the beach. Somehow, this stale trick managed to fool the underlings passing by. Wang Zheng and Wu Yin held their position until the men in black withdrew in another direction. Once the danger had passed, Wu Yin could not help asking directly. So what do we do now? Are we just going to keep baking in the sun here? He quickly offered a new suggestion, rest and recover their strength. Otherwise, sooner or later, those foreign bastards will pick us apart. Wang Zheng stood up first and urged her on. Let's go, they're still waiting for us. The unlucky pair braved the sun and wind and soon arrived at the building on the new main road. Both of them were disguised from head to toe, looking no different from celebrities trying to dodge the paparazzi. They had only crouched forward a few steps. When an unexpected turn of events appeared, Kitty gave a soft snort, startling them both. Caught red-handed, Wang Zheng questioned her. Why are you here? That brainless question made her find it laughable. Obviously, I came here to fight. He reached behind his back, preparing a hidden weapon, but his mouth made an utterly shameless proposal. I don't want to fight you. How about we not? Not wanting to argue either, Kitty pointed her index finger at the man looming into view behind him. Behind you, I don't get to decide. You have to ask him first. Dong Song gripped the icy blade in his hand and the moment he appeared began threatening him. Don't even think about leaving today. Feeling that he was about to have to go all out, Wang Zheng quickly pushed Yu Yan away. You go first, they're after me. Yet she cluelessly shouted, I can't let you die here. Losing patience, he pulled out his gun and aimed it straight at this clingy nuisance. Stupid woman, that's an order. After Yu Yan successfully escaped, Wang Zheng turned back and resumed the war of words. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Dong Song did not want to waste time on pointless talk and immediately raised his sword and charged. Die. Wang Zheng reacted quickly and threw his hat onto the ground. A cloud of purplish-pink smoke bombs quickly spread around them. Thinking Wang Zheng had some terrifying follow-up move, he hurriedly slammed on the brakes. But to his disappointment, Wang Zheng had chosen the 36th stratagem from Sun Tzu's Art of War. By the time Dong Song came back to his senses, Wang Zheng had already vanished. Watching that regrettable failed grab, Kitty softly comforted him. I've already made arrangements. He won't escape. Wang Zheng flashed all the way to the main road. Before he could even steady himself, he rushed out and blocked a taxi that was passing by. He generously handed the driver a stack of yuan, then coldly ordered him, go to the nearest dock around here. Drive fast. With the power of capital attached to its engine, the car roared once and sped forward. But before it had gone far, Ping-an rushed out and became a roadblock. The old man stood firmly in the middle of the road, scaring the timid driver so badly that he had to jerk the steering wheel to keep the car from flipping. After escaping that fright, the driver immediately stared straight at him and hurled a string of curses. You have a death wish. Ping-an said nothing, silently using his one remaining intact arm to punch the hood in response. Only then did Wang Zheng calmly open the door and step out. The moment his face appeared, he just had to start being insolent. What, have you run out of people? You actually sent out a cripple like this? That mockery struck right at his sore spot and the old man roared in irritation. Wang Zheng cracked his fists, then continued provoking him with a few more lethal lines. Aren't you afraid I'll break your other arm this time too? When that happens, you'll truly become someone who can't live normally anymore. Ping-an could no longer hold back. He immediately channeled power into his legs and sprang into the air. You brat, give me your life. Wang Zheng did not flinch, swinging his hand and throwing a barrage of hidden weapons at his opponent. But that move was only enough for the old man to sweep his arm once, sending those sharp little toys flying everywhere. He even remembered to ask contemptuously, are you looking down on me? Ping-an had barely landed before he slid his foot out again, preparing his next attack. This time, he directly stretched out his leg to strike back. Judging by the posture, it seemed to be a frontal kick at the target. After carefully observing the move, Wang Zheng closed in to meet the attack. Trying to bully me? Without another word, Wang Zheng leapt high into the air. Before Ping-an could pull his leg back, he raised the bronze pipe level with the kick, making the old man cry out in pain. The force of the collision sent both of them staggering backward in opposite directions. Wang Zheng dropped to one knee and feigned concern as he asked his opponent, how was that? Old man, did it feel good kicking an iron plate? Ping-an seemed to be in too much pain to speak, so Wang Zheng only gave a cold snort. Right in front of him, Wang Zheng calmly removed the metal weights wrapped around his calves. So that little toy had only been an appetizer. Wang Zheng flung it away and spoke in all seriousness. The fight officially starts now. He drove power into his legs and launched himself into the air again. Once he was close enough, he drove his knee into his opponent. Ping-an suddenly lost his balance and shouted. Wang Zheng did not stop there. Taking advantage of the old man's distraction, he unleashed a thunderous punch. Straight into his face. Take this punch. To keep the beatdown going, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed the sleeve Ping-an had raised to defend himself. The moment Ping-an fell backward from the momentum, Wang Zheng raised his knee in time and slammed it into his stomach. At last, after that flurry of punches and kicks, the old man lay helplessly on the ground. Wang Zheng asked in satisfaction, well, do you yield now? Only after everything had ended did Ming Hao run over to check in. Looks like I came late and missed a good show. Wang Zheng pointed his gun at Ping-an's head and answered calmly. No, you are still in time for the climax. But before he could act, a mysterious figure swept past and left behind a single sentence. How could a grandmaster die in such a humiliating way? A thick, dangerous aura spread out, making Wang Zheng turn back in alarm and demand, who is it? In that split second of distraction, Ping-an's body was already lying in a pool of blood. Ming Hao shouted anxiously, who on earth was that? Wang Zheng wanted to ask the same thing, but there was no time. In any case, it was someone they could not afford to provoke. Over at Li Xin Manor, Hu Hua was leisurely drinking tea when he suddenly dropped his cup in panic. The moment it hit the ground, it shattered into pieces and the tea inside splashed everywhere. Tian Ran, sitting opposite him, sprang to her feet and asked anxiously, Grandpa, are you all right? He stared at his own hand and mechanically muttered, for some reason, I have a bad feeling. 3 days later, Ming Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, finally could not hold back and asked Wang Zheng, are we just leaving like this? Wang Zheng kept his eyes on the road. He replied calmly as if the words were nothing more than wind passing by his ears. What else? Things have already blown up this badly. If we do not run now, something worse will happen. The silent phone suddenly began vibrating nonstop. Wang Zheng picked it up and handed it to his friend. See who sent the message. Ming Hao quickly scanned the text, his voice turning strange as he tried to hold back laughter. Are you sure you want me to read it out loud? His sudden caution made Wang Zheng snap impatiently. Stop being so mysterious and just say it. Ming Hao then got into the spirit of the girl. In the message, putting on a voice so sweet that even karaoke aunties would beg for lessons. I have arrived overseas. I will return in 3 days. I will be counting on you. Wang Zheng hurriedly slammed on the brakes, and all 4 tires screeched sharply against the road. Before Ming Hao could steady himself, his entire body lurched forward. The phone in his hand flew away without even saying goodbye. His hand was still trembling, but he quickly picked up the phone and shoved it back to the grinning guy beside him, Zhang Minqi. After only a brief moment of calm, Ming Hao switched into teasing mode and started needling Wang Zheng. Captain, you really are blessed. I am still happily single over here. Wang Zheng kept his eyes glued to the screen and mumbled a perfunctory reply. Do you need me to introduce a few girls to you? That casual remark was enough to send Ming Hao drifting into ridiculous fantasies about beautiful women. Well, that is not entirely impossible. While this chatterbox kept babbling away, Wang Zheng finally managed to send an equally love-struck message to Minqi. I am returning immediately. I do not want to delay even 1 minute. After a while, Ming Hao suddenly remembered something important and asked the man slumped over the steering wheel, Captain, once we go back this time, does that mean we can finally rest properly? Wang Zheng's voice came out in a small, embarrassed mumble. Still answered properly, should be fine. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's phone began receiving repeated calls from Seigetsu. The moment he answered, he immediately recognized the man's distinctive hoarse voice. I'm on Yokohama Road. Wang Zheng instantly dropped his relaxed mood and replied seriously. We'll head there immediately. The atmosphere inside the car changed completely, making Ming Hao fall silent. He quickly turned the wheel and drove off. The black car sped down the lonely road, carrying the worries of those inside. Dust from the passing vehicle blew into Mufu's face. He had been standing by the roadside watching them for some time. His wrinkled face stayed silent, hiding emotions too difficult to describe. Wang Zheng's black car slowly stopped at the vacant lot beside Yokohama Road. Seigetsu hurried over and reported before the car door slammed shut. Everything is ready. We can leave now. Without hesitation, Wang Zheng took the lead decisively. Let's go. He had barely taken a step before a man's voice sounded from behind him. My hospitality hasn't even been shown yet and everyone's already leaving. Mufu walked forward slowly, a gentle smile masking the malice beneath. Since fate brought us together, why not reminisce a little? The moment Wang Zheng saw him, hatred flared in his heart and harsh words escaped his lips. I came here only for revenge. Since you've shown yourself, stop wasting words and make your move. Before anger completely consumed him, Wang Zheng turned to instruct his companions before the battle began. You two stay here. He pivoted, gathered momentum, and leapt into the air to begin the fight. Wang Zheng launched himself like an action movie hero, raising his hand high and striking down at Mufu's head. His fighting instincts kicked in, allowing the old man to react as swiftly as if he had never weakened. Mufu's counterpunch was stopped midway by that large hand before it could fully swing. Before the opponent could pull back, Wang Zheng twisted the arm sharply, making him cry out in pain. After retreating lightly from the warning strike, Wang Zheng could not resist openly mocking his opponent. So Mr. Matsushima's martial arts are pretty decent after all, but you're still far inferior to me. Enduring the dull pain, the man answered without the slightest humility. Did you think I came here unprepared? This road has long been surrounded by my men. The words became a signal to attack as gunfire rained down on Wang Zheng's group. The group scrambled into the armored vehicle to save themselves from death. Panting as he climbed inside, Ming Hao quickly turned back and asked, Captain, why don't we just drive away? Wang Zheng raised a hand, signaling him to calm down, his tone casual as though nothing serious was happening. Wait a moment. At the same time, Mufu stood outside muttering to himself, his voice growing noticeably weaker. Let me see how much longer you can hold on. He forced himself to finish his final words before collapsing onto the cold ground. How much longer? Feeling his body heating up unnaturally, Mufu struggled to accuse him weakly. You, when did you poison me? After the hail of bullets ended, Wang Zheng calmly stepped out of the vehicle and replied to the man sprawled on the road. When I poisoned you doesn't matter. What matters is that I made this poison myself. You should feel honor. Unable to move, the old man could only respond while his eyes remained fixed on Wang Zheng's shoes. I didn't expect you to hide such vicious scheme. Impressive indeed. Seeing his enemy in such misery delighted Wang Zheng so much that he laughed openly. Thanks for the compliment, go peacefully. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Fu's mouth. Struggling to breathe as his lungs were pushed past their limit, He uttered his final words before death. In the end, I still lost. Seeing that his enemy was gone, he seemed to shed a heavy burden and patted his teammates on the shoulders. You two return home first. I still have something to take care of here. Worried, Ming Hao immediately rejected his suggestion. No, we have to leave together. If something happens, we can back each other up. But Wang Zheng calmly sent him away with another reason that left no room for argument. You need to go back and keep an eye on the forces at home. That sharp strike hit right where it hurt, leaving him unsure which choice to make. His words became hesitant, as if the captain alone would be staying here. Seeing that the guy was still lingering, he did not hesitate to kick Ming Hao and rudely chase him off. When I was charging through the east, west, south, and north, it was far more dangerous than this. Stop dreaming. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, Wang Zheng had already arrived at a health retreat beach. This is great, I can finally be free and comfortable on my own. Sui Feng slowly walked over, blurting out a few words that made him sound like a professional fire digger. Young man, I finally found you. His face looked blankly at him while his brain was busy thinking. Who is this old man? But Sui Feng had no intention of saying anything else and launched an attack at him. Wang Zheng had been relaxing, but he suddenly retreated in shock to defend himself, breathlessly questioning him. Who are you? Who sent you here? The man adjusted the mask that had shifted out of place. His sharp, emotionless gaze sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard him. Just call me dog slave. You do not need to know anything else. In my eyes, you are already a dead man. Before his words could fade into the air, Sui Feng decisively lowered his body and rushed at him. Unable to stand still and take the second attack, Wang Zheng switched to a fence and threw a knife at him. Dog slave, then let me see who your master is. The Chinese cleaver accidentally struck Sui Feng's half-worn mask, making him freeze for a moment. The iron mask shattered apart, revealing Sui Feng's breathtaking beauty. Wang Zheng shouted in astonishment at the image reflected in his eyes. You are Senior Tantai. His slow voice and calm attitude were the complete opposite of the haste he had shown during the earlier attack. Tantai no longer exists in this world. There is only a dog left. Seeing the terrifying patches of scars across Sui Feng's face, he could not help but ask, what exactly happened to you? Without bothering to argue, the man impatiently kept attacking. You talk too much. Wang Zheng desperately fought back with one hand, while his other hand gripped the knife and waited for an opening. You are still too inexperienced. Before he could turn around, Sui Feng seized the chance and kicked him straight in the waist without mercy. With those pathetic tricks of yours, you cannot hurt me at all. His whole body flew straight down onto the golden sand, forcing Wang Zheng to swallow a huge mouthful of it. As soon as he spat the sand from his throat, his fighting spirit surged and he shouted, "Nice hit!" The two men charged at each other and fought in broad daylight, unaware that everything had fallen into Katie's sight nearby. Cathay. You have an idiom, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. She stood there watching intently, commenting with enthusiasm like a customer who had booked a VIP front row seat. Since that is the case, I might as well sit back and be the fisherman. By the 30th round, the once arrogant Wang Zheng was still being buried face first in the soft sand gifted by the sea. Before he could stand up, he saw Sui Feng walking closer, carrying a mysterious hidden force completely different from before. The man looked down at him from above, granting him one final chance at salvation. Do you have anything to say before you die? Knowing he could not hold out much longer, he used a secret technique anyone could learn on their own, crying and making a scene. Eric Lee, before I came to Country L, I asked you for help. Now I am about to die and you still have not shown up. His mournful cry made a shadow appear. The dark-skinned man jolted awake in shock. Eric Lee also sprang up and immediately threw out a mocking remark. Who would have thought the famous Eastern evil king would end up beaten this badly? Aha! Kathy froze for a second, then screamed like a boss getting blindsided. What? Seizing the opportunity, Sui Feng watched as Wang Zheng recklessly launched a surprise attack. Not a bad reinforcement, but you showed up way too late. His reaction was lightning fast. He spun around, ready to strike back. Do you really think I'm some stuffed toy? Have you gotten addicted to punching me? Wang Zheng quickly stepped back with long strides, widening the distance between them. But Sui Feng had already anticipated that and dashed behind him with his fist raised. It's over. Forced into a desperate situation, he pulled the pistol hidden inside his jacket pocket. You're underestimating me too much. I am the famous Eastern evil king. The merciless finger quickly pulled the trigger, saving its owner. To break free, Wang Zheng aimed the gun at his own chest and fired through his flesh to injure that man's heart. The pain made Sui Feng's body release adrenaline, giving him the strength to hurl him into the sea. Go die! His body plunged straight into the water, completely losing control like a toy with dead batteries. Wang Zheng struggled in the water, his mind in chaos as he remembered the girls who had once passed through his life. Wait for me to come back. At the same time, in the CEO's office at Blue Sea, Executive Minky stared blankly into the silence of the room. she let out a sigh. Her lips quietly murmured a shapeless worry. He said he would let me return home, so why is there still no news? Minky's heart sank even deeper when the phone gave a lifeless response as soon as the ringing ended. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. In the villa where Shishi was staying, for some reason, she clumsily dropped a glass of water today. Shards of glass scattered all over the floor, making her scream in panic. Her heart skipped a beat and she grew anxious for no clear reason. Why do I keep having this bad feeling? 2 months later. In a wooden house in a land where sunlight shone even at night, Wang Zheng limped step by step, practicing walking in the warm room. The closed door was suddenly open. Kitty walked in wearing a kimono, her voice gentle as spring weather. Looks like you're recovering quite well. She gently brought the medicine to his mouth and spoke with a calm, coaxing tone. This is the last bowl of medicine. The rest will depend on your own vitality to recover. Wang Zheng silently looked at the girl who had taken such devoted care of him, and indescribable feelings welled up inside him. After struggling with himself for a while, he finally voiced the question he had held back for so long. Why did you save me? Kitty looked into his beautiful eyes, deep as the ocean, and uttered 2 words, repaying a debt. Hearing that, he thought it was nothing more than a joke, but he did not forget to tell her something. Since you don't want to say it, I won't press you. I've been here too long, they'll be worried I have to go. She did not answer, only gently held his hand as if speaking in place of words. Feeling that it was not persuasive enough, Kitty seemed ready to use her beauty on him. Would you be willing to choose a different way of living, with only you and me? Wang Zheng's heroic resolve was quickly shaken by the sweet fragrance coming from the beauty. I also want an ordinary life, coming home from work every day to hot meals with a gentle wife and obedient children waiting for me. But I can't have that. Somewhat upset by that rejection, she used it as motivation and forcefully kissed him. Then let the two of us take this moment. Since the beauty had already paved the way, how could he be stupid enough not to agree? His wicked hand removed the clothes from her body. The small wooden house suddenly began shaking violently. The sounds of passion from the fiery battle of wits inside rang out. Be gentle. Aren't you still not fully healed? You're underestimating me too much. Elsewhere, north of the outskirts of Beiju in Nanjiang province, Ruxia carefully read the design plan she had just received in the lounge. Her face gradually softened as soon as she finished reading its contents. Wang Zheng, the next time we meet, I will definitely thank you properly. On the luxurious yacht speeding across the vast ocean, Kitty saw Wang Zheng standing there in a daze and came over to ask, are you thinking about them? He still gazed into the distance, his tone somewhat melancholy. Maybe so. Suddenly, Li Wandup appeared from behind and cut into their conversation. May I get to know this lady? He had been distracted just now, but in an instant he stepped in front of Kitty to block him. No, she smiled proudly. Then she took the opportunity to ask clearly, what am I to you? Wang Zheng avoided the question and only gave a vague answer to brush it off. It's very dangerous to casually interact with strange men outside. This was, of course, not the answer she had hoped for, so afterward she took the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Kitty and I'm from America. And you, Lee Wendorf, were overjoyed to have achieved your goal. I am Lee Wendorf from Poland. Then without the slightest hesitation he placed a kiss on her hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly at that moment 2 strange men rushed out of nowhere and opened fire on them at the same time. Wang Zheng frowned and immediately recognized who they were. I never expected to run into you people here. Henry charged forward aggressively to attack, but Wang Zheng blocked him with a single move, then casually swung his hand and knocked the gun from his grip. After that, he unleashed an extremely stylish kick aimed straight at the man's head. Watching him writhe on the ground, Wang Zheng could not hide the contempt in his eyes. The mighty Storm Squad has actually fallen so low that you now fight and rob people like this. Only after seeing his teammate fall did Yang Shan timidly show his face. Who exactly are you? Wang Zheng paid no attention to that nonsense. He only wanted to understand the situation. You do not need to know. Tell me why you went after him. If you refuse to talk, none of you should dream of surviving. Lee Wendorf became visibly dejected and began muttering something incomprehensible. The heart of the sky. It is all because of the heart of the sky. Hearing that only made Wang Zheng even more puzzled. The heart of the sky? Lee Wendorf tried to calm himself down and explained more clearly what he had just said. The heart of the sky is a diamond that belongs to me. Wang Zheng basically understood the situation, then warned the 2 thieves. He is one of my people. As for the diamond, do not even dream about it. Sail the ship back to China and I will spare your lives. But Johnson looked extremely frightened and anxiously explained the problem. This heart of the sky is a silver list mission. Neither you nor I can afford to provoke the person who issued this mission. That made Wang Zheng somewhat interested, and his curiosity was stirred. Oh, who is it? Johnson cautiously stepped closer and whispered quietly to him. In the end, Wang Zheng realized who he truly had to fight. It is true that I am no match for him. Even so, Wang Zheng did not hesitate to give Johnson a painfully hard kick. But if it is something he wants, then I have to take it from him. After that, Wang Zheng made a forceful declaration. If he wants it, he can come find me himself. As for you, if you want to live, then do exactly as I say. Johnson knew what was good for him and agreed to obey. Fine, we will bring the ship safely back to China. Hearing that answer, Wang Zheng immediately drove them away so he would no longer have to look at them. Yet lost, Li Wendorf, having survived by a hair's breadth, was overjoyed and rushed over to hug and kiss Wang Zheng passionately. Zheng, you really are my savior. Wang Zheng felt awkward and immediately tried to dodge to the side. Stay away from me. I am straight and I like women. After that, the two of them moved their conversation to a lounge inside the cabin. Wang Zheng took the initiative and got to the point. Tell me, what is this Heart of the Sky all about? Li Wendorf happily shared the details. The Heart of the Sky is a diamond unearthed 20 years ago. It is the only pale blue diamond of its kind in the world, and its value is immense. With the experience of a seasoned playboy, Wang Zheng understood a little after hearing that. There must be a lot of people eyeing something so valuable, right? Li Wendorf honestly described the situation he was facing. In recent years, because of this diamond alone, my family has been ambushed no fewer than 20 times. As he spoke, he lifted his left leg and fumbled around with his shoe. Unexpectedly, the sole of the shoe could actually be removed separately. Inside was the dazzling diamond. Trusting them completely, Li Wendorf took out his treasure. Look, the diamond is right here. The moment Wang Zheng saw the precious diamond, his eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. Please, do not waste such a gift from heaven. But Li Wendorf was hopelessly infatuated with women, so he sincerely turned and offered it to Kitty. I would like to present this gemstone to this beautiful lady. She did not turn down such a fine gift. She gave him a kiss on the cheek in return. Thank you. The yacht continued speeding across the open sea, heading straight toward its destination, China. At that moment, Kitty stood on the deck. She began to speak with emotion. What will we be like the next time we meet? Wang Zheng also gave her a heartfelt message. If we are enemies, then I hope we never meet again. With that, the two held each other tightly, expressing all the emotions they had been through. Today, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sunlight was golden. A sign of a good day ahead. A while later, at the Zhang family's port construction site, Wang Zheng grew irritated seeing Li Wendorf trailing behind him. Why did you follow me here? He hurriedly explained himself. You not only saved me, but you're also a local. I came here to invest. Of course, I have to follow you to find clients. He began glancing around curiously at everything nearby. Why did you bring me here? Wang Zheng put on a mysterious expression and emphasized every word. Obviously, we're here to inspect the lives of the people. Suddenly, panic shouting rang out from somewhere. This is bad. Something serious has happened. The burly workers shouted among themselves. Brothers, people from Hengsheng are here causing trouble again, over and over. We won't stop until they truly submit. He could not help growing curious at the group's reaction. Let's go see what's happening. At this moment, Li Hao swaggered over, puffing on a cigarette. Tell your manager to come out here or I'll smash this whole place up. Wang Zheng instantly found him annoying. What's going on? Who is this guy acting so arrogant? Wu Qi, standing nearby, anxiously explained that the Hengsheng group had been outbid by our boss and lost this plot of land, so they hired thugs to come here and stir up trouble. 3 days ago, the man smoking there declared that if our construction team didn't leave after 3 days, they would forcibly drive us away. After waiting so long without anyone showing up, he started causing trouble. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit crippled them. A figure stepped out from a luxury van behind them. All right, Li Hao, stop putting on an act. Lu Wen relied on his status and openly gave orders. Today, anyone willing to leave will get 200 yuan. The workers were not about to submit so easily. Furious, they stood up and protested. You think 200 yuan is enough to make us smash our own rice bowl? Lu Wen stood there sneering calmly, deliberately flaunting the wad of cash in his hand. Then how about 5,000 yuan? You can also join Hengsheng and work for Hengsheng. Li Hao excitedly gave a thumbs up in praise. Young Master Lu is truly brilliant. He was immediately cursed by the crowd. Brilliant my ass. Relying on his backing, he arrogantly challenged them. Say that again if you've got guts. If I don't beat you to death today, my surname isn't Li. No one replied, but suddenly a bag flew through the crowd. It landed squarely on target, knocking Li Hao flat on his back. Seeing his side getting bullied, Lu Wen stepped in. Who did that? If you've got guts, come out here. Wang Zheng slowly pushed through the crowd and revealed himself. We haven't met in a while, yet it seems young Master Dong's wings have grown much stronger, huh? He immediately frowned and grimaced. You, Wang Zheng declared confidently with overwhelming momentum. Let me see what you're really capable of. The rest of you, come out too. Lu Wen naturally refused to embarrass himself and decisively ordered his lackey. Get him, beat him to death. They rushed forward in waves, iron rods in hand. But in an instant, Wang Zheng slipped behind the crowd and directly confronted the ringleader, Lu Wen. Seeing him about to kick, Wang Zheng quickly grabbed his ankle, then slammed him painfully onto the ground. Such pathetic tricks. Wang Zheng grabbed Lu Wen by the hair and yanked his head back, his voice full of menace. Young Master Dong, I already taught you how to behave last time. Why are you such a slow learner? Lu Wen violently broke free from his grip. Cursing furiously, he spat, damn it. Wang Zheng snapped back with a warning. You've got some nerve. Let me see whether stirring up trouble at this construction site was your idea or your father's. The moment his father was mentioned, Lu Wen visibly faltered. What does that have to do with you? Without another word, Wang Zheng rushed over again and slammed Lu Wen's head to the ground. So it was your father's idea. Go tell the old man that tonight I'll personally visit headquarters and pay him a visit. Clutching his forehead in pain, Lu Wen still tried to act tough. Don't get too cocky. Sooner or later, I'll settle this debt with you. Wang Zheng was never afraid of anyone. He cheerfully welcomed the threat. You're welcome anytime. In the end, Li Hao had to help Lu Wen leave. Peace returned to everyone as their car revved its engine, belched smoke, and finally sped away. The workers immediately came forward and thanked Wang Zheng over and over. Brother, you really are amazing. Next time they dare come here again, we promise we'll beat them until they cry for their parents. He happily put an arm around their shoulders and did not forget to remind everyone with concern. Don't worry, they won't dare come back. Hurry up and go eat. You still have work to do this afternoon. Everyone nodded in agreement. As they left, they even shouted together, okay, we drove those bastards off. Let's go eat. Li Wandop watched this scene with great curiosity. Zheng, it looks like the business order in Cathay isn't all that impressive either. He could only sigh in reply. Where are there no scumbags? Wherever there is sunlight, there will always be shadows. Just then, Yiping hurriedly drove over. As soon as he got out, he apologized anxiously. President Wang, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were coming today, so I failed to receive you in time. Wang Zheng's attitude immediately changed, and he ordered in an irritated tone. No need to receive me. I'm only here to remind you of one thing. If anything else goes wrong with the Ideal City project, you can pack your things and get out. He lowered his head in fear, sweat pouring down as if he had been drenched. I guarantee that something like this will never happen again. Please rest assured. For the time being, he let the matter go and began arranging his next schedule. Prepare a car for me. I want to go to Jinling. Elsewhere, inside the private dining room of Heng Group, Shen Peng was currently raising his glass to entertain distinguished guests. Judong International is nothing but an empty shell of a group. Once they come to South River territory, they can forget about competing with me. Suddenly, a loud pounding on the door shattered the peaceful atmosphere in the room. Wang Zheng strode in brazenly and greeted them loudly. Hello, Boss Dong. Surprise appeared clearly on Shen Peng's face as he asked in confusion. Who are you people? Without the slightest hesitation, he walked straight to an empty seat at the dining table. You were just talking about our group a moment ago. What? Are we not welcome? He reacted quickly and immediately agreed. Of course you're welcome. As soon as Wang Zheng sat down, all the big shots stood up at once and left. We still have business to handle, so we'll be leaving first. He calmly began mocking him. Boss Dong, you sure are impressive. Without any fear, the man immediately fired back. I was only telling the truth. Just then, Shen Peng's phone rang repeatedly. When he answered, his expression became extremely panicked. What? How did Lewin suffer a moderate concussion? All right, I understand. As if realizing something, he asked in a suspicious tone. Are you the one who beat my son? Since you've come here, I think we need to have a proper talk. Wang Zheng immediately showed obvious contempt. There's nothing worth talking about. This left Shen Peng somewhat flustered. Oh, then Wang Zheng suddenly rose aggressively, grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table and smashed it down hard. Because I really hate talking to thugs. Because his strike was too fast, the man could only take the blow squarely to the face in pain. Blood poured out like a stream, staining his hand red. What do you want? After taking action, Wang Zheng calmly gave his order. If you want to cooperate, transfer those new plots of land in Jinling to Judong free of charge. By now, Shen Peng looked like he was about to explode, angrily slamming the table and cursing. How the hell is this cooperation? Don't even think about it. If you dare rob me, I'll call the police immediately. He used his domineering CEO status to declare. Since you don't agree, I won't force you. But I'm warning you too, if I want you dead. Then don't expect to stay alive. After that, he and his tagalong Li Wandop quickly turned and left. Sitting alone, Shen Peng began looking for a way to resolve the situation. Big brother, I need to ask you for help. The time had reached 9:30 p.m. inside Minky's office. She stood there absent-mindedly staring out the window. Thoughts slowly welled up inside her. At last, Huan Ling had finally gotten back on the right track. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. She hesitated for a moment before finally raising her voice in response, "Come in." The moment the door opened, Wang Zheng's flawlessly handsome face gradually came into view. The instant Ming Qi saw the man she loved, her cheeks flushed red. You finally came back. He quickly caught her in his arms and held her tightly. You've had a hard time lately, haven't you? As if she had finally found someone to confide in, tears quickly rolled down her cheeks. I want to go home. The scene shifted to a dim bedroom bathed in warm yellow light. Wang Zheng gently carried his lover bridal style. Ming Qi shyly whispered, "How long are you staying in the capital this time?" He answered tenderly and indulgently. "For now, I'm not leaving again. Then he set her down on the bed. The kiss after so many days apart made the two of them cling to each other even more tightly, leaving Ming-Chi breathless. Wang Zheng loosened his hold and embraced the beauty he had missed so much. You've really worked hard during this time. Soon enough, morning arrived. As sunlight gradually spread into every corner, Yang Ming stepped out of the airport with an overwhelming aura. He carefully examined the bounty notice in his hand, preparing for a hunt. I'm definitely taking this money. At the same time, inside a luxurious villa, Shishi happily shared some news. Sis, I think Han Xingai is coming back tomorrow. Zheng Fei also looked a little excited. Yeah, it's been forever since we saw that girl. I miss her so much. Suddenly, Shishi's expression turned mischievous, her words full of hidden meaning. Sis, besides her, isn't there someone else you miss too? Zheng Fei immediately flicked Bai Fai's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Fai grinned teasingly. Isn't it true, you miss Wang Zheng's little pet, don't you? Zheng Fei finally understood and hurriedly grabbed her younger sister to stop her. Shishi, stop talking nonsense. The two continued fooling around happily, giggling together. Just then a hand gently pushed the door open. The moment Wang Zheng appeared, the atmosphere in the room instantly changed. Hey! Seeing the two girls wrestling around, he looked slightly awkward. So this is your welcome ceremony for me? Shishi excitedly rushed over to greet him. You finally came back. Zheng Fei could only laugh softly from behind. Shishi, why are you even more excited than I am? Just as Wang Zheng switched into flirt mode, his eyes quickly swept over her body. You're showing a little too much there. Hearing that, Shishi immediately looked down and realized one strap of her dress had slipped off. She panicked in embarrassment and angrily rushed over to hit him repeatedly. Why didn't you contact us at all? Suddenly, her expression changed and she turned back to cling to Zheng Fei instead. Wang Zheng was completely baffled by the situation. What's going on? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Weren't you supposed to pounce on me, bite me the moment we met, then cry a little? He muttered to himself in confusion. Has my charm decreased or something? She heard every single word. Annoyed, she turned around and walked away. You shameless pervert, how can you be this narcissistic? The two sisters immediately returned to their room. Bai Fai still couldn't resist taking a jab at him. That guy disappears forever, then comes back without even caring about us sisters. Zheng Fei reminded her, alright, already it's late, hurry up and go to sleep. Bai Fai nodded obediently. Okay, got it. She was clearly still upset. Zheng Fei pushed the door open to leave, but not before turning back to remind Shishi gently. Okay, I won't interfere with your conversation. Just don't lose control first. Anyway, I'm heading back to my room to sleep. Shishi shyly replied, okay. The moment she entered her room, her heart became as chaotic as a group chat at 2 in the morning. That pervert saw everything just now. If I don't sneak another look back, won't I be the one losing out? She paced back and forth anxiously, while the hands of the clock seemed unbearably slow. No one knew what time it was anymore. Only that Wang Zheng showed up half-naked and knocked on someone's door, waiting forever while the room stayed completely silent. He could practically hear his self-respect collapsing. His joyful mood was suddenly doused with cold water, leaving Wang Zheng utterly stunned. No way. She already went to sleep this early. His last bit of hope pushed him to test the waters with one final line, gambling on fate being kind to him. Then I'll go talk to Zheng Fei about life and ideals instead. She had been pressing her ear against the door for ages. Thinking he had already left, she cracked the door open to peek outside. The moment she slid out, she caught sight of Wang Zheng eating several segments of durian, followed by an impossibly cheeky tease. Hello, beautiful. Annoyed at being made fun of, Shishi snorted and slammed the door shut to vent her anger. He hurriedly blocked it and grinned as he struck up a conversation. What are you doing? Afraid I'll eat you. His chubby body kept pressing close to her as he squeezed into the room, making Shishi bite her lip to hold back a laugh. What are you doing? Out of nowhere, the strap of her nightdress snapped. Whether it was poor quality goods or something else, no one knew. With gravity lending a hand, Shishi's dress revealed a tempting view at just the right moment, making him want to chant scriptures to drive away his wicked thoughts. The hem slid down without stopping and hooked around her leg in an instant. Because her balance had picked that exact moment to take a vacation, she cried out and pitched forward like an overripe banana falling from the stalk. Wang Zheng did not think twice. He switched into beauty-saving mode and spread his arm. Careful, he had meant to play the hero, but his hand landed right on her D-cup treasure, turning him into an ordinary mortal. Inside, he could only scream, "This feeling is absolutely amazing." Shishi had never met anyone so shameless. The operating system in her head instantly froze, leaving her trembling and flushed all over. Overcome with embarrassment, she wrapped herself in the blanket like a giant worm and thrashed wildly. Get out! I swear your brain must be in the wrong place. He sat down on the bed with a sleazy air, looking just like some movie villain. Pretty girl, don't be shy. He thought he had handled it with words, but instead he only fueled her anger further, forcing her once clear voice to drop into a threatening growl. Get out right now. Wang Zheng sprang up and searched for an escape route at top speed. Okay, I'm leaving right now. carrying a full combo of humiliation and regret. He quietly helped himself out of the chaotic scene he had created. With nowhere to hide after his self-destruction, Wang Zheng had no choice but to take his guilt-ridden heart and bother Sheng Fei. "Are you asleep?" Though she had no idea what had happened, she still called out with genuine concern, still shy about her current state. He spoke first to start the conversation. "How have you been lately?" Sheng Fei brushed her hair to one side to ease her nerves, took a soft breath, and replied, "Summer in Blue Sea is almost over. The new designs are basically done too, so I haven't been too busy lately." Suddenly, a new topic came to mind, making her rush to update him at once. "Oh right, little Yi is coming back tomorrow." Wang Zheng happily switched into high-level gossip mode. "And zing. That little girl is coming back." Sleepy to the point of falling apart, Sheng Fei quickly withdrew from confidant mode. "She has a little over 20 days off to visit family. I need to sleep now, I still have to pick her up tomorrow." Without any more teasing, he chose to retreat with dignity, adding a few narcissistic lines. "Then go to sleep first, don't miss me too much." The next morning, the sinner Wang Zheng put on an apron and brought food to Shishi's door to apologize. "Pretty girl, I specially made breakfast for you." The door opened as slowly as a crawling turtle, awakening the dormant lioness inside. She yanked the door open, unleashed a stream of scolding, and dragged him into the room. "You bastard, get in here right now." Wang Zheng did not dare move, trying to keep the food steady so it would not spill. "My dear little tyrant, what exactly do you want?" Once inside, she first placed the breakfast safely on the table, using it as a way to calm her earlier boiling emotion. After a while, Shishi blushed and went straight to the point. "You have to take responsibility for me." Faced with that adorable look, he could not stop smiling. "How do you want me to take responsibility?" Not realizing she was being teased, she folded her arms and answered seriously, with the force of someone chairing a parent-teacher meeting. "Yeah, you rotten man, you saw everything, yet you're not showing any reaction at all." He suddenly took a risk and kissed her, leaving her frozen for 5 full seconds. She froze for a moment, then shouted to hide the embarrassment clearly written across her face. "Hey, that was my first kiss." The blazing sunlight poured straight through the airport's grand entrance. Wang Zheng and the other two calmly stood waiting in a secluded corner of the vast airport. The moment Xingai stepped out with her suitcase, she spotted them and cried out happily. Her loud cries drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, making Wang Zheng awkwardly cover his face. The chirpy girl rushed toward the three of them, talking non-stop. "I missed you all so much. Did you miss me?" Shishi stood beside her, scolding her like a mother. "You troublesome girl, do you even know what shame is? Can you act a little more ladylike?" While hugging her affectionately, Xingai winked at him. "Did you miss me?" Wang Zheng sighed and gave a perfunctory reply. "We all missed you very much." She cheerfully raised her hand like the leader of a sales squad. She enthusiastically invited everyone to join the fun. "Let's go eat. I'm so hungry my stomach's sticking to my back." Sheng Fei stood behind her, speaking softly and affectionately. "Little Yi, what would you like to eat?" Xingai finally heard words of affection and turned coquettish. "Grilled donkey meat." Wang Zheng immediately nodded and settled it before anyone could change their mind. "Okay, let's head there right away." 1 hour later, the group eagerly stood in a long line with everyone else at Old Dan's grilled donkey meat shop. After staying quiet for so long, the moment it was finally their turn, Xingai shouted excitedly, making the people behind them laugh. "Finally our turn, hurry up, I'll buy everything." A black car suddenly cut in and stopped in front of the shop, kicking up a chaotic cloud of dust. Adong hurried out of the car and arrogantly shouted as if he owned the place. "Pack up all the grilled donkey meat you have left for me." The shop employee remained completely unfazed and answered honestly, "Sorry, sir. This gentleman has already bought the last portions of grilled donkey meat." After speaking, he gently handed the food bag to Wang Zheng. Unwilling to give up the food, Adong blocked his way and offered 400 yuan. "Sell me those 4 portions of grilled donkey meat." Like a giant fly suddenly buzzing in front of him, he instantly switched into stubborn mode and fired back. 10,000 yuan per portion, then I'll sell." The moment he heard the price, Adong exploded theatrically as if robbed blind. "Are you looking for trouble? 10,000 yuan per portion. Why don't you just rob people?" Not getting the response he wanted, Wang Zheng lost interest and walked past him. "Buy it if you want." Without another word, Adong grabbed Wang Zheng's shoulder and snatched the food bag at lightning speed. "Don't go." Wang Zheng refused to let it slide. The instant Adong made a move, he grabbed him and crushed the freeloading scheme. "Couldn't buy it, so now you're stealing? You're pretty shameless." Exposed and enraged, Adong swung his arm as if ready to teach Wang Zheng a lesson with his fists. "Let go of me." Xingai reacted instantly and kicked him hard between the legs. The brutal strike landed from behind, smashing his sacred family jewels and leaving Adong in agony. Adong collapsed onto the ground, clutching his precious parts like he was in labor. Xingai happily stood there admiring the miserable state of the rude troublemaker. "No matter what, we're all cadets from the military academy." Qinglong sat in the car and after waiting too long for his friend, anxiously stepped outside. "What happened here?" He crouched beside his trembling friend and clicked his tongue. "Who beat you up like this?" Wang Zheng immediately answered. "I did." Qinglong frowned, looked up at him, and questioned him. "Why did you hit someone?" Xingai's sharp tongue immediately launched into an angry verbal tirade. Your servant failed to buy the roasted donkey meat, and the moment the conversation turned sour, he tried to hit someone. Ending up like this is just his own karma. If he dares do it again, I will definitely crush him under my foot. Those blunt words reached his ears like searing chili oil. They made him open his mouth and lecture her. It is not good for a girl to be so violent. You people need to give me a clear explanation for what happened today. His half-baked intimidation did not scare anyone. Wang Zheng calmly pointed at her and joined the verbal fight. This friend of mine has already explained it. If you still refuse to accept it, then I can only play this out with you to the end. Rage flared up in an instant, making Qinglong grit his teeth and threaten. What arrogant talk. If you do not give me a reasonable explanation today, then I will. Before he could finish, Sheng Fei cut him off because her hands were itching. You will what? That familiar voice made him turn in a daze and ask at once, Are you Sheng Fei? From far away, a gray car tore down the street like a hunting leopard. With the prized food in hand, Xingai enjoyed it with wild delight and rising satisfaction. Being able to eat her favorite hometown dish felt wonderful. Sheng Fei watched her eat with such relish. After fidgeting for a long while, Sheng Fei finally decided to speak her mind. Little knight, why did you accept Li Qinglong's invitation? He is not a decent man. She had been enjoying her food, but then she remembered that arrogant young master. Xingai leaned close to her and teased, Sis, he is so handsome. Are you really not tempted? After hearing that, Sheng Fei shook her head at once without even thinking. I do not like him. Seeing her gloomy expression, Xingai took out some food to share with her, trying to lift her sister's negative mood. Do not be angry, tonight we will beat him up hard. And yet Sheng Fei was still trapped in her mood. This was his territory. How could they possibly fight him? Wang Zheng, silently driving up front, suddenly noticed something reflected behind them. Behind them, a car covered in vivid emerald paint kept tailing them closely, giving off the scent of a plotted ambush. On the line, he made sure the ladies in the car could keep up. He quickly reported the situation in a vague way. Pretty girls, it looks like we have run into a small problem. I need to handle it for a moment. Stay in the car and wait for me. Wang Zheng steered into a nearby gas station, and the pursuing driver hurriedly followed right after him. This kind of hidden trap happened all the time. He walked over and knocked on the car door calmly. Brother, whose side are you on? Shall we have a little talk? The person inside did not bother answering. He only cracked the window open and rested a gun barrel on it, silently overpowering the other man's nerves. Yet Wang Zheng was not afraid at all. He even spoke with concern. Do not get worked up. Spilling blood right on the street is not a good look. I only want to know who sent you. To avoid exposing his identity, the killer growled softly. Someone paid a fortune to buy your life. The arrogance of this faceless enemy made him laugh with contempt. Then they really overpaid. But before the person inside could make another move, he had already smashed the car window with one punch to get a clear look at the clown inside. The dark barrier vanished in an instant, revealing Yang Ming's dumbfounded face. Recognizing that familiar face, his mood instantly turned cheerful, and he rushed in as if he had found a bargain at the market. Kid, you are still alive. Yang Ming shouted hesitantly, overwhelmed by the tangled emotions in his heart. Captain, in the middle of this flustered reunion, Wang Zheng still remembered to toss out a proper teammate greeting like a decent person. Who are you following now? Why are you doing killer work? Yang Ming was still trembling under that authority as he briefly explained everything to him. I am following Chen Shayan, a gangster, and I am also his sworn brother. This time he was the one who sent me. Sheng Fei could not hear their conversation, so worry showed clearly on her face. Her face was full of concern. Surely nothing happened, right? Why are they hugging? Hearing that, Shishi comforted her and helped calm her uneasy mind. Don't worry, who is Wang Zheng? No one can hurt him. With those strange gazes all fixed on him, Yang Ming pointed around in confusion and asked, Captain, who is in the car? He put his hands on his hips, his voice calm and light as a cloud. Second, they are all guests of my big brother. I am just taking them out for fun. Seeing his former boss now living freely among beautiful women, he nodded in admiration. Captain, you are still as impressive as ever. Let us meet up when we are both free another day. I have been in the capital a lot lately. When the time comes, I will take you to meet someone. Wang Zheng heard the whole long speech but only caught the final phrase. Who? Yet Yang Ming only smiled mysteriously, his mischievous look giving off an air of secrecy. Captain, let me keep it a secret for now. You will know when the time comes. At 7 that evening at the Skyvault International Club, Li Xiang warmly shook hands. He excitedly welcomed his close friend of many years. Back then, you said you would return in glory. Now you have done it, Azure Dragon. He did not put on airs. Instead, he pointed at the watch as if trying to keep things friendly. Li Xiang, you have done quite well too. Hearing that, Li Xiang could only lower his head awkwardly. A single meal here might cost more than my watch. Just as the conversation ended, Azure Dragon suddenly realized that 2 beautiful women had been waiting in the room for some time. He took the initiative to step forward and gently greeted those familiar faces from the past. Shen Han Shuang, long time no see. seeing how handsome her old classmate had become. Shen raised a hand to cover her mouth, trying to maintain a dignified image in front of the handsome man. Azure Dragon, after all these years, you have become much more handsome. He accepted the compliment and tactfully replied with a proper one of his own. You are getting prettier too. I am sure you have many suitors, right? Seeing that the conversation was going smoothly, she leaned in to answer, but her words carried a hint of flirtation toward Azure Dragon. Many people pursue me, but I do not like any of them. Before he could reply, two friends who had just arrived interrupted him. With a cheerful greeting, long time no see. Azure Dragon nodded to the acquaintances, giving off an experienced and worldly air. Long time no see. Seeing that everyone was present but things were still quiet, Shen asked softly, everyone is here now, so who are we waiting for? He mentioned a name that left her stunned. We are waiting for Sheng Fei. Like a catalyst, that name awakened intense curiosity in her. Sheng Fei, I heard that after graduation she joined Blue Sea Group. I wonder how she is doing now. Han Shuang, sitting beside her, spoke up. Without any politeness, she said, no matter how luxurious and comfortable her life is now, she still cannot make us wait this long. As soon as the words left her mouth, Sheng Fei led Wang Zheng into the room at the perfect moment. It seemed almost like a script the two of them had arranged in advance. Sorry, I am late. Azure Dragon suppressed the anger in his heart and pretended to stand up for a chat. Sheng Fei, why did those two friends of yours not come? She saw through his fake attitude clearly, but still answered politely, they went home. Thinking his act was flawless, he calmly invited the two guests to sit at the dining table. Come on, sit down first. Zhai Zun struck up a friendly conversation to liven up the atmosphere. Sheng Fei, introduce your boyfriend to us, without needing Sheng Fei to step in. He lowered his pride himself and reached out to make friends. My name is Wang Zheng. Seeing that the person opposite him was polite, Azure Dragon smiled and naturally shook his hand in return. I am Zhai Zun. I used to have a secret crush on Sheng Fei, but I am not your rival now. Unable to sit still as the mood grew livelier, Yuan Chen immediately joined the conversation. Wang Zheng, what kind of work do you do? Wang Zheng spoke faster than he could think, blurting out a string of words that made himself look bad. I am just a hired worker. I do not even have a home in the capital and still have to stay at someone else's place. He had barely managed 3 lines of nonsense before Sheng Fei kicked him hard under the table, making him wince in pain. Hearing that, Bian Chen clicked his tongue and sighed meaningfully. The capital is huge, but buying a home here is never easy, even after taking that painful kick. Wang Zheng still refused to stop talking nonsense. My ability is limited. There is nothing I can do. Waiting only for his prey to take the bait, he launched into a stream of empty principles. This is not a matter of ability. It is a matter of attitude. If you cannot even buy a home in the capital, will Sheng Fei really be happy with you? Those sour words sounded like a toothpick being jammed in the wrong way, making him frown. Brother, whether I can make Sheng Fei happy or not has nothing to do with you. You would be better off spending some time learning how to control that mouth of yours. That merciless counterattack instantly switched the self-absorbed Bian Chen into lecture mode. Rotten mud cannot be plastered onto a wall. At this point, Wang Zheng could no longer hold back. Anger began to show clearly on that baby-faced expression of his. What about it? With both sides getting too tense, Zhai Sen nearly choked and hurriedly switched into national host mode, steering the topic away from disaster. Come on, it was not easy for us to reunite. Let us drink to meeting again after so many years apart. Cheers, everyone, to our reunion after all these years. Youth may be gone, but friendship remains unchanged. Right on cue, Yuan Xin raised his glass of expensive wine and shouted excitedly, cheers. The cheerful atmosphere lasted about 2 seconds before it was crushed by Azure Dragon's rude voice. Wait a minute. He pointed at the 2 glasses of different colored drinks in front of Sheng Fei and her boyfriend, his tone sharp and dull. We all have to drink red wine, so why are you 2 drinking juice? Before she could even react, Wang Zheng blurted out an answer for her. My girlfriend is not feeling well today, so she cannot drink alcohol. Still refusing to let it go, he pressed on as if he were about to expose a scandal hidden for 10 years. Then what about you? Realizing this guy was practically a leech in human form, Wang Zheng casually tossed out a few half-hearted words. I do not drink. Shen had never seen a straight man who would not touch alcohol, so she covered her mouth and giggled. No way, you will not even drink red wine. Are you even a man? He looked at the comedy act unfolding in front of him and was too lazy to even switch on his brain. I do not know how to drink. Li Xiang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up and objected to Wang Zheng's indifferent attitude. Listen, brother, with that attitude of yours, you're going to make Sheng Fei lose face. Hearing that, he did not answer right away. Instead, he turned and pulled her into his arms, then asked, Babe, do you feel embarrassed? Sheng Fei's pretty fair face instantly flushed with shyness. No. With solid proof in hand, Wang Zheng finally spoke slowly in response. See that? My girlfriend says no, so why should I care? Azure Dragon had frozen in place without anyone noticing. In his heart, he cursed viciously like an uncultured livestream ranter, you lowly woman. Today I will make sure you are ruined. After listening for a while, Bian Chen delivered a roundabout conclusion nobody needed. In the end, you are still just a man who lives off a woman. Wang Zheng's eyes widened, and he forced down the part of his heart that wanted to go full Godzilla in the middle of the street. Yeah, thinking he had found some weak-hearted show-off, Bian Chen let out a loud snort and immediately threw out another jab. It is written all over your face. Look at your own circumstances. Are you not just an ugly toad lusting after swan meat? Not even in his next life would Bian Chen have imagined that because of those brainless remarks, Sheng Fei would grab a glass bottle. Clutching his head while barking at the top of his lungs, he threw himself way too deeply into the role of the wronged victim. Sheng Fei, do not play dumb. I will beat you to death. In a flash, Wang Zheng rushed forward and locked the loudmouth by the throat. Then come on. Let me see just how capable you really are. The air was already tense when someone suddenly kicked the door open and barged in without a shred of manners. Hao Tian stormed in with an entire team of bodyguards, as if going on a hunt. He shouted for someone to be arrested as though he were acting in a primetime crime drama. You are the one who dared to cause trouble and start a fight here, right? Are you tired of living? Arrest him and take him away. Outside, Yang Ming saw the chaotic situation and immediately rushed in to rescue him. Stop. Who gave you the nerve to touch him? Afraid the noisy rabble would stir up even more trouble, he pulled out a gold-plated business card to intimidate the manager. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. He is not someone you can afford to offend. Before the man could even read what was on the business card, his mouth had already rushed ahead with reckless mockery. How fierce, you even teamed up to put on an act. The words Skyline International Headquarters, Chairman Wang Zheng, slammed into Hao Tian's eyes like a verdict already handed down. Seeing his boss suddenly freeze, the underling curiously leaned in for a look, then also gaped and cried out, Chairman Wang, he hurriedly dropped to his knees. He begged Wang Zheng for mercy under the stunned gazes of every witness in the room. This lowly fool failed to recognize greatness. Please, Chairman Wang, be generous and spare me. I promise I will never make this mistake again. Wang Zheng looked at his pathetic display. He felt too weary to care, yet cold words still slipped from his mouth. Fine, but break one of your own fingers and take it as a lesson you will remember for life. His lazy gaze swept over the absurd, resentful lunatics at the table, and he slowly delivered his final ultimatum. As for all of you, I will visit each of your homes one by one. Afraid that things would become even more tangled, Sheng Fei tugged his hand and said timidly, let us go. Before the two of them escaped the chaotic room, Hao Tian used all his strength to bend his own finger backward in exchange for the small mercy Wang Zheng had granted him. The car sped straight ahead as if a ghost were chasing it from behind. He sat in silence and let her lean on him, his heart in turmoil, yet he could not help asking, why did you come here? Suddenly being called while he was driving, Yang Ming hurriedly answered at once. Boss, I was worried someone would cause trouble for you, so I followed you here. Taking advantage of this brief reunion, Wang Zheng lowered his usual guard and spoke the words he had hidden for a very long time. I feel that the things I have run into lately are connected to the Su family. Old grudges and new debts alike will have to be settled sooner or later. The moment Yang Ming heard the phrase he had blocked out ages ago, the anger inside him flared up like someone had set fire to a gas cylinder. Damn the Su family, we still have not avenged what happened 5 years ago, and now that rotten old bastard dares to come knocking at our door. This is infuriating. Even as anger boiled inside him, Wang Zheng forced himself to stay calm. He could not let momentary emotions overwhelm his reason. They are all birds of a feather. Sooner or later, I will wipe them all out. Yang Ming did not want to miss the chance, so he quickly volunteered before he could be forgotten. Captain, call me whenever you need me. I am ready at any time. Choosing beauty over brotherhood, Wang Zheng ignored his eager gaze and urged him on. Drive faster. Take her home first, I still have something to do. Yang Ming's dirty mind had already started producing ideas. With improper fantasies running wild, he questioned him in a perfectly serious tone. Captain, what is so urgent? No need to act so innocent. Wang Zheng silenced him with a single line, leaving him speechless in admiration. With those extraordinary kidneys of yours, of course you are going to meet other beautiful women. The two of them continued chatting in the car to drive away the dullness of the long, empty road. The next day, Liu Xuan was eating when a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Who is it? A deep, mysterious voice rang out. Would you ladies like to buy some milk? While chewing, Wei Ran blurted out a quick reply. No, but her answer was immediately drowned out by the golden girl herself. Carrying 2 bags full of stuff, Wang Zheng stood hesitantly outside the door like a dedicated delivery guy. Beautiful ladies, hurry up and open the door for me. Liu Xuan recognized his voice and excitedly opened the door. As soon as she stepped out, she said, You're finally back, Wang Zheng replied with a smile. But inside, his thoughts were a tangled mess. Yeah, something came up overseas, so I got delayed for quite a while. He ran slowly walked out right after that, Long time no see. Wang Zheng's voice suddenly softened as if his soul had drifted into the clouds. Yeah, it's been a long time. Liu Xuan innocently pulled her friend over to introduce her, unaware of how captivating the two girls looked together. This is Li Yuran, the queen of television dramas here in Huaxia. Did you two already know each other before? After rambling on without hearing any response, she looked up at him. Wang Zheng you, she gasped and pointed at him. His eyes were wide open from the irresistible charm of the two girls. Why is your nose bleeding? She immediately sensed the strange vibe from their special guest. The two girls exchanged glances and completely froze like malfunctioning robots. Realizing they were only wearing revealing sleepwear, they hurriedly dashed back into their rooms. A chorus of screams echoed behind him. Ah! Meanwhile, the poor guy outside was left bleeding from the overwhelming sight. The two bedroom doors facing each other slammed shut at the same time, cutting off the awkwardness lingering in the living room. Wang Zheng dropped onto the sofa and let out a long breath to calm himself down. Looking at the delicious spread of food, he could not resist taking a bite. A rich homemade flavor exploded in his mouth, making him pause for a moment. After swallowing, the lingering aftertaste stirred up his emotions even more. Wang Zheng spoke up. These cooking skills are incredible. Yuran crossed her arms and looked at the freeloader eating her food with dissatisfaction. My father is the head chef at the Seritin Hotel. Like father, like daughter. Liu Xuan hurried out of her room and immediately chimed in with endless praise. That's right, Sister Yuran is an amazing cook. Whoever marries her will be blessed for life. As his girlfriend settled beside him, Wang Zheng gently placed a hand on her shoulder. His warm voice sounded full of concern. Liu Xuan, I saw your huge poster in the subway. You're really becoming more and more popular. How have you been lately? It had been a long time since she received such concern from her boyfriend, so she happily updated him on everything. Luckily, Sister Yuran introduced me to a few directors. That's how I achieved what I have now. Tomorrow I have to meet Director Hu. Hearing the familiar name, Wang Zheng immediately confirmed, Hu Xiaolong, I'll go with you. He looked at the person across from him. Then he modestly added, also, thank you, Yuran. Yuran casually leaned back in her chair, her sharp tone completely opposite from her actions. I've always treated Liu Xuan like my own little sister. Why are you thanking me? This has nothing to do with you. Wang Zheng was no less sharp and replied flatly, I don't mind having something to do with you. The suggestive remark made her choke slightly. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Wang Zheng laughed inwardly but mercifully changed the subject. So what are your plans next? Liu Xuan, who had been ignored the whole time, immediately seized the chance to join in. Sister Yuran turned down a really good opportunity. His gossip instincts immediately flared up, making him blurt out, oh, after all this time, the sun must have risen in the west for you two. Suddenly become such a saint. Seeing him getting ready to leave, Liu Xuan spoke up gloomily. It's been so long since you came over. Why don't you stay here tonight? Her sadness was so obvious that even dense Wang Zheng noticed it. Under Yuran's shocked gaze, she continued lowering herself to plead for him to stay. Not wanting to keep his girlfriend waiting, Wang Zheng immediately revealed a shy smile and suggested, then I'll sleep in your room. Liu Xuan hurried over to Yuran to hide her embarrassment. What are you thinking about? I'm going to sleep with Sister Yuran tonight. Even though he felt a little awkward, he still boldly stated his outrageous idea after seeing her reaction. Really, Yuran's bed is actually pretty big. The three of us could sleep together and still have plenty of room. The moment she heard that shameless comment, she panicked completely. She dragged Lei Yuran straight into the room like she was fleeing a live TV interview. In your dreams. Left alone in the huge living room, he stood there speechless as Liu Xuan's voice echoed from inside, leaving his heart strangely warm and unsure how to react. Wang Zheng, we're going to bed first. We still have to get up at 6 tomorrow morning to meet Director Hu. Just when he thought he was about to reach the peak of happiness, he suddenly fell straight to rock bottom. He could only sigh helplessly to himself. Why is reality so completely different from what I imagined? Xiaolong casually leaned back in his chair, leisurely drinking tea and admiring the scenery before work. Together with Wang Zheng, Liu Xuan walked over from afar and greeted him politely. Hello, Director Hu. His sharp eyes swept from head to toe over the man standing behind her. Is he your boyfriend? Caught off guard by the sudden attention from such an influential figure, she smiled brightly in response. You've misunderstood, he's just a good friend of mine. Xiaolong removed his sunglasses, his tone carrying 3 parts respect and 7 parts curiosity as he looked at him. This good friend of yours is no ordinary person. As if to prove his point, he stepped forward and offered Wang Zheng a handshake. Let me formally introduce myself again. My name is Hu Xiaolong. Although confused, Wang Zheng still answered cautiously, afraid of affecting his girlfriend's career. Wang Zheng? Their brief conversation ended as soon as their hands separated, leaving both men with unreadable thoughts lingering in their minds. He raised his hand and carefully invited Wang Zheng to sit down. Please have a seat. Before the two across from him could even speak, Xiaolong eagerly threw out an unexpected proposal. If you're willing, you can be the male lead in my movie. Just as expected, Wang Zheng immediately refused without hesitation. I don't have any acting experience. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. Seeing at a glance that persuasion would be useless, the man skipped the bargaining entirely and swiftly handed over his business card like a martial arts master making a move. All right then, I won't force you, but if you change your mind, you can call me anytime. Reluctantly taking the card, Wang Zheng glanced at it before replying politely, of course. After that strange and brief conversation, Zilong clapped his hands and announced the decision he had already made in his heart. My movie will start filming in half a month. Liu Xuan will be the female lead. Overjoyed, she hugged the handsome hero beside her. Wang Zheng, this is amazing. As everyone prepared to leave, he looked at Wang Zheng with lingering regret and spoke one final sentence. I hope we'll still have another chance to meet in the future. Seeing such serious words come from that stern face, Wang Zheng suppressed his laughter inwardly and brought the meeting to an end. Of course. After the other two walked far away, Liu Xuan finally sighed softly to him. Being able to act in his movie is truly an incredible opportunity. Too bad you don't want to become a movie emperor. Wang Zheng still remained firm in his earlier decision. He answered firmly, this isn't what I want. Memories flashed rapidly through his mind. Staying beside him, she blurted out in disagreement. Isn't every person's dream to become famous and rich? Then what is it that you actually want? Caught off guard by the question, Wang Zheng hesitated before seriously thinking it over. Well, I want. His superhero-like sixth sense suddenly picked up on something unusual. He immediately turned his head to search around. Oh no, the instant the warning flashed through his mind, he dashed away at full speed, leaving Liu Xuan standing there stunned and frozen, as if she had just watched someone fleeing for his life somewhere else. Yang Cheng was busy voicing his concerns to Xiao Long, completely unaware that danger was creeping up from behind. Long, why did you invite that Wang Zheng to play the male lead? He doesn't look. Before he could finish, Li Ming rushed over, scaring him so badly he shouted right at the table. That dazed-looking guy over there. Long, watch out. To block the strike for Xiao Long, Jiang Cheng had his arm sliced by the sharp blade and cried out in pain. The lightning-fast attack left him only able to check on his friend. Are you all right? Realizing he was not the target, Jiang Cheng hurriedly waved off Xiao Long, who still dared to linger. Run. He was so panicked he could no longer think straight. He could only lower his head and run after the other man's roar. Since Plan 1 was that Li Ming was too unskilled, Plan 2 had Bai Song throw away his role as a fitness extra and block Xiao Long's path. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. At that life-or-death moment, Xiao Long barely managed to turn around and face the killer Li Ming, his eyes wide like a deer as he blankly stared at the blade, ready to carve him up. Before the cold gleam of the sword, he could only hug his head in fear and accept the fate that was about to befall him. Just as death was about to knock, Wang Zheng kicked in right on time. He flicked his hair, looking every bit like a hero saving a handsome man. Good thing I made it in time. Suddenly, Bai Song appeared behind Xiao Long. Knife in hand, he was ready to kill him. Let's see how you save him now. Wang Zheng spun around as swiftly as a ballet dancer and shot a hidden dart into him. Bai Song was struck at once, blood spraying out like a high-pressure hose. Then he lost consciousness and died on the spot. Wang Zheng calmly questioned the man before him, asking whether he knew who had tried to attack him. As soon as Xiao Long came back to his senses, he replied, I can more or less guess. Wang Zheng raised his eyes and asked what he intended to do. Want to strike back? It went without saying that he would not let this matter go so easily. Of course, then he helped Jiang Cheng sit up. Before leaving, Wang Zheng kindly reminded him, I believe you can handle this matter. But if it is too hard to deal with, look for Liu Xuan. She has my phone number. Xiao Long watched him leave, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you. A little while later, at the villa on Mount Tianping, the early morning scene was extremely peaceful. Jing'ai walked out looking sleepy. You're back. Come home with me. Before Wang Zheng could feel touched, he spoke sternly, as if checking household registration. Comrade Han Jing'ai, be honest. Did you falsely pass along old Master Han's orders again this time? She immediately defended herself. No, of course not. This time, Grandpa really did ask you to come over for a meal. He coldly refused, even rejecting Han Jing'ai's affectionate hug. Forget it. Help me apologize to old Master Han. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's eyes lit up like car headlights. It turned out his attention had crashed straight into her twin peaks. Jing'ai blushed, crossed her arms to cover the danger zone, and snapped softly. Have you looked enough? Wang Zheng not only dodged the beauty trap, but also successfully knocked her out. He gently helped her onto the bed. I will not go to the Han residence. I can only knock you out first. When you wake up, do not blame me. Then he carefully tucked Jing'ai in and silently left just like that. At that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. It turned out everything had been an act. Jing'ai lay on the bed, looking delighted. I fooled you with just that. You are way too easy to trick. Meanwhile, Wang Zheng was speeding down the road. As soon as he arrived at the office, he greeted her. Hello, beautiful boss. What are you busy with? She looked up and handed him a stack of documents. You came at just the right time. Come take a look at this. Wang Zheng read the report carefully. Then he exclaimed in a surprised tone, The three major shareholders all sold 10% of their shares in Jurong International. She also had to admit it. That's right. Jurong International does not only have my family as shareholders. Some shareholders from the Shangyuan family also hold nominal shares. Wang Zheng did not understand. His mind was filled with thousands of questions. Why would they want to sell their shares in Jurong International? What did your father say? Shishi calmly answered each question. He told me to handle it myself. There is no need to report these minor matters back to him. However, there were a few things that left her dissatisfied, but some other people in the family were not going to give up so easily. They only wished the group would collapse as soon as possible. He reached out and patted her on the head, acting as if he understood. We just need to ask who these people sold their shares to, right? She immediately replied that they did not care at all, especially Shangyu and Qinglang. To Wang Zheng, this was not that difficult. He took her hand and led her elsewhere. It is actually very simple. Come with me. A while later, at Shangyu and Qinglang's villa, he pressed his hand to the door to eavesdrop, not forgetting to mock it. This villa's soundproofing is terrible. Shishi stood outside, utterly puzzled. What is going on? So she started moving closer to listen in. Unexpectedly, a series of suggestive sounds rang out, making her face turn bright red. Wang Zheng winked and teased her. Since you are so embarrassed, I will take you to watch a good show. Then he pulled out a needle and picked the front door lock. Before long, the door swung open. He walked in as if he owned the place, interrupting Qinglang's romantic moment. Sorry, did I disturb you? Qinglang wished he could kill the troublemaker. He could only comfort the beauty. Wait for me in the room. Then he turned around and vented all his anger, shouting loudly, Do you people have any manners? You came straight in without knocking. Shishi sat calmly on the sofa and ordered him like a wealthy heiress. Take back the shares you sold. How much did you sell them for? I will give you double. He questioned her in return, clearly thinking it was absurd. Big brother already told you people beforehand, but I did not agree. Do you really think I will agree to you? She grew anxious and asked, Second brother, who did you sell the shares to? Qinglang leisurely lit a cigarette and said the name, Auburn Financial Group, the largest financial group in Australia. Shishi instinctively called out the name. Before Wang could finish speaking, he took Chen En's hand and acted confident. Just leave it to me. Shishi nodded in agreement. Wang Zheng sprang to his feet and walked toward him. He pulled a mysterious bottle of medicine from his pocket. Then he pinched Qinglang's mouth open and forced him to swallow it. Without waiting for him to react, he directly threatened him. Contact Auburn Financial Group and say you want to buy back the shares. I will come again tomorrow. If you still have not done what I said, you can just wait to die. Then he took Shishi's hand and left. Let's go, leaving the furious Qinglang behind. What did you make me drink? The two of them then drove home. In the car, Wang Zheng could not help asking curiously, Do you know much about Auburn Financial Group? She propped her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. I know a little. That financial group has ruined many companies. They target promising companies, and being targeted by them is definitely not a good thing. After hearing that, he gave his assessment. Looks like Auburn is no good. I will help you settle the shares matter with Jiuji. Shishi happily kissed him. Wang Zheng, thank you. Truly, even skill cannot beat seizing an opportunity. Wang Zheng suddenly put on a lecherous expression. If that kiss was not enough, I can come to your room tonight and we can continue. How about it? Shishi wished she could call the police and have this man thrown in jail, but only scolded him lightly. You really are a rogue. Your head is full of filthy thoughts. Wang Zheng was afraid she would get angry, so he defended himself. I was just joking. How about I take you to a bar? She gave an embarrassed snort and let the matter pass. Before long, they arrived at their destination. In front of the Heavenly Night Bar, the sign had gone dark at some point, but he did not care. Let's go. As soon as the two walked in, they ran into Starry Night. Wang Zheng reached out and grabbed her shoulder. She reflexively turned her head and glared. Who dares disturb this young lady's peace? But the moment she saw someone she knew, her attitude made a complete 180. Wang Zheng smiled and asked jokingly, Why are you drinking alone? Starry Night looked confused. Aren't you here to watch the boxing match? Wang Zheng was baffled when he heard that. Oh, what boxing match? She looked straight at him and then answered firmly, Black Fist Empire. She was sitting nearby playing with her phone when an incoming call suddenly appeared on the screen. As soon as she answered, a voice came through from the other end. Could you come back to the villa? She nodded and agreed. All right, I'll head back right away. Then she stood up and said goodbye. Something came up on my end, so I'll head back first. He replied politely, then be careful on your way. Starry Night seized the chance to tease her a little. Leaving already? Go handle your business. I'll borrow Wang Zheng for a while. Don't be so petty. She blushed and turned away without saying a word. Just from seeing her reaction, she had already guessed a thing or two. Did you two just go on a date? Wang Zheng put an arm around her waist and said domineeringly, by your logic, what we're doing right now also counts as a date. She immediately pushed him away, smooth talker. Wang Zheng chuckled and replied, as long as someone likes it, that's enough. It was just about time to watch the match, so she stood up and invited him along. The boxing match is about to start. Let's go. At that moment, the two fighters were already in the ring. There were many spectators all around. The two of them quickly squeezed in and managed to get fairly good seats. A man on the opposite side noticed Starry Night and had not expected the little princess of the Han family to come here too. Now there will be something good to watch. That man was Tianhai. He took the opportunity to glance at the person beside her. Compared to that, I'm more interested in the man beside her. Then he called a waiter over and gave him a few instructions. Prepare everything. I want to give them an unforgettable memory. The bell signaling the start of the match rang. Jianlun fixed his eyes intently on his opponent. Starry Night pointed in one direction and invited him along. While the match has just started, let's hurry and place a bet to earn some pocket money. Wang Zheng looked puzzled. Oh, what's this? Has money blinded you? She directly asked the person opposite her for insider advice. I know you're an expert. Which of the two fighters in the ring is stronger? Hurry and help me judge. Wang Zheng folded his arms and said casually, if one of them is deliberately throwing the match, how could I possibly predict it? Starry Night quickly refuted him. They won't throw the match because the rule here is that the loser must die. After hearing that, he could not help being surprised. Oh, since when did underground boxing in Huaxia have to end in life or death? That's right. Just then, the referee's whistle sounded, signaling that the match had ended. The referee grabbed Jianlun's hand and raised it high, announcing the winner. He won. Wang Zheng looked at the other party in the stands and could not help wondering. What is his background? Starry Night immediately answered without leaving out a single detail. I heard this man used to be an elite soldier in the Special Reconnaissance Company of the Capital Military Region. Later, he was kicked out of the unit because he made a mistake. Now he is a member of New Dragon Scale. After hearing that, he immediately turned and questioned her. A member of New Dragon Scale came here to fight underground boxing. You didn't bring me here just to watch a match, did you? She no longer hid it and asked directly, don't you want to fight them once? Wang Zheng was truly helpless against her. This provocation won't work on me. I'll use my own method to take what I want. She brushed his hand away. Her expression revealed her disappointment. How boring. Suddenly, the waiter whispered a few words to Jianlun and then Jianlun pointed toward the spectator seats. You, come up here. Starry Night immediately turned to him and said worriedly, look, you've been challenged. Now, even if you don't want to fight, you have no choice. Wang Zheng was not one to back down. He raised his hand and called over a nearby waiter. I want to place a bet. Then he confidently placed his credit card on the tray. 2 million on myself. The audience below immediately erupted into commotion. If you can't do it, then don't embarrass yourself. I bet my entire fortune. Tall, skinny guy beat him for me. Wang Zheng looked at the nearby notice board. The odds were 1 to 3, favoring Jianlun. He thought to himself with interest this time, this is really going to be satisfying. As soon as he stepped into the ring, he spoke first to greet him. I heard you're with New Dragon Scale. I didn't expect you to come here and fight underground boxing. Jianlun could not help but ask, who are you? This is classified state information. How do you know about it? Then Wang Zheng charged forward, seizing the upper hand. Looks like they did not tell you everything. Later, I might kindly let you know who I am. He threw a punch straight ahead. Luckily, Jianlun managed to block in time. Seeing that, Wang Zheng praised him without hesitation. Your defensive reflexes are not bad either, unfortunately. Then he followed up with a lethal strike. Jianlun took the hit and immediately coughed up blood. I got ahead by 1 move. He was sent flying into the distance, looking utterly miserable. But Wang Zheng still was not done and suddenly grabbed the other man's shoulder. Then he drove his knee hard into the man's stomach, sending blood spraying everywhere. Jianlun clutched his stomach in agony and stammered out a surrender. Stop, stop. I admit defeat. But Wang Zheng was determined to finish him off completely. Grabbing Jianlun by the pants, Wang Zheng said, this is not over yet. Then he hurled Jianlun into the air. It is too early to surrender. He gathered strength. Using all his power, he threw his opponent in one direction. While the man was still suspended in midair, Wang Zheng stomped the ground and launched himself upward. He delivered another fatal blow to end the match. After the flashy combo attack, he happily waved at the waiter and said, buddy, do not forget to pay out my bet. After finishing the fight, Wang Zheng glanced toward the audience stand. The person who met his gaze nervously said, brother, he has his eyes on you now, so good luck to you. Then he ran away like a madman. The moment Wang Zheng came down, he immediately questioned young Master Tiania. Did you arrange all of this? Tiania frantically denied it. No. Wang Zheng grabbed him by the collar and angrily shouted, stop pretending to be stupid with me. Since I already cursed you, I might as well curse the entire Su family too. You people really are impossible to get rid of. Tiania screamed in fear. Let me go now or I will make sure you die. Wang Zheng tightened his grip and questioned him, threatening me. Then he used tremendous force to throw Tiania onto the fighting stage. Looking at the miserable state of his opponent, Wang Zheng felt satisfied. This is the price you have to pay. Tiania slammed face first into the floor, his expression full of pain. Pointing at Jianlun, he lectured him. Do not look at me like that. This has nothing to do with me. You brought an expert like this here from the special forces. Do the elders in your family really know nothing about it? The more he spoke, the smugger he became. Su Tianren knows my abilities very well, so why did he not stop you? Instead, He watched helplessly as his younger brother came here to get beaten up. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from somewhere nearby. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Tianren walked forward while clapping in praise. I never expected this, Wang Zheng. Your skill at sowing discord is truly impressive. Wang Zheng instinctively turned to face him. I had not even gone looking for you yet, and you already came to my door yourself. Wang Zheng continued speaking to Tiania. See, I was not lying to you, was I? Your brother even knows every word of our conversation. Obviously, Tianren walked over and praised him without restraint. Your sharp tongue is no worse than your fighting skill. Wang Zheng responded politely. You flatter me, you flatter me. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Tianren tried to negotiate. Is there really no possibility of reconciliation between us? Wang Zheng sneered coldly. Reconciliation? You arranged for Xiao Chenyu to assassinate me. Your grandfather nearly got me and my brothers killed in Country L, and there is also Dragon Scale. How exactly do you expect me to reconcile with you? Naturally, Wang Zheng would never agree even in death. If I shook hands and made peace with you, then how would I be any different from those traitorous lackeys? Between me and the Su family, only one side can survive. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Tianren by the throat. The bodyguards behind him immediately drew their guns in warning. Release the young master immediately, or I will blow your head off. Wang Zheng showed no fear at all. Instead, he threatened them back. You can try and see whether you blow my head off first, or whether your master's neck gets snapped first. Tianren became frightened and tried to make peace softly. Do things between us really have to end up like this? Wang Zheng stared straight into his eyes and calmly explained, Su Tianren. From the moment you ordered Xiao Chenyu to assassinate me, there was no possibility of reconciliation between us anymore. In the end, he decided to spare the man. Be careful, I won't let you live peacefully. Tianren clutched his neck in pain. Before he could even finish speaking, Wang Zheng had already turned and walked away. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Then he grabbed Xingai's hand and left. After calming down, Tiania spoke to his younger brother. Come back with me. Tiania was unwilling to accept it and snorted angrily. Standing in the distance, he sighed in frustration. Once people's hearts are no longer united, the whole team is finished. A while later, the two of them sat waiting in the main hall. As soon as Caiyan Feng arrived, he respectfully said, Young Master Wang Zheng, sorry to keep you waiting. This card contains 30 million, it's the prize money you won. The default password is 123,456, you can check it now. Wang Zheng reached out and accepted the card. No need, I trust you people. Turning 2 million into 30 million really is a massive profit. Batty hesitated before calling out, Young Master Wang Zheng. He interrupted without courtesy, tell your boss to come see me. I want to ask why he didn't step in to stop it. Caiyan Feng softly replied, he didn't want to complicate matters. Our boss isn't here. Neither you nor Su Tianren were injured, so was there really a need to interfere? Wang Zheng was busy answering a phone call. Just then, Zhao Nan slowly walked over and probed him. Young Master Wang, aren't you making things difficult for me like this? He put away his phone and turned his attention toward the man, his tone slightly mocking. So the great young master finally shows himself. You've hidden yourself pretty deeply. Zhao Nan wasn't easy to deal with either. He immediately shot back at the other man. What? Surprise. I just wanted to find a place to watch underground fights, but you forced me to reveal myself. Wang Zheng stood up and reminded him, since we've met, why not play the role of a proper host? A while later, they arrived at the bar on the second floor. Zhao Nan happily enjoyed Xiao Huan pouring him drinks. Suddenly, someone loudly interrupted the romantic atmosphere. Where's Xiao Huan? Where did you hide her? Get her out here now. She quickly went outside to check the situation and saw Jing Huan causing a scene downstairs in the lobby. If you don't let her come out and see me, I'll bring hundreds of people here to smash this place to pieces. A waiter hurriedly stepped forward to explain, Sir, Xiao Huan really isn't here today. She's taken leave today. Acting like this will disturb the other guests. The man showed no restraint and directly attacked him. Get lost. Who the hell are you to think you're worthy of talking to me? Caiyan Feng immediately answered with a punch straight to the man's face. Yet Jing Huan clutched his stomach in pain while his face remained unharmed. After recovering, he returned the favor with an identical punch. The two of them charged at each other, fighting fiercely as if risking their lives. Seeing the tense situation, Xiao Huan wanted to handle it herself. How about I go downstairs? About this, Zhao Nan was enjoying himself before being interrupted, so he grabbed the beauty's hand and stopped her. Don't go, no one gets to target my woman. This matter is definitely not as simple as it appears. Wang Zheng had been observing the entire time and saw through the man's intention. The other party was very dangerous. He would stop at nothing just to lure you out. Zhao Nan nodded in agreement. The two walked onto the balcony to observe the situation, and Wang Zheng asked the man beside him, Before the police arrive, think about how you're going to deal with this. Zhao Nan looked confused. The police, Wang Zheng was clearly experienced in matters like this. He carefully explained it to the man. The police and reporters will block every exit and carry out a full investigation of the bar. The underground fighting ring will be exposed. Brother Zhao Nan, you're playing with fire this time. After hearing that, he had no choice but to rely on the man before him. Consider it a favor I owe you. Help me. As soon as the deputy governor's decision was made, Wang Zheng calmly pulled out a handgun. Then, without a second thought, he fired several shots at the ceiling. The bullets instantly shattered the lights inside the bar, one here and another there. The patrons in the bar hurriedly shoved their way out. Someone's shooting. Run, run, find somewhere to hide. Stop blocking my way. Once the exit was cleared, Ko Nan grabbed the beauty's hand and ran, not forgetting to turn back and thank Wang Zheng. Thank you. A short while later, police cars arrived and surrounded the entire bar. But it was already too late. Wang Zheng had also gotten into a car and escaped. He sped down the avenue, while Xing Yang sat in the car looking regretful. After today, there won't be any underground boxing ring anymore. There won't be anywhere to watch fights in the future. He, however, had already seen the bright side of it. But if Chu Nan can turn the situation around this time, people will have to see him in a whole new light. She suddenly changed the subject. Right, are you actually going to take part in that special forces competition or not? Give me a definite answer. That way I can answer them too. Wang Zheng was still hesitating for a few personal reasons. Let me think about it a little more. I really don't want to lead the new dragon team this time. She looked at him with wide, round eyes and spoke in a coquettish tone. But I want to see you wear a military uniform again. Wang Zheng smiled gently and replied, you will. A while later, by the time they returned to the villa on Victoria Peak, the sky had already turned toward evening. Wang Zheng's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID on the screen showed the name Shangyuan Zingling. He quickly answered, speak. What's the matter? The other side began and ended in the same breath. A humiliating defeat, I surrender. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Wang Zheng gleefully informed Shishi, your brother has surrendered. She had achieved her goal and then gave the order to withdraw. Then let's go pull in the net. The next morning, at Shangyuan Zingling's house, the sky outside was clear and peaceful. But the person inside was suffering terribly. Zingling lay curled up with his legs propped on the sofa. Wang Zheng walked in leisurely and stated his condition. Contact the Auburn Financial Group and say you want to buy their shares. As long as you contact them, I'll give you the antidote. Zingling was probably the most miserable man in the country. His face was visibly gaunt. He answered the other man in a weak voice. Half an hour ago, I already had my assistant contact them. The more he spoke, the more despairing he became, but before he could finish, the other side hung up. Wang Zheng looked at him with open contempt. You really are useless. Then he handed Zingling the phone, intending to call and ask for an explanation himself. Give me the contact details. As he took the phone, Zingling provided more information. Enzok, the resident representative of the Auburn Financial Group, he's staying at the New River Hotel. Having gotten what he wanted, Wang Zheng immediately turned and left as cold as could be. All right, let's go, leaving Zingling behind to scream himself hoarse. You still haven't given me the antidote. Wang Zheng turned back, each word he spoke like a dagger stabbing into Zingling's heart. If I haven't miscalculated, you still have 15 hours of non-stop exercise left. I believe you can do it. At this point, reincarnation would be more pleasant. He screamed in agony while the other two calmly chatted. He's probably only one nationality away from being a French colonialist. What is it, seeing him half dead like that? Does it feel great? It feels great. When it came to seizing the moment, Wang Zheng was second to none. With a triumphant expression, he asked the beauty for her opinion. Are you excited enough to give me a kiss? Shishi blushed furiously and refused again and again. No, keep dreaming. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the terrace of Enzok's hotel room, leisurely sipped red wine while gazing at the vast empire before him. This place had finally been conquered by us. Just when he was enjoying himself, the mood was ruined. Wang Zheng suddenly barged in out of nowhere. What is it? Feeling very pleased with yourself? Startled, he turned back and asked who the intruder was. Who are you? Even for money, Wang Zheng would not reveal himself so easily. Who I am does not matter. What matters is that a beautiful woman wants to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Shishi opened the door and walked in. Now we are getting down to business. Hurry up and hand it over. As soon as Enzok saw someone he knew, he fired off a string of questions. Miss Shangyu and Shishi. I did not expect the manager of Jurong International to have a habit of breaking into other people's private residences. Are you not afraid I will sue you in court? Shishi feared neither heaven nor earth, and she feared being sued even less, so she shot back at him. Suing would be useless, Mr. Enzok. In fact, we should have met long ago. Is that not right? Unbothered by everything around him, Wang Zheng calmly poured himself a cup of coffee. Then he took a sip, not forgetting to compliment the host. This coffee is pretty good. I did not expect you to have such decent taste. I am over 70 years old this year, and I have never seen anyone as presumptuous as this. He raised his voice and argued. I did not invite you in to sit down, and I certainly did not tell you to drink my coffee. Shishi pulled out a chair. She demanded that they settle everything clearly. Do not get so worked up. Let us sit down and calmly discuss the issue of the shares. How about it? Enzok immediately pushed all responsibility onto headquarters, as if he himself were useless. Miss Shangyuan, I have already reported the acquisition of 10% of Jurong International's shares to headquarters. The higher-ups attach great importance to this matter. At present, it has already gone beyond my authority to control. Only after Wang Zheng had enjoyed enough coffee did he finally get to the main point. I do not care how you plan to handle it. Right now, we intend to buy them back at the original price. I am only asking whether you agree or not. Enzok waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly. I cannot make the decision on this matter. Wang Zheng sprang to his feet, clearly intending to make a scene. Then there is no need for us to keep talking. Enzok instinctively stepped back and asked in confusion, what do you want to do? Wang Zheng moved closer, determined to pressure him to the very end. I am not going to do anything. But your Auburn Financial Group suddenly decided to play dirty. That has made me extremely unhappy. From now on, we can only be enemies. Before Enzok had time to react, Wang Zheng added the half-finished cup of coffee from earlier as a gift and poured it straight onto Enzok's face. This is just a small warning. Wang Zheng put on a stern face and emphasized every word. Remember this lesson well. After settling everything, he returned to his apartment. Wang Zheng sat leisurely in the living room, playing with his phone. The screen showed a chat with Minky. A handsome guy invited me to dinner tonight. Do you want to come along? He immediately tapped a few times and replied to the message. A moment later, the message was sent. Wait there. I will come find you right now. As soon as he finished texting, Wang Zheng hurriedly said goodbye to Shishi. A great beauty has asked me out. I will go first. Call me if anything comes up. She angrily slammed the report shut, saying she wasn't jealous would be a lie. Could the person in front of him not be a stunning beauty? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Blue Ocean Group, Minky anxiously kept checking the time. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Speak of the devil and he appears. Beautiful lady, did you miss me already? She jumped to her feet. Her face lit up with joy as she said, let's go inside and talk. As soon as Wang Zheng walked in, he threw himself onto the sofa. Your place is pretty luxurious too. Minky shyly moved closer, her cheeks flushing red. Wang Zheng, tell me, what exactly are we now? He didn't answer immediately, only sighed softly, then reached out to wrap an arm around her waist and pulled her onto his lap. Wang Zheng looked gently at Minky and spoke his most sincere words. You are someone very important to me. Those sweet words had completely melted her heart and she was deeply moved. I know you have many things to do. I can't keep you by my side either, but Minky leaned into his embrace and shyly confessed her feelings. But my heart already belongs to you. What am I supposed to do? After that, the two shared a passionate kiss, hotter than fire itself. Minky took the chance to give him a clear signal. The bed in my room can finally be put to good use. When it came to things like this, Wang Zheng reacted faster than anyone. He lifted her into his arms, slowly walking toward the bedroom. Just as things were about to get intimate, knocking came from outside. Feeling like the unluckiest man alive, he complained regretfully. What terrible timing. Who could be so oblivious? Blushing, Minky asked him to wait for another chance. Stay here and get some rest first. Tonight we'll go have dinner together. Early the next morning, golden sunlight shone over the Blue Ocean Group building. Wang Zheng had just woken up and immediately looked around for Minky. Where did she go? He noticed a note in front of him and walked over to read it. The note on the table clearly listed a time and place, along with a message. Last night you looked tired, so I didn't wake you up. I still have things to do today, so I left first. Talking with you really made me happy. I look forward to seeing you again. Zhang Minky, Wang Zheng scratched his head with a silly grin, feeling a little regretful inside. He had actually slept through it and missed the chance to have dinner with a beauty. He felt down for a moment, then took out his phone and called Yang Ming. The call was answered immediately. Brother Zheng, why are you looking for me so early? The moment he spoke, Wang Zheng asked for a favor. Help me investigate Auburn Group. Yang Ming, who had been embracing a beautiful woman, suddenly cried out in surprise. Ah! Wang Zheng noticed his hesitant tone and questioned him. What's wrong? Have you heard of it? He immediately stood up and asked seriously. Back when I was still in the organization, I heard about it before. Brother Zheng, how did you end up connected with this group? Unable to explain conveniently, he only wanted to deal with the immediate issue. It's complicated. Help me investigate who Auburn Group has been cooperating with recently first. After that, he hung up without even saying thanks. Wang Zheng stood there silently thinking about the earlier warning. You'd better stay away from Auburn Group. Suddenly Xing rushed in from nowhere, shouting loudly and looking extremely anxious. I finally found you. Come with me quickly. Then she grabbed his hand and pulled him away. He stood there confused like a startled deer, not understanding what was happening. "Young lady, why are you in such a hurry?" As Xing Yi ran, she spoke. "There's no time left, we need to go to Fuzhou immediately. I'll explain on the way." A while later they arrived in Fuzhou, where the weather was beautiful. After hearing her explanation, Wang Zheng could not hide his curiosity and asked further. "So your father wants the two of us to go there and visit a relative?" Xing Yi, walking beside him, confirmed it. "That's not exactly a wrong way to understand it." He held his head in frustration. "I got tricked by you two again," she quickly defended herself. "That's not it, you know them too." Wang Zheng set his sadness aside for the moment, wanting to know exactly who he was about to meet. Xing Yi pointed toward an old-style mansion and slowly said, "You said you knew him well." As soon as he heard that, he turned on his heel and walked away. "Forget it, I might as well go home and sleep." Xing Yi quickly grabbed his hand, pleading as hard as she could. "We are already here, so let us go in and take a look." In the end, he had no choice but to agree. The two of them walked up to the mansion and she raised her hand to knock on the door. "Is anyone there?" Someone immediately came out to open. Zhang Hui peeked out, then recognized someone familiar. "Little Yi," she asked politely, "are my cousin and his wife home?" Not wanting to be rude, he quickly invited them inside. The two of them went out. "You can wait in the sitting room first." When Wang Zheng heard that they had to wait, he was not happy at all. His face fell as if he had just lost his ration booklet. Xing Yi understood what he meant, so she tactfully declined. "Then we will come back later." The two of them left. She followed closely behind him, pleading in a kitten-like voice, "Let us go have fun in Fuzhou first. It has been so long since I came here." Wang Zheng finally relaxed his face a little and threw an arm around Xing Yi's shoulders. "What do you want to play? I will play with you to your heart's content." Suddenly, she put on a mischievous expression, signaling that more fun was coming next in Fuzhou. "There is something I have wanted to do for a long time." He was puzzled and instinctively let out a sound. Oh, a while later, the scene shifted to a clear blue beach. Wang Zheng looked at the crowd of beauties in bikinis in front of him, drooling as his eyes unknowingly turned into hearts. This really was a man's dream world. Xing Yi hurriedly dragged that pervert away. "All right, stop staring at pretty girls. Let us go ride jet skis." They ran happily across the golden sand. Suddenly, someone in the distance was silently watching them, their eyes filled with disgust. "Those two actually dare to come here." Seeing that the other person was unhappy, Bowen immediately held her and comforted her. "Do not worry, my second brother prepared everything long ago." Her attitude changed at once, and she used a spoiled, arrogant tone to make a demand. "Second brother, no matter what, you cannot let them return to the general's residence alive." Bowen looked utterly pleased and wholeheartedly agreed to her request. "Of course, I will make sure they die in Fuzhou." A while later, the two of them sped across the sea on a boat. Wang Zheng looked back and teased her. "You little brat, you really do play whatever is thrilling." Xing Yi hugged his waist tightly while answering with delight. "Is that not allowed?" He nodded repeatedly in agreement, even taking the chance to mess around. "Allowed, allowed, allowed. You can do anything you want. Why do we not try something even more exciting?" Then he suddenly hit the throttle, intending to become a seaside racer. She shouted excitedly, "I am in." While they were having fun, a boat suddenly appeared out of nowhere and chased after them. Wang Zheng glanced back, becoming alert. "Hold on tight. Someone wants to cause trouble for us." Just like that, one side fled while the other gave chase. Seeing that the situation did not look good, he immediately turned around and moved Xing Yi to the front. "You drive." She was frightened and answered in a panic, "But I do not know how." Wang Zheng sat behind her and comforted her. "It is exactly like riding a motorcycle. You can do it." He stood up to watch the other boat, giving orders non-stop. "Just drive straight toward the riverbank." Xing Yi fearfully hit the throttle. Her heart was filled with uneasy fear, but before she could finish speaking, Wang Zheng jumped straight into the water, not forgetting to leave her with a few words. "Do not worry, you will be fine." Water instantly splashed everywhere. Minkai stood on the yacht, firing shot after shot into the water. Countless bullets plunged down, but luckily, thanks to the protagonist's halo, not a single one hit him. Xing Yi fled, but her heart remained full of worry, and she silently prayed, "You must be careful," taking advantage of the man's carelessness. Wang Zheng secretly climbed onto the yacht, then spoke up to challenge him. "Brother, stop chasing women, let us go one-on-one." Minkai reacted quickly and aimed the gun at him. "Lucky me, you really are a ghost that will not leave me alone. Go die." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zheng kicked the gun out of his hand. The gun fell mercilessly onto the floor. Having lost his weapon, Minkai had no choice but to fight barehanded. But unfortunately for him, the main character was Wang Zheng. He kicked the man straight in the stomach and still had the nerve to throw in a few mocking remarks. "A weak chicken like you should just give up." Then he followed up with a fatal blow. Minkai convulsed in agony. Don't underestimate people. No one in this country was more miserable than him, getting beaten half to death and then struck right in the groin. Minkai collapsed to his knees, clutching his Peter in pain while groaning incoherently. Wang Zheng casually picked up the gun and used it to threaten him into revealing everything. "Talk, who sent you?" Minkai was stubborn to the extreme. He kept denying it. "No, no one." Wang Zheng remained calm and calmly exposed the man's background. If I'm not mistaken, you used to be a mercenary and also a master trained in Muay Thai. All I need to do is ask around a little and I'll know exactly who you are. So are you going to tell the truth or not? The pain had left him dazed and he repeatedly asked back, does it even make a difference whether I tell the truth or not? Wang Zheng kindly explained, of course it does. If you answer me, I'll hand you over to the local police. Whether you escape or not is your own business. If you refuse, I'll break your arms and legs and throw you into the sea. Luckily, Ming Kai knew when to back down and hurriedly confessed everything. Han Zioning from the Black Hand Society. He was the one who sent me here, I don't know anything else. Wang Zheng frowned and pressed further. The Black Hand Society? Explain in detail. The man knelt on the ground and answered honestly, I already told you everything. But Wang Zheng clearly disagreed and slowly stepped closer. Then he grabbed Ming Kai's hand tightly and continued asking, is that really all? He applied even more pressure, causing the man to scream in agony. After suffering through endless torment, Ming Kai angrily accused him. I already told you everything, you liar. But Wang Zheng had no intention of letting such a valuable source of information go. He was determined to get answers. That was just a small warning. If you still refuse to tell the truth, I'll throw you into the depths of Lock Lake and let the fish feed on you. Answer me, who is Pan Zioning usually close to? Ming Kai finally obediently confessed, Zhang Bowen from the general's mansion. Hearing that familiar name, Wang Zheng was surprised as well. He never expected that bastard to be the mastermind behind everything. Having achieved his goal, Wang Zheng pointed the gun at him. Breaking a promise a little didn't matter. Thank you for being honest, however. Cold gunshot rang out, and Ming Kai was reunited with his ancestors. Sometime later, at a cafe on the street, Wang Zheng had barely arrived when Xing'ai warmly came out to greet him. He looked at her seriously. Kid, there's something I think I should tell you. They truly understood each other well. Before he could even speak, she had already guessed part of it. Is this about the assassin? Come inside and tell me. Xing'ai sat down and got straight to the point. Who's the mastermind behind this? Based on the information forced out of Ming Kai. He answered honestly, Zhang Bowen, and your cousin is involved too. She lowered her head, trying hard to suppress her emotions, never expecting her own family to treat her like this. Naturally, Wang Zheng tried his best to comfort her. Kid, if you feel bad, you can cry. Xing'ai suddenly grabbed his shirt and threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Zheng, why do they want to drive me to my death? He gently comforted the beauty. Don't worry, I won't leave them a way out. That being said, they were still her family, so Xing'ai hesitated a little. But Wang Zheng had no intention of showing mercy because of familial tie. Laid it out clearly for her, you see them as family, but they want to kill you. They're worse than animals. I'll pass the message on to your father's side. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was quietly observing the situation at sea through binocular. Annie asked anxiously, do you see anything? Although he could not see anything, Bowen was still very confident. No, but the person is probably done for. After all, everyone sent this time was brought in from H. She breathed a sigh of relief. Those two shameless lovers are finally dead. We can go home now. Bowen hurriedly grabbed the other person by the shoulders. He put on a twisted expression. Little sister, have you forgotten something? Annie immediately understood and hugged him tightly, whispering sweetly into his ear. Big brother, just like that, the man carried the woman slowly toward the bed. Good girl, I can barely hold back anymore. Bowen placed her on the bed. She kept teasing him, big brother, you're really starving. Watching from behind a screen, Yang Ming could not help getting interested. Jojo, there's a good show to watch. He took out his phone and recorded every scene. I can't let you miss this performance. Then he kindly sent the video to Wang Zheng by message. At the same time, Wang Zheng was taking a walk with Starry Night when his phone suddenly received a notification. Wang Zheng quickly took the phone from his pocket. He carefully watched the video. This is getting serious now. That guy really has a disgusting hobby. Seeing him staring at his phone for so long, Starry Night was very puzzled. What's wrong? Wang Zheng smiled casually and changed the subject. Nothing. Where are you planning to go now? She lowered her face and looked pitiful. I want to visit my grandfather, but I probably can't get into the house now. On the surface, he tried to think of a way to comfort Starry Night, but his mind was filled entirely with that little movie. The general's residence probably only has a few guards. We can still get in. Hearing this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Wang Zheng acted like a handsome hero and questioned the person before him. Have I ever lied to you? A while later, the two of them had arrived at the general's residence. Starry Night held Zhang Ren's hand and whispered, Grandfather, I'm back. As she spoke, she cried bitterly, Grandfather, for the past half year I went to Ningxia to serve as a soldier. I got sunburned and lost weight too. Now your good granddaughter is very impressive. The more she spoke, the more spirited she became, and whether intentionally or not, she seized the chance to mock him a few times. Grandfather, I even brought my boyfriend back. He's quite handsome, but he's a little flirtatious and a little awful. Open your eyes and help me teach him a lesson. Starry Night buried her head beside his bed and burst into tears like a child. Wang Zheng comforted her softly. Little one, we should go. The guards in the residence are about to wake up. After those two beasts are dealt with, you'll still have a chance to stay by your grandfather's side. She reached up and wiped away her tears. She reluctantly agreed, okay. The two of them walked out. Starry Night had cried until she was exhausted and could barely walk steadily. He asked with concern, do you still have the strength to climb out? How could such a tiny thing trouble her? Starry Night pointed at herself confidently, don't look down on me. My physical condition is, before she could finish speaking. She grew dizzy and fell forward. Luckily, Wang Zheng caught her in time. No wonder Starry Night had pushed herself too far. Instead, he was worried and kept checking on her. Don't force yourself, you've cried so much you're about to faint. After that, he carried her in a princess carry. The scene suddenly turned romantic and the man gently coaxed her. Be good, don't move. Otherwise, if you fall and become disabled, that won't be my fault. The girl acted a little proud and unwilling to give in, but then she gave him a kiss on the cheek. This can count as a little secret between the two of us. A while later, the two returned to the hotel room. Wang Zheng silently watched her sleep soundly, feeling a little pity in his heart. He casually checked his phone, then began the next step. The screen showed that the video was being transferred. Wang Zheng smiled triumphantly. This is getting serious now. Let me deal with you two shameless lovers first. Meanwhile, at the general's residence, a black car stopped in front of the gate. The two of them had no idea a storm was coming and were still laughing and joking happily. Suddenly, Wang Zheng's figure appeared faintly outside, frightening Annie so badly she nearly died on the spot. Her mouth fell open as she screamed loudly. She quickly rolled down the window and questioned him. What? Why are you here? He smiled slyly. Just a gentle opening. Han Xingai and I waited for you two all day and never saw you. You sure live a carefree life, huh? Uncle Wen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and stammered. There were some matters to handle today. We just got back. Wang Zheng raised a hand to cut him off. Then let's do it another time. Since that's the case, I'll come visit another day. The man and woman immediately sped away in panic. Wang Zheng watched them leave, already plotting in his mind. Looks like this really was the work of those two. After that, he took out his phone and called Yang Ming. The moment the call connected, Wang Zheng teased him. The goods have arrived. You seriously have disgusting tastes. Yang Ming felt more wrong than Do Yi and hurriedly explained, Boss, I'm helping you here. And you're still saying I have disgusting tastes. Wang Zheng didn't want to waste any more precious time and immediately gave the next order in the plan. All right, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Send me his address. I'll be there in 20 minutes. If you're late, just wait to get beaten up. Yang Ming stammered, trying to smooth things over quickly. Boss, right now Before he could finish speaking, Wang Zheng threatened him, Brat, stop babbling. You only have 19 minutes left. Then he hung up immediately. Suddenly, the phone displayed the next location, Tianlin Entertainment Center. As expected of his reputation, fast and efficient beyond compare. Time flew by like a wild dog running across a field, and before long, 20 minutes had passed. Wang Zheng had been waiting there since earlier, while Yang Ming came running over, panting heavily. Brother Zheng, I can't do this anymore. Wang Zheng placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, why is your stamina so terrible? We're about to stretch our muscles a little later. Maybe Yang Ming had watched too many movies because his eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Brother Zheng, what kind of stretching are you talking about? Wang Zheng couldn't help kicking him in the butt and urged him on. Enough already, hurry up and get to work. As soon as the two entered, a line of beautiful attendants from Tianlin came forward to greet them. Welcome, gentlemen, is there anything you need? Yang Ming suddenly became serious, ignored the beauties, and went straight to the point. No need, I want to see your boss. The woman politely refused. Our boss isn't someone you can meet so easily. If you want to meet him, you'll need to spend a little more. Hearing that, Yang Ming casually grabbed a bottle of wine nearby. Spend money, then let's start with this bottle. The attendant laughed and praised him. You're very generous. Then Yang Ming hurled the wine bottle forward with all his strength. A second later, it smashed against the wall and shattered into pieces. The surrounding crowd burst into excited cheers. Wu, he turned around to ask his senior for approval, his face full of anticipation. How's this for stretching? Wang Zheng crossed his arms, slightly impressed as he reminded him, take it easy, don't destroy the whole place. The moment Yang Ming heard that, it was like he had been injected with energy. He charged forward and leaped straight into the bar counter, wreaking havoc inside. This was probably the unluckiest entertainment venue in the entire city. Yang Ming grabbed 2 bottles of imported liquor, determined to go all out. Move aside, it's my turn now. The moment he finished speaking, he violently threw both bottles forward. Shards of glass mixed with red wine splattered everywhere. Yang Ming became more and more excited as he smashed things. Wine bottles flew everywhere like stray bullets, crashing into the walls and exploding into fragments. Everyone panicked and fled, turning the bar into complete chaos. He punched the air with an extremely satisfied expression. Wow, this feels amazing. Just as he was enjoying himself, the The security guards rushed over to stop the chaos. Yang Ming exploded in anger and unleashed a flurry of attacks at them. "If your boss still refuses to come out, I'll destroy this entire place." The phrase, "one man against all," truly fit him. In the blink of an eye, he had already scored a pentakill. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Wang Zheng mocked them bluntly. "Your mafia group really is unbelievably useless." Right then, Hao Ning arrived too. The moment they met, he demanded arrogantly, "Who are you?" Wang Zheng replied with a cocky tone, "What do you think? You just sent someone to assassinate me and now you are pretending not to know me." Hao Ning denied everything, pretending he had nothing to do with it. "What are you talking about? Who exactly are you?" Wang Zheng did not flinch at all. He slowly introduced himself. "I am Wang Zheng, the man you sent Hu Mingkai to assassinate." Hao Ning only admitted that he knew that underling. "Hu Mingkai is my subordinate, but I knew nothing about the things he did." Wang Zheng was determined to pursue the matter to the end. "But I trust his information more." Hearing that, Hao Ning had no choice but to soften his tone. He tried to settle it with money. "What do you want? I will compensate you with 200,000. Is that enough?" Wang Zheng found that insulting and snapped lightly, 200,000. "Are you trying to dismiss a beggar?" Hao Ning did not blame the young punk in front of him for being ignorant. Instead, he taught him a lesson. "You should understand, this is the Mafia Association, the biggest gang in Fu Province. Killing you would be as easy as stepping on an ant." Since that was the case, Wang Zheng stopped being polite and immediately kicked him straight in the stomach. Hao Ning rolled across the ground. Wang Zheng said nothing, using force to speak for him. He grabbed Hao Ning by the leg and dragged him around like a floor rat. His image as a domineering CEO collapsed miserably. "I only need an explanation." Hao Ning went mad with rage. He spat on Wang Zheng, playing as dirty as possible. "I spit on you." Furious, Wang Zheng grabbed his head and showed him what real skill looked like. "Tell your father to come save you. If he does not arrive within 1 hour, I will torment you for 1 hour. If he does not come for a whole day, I will torment you for a whole day." Hao Ning refused to submit. Seeing that this stubborn attitude needed a proper lesson, Wang Zheng handled it himself. "Am I not worthy? If that is how it is, then I have changed my mind." Then he slapped him hard again and again while lecturing him. "Do you know who your daddy is now? Call your father. Tell him to come find me at the general's residence on Flower Meadow Alley. If he does not come, your life may be hard to protect." After that, Wang Zheng turned and left, leaving Hao Ning behind to swallow his fury. "Just you wait." After causing trouble all night, Yang Ming cheerfully asked what came next. "Captain, where are we going next?" Wang Zheng was basically finished, but he still had to give the brother in front of him an instruction. "I am going back first. Tomorrow, I will go to the general's residence with Han Xinga. You go handle something else." Yang Ming looked confused. "Oh." Early the next morning in the office of Zhang Yanhang, the father of the Zhang siblings, he was focused on taking notes. Suddenly, Yang Ming broke in through the window. Yanhang shouted in fear, "Who is it?" Yang Ming did not bother introducing himself. He simply held out a camera in front of him. "Who I am is not important. I came to show you this." Yanhang reached out and took it, unable to hide his confusion. "What is this?" Yang Ming grinned mischievously and kept him in suspense. Think of it as a documentary, real events. Although Yanhang had no idea what was going on, he turned it on to take a look. Good heavens, what kind of skill was this? It was truly world-class. His son only knew how to make his parents proud. An incestuous affair with his own younger sister. Yanhang was shocked to the core. His hand instinctively clutched his chest to keep himself from dropping dead, and he stammered. This is?" Yang Ming even seized the chance to add fuel to the fire. "If you do not believe it, you can go home and ask. Maybe you can even see the performers in person." Then he kindly handed the man a bottle of heart medicine, proving himself utterly reliable. "Uncle, do not get too angry." Yang Ming comforted him with every word. He hoped the man could survive this shocking scandal. "My mission is complete. I wish you good health." Only then did he finally leap out the window and flee as fast as he could. Yanhang held his head in agony. What a sin! At the same time, Wang Zheng had just returned to Xingai's home. After resting properly, she had recovered. "You are finally back." Wang Zheng took the chance to tease her a little. "Did you miss me?" Without waiting for her answer, Wang Zheng jumped onto the bed, planning to make a move on the young lady. "There is still some time. Let us deepen our feelings a little." Xingai panicked and kicked out, hitting his Peter. Wang Zheng was left speechless with pain. "Girl, that kick of yours almost ruined me." In the bedroom of the general's residence, Bowen's smile gradually twisted along with the intentions in his heart. "Stop thinking about that shameless couple. Let us continue." But life never goes the way one dreams. He never expected an uninvited guest to arrive today. While the two of them were diligently working out, they were unfortunately ambushed by Yan Heng, catching them both completely off guard. His face twisted even more. From sheer disbelief, You two really have no shame. Annie and Bowen were both stunned and stammering, not knowing how to explain themselves. Father, even after living for so many decades. He was helpless in this situation. How did I raise a beast like you? After that, unable to hold back his fury, he slammed the door shut. As soon as Yan Heng left, Annie began begging for help. What should we do? Father will not kick us out, will he? Fortunately, he was there to comfort her. There will be a way, do not worry. So Bowen chose to contact another hopeful star. As soon as the other side picked up, he greeted him. Hello, Zioning, but the other party was very blunt. If you are asking for help, then I cannot help you right now either. I can barely protect myself. When he heard that, he immediately changed the subject. What happened? The man did not beat around the bush and demanded compensation right away. It is all thanks to you. Wang Zheng came to my club to cause trouble. I got beaten up, so you have to compensate me. Knowing that they shared the same enemy, Bowen took the chance to tattle. My father found out about Annie and me. This must have something to do with Wang Zheng. We cannot just let this go. Both sides quickly reached the same conclusion. This grudge must be repaid. Once my father personally takes action, that Wang Zheng is dead for sure. Bowen could only place his hopes on the other party. If your father is willing to act, we will definitely turn danger into safety this time. Zioning, just tell me whatever you need me to do. The man was extremely confident. Just wait. With that assurance, he finally felt at ease and hung up. Then he did not forget to comfort his beloved. It will be fine. With Zioning's father taking action, we can relax this time. The dawn sunlight of the next day shone straight into the high-rise building. Xingai was awakened by the light and rubbed her eyes as she woke up groggily. She had only just sat up when she noticed a figure from behind. Wang Zheng had already finished getting ready and reminded her, hurry up and get ready. I will wait for you in the lobby. I will take you somewhere fun. Before she had even fully woken up, her mind immediately started racing. A fight. He could only feel helpless at her childish mindset. You little brat, what is in that head of yours? Why is it always fighting and killing? Hurry up and get ready. Before long, the two of them were seated in the car. Speeding along the main road, Xinga yawned sleepily but still could not hide her curiosity. Stop being so mysterious. Hurry up and tell me what this is about. Wang Zheng kindly gave her a little hint. Do you still remember Pan Zioning? Her expression immediately became more serious. Of course, you found him. You are taking me to see him. He calmly confirmed it. Yes. Just then something caught her attention. That fire over there is... He already had the answer in hand. That is right. It is Pan Zioning's property being burned. There was no need to think hard to guess who was behind it. Was it you? Wang Zheng admitted it openly. Of course, this is only the second warning. Xingai could not help looking forward to more blockbuster scenes like this. Then what happens after that? He could only cool down her eagerness for drama. There is still plenty of time. We will take it slowly. Right now, we are going to the general's residence first. Elsewhere, Zioning was sitting there recovering from his injuries when his assistant suddenly rushed in. Young master, something terrible happened. He was extremely annoyed at having his meal interrupted. Just say it. Do not panic like that. The other person hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Tianlin Club is on fire. The man was so shocked he even forgot the grape he was about to eat. What? A few minutes later, the carriage arrived at the general's manor. As soon as Wang Zheng saw Bowen stick his head out, he kicked him repeatedly. Good heavens, second young master, skipping your exercise today. He ignored it and got straight to the point. After causing so much trouble, are you satisfied now? You can stop already. He played dumb flawlessly. Stop. I don't understand what you're talking about. But the other side had already run out of patience. Stop pretending. This entire province has been thrown into chaos because of you. Can we just wipe out our old grudges? No matter how soft his tone was, Wang Zheng remained unmoved. No. Bowen was furious and offered a condition. Why? How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Wang Zheng could not stand his shamelessness anymore. Zhang Bowen, you sent people to kill us and failed. Now that you've been hit back and can't resist, you're begging me to stop. Do you think you get all the advantages in the world? In contrast to that calmness, Xingai did not bother arguing and acted immediately. Zhang Bowen, let me tell you something. The debt you owe us can only be repaid with your life. The moon gradually rose higher, standing out in the deep night sky. Although it was already late, Xingai still obediently sat beside Zhang Zhen, keeping watch. The wrinkled hand she was holding suddenly moved slightly. Her face immediately lit up. Grandpa, you're awake. His eyes remained tightly shut, but he did not forget his small wish. I want wontons. Xingai immediately got up without hesitation. Grandpa, I'll go buy some right now. Wait for me. The assistant only had time to stop her verbally. Miss, what are you doing? She paid no attention and only shouted back while running. I'm going to buy wontons. Grandpa wants some. Before long, she had already run out onto the main road. At this hour, there were no cars around anymore. As she ran toward a corner, she suddenly encountered a strange man. Miss, wait a moment, I want to ask for direction. Xingai innocently approached without any caution. Sir, are you lost? Brother, who barely had to put in any effort to lure his prey into the trap. That's right, help me see how to get to this address. She honestly took it and carefully read the information on it. but strangely, the words seemed hypnotic. Her eyes gradually lost control and slowly closed. Before losing consciousness, the only person she instinctively thought of was the one she trusted most. Wang Zheng, save me. The old man successfully caught Xing'ai in his arms and gave an order. Take her away. The men hiding nearby quickly rushed out. Brother who is mighty. Meanwhile, the person she called for help was in Zhang Yanhang's office. His face showed no happiness at all. Why are you here? Wang Zheng negotiated as if he were out for a stroll. I want to discuss a project with you. Without a second thought, he bluntly refused. Not interested. Wang Zheng did not force the issue and instead openly threatened him. I don't want those videos spreading online either. But your son messed with me. I don't mind making this a big issue. Yanhang was furious at being cornered by a younger man. You're shameless and despicable. But such words were nothing more than a scratch to Wang Zheng. Still nowhere near as bad as your son, the other side remained firm. Don't think you can threaten me with this. At that moment, suddenly from outside, came urgent knocking and a panicked voice. Something's wrong. He quickly allowed the person in. What is it? Come in and speak. The subordinate immediately reported, his daughter has gone missing. Yanhang still remained calm and gestured. Go outside first. The man did not dare disobey. Yes, yes. At that moment, the one whose expression changed was Wang Zheng. If anything happens to her, contrary to Wang Zheng's expectations, you're not the type to play dirty. Even if you didn't say it, I would investigate thoroughly. At this point, Wang Zheng could only punch the wall to vent his anger. You'd better not be playing tricks if I find out you're behind this. I won't let any of you off. The spot where his fist landed had become a shattered, cracked section of wall, in a simple wooden house deep within the silent forest at night. Xing'ai coughed violently as the men surrounded the bed. Asan was the most impulsive among them, so he reached out first. Well, she's awake. She showed him no respect at all and insulted him outright. Take your filthy hands off me. His flirtatious attitude instantly vanished. Calling me filthy? How clean do you think you are yourself? She ignored that and only asked one thing. Why did you kidnap me? He avoided answering directly and kept teasing her instead. Do I really need to explain it? That pretty little face is so lively, your big brother here can barely hold back anymore. Weilong was already fed up with his subordinate's nature. Just be patient for now and wait for the boss's instructions. But Asan only cared about immediate pleasure. Then touching her a little should be fine, right? Aha! Weilong couldn't take it anymore and kicked him as a warning. No, if anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. He immediately behaved himself and stopped fooling around. Got it. What a waste of heaven's gift. The gray sedan sped rapidly down the road. Wang Zheng suddenly received an anonymous call out of nowhere. Hello? The person on the other end gave his conditions. Within 15 minutes, get to exit 2 of Renmin Road subway station and find a man wearing a gray cap. Ask to buy a black duffel bag with colorful lettering on it from him. Remember this well, you must come alone. Otherwise, this girl's life is over. Instead of obeying immediately, he first asked about the caller's identity. Who the hell are you? But the other side quickly hung up. Wang Zheng had already expected this, so he reacted immediately. Were you able to trace the signal source? Wu Yan reported at once. The call was too short, we still couldn't trace it. Yang Ming vaguely overheard the situation and asked curiously. Brother Zheng, where are we going next? Wang Zheng calmly gave his orders. You head back first and work with national security to keep searching for clues. I'll find Xiaoi myself. The car stopped by the roadside so he could get out. After the vehicle drove away, Wang Zheng rolled up his pant legs and removed the equipment strapped underneath. 15 minutes is enough. The leg weights hit the ground with a heavy thud. The moment the weight was gone, he sprinted toward the target location at full speed. Before long, he arrived at Renmin Road as instructed and quickly spotted the item he was supposed to buy. How much for this bag? Jiang Wen immediately made things difficult. That bag isn't for sale, I'm keeping it for myself. Wang Zheng stayed firm. Someone told me to come here and buy it. Hearing that was enough, the man immediately named an outrageous price. 10,000. Wang Zheng instantly let him experience the power of money thrown in his face. Take the cash and give me the bag. The moment the item reached his hands, his phone received another message. The other side issued the next challenge. Take the subway to exit 2 of Yeahua Road and hand the bag to a mango vendor. He's wearing a white t-shirt, headphones, and black sunglasses. Don't even think about trying anything funny. We're watching your every move. Wang Zheng was beginning to lose patience with all these detours. Are you people done screwing around yet? The sun climbed higher into the sky. The heat grew more intense as well. He was drenched in sweat from rushing to each location as quickly as possible. It looked like the other person had been waiting there for a long time. Thanks. Another instruction arrived on his phone. The new message read, today's task is complete. Go back now? Wang Zheng decided to call the number that had just texted him, only to be met with disappointment. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently powered off. Only then did Wang Zheng realize he had been toyed with. You're messing with me? Suddenly, a voice sounded nearby. Something this small already got you all worked up. Looks like little Hanya isn't so ordinary to you after all. He turned around in shock. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to keep monitoring things? Wu Yan calmly walked over with an indifferent expression. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. He immediately switched back into flirt mode. Your sweet little mouth still says the nicest things. That made her feel slightly embarrassed, so she quickly changed the subject. What is it? Did you find any clues? Hearing that, Wang Zheng lost the mood entirely. Let's talk after we get back. In the end, they returned to the luxury apartment. Wu Yan could no longer suppress her curiosity. Can you tell me now? Wang Zheng finally stopped keeping secrets. Put a micro tracker inside the bag. During the process, I discovered something new. She kept digging deeper. What was the new discovery? But Yang Ming was only busy praising him. As expected of brother Zhang, he did not respond and simply took out a needle tip. The moment she saw it, she was stunned. This is. Before the other party could finish speaking, Wang Zheng revealed it for her. Bingo. If my guess is right, this matter definitely has something to do with the Black Hand Society. Then he stared intently at the location map on his phone. The situation had just been updated, so he quickly gave orders. Wu Yan, go back and find Zia Yan. Tell him to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yang Ming. You come with me? She felt a little upset. You called me all the way here from thousands of miles away, and now you are just casually sending me away. This is not over. Wang Zheng held the angry beauty in his arms and made her a promise. Once this matter is settled, I will treat you properly. No matter how angry Wu Yan was, she had to give in. Before leaving, he did not forget to blow her a kiss. Right now, saving Xiaojia is more important. We are heading out first, at a separate building in the suburbs. The mastermind behind everything finally appeared, Pan Zioning's father. Pan Lianming also showed up. Miss Han, my men were still fairly courteous to you, were they not? Xing, I utterly despised that hypocritical manner. I spit on you. One of the lechers here molested me. He also played along with her very cooperatively. Who? She pointed him out without hesitation. It was him. Asan immediately denied it, acting as if he were completely upright. When did I molest you? But that reaction did not bother her much. It does not matter if you will not admit it. He then tried to put on a threatening air. Well now, no matter what, you have already come to the Black West Society. Do not think that just because the boss is here, I would not dare do anything to you. Lianming had no choice but to interrupt the argument. And this woman. Hey Asan, do not speak so rudely to Miss Han. Xing'ai did not bother giving him any respect either, and you should stop pretending to be kind. Even so, his emotions remained very calm. Since Miss Han already feels that I have bad intention, then I can no longer ignore you. Men, put our specially made device on Miss Han. Only then did she have an ominous feeling. What are you trying to do? Just as he was about to make his move, the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled. Boss, someone's here. It looks like Wang Zheng. Even though his enemy had found him, Lian Ming still calmly praised him. I didn't expect your little lover to actually find this place. No wonder he dared to burn down my entertainment club. He is rather interesting. Xing Yi immediately responded by spitting at him. Who do you think you are? Yet that hypocritical face of his did not waver at all. Do not rush. Your little lover will die here very soon. Without saying anything more, he ordered the person on the other end, open the gate wide and let him in. Wang Zheng got exactly what he wanted and charged straight into the territory with a huge sack. He did not forget to praise Yang Ming's professionalism. You did well on this. Leave the rest to me. The other man immediately perked up. Do not worry, Captain. Mission guaranteed. The motorcycle began racing toward the building at full speed. As soon as it stopped in the courtyard, he openly announced his arrival. Everyone upstairs, get down here. Then he bluntly threw the tightly wrapped sack onto the ground. Lian Ming strolled onto the balcony and replied, Wang Zheng, your woman is in my hands, yet you are still this rough. But Wang Zheng's momentum never faltered. Who do you think you are? The boss of the Black West Association. He coughed lightly a few times to cover his embarrassment, then introduced himself. I am Pan Lianming. As soon as Wang Zheng heard the other man's identity, his expression became unusually smug. So you are Pan Xiaming's father? Perfect, I have a big gift for you. Wang Zheng quickly opened the sack. Inside was Pan Zioning, that precious son of his. Now Wang Zheng also had leverage in his hand. Why do we not exchange hostages? The other man still tried to act tough. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Since the father would not listen, Wang Zheng decided to beat the son a few times to vent his anger. Then he casually tossed him aside like a scumbag, discarding someone after using them. If you do not agree, I can only keep beating your son. At last, he successfully got Lian Ming's attention. Good, very good. Do you think you can enter this place and still leave alive? At that moment, his subordinates appeared one after another, guns in hand. All of them aimed their weapons at Wang Zheng at the same time. Not only was he unafraid, he even said something that threw his enemies into confusion. Yang Ming, you are too slow. The moment he finished speaking, a huge commotion made by Yang Ming could be heard. Yo, did I not arrive right on time? And his entrance even came with shocking news. Good heavens, the brakes were out. Lion Ming's entire group of subordinates was run over like bowling pins. With just one car, Wang Zheng shattered his whole formation. Yang Ming even got out of the car with a bright smile. Boss, that was an accident. Wang Zheng did not hold back his praise for his decisive move. Nice, well done. Lion Ming finally could no longer remain so calm. Why must you fight the Black West Association to the death like this? Wang Zheng calmly shot back. You sent people to kill me. I am merely returning the favor. The man acted as though he did not understand. Oh, what do you mean by that? Since things had already been exposed, Zioning did not dare hide it anymore. I was the one who told Hu Mingkai to kill him first. Dad, it was all my fault. The other man felt utterly humiliated that the culprit was actually his own son. Useless trash, Wang Zheng had no choice but to interrupt this touching family conversation. Boss Pan, do you still want this worthless son of yours? Or should I take him back and discipline him for you? Lion Ming still negotiated calmly. Let Zioning come upstairs first. Obviously, Wang Zheng was not so easily fooled either. Do you think I am stupid? Bring Han Xingai down first. We exchange hostage for hostage. But the man still was not shaken at all. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Wang Zheng did not mind spelling out the current situation for him. Oh, I dare to kill your son, but do you dare to kill Han Xingai? Can you withstand the Han family's revenge? Even so, the alliance kept stubbornly arguing against reason. If you push me into a corner, there's nothing I wouldn't do. Yang Ming quickly chimed in during the heated argument with the enemy. Bah, if you really had that kind of ability, then why didn't you notice that I jammed your phone signals? Only now did the man realize it and hurriedly check again. Sure enough, the phone screen showed 0 signal bars in the corner. Even so, the alliance still held onto a sliver of hope. What about you all? Any signal? The subordinates accompanying him checked and collectively shook their heads like a slap across his face. Wang Zheng no longer wanted to waste time and got straight to the point. This is only a small warning. Don't challenge my bottom line. After a long standoff, they still could not avoid compromising in the end. Fine, exchange the hostages. Movement soon came from the building's main entrance. Xingai was escorted over by 2 subordinates. His expression remained calm yet vigilant. Let Han Xingjia come over here and I'll release him over there. Lion Meng instructed Weilong to follow the order. She immediately ran joyfully toward her savior. Wang Zheng showed no mercy and kicked Zioning straight toward the opposite side. Then he spread his arms wide, ready to welcome the young girl into his embrace. It was good that she returned, but reality ruined the touching reunion. The thief carrying Xingai landed safely and separated the two by quite a distance. Epitrius finally revealed his sly and sinister true nature. I truly never expected that my brother and I would encounter the famous Eastern Evil King here. Lion Meng stared in shock upon hearing his identity for the first time. The Eastern Evil King? You're the Eastern Evil King. Even without an introduction, Wang Zheng had already recognized the man's identity. Then you must be Epitrius, the one nicknamed the Hidden King. An assassin from Yisra. I wonder what wind blew you all the way to Huaxia. The old man modestly refused the praise. The evil king truly has sharp eyes. However, when it comes to stealth assassinations, my brother and I are still far inferior to the evil king. He had no interest in wasting time chatting with people like them. Why did you come to Huaxia? Why did you capture my people? The old man followed along and got straight to the point. Lord Evil King, I wish to make a deal with you. As long as you hand over the Sky Heart to us, I will immediately release this little girl. What do you say? Wang Zheng honestly revealed what he knew. I also want to give it to you, but the diamond isn't with me. The Sky Heart is in Laiwanov's hands. Epitrius silently pondered for a moment. So that's how it is. In the end, he still chose to keep bargaining with him. Then I can only ask the evil king to help me find the Sky Heart. After that, we'll return this little girl to you. How about it? Wang Zheng still maintained a friendly attitude during the negotiation. There's no need for that much trouble. I have a much simpler method. The moment he finished speaking, he leaped into the air and charged at the enemy at incredible speed without warning. In just a few seconds, the distance between them closed to point-blank range, startling the old man into instinctively retreating. However, Wang Zheng did not get his way because Epitrius's twin brother, Epictus, suddenly rushed forward. Even though the situation was unexpected, he reacted instantly, spun around, and unleashed something. A gray liquid resembling flowing cement suddenly moved. He seized the chance to slash a straight line forward the moment the opponent approached. Epictus took Wang Zheng's smokescreen diversion attack head-on. Before the old man could even react, another blow struck him immediately after he turned around. You rotten little brother, take one of my punches. His angle was perfectly aimed at the rotten little brother's pelvic bone. With just a single punch, the opponent was sent flying far away, nearly crashing into the building wall. A move like this might deal 8 parts damage, but the user also suffers 3 parts in return. Your backside is way too tough. Epictus instantly shifted back into a pouncing stance in midair. cut the chatter. Wang Zheng indulged his opponent as well. Looks like you really want to settle this with me, so I'll accompany you to the end. The old man faced him proudly without the slightest fear. Come on. The crowing from just a few seconds ago now gave way to Wang Zheng's godlike kick. Along with it came the cracking sound of several ribs being crushed. Epictus flew straight back to the same spot where he had just been lying. His face visibly turned pale as he clutched his aging waist. This is bad. Wang Zheng calmly pulled out the gun he had prepared on him. Then he aimed it straight at his opponent and declared his outrageously cool motto: "When someone wants my life, I won't let him live." Seeing the situation turn bad, Epictetus quickly thought of a way out. "My lord evil king, don't forget this girl is still in my hands. If you kill my younger brother, I can't guarantee this young lady's safety." Not only was Wang Zheng not wary, he threatened him right back. "If she loses even a single hair, do you think you'll still live until tomorrow?" Thanks to those few minutes of distraction, Epictetus finally managed to return to his older brother's side. When the evil king shows his power, I really am a little scared. Wang Zheng's attitude had already proven who truly controlled the game. Don't think that just because you two have Han Xing'ai as a hostage, I can't do anything to you. Epictetus had not yet had the fortune of tasting Wang Zheng's punishment, so he was still talking tough. HMPH, I really do want to witness the evil king's methods. Yang Ming, standing nearby, had already managed to nap while waiting. Then Wang Zheng suddenly changed the subject. That's a chemical plant that was abandoned not long ago. Inside, there are installed ammonia gas storage units. The old man had not yet figured out the other side's intention. You mean? Wang Zheng casually gave him a small hint. That's a large ammonia gas tank and it's filled with ammonia gas. If it's detonated, what do you think will happen? Even so, Epictetus still did not understand where Wang Zheng's confidence came from. Wang Zheng was also restricted here, so how could he detonate it? Only now did Wang Zheng call out to the only person here openly nodding off. Hey, stop sleeping. It's your turn to take the stage. Yang Ming even pretended to be moved for a while. Brother Zheng, you finally remembered me. Do you think I've had it easy? Wang Zheng had no choice but to push aside the other man's fake theatrics. All right, stop wasting words. Yang Ming stopped joking around as well and seriously introduced the operating mechanism. I installed a pressure-changing device on the gas tank. It can be activated through a phone signal. As long as I press it on my phone, it'll explode. Well, impressive, right? Yang Ming rattled on enthusiastically. But Wang Zheng only cared about the reaction of the person opposite him. Epictetus, I'll say this one last time. Either let her go or no one should dream of escaping. The sun had already begun shining over the two enormous gas tanks. At that moment, the old man understood very clearly that he had only one choice. My lord evil king, you truly are ruthless. The two of us don't want to die yet. We'll meet again someday. As soon as he finished speaking, the twins vanished without a trace. Wang Zheng quickly went over to the goddess Xing'ai and comforted her. It's all right. I promise this kind of thing won't happen again. The alliance, playing the role of spectators watching the show, only belatedly grew furious after witnessing everything. Madman, you really are a madman. His baboon-like face only amused Wang Zheng even more. Pan Lianping, are you only feeling scared now? Don't rush. I'll personally take your life another day. Finally, once the two of them had settled into the car, Xing'ai voiced the question in her heart. Were those gas tanks really filled with ammonia? Would they really explode? Yang Ming, who was driving, suddenly became interested and answered for Wang Zheng. We were just bluffing a little. The ammonia concentration inside isn't even 1%. She immediately praised him nonstop. Wang Zheng, that really is just like you. He responded to her affection with extremely suggestive gestures. It was nothing more than a petty little trick. The only single guy in the car spoke up bitterly. Could you two stop acting so lovey-dovey? Only when night fell did they finally return to the general's residence. The three had just gotten out of the car when someone came out to welcome them personally. Ren Hang asked politely, Xiao Yi is back. Xing Yi answered with great courtesy. Yes, thank you for your concern, second uncle. We plan to leave tomorrow. He could not help sighing over what had just happened. It was not easy for you to make a trip to Fuzhou, yet so many things happened. As your second uncle, I truly failed in my duty. How about this? I will see you off tomorrow. Wang Zheng did not deny it and even confirmed, yes, quite a few things did happen. Bowen's unpleasant attitude was obvious, so she tactfully did not want to linger any longer. No need. We only came back to let everyone know. We will just stroll around tonight and will not disturb you further. Annie, standing nearby, did not mind adding fuel to the fire. HMPH, know your place and get lost already. Ren Hang immediately spoke up in warning. What nonsense are you saying? Not only did she fail to restrain herself, she grew even more extreme. Was I wrong? She is not part of this family anyway. Should she not get lost? How could Wang Zheng allow the other side's tongue to run wild? Secretary Zhang, you should discipline your precious daughter properly if you cannot manage her. Then I will manage her for you. On the surface, Ren Heng was furious, but he still protected Annie fiercely. Even if my daughter went too far, it is not an outsider's place to interfere. Wang Zheng said no more and simply waved a signal to Yang Ming. Yang Ming calmly approached under her wary stare. What are you trying to do? Right after that, she received a free and stunning lesson in the rules of life. Annie quickly reacted with fierce outrage. Who do you think you are? He showed no embarrassment at all and gave a casual excuse. Sorry, my hand slipped. Ren Heng was enraged, pointing at them while stammering wordlessly. You. Wang Zheng had never feared anyone's background, big or small. I told him to hit her. If you are not satisfied, come settle it with me. From now on, if I hear any of you insulting Huan Xingyang again, I absolutely will not let you off. He left behind that firm declaration, then took her hand and walked away with her. By then, the night sky had turned pitch black without even a single star. Although it was already dark, the beach was still crowded and lively, no less bustling than in the morning. Yang Ming wandered alone on the sand, catching crabs and shellfish while complaining. Why did you call me here when you two are dating? Good-natured Xing Yi gave him a proper reason. Were you not the one who insisted on staying to protect your brother Zhang? Wang Zheng also joined in to comfort him. There are plenty of beautiful women in bikinis on the beach at night. I called you here to create an opportunity for you. Yet you insist on staying here as a third wheel. With the same issue viewed from another angle, Yang Ming immediately perked up. Thank you, brother Zheng. I will get lost right away and stop disturbing your private world. After the wise third wheel left, Xing Yi finally had space to speak privately with him. My days in Fuzhou were too short. After we return to the capital, I will give you back to Sister Sheng Fei and Xixi. Wang Zheng did not hesitate at all to label himself with 4 shameless words. I am the shared boyfriend of all of you. Even she was helpless against his thick skin. You really have no shame. Are you trying to take everything? He flashed a handsome smile with no bad angle, and stated in advance, of course not, I am very pure. Xing Yi could only change the subject to ignore his frivolous expression. Am I going with you tomorrow? Wang Zheng arranged the schedule briefly. I will take you to the capital first, then come back to deal with the people who kidnapped and tried to kill you. But she suddenly grabbed his wrist and advised him, forget it, they did not succeed anyway. Even so, he would not go against his own principle. There is no room for discussion on this. Xing Yi had no choice but to give up, let go of all pressure and lean into his arms. I know I cannot persuade you. You must be careful. The confidence in Wang Zheng had never diminished, just like his love for the girls. Do not worry, who could possibly hurt me? Brilliant sunlight was shining down over the airport. Yang Ming walked beside him, constantly teasing. Hey, brother Zheng, Han Xing I just left, and you immediately rushed to finish things and come back. You're really in a hurry. Before he could laugh any further, Meng was instantly taught a lesson with a kick from Wang Zheng. You little brat are getting more and more reckless, huh? Just a few days without a beating and you're already trying to climb over my head. He could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly to cover it up. My mistake, my mistake. I just never expected the Pan and Zhang family's influence in Fuzhou to be wiped out so easily. Brother Zhang, you're seriously amazing. Hearing that, he immediately switched into arrogant mode. HMPH, their tiny little power isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. They wasted 2 precious days of my time. Yang Ming acted like he knew everything and grinned slyly. I think you mean time spent with your sisters-in-law, but with just one. Gloomy glance from the man beside him, he instantly jumped in fright. A wise man knows when to yield. Yang Ming hurriedly slipped away. Brother Zhang, call me if anything comes up. I'll be there right away. Just then, a supercar suddenly stopped beside Wang Zheng. Minky called out from the driver's seat, Wang Zheng. Seeing someone familiar, he bent down and asked, Huan, why are you here? She leaned back and explained the coincidence. I just saw Sheng Fei and Shang Yu and Xixi off. I didn't expect to run into you here. Get in, I'm heading that way anyway. Wang Zheng did not hesitate at all and opened the door to get in. Since I just got back and don't have anywhere special to go, I might as well go rest at your place. Minky's mind instantly raced and her face gradually flushed red. No wonder Xixi always calls you a pervert. She really wasn't wrong at all. He could not be bothered to argue and simply leaned back in his seat to rest. The car sped steadily down the road. They quickly arrived at Minky's home. She brought over a glass of water and asked with concern, You look exhausted. Haven't you been resting well lately? Wang Zheng probably did not want to make her worry, so he smiled and teased her. A beautiful woman's concern can ease fatigue. Minky could not handle it and shyly turned away to run. Wang Zheng stretched out his strong arm and precisely caught the person trying to escape. To her surprise, he tiredly leaned against the slender shoulder beside him. He did not even bother opening his eyes and softly whispered, SHH, let me rest for a bit. The next morning, gentle sunlight woke Minky up. As soon as she sat up, she saw a letter on the table. It turned out the man of her dreams had left a note for Minky. I had something to take care of, so I left first. I'll come see you later. I'm borrowing your sports car for now. Wang Zheng. At the same time, in the suburbs, Wang Zheng openly complained in frustration. Because of your urgent matter, I gave up my chance to be alone with a beauty. Minghao suddenly shot out from nearby bushes like a leaf village ninja. Boss, he stood with his arms crossed, looking almost out of patience. If you have something to say it quickly. Stop dragging it out. Minghao got straight to the point. Boss, you remember before when I said I wanted to introduce you to someone? Wang Zheng paused for a few seconds before quickly remembering. But afterwards you never made any move. What is it? Finally planning to tell me now. He scratched his head awkwardly and explained the situation. Boss, before this I hadn't settled things properly for him yet, so it wasn't convenient to bother you. Now we're going to see him. Their car sped down the road once again. Soon, the two arrived at number 175 Tianfu Road. Wang Zheng stood at the entrance and looked around. The words on this sign seem kind of familiar. Chen Kang, once Wang Zheng's subordinate, was pushed out in a wheelchair by his wife to greet them. Please come in. Like an emotional reunion scene from a television drama, the two embraced each other. Chen Kang, brother Zheng. Minghao temporarily interrupted them. Pointing toward the house, he invited them inside. Let's talk indoors. Wang Zheng happily draped an arm over his subordinate's shoulder and praised him. Nice work, keeping this hidden and only telling me now. Minghao always handles things carefully and thinks things through. Boss, wasn't I just worried about bothering you? A deafening sound of smashing suddenly caught Wang Zheng's attention. Brother, is your place under construction? Chen Kang was also very puzzled by this situation. No. Hearing that, he immediately grabbed the door handle. Then let's go take a look. What are they smashing? A scene appeared of a group of people destroying the things around them. Yo, what are you doing? The lead thug saw someone arrive and stopped to warn them. We're tearing down an illegal structure. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Chen Kang was pushed over in his wheelchair by his wife and angrily retorted. We completed all the procedures for this building according to the regulation. How is it an illegal structure? You say tear it down and it gets torn down. Is there no law anymore? Unexpectedly, the man had no intention of reasoning with him. Law? Who do you think you are to talk law with me? Wang Zheng saw that the situation was turning bad and gave a soft cough as a signal. Minghao took the order at once. He shot forward and accurately grabbed the other man's throat, threatening him. Tell me who sent you here. Behind him, Wang Zheng questioned him in a low voice. Speak sooner and you'll be free sooner. Otherwise, my brother may slowly torture you. The lead thug narrowed his eyes and hesitantly confessed it was Su Shuliang. Seeing this, Minghao pressed him for more information. Where is he right now? The man knew what was good for him and honestly told everything. The Garden New Village Villa. Even so, just to be safe, Minghao still did not loosen his grip. You don't look like you're lying. The lead thug hurriedly waved his hands, sweating from fear. Everything I said is true. Seeing that this man was now useless, he simply threw him aside. What a piece of trash. The lead thug lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. The remaining men were stunned and every one of them was terrified. They dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. We were only following orders. Please spare us. Wang Zheng did not make things difficult for them and simply let them go. Get lost. Don't let me see any of you again. Those men ignored their boss lying sprawled on the ground and hurriedly ran for their lives. He turned to the side and instructed Li Minghang, clean up the scene. Wang Zheng also thoughtfully arranged what would happen afterward. Right now, he and Rose had also been targeted. I'll arrange for Yang Ming to take you two away from here as quickly as possible. Even so, Chen Kang was still worried about his friend's benefactor. Then what about you? He stood with his hand braced as he thought it through carefully. I'll deal with the two troublemakers, Tang Tian and Su Shuliang first. Minghao, who was cleaning up the mess, turned back and joined in. All right, brother Zheng. Once I'm done here, I'll go help you. 20 minutes after the incident. Chen Kang thought back on everything they had been through and could not help sighing in frustration. I thought this place would be our home, but who would have thought? Suddenly, Wang Zi. He burst in through the window with a knife in his hand. Your home is becoming part of my collection. Your wife is actually rather pretty. Everything happened so suddenly that Chen Kang had no time to react. He seized Rose and pressed the knife to her throat, threatening him, don't try anything. Come with me quietly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your wife will stay in one piece. At the same time, at the Garden New Village Villa, Shuliang sat in the dark room, his unease plain to see. How is the matter going? Tang Tian's brow was tightly furrowed and he was no better off, waiting for news. The sudden ringing of a phone shattered the silence. He hurriedly took it out and stared at the notification on the screen. It turned out to be a message from Huang Zi. The fish has taken the bait. The bait is secured, waiting to catch the big fish. After reading it, Tang Tian carefully deleted it. Shuliang, sitting below and watching, had already guessed part of it. Looks like there's news. Tang Tian's face now clearly had more life in it. Second young master, I guarantee nothing will go wrong this time. Chen Kang's wife has been captured, and Wang Zheng is coming alone. A murderous gleam flashed through Shuliang's eyes. He had clearly made up his mind. I will make sure they die. Wang Zheng's car shot straight through the gate of the detached villa at number 1975. Wang Zheng stepped out furiously and shouted, Get out here, Tang Tian approached with his men. Yo, I was wondering who it was, so it's Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng had expected this long ago and curled his lips in contempt. What is it? Am I not welcome? The man looked extremely pleased with himself and clapped along. Of course you're welcome. In a little while you'll be able to die together with your brothers. At this point Wang Zheng could no longer stay calm. You bastard, so you still had a backup plan. Where did you take Chen Kang and his wife? Tang Tian, not knowing his own limits, kept that smug attitude. Military secrets cannot be revealed. For now, I still cannot tell you where they are. He was truly running out of patience with this man, his whole body surging with killing intent. Only someone like you could come up with such a beastly tactic. If you dare hurt them, I will kill you. Hearing that, the man still thought he had the upper hand. The hostages are in my hands. It is not your turn to act tough here. Why do we not make a bet? This was Wang Zheng's favorite kind of game. He smiled with interest. Bet on what? Unexpectedly, Tang Tian did not even think before saying something stupid. Let us see whether you kill me first or my bullet takes you out first. He excitedly gestured in agreement. Fine, come on. Full of confidence, the man raised his hand high and gave the order. Wang Zheng shut his eyes tightly, trying to calm himself down. Brother, your captain's life is entirely in your hands. Tang Tian smiled like a victor, as if everything had gone exactly according to plan. Rewind to 5 minutes earlier. Bright sunlight shone down on a nearby high-rise. Ming Hao suddenly appeared behind the sniper. With just one move, he easily took the opponent down. After finishing the job, Ming Hao disdainfully dusted off his hands and looked at the result. You, good thing I made it in time. Back at Tang Tian's side, his hand signal had already been given for some time, yet everything remained peaceful. Knowing full well his teammate had succeeded, Wang Zheng mocked him loudly. Chief Tao, did your sniper fall asleep? Where is the bullet? Tang Tian also guessed what had happened and pointed at him angrily. I did not expect you to bring help. A report came through the radio in his ear saying the people had been rescued. The man was arrogant and still believed everything was under his control. Even without the sniper, as long as the witnesses are still in my hands, the initiative still belongs to me. Only now did Wang Zheng regain his usual composure. His fist clenched, ready to strike. Tang Tian waved his hand, ordering the subordinates on both sides. Kill him! Crisp gunfire echoed through the room. Contrary to his plan, the two subordinates were shot and lay motionless beside him. Tang Tian looked in disbelief toward Chen Kang, who had just appeared. How did you people get out? Where are my men and my uncle? Yang Ming did not hesitate to describe what had just happened. Those pieces of trash under you were already taken care of by me. And Xu Liang has been knocked unconscious by me. From above, Wang Zheng looked down at the unexpected loser. No, Tao Tang Tian, that means the debt you owe must be repaid today. After saying that, he turned to arrange the situation. Yang Ming, take the two of them out of here first. I will handle this place. Yang Ming accepted the order with a smile. All right, I am leaving. Wang Zheng slapped the stick against his hand, creating an extremely terrifying scene. This time, perhaps he truly wanted to collect both the principal and the interest. You really are bold. Wang Zheng swung his fist straight into the other man's face. Tang Tian was beaten until he spat fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. Only then did he notice that his relative had long since passed out. Second young master, wake up, wake up. Wang Zheng curled his lips and slowly walked closer. I did not expect you to take a beating so well. You actually still have strength left. Sitting below him, Tang Tian was now like a fish on a chopping block. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Xu Liang struggled awake from the waves of pain. What is the situation now? He could never have expected that the outcome had already been decided by him. Old man, take a look for yourself. The scene around them was so miserable that even an outsider would be frightened. The man kept backing away and begging, we can talk this over slowly. Do not kill me. Wang Zheng still wanted to use them to dig out more information. You are a respected elder with real accomplishments. Yet now you are begging me like this. Tell me first, who is the real mastermind behind all this? Then I will think about it. At this moment, cornered like desperate dogs, the two of them took turns blaming each other. It was all him. It has nothing to do with me at all. Second young master, you. Watching this scene, Wang Zheng smiled mockingly and praised them. Not bad, I like this script. Suddenly, a sense of danger seemed to hang in the air. As soon as Dongzi sat down, his brain warned him something was wrong. Wang Zheng shot out like a ninja from the Leaf Village. The instant he rushed out, an explosion rang out behind him. A powerful blast and terrifying shockwave erupted. Yang Ming's group, sitting in the car, were shaken to the core by the sound. The car immediately pulled over to the roadside. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel, worried about the situation over there. The enemy used phosphorus bombs. Chen Kang in the passenger seat was no better off, cold sweat dripping down his face. Suddenly, a message notification sounded. Yang Ming immediately picked up his phone to check it. It turned out to be Wang Zheng telling them he was safe. I'm fine, go back first. Brilliant sunlight shone over the nearby forest. Wang Zheng had escaped by luck, but his body was badly injured. Why were there phosphorus bombs? Could it be, lying by the riverbank and gasping for breath? He pieced the information together in his mind and grew even more shocked. Could it be that from the very beginning, the person behind this had already planned to sacrifice Su Xuliang and Tao Tangshan? At the same time, at the Su family estate, Tianren hurried in from outside to report the news. Grandpa, Elder Su is dead. Fu Hua stopped what he was doing. He frowned deeply and asked about the situation. Who did it? Tianren shook his head, his face grave. We still don't know. The old man had seen much in his life. Faced with this matter, he quickly made a judgment. For us, this is a good thing. Is that Wang Zheng dead or not? Tianren also regained his composure and thought it through calmly. He probably isn't dead. His body wasn't found at the explosion site. No matter what, the mastermind has openly given us a great gift. But in the shadows, he wants us and Wang Zheng to fight to the death. Fu Hua clasped his hands behind his back, his expression turning gloomy. Even knowing this is a trap, we still have to jump in. With such temptation, can you really hold back? Tianren had inherited his decisiveness and acted with great certainty. Grandpa, I'll follow your lead. The old man placed full trust in this grandson and waved his hand before leaving. I'll leave this matter for you to decide. I won't interfere. Just then Tianren's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed the name Su Nuanu. Half believing, half doubtful, he slowly answered the call. Nuanuan, why are you calling at this hour? It must be midnight where you are, right? An urgent voice came from the other end. Brother, regarding Wang Zheng this time, I hope you won't make a move. Hearing this, Tianren could not help frowning warily. You're overseas. How do you know about this? Nuanuan acted mysterious and did not explain the reason clearly. A stranger told me. I know the whole story. Brother, please don't make a move against Wang Zheng. All right. Another new day passed, and gentle sunlight embraced the entire city. Minghao looked at the person below who was strenuously doing push-ups with a puzzled expression. Didn't you just drink a little filthy water from a trash pit? Was there any need to make such a huge fuss? Captain, how do you plan to handle this? Wang Zheng sprang to his feet and launched into a long, aggrieved rant. Someone is clearly trying to throw dirt on me. Then I'll just turn their own trick against them and pin it on someone else. Minghao knew he had hit the key point and immediately played along. Captain, have you found a suitable little lab rat yet? Zia Yan walked in from outside and spoke in a teasing tone. You've stared at his chest until it looks like bamboo. You still don't understand? Wang Zheng saw right through what he was thinking and turned to mock him. Speak. Did you come here because you have some problem that's hard to handle? You really are a prophet. Zia Yan quickly handed over the documents in his hand. Jiangnan has had some small movements recently. They're bringing in illegal goods. He took the documents, but his mouth kept grumbling. Then can't your people go? You came to me for such a minor matter. Zia Yan knew how to coax him well. He also did not forget to weigh the gains and losses. If I had someone like you under me, I wouldn't need you to step in personally anymore. Haven't you always wanted to bring down Chen Anshi, the economic kingpin of Jiangnan? This is the perfect opportunity. To his surprise, Wang Zheng did not take that man seriously at all. What economic kingpin? He's nothing more than a classless gangster. Zia Yan kept trying to persuade him to accept the mission. National security will fully cooperate with you. If necessary, I can even lend you the special operations team. Seeing how impossible it was to change his mind, Wang Zheng could only hold his head in frustration. Fine, even if I refuse, you'll just come up with another trick anyway. Help me book a plane ticket. I really don't feel like driving this time. Suddenly, the sound of a car came from outside. Standing above and looking down, Wang Zheng exclaimed in surprise, this guy. A car sped in through the gate. It turned out the surprise Zia Yan had prepared was Miu as the driver. He smiled and patted Wang Zheng on the shoulder meaningfully. Why bother booking a plane ticket? Look how considerate I am. I even found a gorgeous beauty for you. Wang Zheng lost his temper and grabbed him by the collar. Don't think I'm an idiot. You know I'm going to Jiangnan because this girl lured me into it. What benefits did helping her get you? Zia Yan closed his eyes, looking completely innocent. None at all. You're so petty that you've already held a grudge over this. Sooner or later, I'll settle the score with you. Unexpectedly, he did not try to calm him down and instead added fuel to the fire. A beauty's favor is the hardest debt to repay. Think carefully about how many women you already owe favors to. You'd better enjoy yourself. The car stopped perfectly in front of the door. Dressed in extremely casual clothes, Miu stepped out gracefully. Minghao, who had been enjoying the show, covered his mouth and teased, Captain, looks like another girl is clinging to you again. Wang Zheng had been holding back long enough and immediately vented his frustration on his subordinate. Get lost. Miu looked at the man walking toward her and asked probing questions. What? Weren't you going to welcome me? He could only scratch his head awkwardly and laugh it off. How could that be? You'll be the driver for this Jiangnan trip. Or maybe I should. Before he could finish, she interrupted him. Of course it's me. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan War, the foreman waved his whip around while directing everything there. Move faster, stop dragging your feet. Unable to endure the pressure, the middle-aged man suddenly collapsed to the ground. yet the foreman cruelly shouted, "Get back up, you old fool." Seeing this, Ningxia hurried over to help him up. "Sir, are you all right? Can you stand up?" Because of that, she took the whip strike in his place. "Get up and carry the goods for me." On top of that, the foreman began eyeing the woman lustfully. "Girl, you're quite pretty." Without waiting for an answer, the foreman pulled the beauty into his arms. "Why don't you just follow me instead?" Just then, a stone suddenly flew through the air and struck his head with perfect accuracy, drawing blood. Blood streamed down the foreman's head as he angrily turned around. "Who the hell dared to hit me?" From afar, Wang Zheng strode over heroically to save the beauty. "Forcing yourself on innocent women in broad daylight, your skull must be made of iron." The man did not waste words and gestured to the lackeys behind him. "Get him!" Young Master Liang watched the scene and mischievously reminded Miu Miu beside him. "It might get a little bloody later, so be careful not to let it hurt your eyes." Wang Zheng transformed into a one-man army and charged straight through them. The foreman stared in shock as his men collapsed before they could even react. Almost nothing had ever been able to stop Wang Zheng. "I'm giving you two choices. Either get the hell out or stay here and see what I'll do to you." Unexpectedly, the man flew into a rage from humiliation and used the beauty in his arms as a hostage. "If you dare do anything reckless, I won't go easy on her." Not wanting to waste any more words, Wang Zheng sprang forward, his long, straight legs landing precise kicks on the other man's knee. What followed was a barrage of punches straight to the agent's face. Though the man tried his best to block them, the force was overwhelming, sending blood gushing from his nose. Wang Zheng's heroic rescue of the beauty was a complete success. The passers-by watched the whole scene and cheered excitedly. "Nice hit. Serves him right." He looked down at the man with contempt and spoke. "You messed with someone I care about, so if I leave you half dead, you won't mind, right?" Ningxia stood among the crowd so captivated that her face turned red. Only now did the agent finally feel fear. His body trembled as he begged, "Sir, spare me, spare my life." Wang Zheng paid no attention. He kicked straight out and ruined the little bird before it could ever sing. His punishment was truly ruthless. What a pity. From now on, you'll have no choice but to live a life free of desire. While he was at it, he turned to the remaining lackeys and warned them, "Listen carefully, all of you. If you ever dare oppress ordinary people again, this will be your fate." Those men took the agent's lesson to heart. How could they dare act out now? "We understand, we understand." Wang Zheng pointed at the trash beneath his feet and ordered, "Take this guy with you. You can get lost now." They had been waiting for exactly those words, and hurriedly dragged the man away. "Yes, yes, yes, we'll get lost right now, right now." The villagers, who had been exploited for so long, finally saw hope. They hugged one another and burst into tears. At last, those people were gone. Ningxia could not hold back and rushed into the arms of the man she loved. "Why did you come here?" Wang Zheng gently held her soft body and comforted her. "Because I sensed you were in danger, of course. I came to be the hero who saves the beauty." His sweet words made her smile brightly. "You're still as funny as ever." Zhang Miu Miu waited beside them until they finished flirting, then got down to business. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Zhang Miu Miu. We didn't come here just to chat about family matters. Would it be convenient to talk at your place?" Seeing someone else there, Ningxia quickly composed herself. "Sure." A gentle gaze settled over the old-style apartment building. At Ningxia's home, Wang Zheng accepted a glass of water and was utterly puzzled. "Ningxia, why are you doing such hard work at the dock? And who were those people?" Ningxia did not hide anything and honestly explained what had happened. "A week ago, they came here and used high wages as bait, tricking everyone into signing cargo transport contracts. I only did it to investigate the truth behind it. You already know what happened after that." Hearing this, he grew even more interested and continued pressing her with questions. "Transporting cargo? Did you find out what they were transporting? Who is behind those people and giving them orders?" She had poured a great deal of effort into the matter, but the results were not very promising. "Most of the goods were kitchen supplies. I still haven't managed to dig into anything else." Zhang Miu Miu analyzed the information they had and sighed. Those old foxes really do have a few tricks. After considering their next move, Wang Zheng gave Ningxia instruction. "Miu Miu and I will stay in Jiangnan to investigate this thoroughly and make sure you're safe. Don't get involved anymore. I'll arrange for someone to look after you." Ningxia knew he was only doing this for her own good, so she happily agreed. "It's true that I can't really help much anyway. Then the two of you must be extremely careful." He was very satisfied with her reaction and gently rubbed her head affectionately. "Don't worry, you have to take good care of yourself too." She smiled obediently like a little kitten. "Okay, I understand." Wang Zheng made full use of the resources at hand and made a request. "There's one more thing I need your help with." A moment later at the shopping mall, Wang Zheng seemed very pleased with his companion's new appearance. "In such a short time, your whole aura has changed. You look much fresher." Miu Miu followed his advice reluctantly. "What's so nice about these clothes anyway? They don't even show off my figure." At that moment, his silver tongue came into play again. "We have to keep a low profile this time. Ningxia lent you these clothes. Stop complaining already." Besides, your figure doesn't need clothes to make it look good. She really knew how to focus on the important part and leaned against him flirtatiously. How do you know I don't need it? Have you carefully studied and examined my body before? Unexpectedly, Wang Zheng remained completely unmoved and quickly stepped aside. Stop fooling around and hurry up. Flashing lights covered the luxurious nightclub. Miu Miu wore a seductive bright red dress, completely unlike the dreamer lady he had investigated before. Why come to this gathering of rich brats? Wang Zheng was also dressed elegantly in a suit. The two entered together wearing masks. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits, capture their leader first. I already have arrangements on my side. The waiter saw guests arrive and followed procedure. Hello, please show your invitation card. Wang Zheng had prepared in advance. He pulled out an eye-catching golden invitation card. We're looking for a little excitement. The waiter couldn't help admiring how lavish they were. Rich people really know how to have fun. Very quickly, they entered through the main gate. The guard respectfully opened the door for them. Inside the private room, young men and women gathered together. The moment Wang Zheng entered, he noticed the host, Chen Meidong. He didn't expect to gain results so quickly, and he couldn't hide his delight. Found him. Meidong stood up to greet the guests. The newcomers are even wearing masks. Afraid of showing your faces, Wang Zheng had already prepared an excuse. It's inconvenient to reveal ourselves, otherwise it'll be hard to get by later. Restlessly, he placed his hands on Miu Miu's slender waist. Beautiful lady, however much dreamer you want, I can give it to you, as long as you spend one night with me. Those words immediately set his mind racing. Dreamer. Could this be what Ha Yan wanted him to investigate? Seeing the beauty in his arms looking uneasy, Meidong teased her. Beautiful lady, you can decide this yourself, can't you? Do you really need your friend's permission? The girl sitting behind them chimed in. That's right, that's right. Wang Zheng didn't want to alert the enemy, so he casually waved his hand. Since young Master Chen has spoken, then as her older brother, I shouldn't interfere too much. Little sister, spend tonight with young Master Chen. Miu Miu was completely stunned by how quickly he switched sides. Wang Zheng, are you really pushing me into a pit of fire? They quickly entered a private room. Ignoring the fact that the man before her had already revealed his true nature, she still acted coy. You still can't see my face yet, you have to satisfy me first. Meidong didn't force her and happily went along with it. All right. Tell me, what do you want? Miu Miu went straight to the point. Of course, what I want is Dreamer. He slowly reached into his pocket to search for his little toy. Meidong pulled out a bottle of pale yellow liquid. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Take it. I guarantee it'll make you feel like you're lost in paradise. She accepted the item. She stared at it with wide eyes, just this little bit. He crossed his arms and watched, his tone mocking. Isn't this enough? This stuff is for you. But there's a chance you won't leave here alive with it. Miu Miu felt as if struck by lightning, cold sweat pouring down her face. What do you mean? Too lazy to keep acting, he clapped his hands and gave the signal to end the show. The lackeys who had been hiding suddenly appeared. She knew she had been exposed, but still pretended to be innocent. Young Master Chen, what are you trying to do? Meidong lost his patience and ripped off his mask. You and Wang Zheng really think I'm an idiot, trying to deal with me using such cheap tricks. He even kindly revealed the trap he had prepared in advance. The little bottle in that woman's hand was nothing more than ordinary seasoning. The real dreamer had long since been hidden away by me. You will never find it. Before long, I will be the biggest poison dealer in Hua Lang. Chen Meidong had only gotten that far before he grew excited and burst into gleeful laughter. But surprises always come at the very end, and a voice rang out like an omen of doom. What are you so happy about? Wang Zheng stood slowly at the doorway carrying a large bag of items. Not bad. You even turned the stuff into seasoning to sell it outside. Pale yellow vials slowly rolled out of the cloth bag. Chen Meidong had thought himself clever and refused to accept reality. How is that possible? I clearly hid it very carefully. Besides, I even sent people to follow you too, yet you still found it in half a day. Wang Zheng's ears were irritated by the noise and he mocked him in disgust. Being stupid is not scary. Being too confident is. Even with death at his doorstep, he remained stubborn and refused to yield. He wanted to struggle one last time. Get them, I spent a fortune hiring you people. What are you standing there for? Before the burly lackeys could even make a move, they all collapsed to the floor at once. Seeing his final trump card fall apart on its own, Chen Meidong frowned in fear. Just who exactly are you? Wang Zheng picked up a vial and tested its weight in his hand. I heard this thing is unstable. If you do not know how to use it, it turns into worthless junk. When Chen Meidong saw his precious creation being threatened, he immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Boss, please show mercy. You can torment me however you want. But could you please not touch my treasures? Even while handling the problem, Wang Zheng did not forget the beauty who had come in with him. Miu Miu, stand behind me. Wang Zheng gripped it tightly in his hand, his voice firm as if he already had a plan. Do not worry, as for these precious treasures of yours, I will make very good use of this trash. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm and hurled the vial away. The medicines collided with each other, producing a crisp sound. In an instant, hazy purple smoke filled the room. Chen Meidong's cries gradually grew faint. anyone. Wang Zheng dragged his teammate along and escaped, leaving only one sentence behind: "We will meet again." They quickly returned to the secret room. He looked at the layout there and could not help sighing in admiration. Wu Yan's taste really is not bad. This office arrangement suits me perfectly. Miu Miu had countless questions bottled up inside her, and only now did she get the chance to ask. Why did you not use Dreamer to threaten Chen Maida? You could have forced him to reveal the powerful faction behind him. You destroyed everything and put them on guard. How are we supposed to investigate now? He waved his hand and revealed the real reason behind it. At that time, there was another force nearby. If we had confronted them, it would have been very hard for us to retreat safely. She had not noticed those small details at all, so she could not help being shocked. What, then, do you know who they are? Wang Zheng calmly climbed onto the desk and sat down, then slowly voiced his guess. Little sister, I am human, not a god. I do not have eyes that can see through everything, but one thing is certain. Those people came looking for Chen Maida. Miu Miu tactfully stopped asking and only wanted to know the plan from here on. Then what do you plan to do next? He decided to relax after the recent stretch of tension. Wu Yan has arranged a welcome banquet for us at Jinling shop. Tonight, we will go there together. At the same time, somewhere else under clear skies after the storm, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed through the room. He vented his rage by smashing everything in sight. You are all a bunch of useless trash. You cannot even find one person. Feeding you people is nothing but a waste. A sudden burst of urgent knocking from outside interrupted him. He frowned in fury and ordered, "Get in here." Lei Dai slowly appeared with 2 bodyguards. When Chen Maidong saw that this was someone he could not afford to offend, he immediately changed his attitude. "Mr. Lei Dai, what brings you here? You did not even notify me in advance. I could have sent someone to pick you up." With the posture of a superior, Lei Dai got straight to the point. "On my way to find you, I happened to run into." They had to stay alert for anyone coming to wreck the shop, so of course they waited until you finished handling things before coming to see you. Maidong kept his respectful posture, cupped his hands nervously, and said, "We did run into some unpleasant trouble. I hope Lord Lodi will not laugh at us. I wonder what brings you here this time." He pointed at the 2 suitcases carried by the bodyguards and asked in confusion, "Is this the new batch of Dreamer?" Lodi waved to the men behind him. "That is right. The boss told me to deliver this new batch to you." As he spoke, pale blue glass tubes appeared before them. "Mr. Chen, this batch is far more valuable than the previous one. It must be stored in a temperature-controlled container to preserve its effects." Lodi gently closed the suitcase and cautiously revealed the next step of the plan. "From now on, when it comes to Dreamer, I will help you remove every obstacle at the root." Maidong lost his composure at those words and slammed the table angrily. "Good. If we are removing everything at the root, then with your help, my confidence has multiplied 100-fold. He quickly returned to his usual state and offered with a smile, "Lord Lodi, allow me to arrange all of your food and lodging in Nanjing. I will certainly host you well." Lodi had already planned ahead and gestured in refusal. "No need, we have already booked rooms at Jinling Restaurant. I will report this matter to the boss and ask headquarters to send some powerful experts to assist us." Their agreement quickly reached its final step. Maidong politely shook the other man's hand. "Good, then I hope our cooperation will be a pleasant one." That lively evening at Jinling Restaurant, Lodi's appearance caught Wang Zheng's attention. "All right, boss, I understand." His instincts told him that the man who had just walked past was no ordinary person. This man was not simple. Could he be connected to Dreamer? Wang Zheng did not want to alarm his teammates yet, so he found a way to separate from them. "I need to step out for a bit. Go wait for me in the private room first. I will be right back." He transformed into Spider-Man and shot out through the window. His agile body landed precisely on the air conditioner unit without making a single sound. Inside the room, Lodi was extremely troubled. Countless questions piled up in his mind. Why had the Eastern Evil King targeted Chen Maida? This matter is a little hard to handle. The bodyguard behind him keenly noticed the difficult situation before them. Has Lord Heavenly Father not always been searching for the Evil King? Why not report this information to the higher-ups? If we find the Evil King, you will surely be promoted to a senior national deacon. Lodi was weighed down with worry and looked utterly drained. With only us, there is no way we can capture the Evil King. Grand Elder Rocky and Grand Elder Pep already set out long ago. They are on their way to Huaxia. When the bodyguard from earlier heard this, he became even more excited. If the 2 Grand Elders join forces, then suppressing the Eastern Evil King will absolutely not be a problem. The plan was already so complete, yet for some reason his heart remained tense. "I hope so." Outside the window, Wang Zheng heard the entire conversation. He smiled mockingly in his mind. Since they had sent experts here, then they could sleep forever in Huaxia. He quickly leapt away from the window and escaped. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant's private room, Miu Miu was trying to find topics to discuss with her new friend. "When did you meet?" Wang Zheng? Wu Yan leaned gracefully against the chair and was about to explain everything. "Actually, it has not been that long. Before this, Wang Zheng." Only then did the door open. He looked at the nearly empty table and grumbled in dissatisfaction. You two really did not hold back. You did not leave me anything. Is the server at the door one of ours? Wu Yan greatly approved of his cautious attitude. You are as vigilant as ever. Do not worry, he is one of ours. It is very safe. Miu Miu covered her mouth and laughed brightly, her voice carrying a teasing tone. You said you would be back in a moment, but once you left, you were gone for a whole hour. By the time you came back, the food had already gone cold. Wu Yan tactfully turned and signaled to the server, "Go order 2 more dishes." The young attendant bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Yes. Miu Miu waited until Wang Zheng had eaten his fill before pressing him. What did you find out just now? Wang Zheng thought of that woman's attitude earlier and his expression suddenly darkened. A fierce battle was sure to come later. Yu Yan seemed to sense the seriousness of the situation too. Then, what do you need us to do? Just then the food they had ordered was served. His eyes lit up the moment he saw the plate and he said greedily, "Let's eat first." Wang Zheng noisily chewed the chicken that had just been served, ignoring his teammates beside him as they handled the work. Miu Miu slowly answered the incoming call. "Brother, what's wrong?" An urgent voice came from the other end. "Get home quickly, something happened." Before she could even ask clearly, he hurriedly hung up. Wang Zheng sensed the change and asked in confusion, "Did something happen?" Miu Miu closed her eyes and sighed, still not knowing what she was about to face. "My brother called me home. He said something happened at home." After eating his fill, Wang Zheng stood up and instructed, "Then you should go back first. Leave the rest to me. Yu Yan, take her home." Yu Yan did not waste words and simply did as told. "Okay, got it." The next morning at the airport, Chef and his teammates landed safely. "Rocky, do you know the place I hate coming to the most is China? The last time I came here was 10 years ago. Under Lord Heavenly Father's orders, I came to kill someone. In the end, I was stuck in traffic on the capital overpass for 6 whole hours and the mission failed." Rocky burst out laughing when she heard the story. "Chef, which country do you like the most?" The moment he thought of a certain place, his face could not hide its lecherous look. "Iceland, I really miss the passionate, fiery girls there. It truly is a paradise for men." She put away her smile, her voice carrying a hint of mockery. "I really don't know how a lustful type like you became a grand elder." Chef was no pushover, and his reply left her speechless. "Then you dressing up like a woman in her 20s is because you don't want others to see that you're already 41, right?" After saying that, the old man even gave Rocky a sleazy look. "But then again, that 41-year-old body of yours really is hard to resist." Rocky was angered by Chef's teasing. "Stop talking nonsense. Focus." The old man quickly returned to calm. "Enough joking, let's go back to the hotel and talk." At that moment, a staff member had already come up to the two of them and greeted them. "Hello, you two, let's head back to the hotel now." But in a hidden corner, Carr had appeared quietly watching them. The person inside was none other than Wang Zheng. He said in a low voice, "I finally waited until you two showed up." The two soon arrived at Jinling Restaurant. Rocky was leisurely soaking in the bathtub. Suddenly, the door handle turned slightly, drawing the attention of the person inside. Highly alert, she noticed it at once. The door swung open, shocking Rocky. She flung open the bathroom door and shouted, "Who is it? Get out here." Wang Zheng seized the chance and suddenly swung a punch straight inside. But not only did she dodge as quickly as bargain hunters chasing a Shopee flash sale, she also successfully countered with a kick right to his chest. As he exchanged blows with her, he curled his lips and taunted her. "How rare that grand elder Rocky still remembers me." They had exchanged only a few moves when her bath towel decided to betray her. It slipped a little, startling its owner. Wang Zheng saw that, so how could he possibly miss the chance? He immediately slapped Rocky's twin peaks, hard enough as if he were checking whether they were real or fake. She froze stiff for 2 seconds, then became so furious that her whole body seemed to burst into flames of hatred, burning through her memory. "I'll kill you. No man has ever managed to touch my body before." Wang Zheng remained completely unfazed, his tone casual as if he had done nothing at all just now. "Grand Elder Rocky, did I make you angry?" She was not about to back down either, immediately mocking him in return. "I didn't expect the Eastern Left King to come looking for me personally." Ignoring those provocative words, he quickly changed the subject. "Why do you people keep sending assassins after me?" She answered without the slightest courtesy, calm as could be. "The will of heaven." He had only asked for fun because in truth he had already known this plot twist long ago. He shook his head in frustration. "That thing isn't with me. Stop wasting your time." Rocky thought those words were nothing but lies, so she warned him through gritted teeth. "Lord Evil King, don't say I didn't warn you. When necessary, Lord Heavenly Father will personally take action." Wang Zheng deliberately changed the subject, like a predator toying with its prey. "I'm waiting, but tell me something. Can an old woman like you stop pretending to be a teenage girl? I heard this evil technique requires a virgin to practice it, so you, of all things to mock, you just had to insult a woman's age. How arrogant." She was so furious the blood rushed to her head, charging straight at her enemy without hesitation. "Enough nonsense, die." The two of them continued fighting inside the house, completely unaware that someone was secretly observing from afar. Dong Song lowered his binoculars, smiling as if he had just gained extra vacation days. Then he turned to his subordinates and asked, "Looks like the intelligence Chen Meidong provided was accurate. Are the preparations done yet? If they're not done by now, you might as well eat dirt." Of course, while the snipe and clam fought, the fisherman benefited. He firmly believed he would be the final victor this time. "Die, all of you, this opportunity cannot fall into Ideal Nation's hands, and the Eastern Evil King absolutely cannot survive. Fire." One of the subordinates quickly dragged out a small cannon and fired directly at the room. Whoa, surprise, old man. A bullet suddenly flew out of nowhere and sent his subordinate straight to meet his ancestor. Because of that, the cannon's trajectory shifted, but it still blew up the building opposite like New Year's Eve fireworks. Seeing things go wrong, Dong Song hurried behind a wall to avoid being attacked, cursing inwardly. "There's someone else here. Could it be national security?" Inside Rockwell's room, no, it should now be called a battlefield because the shockwave from the explosion had already collapsed one side of the wall. Her leg was pinned beneath it, and she coughed violently through the smoke and dust. Wang Zheng narrowly escaped and quickly crawled over. Without another word, he shoved his hand into the gap beneath the slab of wall. She suspected he wanted to take the chance to kill her, and immediately shouted, "It hurts, what are you trying to do?" Wang Zheng barked an order, "If you don't want to die, shut up." Then he used all his strength to lift the slab. At the same time, he urgently shouted, "Hurry and pull your leg out, I can't hold it any longer." Rocky painfully dragged it free, agony spreading through her body. Her beautiful face twisted in pain. Once it was done, his strength reached its limit. He immediately dropped the slab while she looked over at the young man panting like a dog. He collapsed onto the floor to rest for a moment, and she suddenly asked in confusion, "Thank you, but why did you save me?" After pausing to catch a few breaths, Wang Zheng calmly replied, "Because right now we share the same enemy. Besides, killing you has no meaning to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly unbuttoned a few buttons, making her almost think she had found herself a fresh young toyboy. "What are you doing?" It turned out that seeing the mature woman's body wrapped in nothing but a towel nearly blinded him, so he threw a coat over her. "Relax, I'm not interested in you." Then he tore another strip from his pant leg and carefully wrapped Rocky's injured ankle, not forgetting to brainwash her a little. This is the humanitarian spirit of a great nation. "I'm stopping the bleeding first, or the wound will get infected. Remember to disinfect it after you get out." After finishing the flirting, he finally got to the point. "Who do you think caused this explosion?" She had still been shyly staring at Wang Zheng's sculpted abs, so his sudden question startled her a little. Either the Shadow Military or the Atlantic Alliance. Only those two major powers would dare ignore the law so brazenly in Huaxia. He thought for a moment and immediately ruled one side out. "It won't be the Atlantic Alliance." Right then, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. He quickly answered and ordered like a real CEO, "Send people here to rescue me now. Someone here has lost a lot of blood." Rocky opened her eyes in annoyance. Scorching sunlight made it impossible for her to sleep in any longer. Looking around and realizing this was not her familiar room, she weakly asked Wang Zheng, "Where is this?" He was sitting beside the bed so he could keep watch over her. Seeing that she was a little uneasy, he smiled and reassured her, "This place is very safe. Stay here and recover. Once you are healed, you can leave. Our people will not do anything to you. Relax." After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. She hurriedly sat up, speaking like a lost little bird. "Where are you going?" He had no intention of hiding it and smiled as he replied, "To deal with the underground army." Only after chatting with a handsome man for so long did she finally remember her unlucky teammate. She asked how he was doing. Wang Zheng stayed a little longer to help Rocky. After answering her question, he said the man was out of danger and was being treated at their place. Then he suddenly got nosy, his sharp tongue as vicious as ever. "Do you have feelings for that old man? Are you close enough to worry about him like that?" Veins bulged across her forehead. "That old bastard just refuses to die. It would have been better if he had been blown to death, but he actually survived. What terrible luck." Wang Zheng understood her personality well. She only talked tough with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. So he covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. He never expected the grudge between them to run so deep. Just then, a phone rang. Wang Zheng quickly took it out and checked it. It was an urgent message from Wu Yan. "There is a car waiting for you at the hospital entrance. Come here quickly." Rocky had now dropped the flustered manner she had shown earlier. In its place was a gentle smile as she urged him on. "Judging by your expression, some beautiful woman is looking for you, right? Hurry up and go. Do not keep her waiting." He went along with it and said goodbye. "Sure. We will meet again when there is a chance," at the parking lot outside the hospital. As soon as Wang Zheng got into the car, he anxiously questioned her. "Why were you in such a rush to find me?" Wu Yan immediately replied, "We need to hurry back. Something very important happened." Seeing the tense look on her face, he also dropped his playful attitude and quickly guessed. "Is something wrong with Zia Yan?" She instantly nodded. Yes. Time flew by as fast as glancing at your paycheck at the start of the month, then checking your account at the end of the month. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. The two of them had just walked into Zia Yan's office together when they were politely ordered out. Wu Yan, step outside first. She solemnly raised her hand in acknowledgement. Wang Zheng had no patience at all and immediately urged him. You called me here in such a hurry. If there is something to say it. Zia Yan did not want to drag things out either. Men should be direct and keep things short with each other. This is a good thing for you. I am giving you a chance to return to the West. What do you think? Just hearing that reason made his ears itch. He had thought it was some urgent matter. So what about the West? I can go back whenever I want. Why would I need you to give me a chance? Seeing how arrogant he was, as if he had forgotten the ground beneath his feet, Zia Yan could not help taking a jab at him. Do not think I do not know why you came crawling back from the West in the first place. The other man's crude wording successfully made Wang Zheng lower his eyes to the floor. He retorted unhappily. What do you mean, came crawling back? I returned because I was seriously injured on a mission. If an old lady had not treated me, you would not even be seeing me now. As someone who had seen more than his share of the world, Zia Yan was not about to back down easily. With your strength, you still are not enough to deal with those people. But right now, national security can help you. I have prepared everything for you. Are you not moved? At work, the boss might as well be your father and mother, so Wang Zheng stopped arguing and changed the subject. When do we leave? Zia Yan quickly gave the order. In 3 days. Come here tomorrow afternoon. I will tell you the specific arrangements and personnel deployment. Wang Zheng snapped his fingers, smiled calmly, and laid out his condition. Then Wu Yan will pick me up tomorrow afternoon. Oh, that is easy. Zia Yan agreed immediately. No problem. After finishing their business, Wang Zheng leisurely walked out of headquarters, but his heart was tangled in a mess. Just when life was finally looking up, he was about to get dragged back into bloodshed. Suddenly, a car slowly approached and stopped beside him. Shishi rolled down the window and motioned for Wang Zheng to get in. Her sudden appearance left him puzzled. How did you know I was here? She teased him mysteriously. Someone told me, of course. At 1 in the morning, at the villa on Balance Mountain, he was sleeping soundly on the soft bed. The two beautiful girls were also enjoying their own private spaces. One was savoring the feeling of mist and smoke swirling around her. The other was quietly drowning in her own thoughts. But overthinking alone was not enough. Sheng Fei even started playing famous detective, spying outside this man's bedroom door. So young and fresh, and she did not even know whether he had come back yet. Good grief, Wang Zheng suddenly opened the door, catching her off guard and making her fall forward. He smoothly caught her while covering her mouth so she would not alert his other wives. Eavesdropping on me? What are you trying to do? Before Sheng Fei could answer, he gave her backside a loud smack, making her face turn as red as a tomato. Seriously, what are you doing? And yet the culprit still had the nerve to argue back. Stop acting innocent. That slap just now was your punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted her up in his arms, leaving her stunned. As a man, when the feast is already at your lips, you have to take a bite. Wang Zheng truly did not disappoint the men of the world. He placed Sheng Fei on his bed, leaned closer, and whispered, "If you want to eavesdrop, you have to pay the price." She asked innocently, "What price?" The little white rabbit had no idea she had fallen completely into the gray wolf's trap and calmly let herself be devoured. 1 week later. In South America, inside a cozy inn where the sunlight beat down like midday in Hanoi, Wang Zheng was scrolling through TikTok on his phone. No, actually, he was video calling Zia Yan. You tricked me into coming here to check for clues, but there is nothing here at all. Hearing the other man's irritated voice, Zia Yan did not sound anxious at all. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't that why I called to tell you? Hearing that, Wang Zheng immediately urged him. Hurry up and say it. What he got was an extremely brief answer. Toramu Port. The moment Wang Zheng heard that, he hung up, leaving Zia Yan on the other end furious. You little brat, I was not finished yet. At Toramu Port, the waves murmured and warm sunlight spread over the scene. Everyone was busy, but Wang Zheng had not come here to watch the sea or admire the people. He hid in the shadow of a container, holding a pistol as he quietly observed. Among the crowd, Qiang Dongtang spoke up. When you receive the goods later, you must be careful. Absolutely nothing can go wrong. Everyone immediately answered in unison, yes. After giving his instructions, he turned and walked away. Seeing an opportunity, Wang Zheng quickly drew his gun and fired. It was unclear what strange taste he had, but the bullet hit one underling carrying a crate right in the backside. Seeing this, the whole group started running. They scattered in panic while cursing out loud. The more he shot, the more excited he became. Too slow. Then he aimed at one person's backside and another person's leg. At that moment, Qiang Dongtang, who was discussing business nearby, suddenly glanced outside and saw the whole group running for their lives as if they had seen a ghost. He was annoyed. Extremely annoyed, he shouted furiously, "What happened?" Beside him stood Pelkmo, a senior drill instructor of the Dark Army. The instructor shouted, "He dares barge into this place looking for enemies. I will chop him to pieces." After Wang Zheng had fired to his heart's content, He ran off and hid in a room full of supplies. Hearing those big words, he silently provoked them. Then we will have to see whether you are still alive to find me. He skillfully used a knife to cut through a pipe and brown liquid immediately sprayed out. He did not stop there. He also kicked over a fuel barrel. This created a strange mixed liquid that spilled everywhere. Pelkmo noticed something was wrong, pointed over there and asked, "What liquid is that?" Dongtang was shocked, realizing he was done for. "It's gasoline, hurry, get out of here." Wang Zheng had already settled on the roof of a vehicle not far from the warehouse, holding a machine gun as he happily muttered, "I hope you like my gift." He even politely said goodbye, "See you." Then he decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet flew into the liquid and sparked. In an instant, everything exploded like fireworks in the night sky. Looking at his masterpiece, worthy of going down in history, he felt certain in his heart. "Dong Tung Qiang, you won't be so lucky this time." But life never goes as planned. Suddenly, two people burst out of the blazing warehouse through the smoke and fire. One of the lackeys was supporting Dong Tung, whose mouth was bleeding. As soon as they landed safely, he immediately scanned the surrounding. A familiar figure caught his eye and he cursed inwardly. "It's you again, Wang Zheng." Time flew by like a running dog across the fields, and in the blink of an eye it was already night. After returning to the motel and opening the room door, Wang Zheng immediately sensed something strange. To prepare for danger, he quietly pulled out a gun. Then he pressed himself against the door and cautiously threatened, "Come out on your own and I won't make things hard for you." A teasing voice came from behind the door. "I was actually hoping you'd make things hard for me." Losing patience, he kicked the door open and charged in. He quickly raised his gun and pointed it straight at the other person. "Who exactly are you?" Inside the room was actually a beautiful woman bathing with her back facing him. Seeing no response, Wang Zheng warned again, "Keep playing tricks and I'll shoot." Only then did Katie slowly turn around. "Long time no see. Do you really want to shoot me?" The moment he realized it was a good situation, he changed his attitude instantly and greeted her cheerfully. "Why are you here?" Kitty was wearing nothing but a pink set of underwear as she walked toward him. "You caused quite a commotion this morning. A lot of people are watching you now. If I can come soak in your bathtub, others can come here to take your life too. Be careful." But Wang Zheng was in no mood to care about any of that. His eyes were glued to Kitty like a sticker as he replied absent-mindedly, "Got it." It was finally time to talk business, and Katie put her hands on her waist and asked, "So why exactly did you come here?" Wang Zheng held up a photograph. "Help me find the person in this picture." Suddenly, she stepped closer, wrapped her arms around his neck and tried to seduce him. "I'll help you tomorrow, but tonight I need some advance payment first." The next day arrived in an instant. The scorching sunlight felt just like the middle of June in Hanoi, shining directly onto the villa. Inside, an elderly voice spoke with concern. "Zio Bin. What exactly happened? Why do we have to leave this place?" Hu Bin was hurriedly packing his belongings as he answered, "Mom, let's return to Huaxia first. I'll explain everything later." At the entrance, his wife said, "I've finished packing." Hu Bin's expression relaxed. He gently placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. "Good, then I'll move the luggage to the car first." Just as he carried a suitcase out the gate, Hu Bin spotted someone standing there with crossed arms, acting cool in front of him. He immediately became alert and demanded harshly, "Who are you?" Naturally, the person acting cool was none other than Wang Zheng. The moment Hu Bin recognized him, he completely relaxed and happily shouted, "Captain." Then he turned to his family and instructed them, "Go wait in the car first. I need to talk to my old friend for a bit." Wang Zheng also reassured them tactfully, "Don't worry, we'll finish talking soon." Mai nodded gently. Wang Zheng obviously hadn't come to reminisce about the old days, so he got straight to the point. "You're probably aware of why I came to find you." He nodded lightly in response. "Captain, ask whatever you want." Wang Zheng stared sharply at his former comrade and questioned him. "What exactly have you been hiding all these years?" Hu Bin lowered his head and answered heavily, "Before the Mayan Viet mission, my family was threatened. They told me to withdraw from Long Lin." Sensing something suspicious, Wang Zheng continued asking, "And you refused?" Only then did Hu Bin slowly explain, "That's right, I refused. But because of my hesitation, I nearly lost my life during the Mayan Viet mission." Based on his understanding of the enemy's brutality, Wang Zheng guessed what happened next. "You didn't follow their instructions. They probably wouldn't spare you." Hu Bin naturally understood that as well. "Maybe they thought I had become useless, so they released my family. To avoid those people, my whole family moved somewhere else. In the end, we relied on the background of HAM Military Academy to finally live a peaceful life, but now it seems I've already been exposed." Wang Zheng disagreed with his plan. "I had someone investigate where you live. Since they were able to investigate it, it looks like your situation isn't safe right now either." Hu Bin looked at the man before him and suddenly remembered something. "Captain, did you cause the explosion at the military academy?" But Wang Zheng was calm as if it had nothing to do with him. "That's right, I gave them a welcome gift first. The real show is still coming. At that moment his expression wavered briefly, but he still made up his mind and said, Captain, there's one more thing. He asked in confusion, what is it? His expression was grave as he reported in a low voice, there is a mole inside Dragon Scale. But contrary to Hugh Bean's expectations, Wang Zheng simply replied calmly, I know I will definitely drag him out. Once you've settled your family, we'll meet again. In Dongteng's office, this guy had been burning with impatience for the past few days. Slamming the table hard, he sprang up and shouted, It's been 2 days and we still haven't found Wang Zheng. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. After he finished roaring, he gave an order. Mocha, Henry, Johnson, Vansfield. You 4 come with me. With that, the group strode out arrogantly. Night fell. At the secret base in Bolivia, Wang Zheng had already set up an ambush at an ideal sniping point. Beside him was a Barrett MA. This must be the Class D processing plant, the secret base. The secret one Katie mentioned. Katie's beautiful figure appeared in his mind, giving him instruction. All the documents you want are inside. Contact me anytime if you need anything else. Anytime at all, Wang Zheng decided to act. He took a gasoline can into the warehouse and spread gasoline evenly over the flammable goods. Once he was done, he quickly returned to his ambush point. Taking aim, Wang Zheng calculated, Yang Dongteng, today I will make sure you suffer. A gunshot tore through the night. The gasoline trap he had laid instantly burst into a raging blaze and swallowed the warehouse. Panicked shouts rang out. Fire, damn it, who cut the fire safety locks? Stop sleeping, get people to put out the fire. Seeing the results of his work, Wang Zheng smiled smugly. The next day, still in Dongteng's office, curses rang out non-stop. Bastards, bastards, bastards. Dongteng yelled in his subordinate's face. I only went out yesterday to handle something, and someone burned down my warehouse. You useless trash, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the doorway. You made mistakes yourself, yet you only know how to blame those beneath you. This kind of leadership ability is not what I want to see. As soon as he heard the whole sentence, Dongteng lowered his head in panic and greeted him. Instructor. Bai lit a cigar and continued questioning him. Shouldn't you explain this matter? As he spoke, he stroked his beard and ordered, the one who was just beaten come here. The subordinate from earlier hurriedly lowered his head and stepped forward. Yes, instructor. Mumbai puffed on his cigar and coldly made his demand. Whatever he did to you just now, do the exact same thing back to him. If you don't dare, I'll kill you right now. The subordinate trembled like a leaf. Instructor Bai, I can't do it. This answer successfully awakened the bloodthirsty beast inside him, so he took out a sharp knife, truly hopeless. With that, he decisively slashed the other man's throat, and blood sprayed out like a broken faucet. After that, while wiping the blood from his knife, he coldly ordered Dongteng, kneel. He did not forget to warn this defiant man to kneel for a full 24 hours. If the time isn't up and you move, you know the consequences. What else could he do? He could only endure it. Yes, I understand. It seemed everyone liked spying on one another. This miserable scene just happened to fall into someone else's eye. It turned out the nosy onlooker was Wang Zheng. With the drama over, he lowered his binoculars and gave a meaningful smile. Come to think of it, it has been a long time since I had a drink. Why not go there and celebrate a little? At a shop called Snow White World, he opened the car door and stepped out. It felt a little nostalgic, like a student returning to visit his old school. It really had been a long time since he last came here. When Roy saw a customer arrive at the counter, he asked, "What would you like?" Out of old habit, Wang Zheng named a special drink, Blue Mountain Coffee. Hearing the name, Roy smiled politely. "Sir, I'm very sorry, but we stopped serving Blue Mountain a long time ago." He was a little surprised. "Bella doesn't make it anymore. Where is she?" Knowing he was an old customer, Roy's tone became more relaxed. Only Bella could make Blue Mountain Coffee. She stopped 2 years ago. Bella rarely comes to work these days, so I'm not sure where she is either. A burst of excited chatter suddenly came from the next table, instantly stirring up his gossip-loving instincts. That life or death match later. Who did you bet on? Of course, Beast number 1. That guy has won more than 20 matches in a row. He really is impressive. He lives up to that name. That sounded pretty interesting. Wang Zheng made up his mind. Since he had already started eavesdropping, he might as well see it through. With an expert like that around, he had to take a look. A little while later, he followed the stairs down into the underground arena below. The place was packed with people and shouts echoed everywhere, including cries of "come on" and cheers in support of him. Beast number 1, hurry up and hit him first. On the stage, 2 muscular men had become the focus of the crowd, constantly frowning as they tested each other. Suddenly, that spotlight shifted to a beautiful woman, as every gaze and every shameless howl from the lecherous men around them landed entirely on her. Oh my God, Bella actually came. She is my goddess. Did she come to watch Beast number 1 too? Ignoring the ordinary rabble who only knew how to shriek like monkeys. Like animals in a zoo seeing bananas. Something had already entered her alluring eye. Who else could it be in this place? If not the handsome Wang Zheng, then who could it possibly be? But this reunion did not seem especially welcome, because the moment he saw her, he hurriedly covered his face. Being too handsome was also a troublesome thing. Seeing this, Bella charged over aggressively and questioned him. Stop right there. It's bad enough that you refuse to take responsibility for me, but now you want to run when you see me. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed his arm. Then, under the murderous gazes of the lustful men around them, she deliberately acted intimate, though every word she spoke was sharp. So where exactly do you think you're going? Don't force me to say something even more dangerous. Wang Zheng knew it would be hard to escape from this spider demon's grasp this time, so he could only clear his throat and look for a delaying tactic. How about we watch the match first? Just then, Beast number 1 took the initiative and launched a frontal attack. Die! But his opponent nimbly slipped aside and dodged. You still have time to taunt me? We don't know who will die first yet. His patience was clearly poor, because just one sentence was enough to make his blood boil. You've successfully pissed me off. I guarantee you'll die horribly. This was truly a case of asking for death with his mouth. His mouth had clearly caused the trouble, but now his body had to take the punishment from those lightning-fast kicks. His ribs had not even had time to wave a white flag before they were broken into several pieces. The match ended, and Wang Zheng hurriedly pulled Bella away. The winner was already clear, so it was time to go. But things were not over yet. Wild Beast had his moment, pointing at the two of them and arrogantly provoking them. Do you dare accept my challenge? Do you dare come up here? The crowd had long since found him annoying, so they joined in and shouted, accept it, accept it. He was helpless in the face of this awkward situation. He turned to blame the beauty beside him. Bella, this is all trouble you caused. She shot back bluntly, then what do you want? Wang Zheng quickly seized the chance to take advantage of Bella. Then you have to give me a reason to go up there. She mysteriously leaned close to his ear and whispered something. After hearing it, he gave a slight nod. I hope you do not break your promise. Then he calmly walked down from the stands amid the crowd's shouts. Go for it, go for it. Wild Beast, standing in the ring, seemed to be carrying some deep grudge. He puffed out his chest, burning with fighting spirit. Come on, the man smirked provocatively. Wang Zheng, now that you have stepped into the ring, do not expect to leave alive. Feeling that his opponent would not cry until he saw the coffin, Wang Zheng looked somewhat disdainful. Oh, big words. After confirming that both of them were ready, the host waved his hand as a signal and shouted loudly, the match begins. As soon as the words fell, Wild Beast rushed forward and threw a punch. Die. Wang Zheng did not even bother dodging and decided to face him head-on. Just like women rushing straight into red flag guys, and it seemed to work, because the man had to hurriedly retreat to keep his distance. The spectators outside were terrified when they witnessed this scene. Oh my god, he actually took a punch from the number 1 Wild Beast. But wait, the fight was not over yet. The man switched into flight mode again and loudly called out the name of his move without fear. He was afraid his opponent might dodge in time. Take this kick from me. Like hell, Wang Zheng would take it. He immediately gathered momentum and jumped after him, then used his absurdly long legs to kick hard at the groin. The man was caught off guard and was sent flying into the iron pillars behind him. Pressing his advantage, Wang Zheng slowly approached to humiliate his opponent. You really are quite good. Unfortunately, you ran into me. Watching Wang Zheng lecture him from above, Wild Beast was clearly unwilling to accept defeat. So the man pulled out a folding knife he had hidden in his leather shoe and took advantage of his opponent's lowered guard to stab at him. Unfortunately, this despicable trick had already failed at the very first step. Wang Zheng once again used the advantage of his long legs to stomp the man's arm against the pillar, making the victim scream miserably. The crisp sound of breaking bone rang out so loudly that even outer space could hear it. The piercing pain shot straight into the man's brain. However, that alone was still not enough to satisfy Wang Zheng's anger. Since you are so eager to die, then I will send you to paradise. True to his word, Wang Zheng immediately kicked Wild Beast right in the neck, and just like that, another soul earned a free ticket to hell. The spectacular match came to an end. Wang Zheng leisurely walked out of the ring, yet there was not a single cheer. Because the crowd was still sunk in endless shock, he walked straight up to Bella and gave a smug smile. Now it is time for you to fulfill the promise you made me earlier, right? This is not the place to discuss it. She linked arms with Wang Zheng and urged him. Come on, I will take you there. The two of them swaggered away just like that under the crowd's countless stunned gazes. In a high row of seats in the stands, two people were closely watching everything below. The mysterious blonde man ordered the subordinate beside him. Tell the higher-ups that Wild Beast is dead, killed by an Eastern man. Back to that shameless pair. They had now returned to Bella's room. As soon as the door opened, a messy scene with piles of clothes came into view. They were scattered everywhere, making the place look no different from a rat's nest. Wang Zheng helplessly turned to the girl beside him, trying to hold on to one tiny star of hope. You live here, but her answer completely extinguished that small, fragile wish. Of course, after all, she was still a woman, even if she was a little messy. But as a gentleman, Wang Zheng tried to choose his words carefully. The environment here is pretty rough. Move somewhere better when you get the chance. She smiled, shrugged, and joked lightly. Aren't I still waiting for you to support me? Then her tone changed again. Enough about that. Let's handle the important matter first. The moment he heard that, his eyes lit up like a wolf spotting prey. All right, all right. He thought something exciting was about to happen next. But Bella turned around and pulled out a package instead while questioning him. Before my brother died, he asked you to take care of me. Why did you suddenly disappear? Wang Zheng answered awkwardly, well, you already had the guild protecting you. Did you still need me to look after you? She sincerely revealed her feelings. I know you're not interested in me that way, but I only see you as an older brother too. Seeing his eyes glued to the bag in her hand, she laughed at his childishness. Relax, it'll be done soon. 15 minutes later, a fresh pot of hot coffee was ready. Bella poured him a cup and handed it to Wang Zheng. Try it and see if the taste has changed. The warm liquid flowed down his throat, bringing out its familiar aroma, making his eyes light up with delight. Yes, this is the exact taste. While waiting for him to finish drinking, she brought up serious business. My brother once said that if he died, all his mission points would be transferred to you. Wang Zheng set the cup down on the table and shook his head repeatedly. Those points are useless to me anyway. What would you even give them to me for? But she happened to know a secret within the mission guild. The higher the points, the more shocking the rewards. Hearing there was free stuff, he was instantly tempted, though he still pretended not to care. Transfer them if you want. Whatever suits you. After reaching an agreement, Bella quickly started up the computer and began entering data. Finally, she moved the cursor onto the confirm button as the message appeared, transfer to the Eastern Evil King. At that very moment, the people in the mission hall of the Snow World bar noticed something strange. Look over there, the scoreboard is changing. Sure enough, the Eastern Evil King's points kept climbing non-stop before finally stopping at 310,000. That shocking number left everyone completely stunned. My God, what happened? The Eastern Evil King has returned. So he's not dead after all. Meanwhile, Bella was enjoying the chaos she had caused. Your points just skyrocketed right in front of everyone. The whole bar is probably going insane and targeting you now. Wang Zheng didn't believe she was merely fulfilling her brother's dying wish, so he pressed further. Bella, tell me honestly, what do you want to exchange those points for? She explained as if it were obvious. Because 300,000 points is a threshold, the threshold for a massive reward. Once you have enough points, you can exchange them for a grand reward from headquarters. Aren't you interested? He was both excited and playing along with the lame joke. Fine then, when the time comes, I'll storm headquarters myself and see what this grand reward actually is. Speaking of that, are there any high-difficulty missions in the guild? Hearing this, Bella nodded immediately. Of course. You want to try another platinum-level ultra-difficulty mission? Naturally, that's possible. As she spoke, she rapidly typed away on the keyboard, searching for information. Then she turned the monitor toward him. Take a look. Wang Zheng stared so hard his eyes nearly crossed, blurting out in shock. Holy hell, who's twisted enough to post a mission like this? Several notices appeared on the screen. Platinum mission. Assassinate Special Forces soldiers during the international competition. Each regular soldier is worth 100,000 US dollars. Chinese soldiers are worth 300,000 US dollars. The requirement made him grimace like he had just eaten chili peppers. Those bastards. Seeing how furious he was, Bella carefully asked about his next move. So what are you planning to do? Join in or stay out of it? He immediately laid out his plan. Of course, I'm going to destroy their scheme. I also need your help investigating the location of the International Special Forces competition. She quickly searched and pointed at a location on the map. Here, the primitive forest on the Winston Peninsula, about 2,000 kilometers from here. Time was tight and Wang Zheng didn't want to waste too much time traveling. Is there a shortcut? Time to play secret agent again. As she searched, she proposed a workable plan. Follow a branch of the Amazon River north, then turn out to sea. Coming ashore from the sea might save half the time. He made the decision immediately. This could not be delayed. I'm leaving now. No sooner had he said that before he could even take another step than he saw Bella hurriedly packing her things. Wang Zheng looked at this panther, ready for any kind of action, and had a bad feeling. I'm planning to go alone. What are you doing? She clung to his arm coquettishly. No way, you can't leave me behind. He could only sigh helplessly. You really aren't afraid of dying? She playfully stuck out her tongue to tease him. I trust that you won't let me die. A few days later, on a ship out at sea, Bella, dressed as a Special Forces soldier, turned to the person beside her and asked, when will the helpers you called arrive? Wang Zheng clearly did not want to reveal it. They'll come when it's time. She suddenly had a thought. Oh no, we're just barging in like this. If we run into them head-on, will they treat us as enemies? He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh to cover his embarrassment. Definitely. I usually end up getting blamed for helping. Hearing that, she smiled gently. Yet there was a helplessness in her words. I really don't understand you. Bella suddenly glanced at the watch on her wrist, making Wang Zheng curious. What's wrong? She suddenly said something loaded with meaning. Someone has posted a platinum mission worth $100 million. He immediately asked back. What mission? Then he received a shocking answer: kill the Eastern Evil King. This instantly changed his attitude and he sank into thought. It looks like the road ahead won't be easy for us. Being suddenly targeted by such a bounty made Bella suspicious. Could we have been located? He did not pay much attention to that because there was now something even more worrying. He estimated that over the next few days, a large group of assassins would head to the Vision Peninsula. She anxiously grabbed his arm and suggested, then let's leave. There's still time for everything. Wang Zheng, however, had a bolder and nobler thought. How can you catch the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den if we don't go? Those Cathian Special Forces soldiers will have only one path left: death. I can't let them die. Today's weather was extremely favorable for outdoor activities, with cool breezes softening the air. But in the minefield, the outdoor activities here were rather intense, as sudden explosions gave several people the feeling of flying in the final moments of their lives. Skybright off to one side flew into a rage. Damn it, this area is packed with strange mines. Everyone stay on high alert. Red Banner was also covered in wounds, furious at this absurd situation. They said it was a mine-clearing competition, with only small-scale simulated mines. But in reality, they pushed us into a real minefield. He thought it over again and again, then reached a conclusion. Damn it, someone is definitely trying to set us up. He was somewhat puzzled, wondering how the teams from the other countries were doing and whether they had run into the same situation. The competition was still ongoing. He quickly pulled himself together and commanded his subordinates. Everyone, raise your guard. Watch your feet and above your heads. Send a vanguard ahead to scout the way. The soldier's foot suddenly stepped on a mine, just as it exploded. Someone reacted quickly and shouted for everyone to move. Get down! After the blast passed, they forcefully brushed off the dust and stood up again. Red Banner took the initiative to pump up his teammates and boost their morale. Everyone here was a Special Forces soldier who had gone through strict selection. If they could not even get through a minefield, they were unworthy of representing Cathay, and even less worthy of bearing the Dragon Scale designation. Skybright off to one side was missing Wang Zheng from the depths of his heart. If you were here, what would you do? In another area not far from there, two people were hiding and scouting the situation. From now on, anyone who came here would have bad intentions. Through the binoculars, they could see a boat packed with people approaching. Bella patted him on the back and teased him. A whole crowd is coming over from there. Looks like you're very popular. Wang Zheng was not about to lose when it came to joking around either. He immediately gave a faint smile. Of course, my charm hasn't faded. After watching a little longer, he had to admit that quite a lot of people had come. Then he gave an order in an icy voice. In the blink of an eye, those people were wiped out before they even knew it. They had no idea what had happened. Daniel, representing the group on land, declared, "Since you've already come this far, moving forward still gives you a chance to earn a handsome reward. If you turn back, you leave your lives behind. Choose for yourselves." After about 10 minutes, when no one left, he raised his hand high and came up with a slogan for the group. "Since we've chosen to stay, let's give it everything we've got to find the Eastern Evil King and claim the bounty." They dared to talk about killing right in front of Wang Zheng. As the person about to be targeted, he had no choice but to deal with the source of the problem first. "Looks like all of you have chosen the road to death." A bullet was fired and fresh blood dyed a large patch of some unlucky young man's shirt red. But with his perfect eyesight, Daniel detected it in time. "That bullet just came from 1 o'clock. You people follow me. Whoever takes him down first gets 100,000 US dollars. While tracking him, Shin suddenly noticed something. It turned out to be a deep footprint on the ground and dry branches snapped from being stepped on. He pointed over there and reported, "Boss, there are footprints up ahead. They may have been left by him while he was fleeing in a hurry." Daniel curled his lips in satisfaction and ordered, "Follow them elsewhere." Wang Zheng held Bella's hand and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" She shook her head and answered somewhat hesitantly, "I'm not scared, you're just too violent." He burst out laughing and joked, "You call this violent? Looks like your abilities still need more training." A gun barrel suddenly emerged from a bush near them, aiming straight at the two of them. The moment the bullet was fired, Wang Zheng reacted swiftly and pulled Bella aside. "Careful," then he gently warned her, "hide here properly. Their target is me." With that, he stepped out confidently and provoked the sneaky attackers into showing themselves. What's so fun about playing cat and mouse? If you've got the guts, come out. With what little shame remained in their hearts, the two people behind the failed assassination attempt finally showed themselves. Those faces seemed all too familiar to him, so he immediately insulted them with contempt. "Aren't you Epicurus and Epictetus? Are you two in such a hurry to be reincarnated?" The old man paid no attention to those sarcastic words and instead shifted into a bit of small talk. "Lord Evil King, you people of Cathay have a saying, money can make ghosts turn the millstone. We'd also like to try our luck. Who knows, maybe we'll not only find the heart of the sky, but also receive a huge bounty." Wang Zheng's face darkened when he heard that and he threatened through gritted teeth, "Then give it a try. I'm just afraid you don't have the skill to take the money." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative and leapt into the air. He intended to use a vicious move to take the other man's life, but unfortunately, the enemy dodged it nimbly. Once you seized the initiative, you could not let others figure out your movements. So it was not until several seconds later that they realized he was no longer in front of them. "Watch your backs." Seizing the moment before they could react, Wang Zheng opened fire. Epictetus was immediately gifted a copper candy to the chest and died before he could even gasp. Wang Zheng looked at the result with satisfaction. His sharp tongue did not even spare the dead. Very quick reaction, but still not quicker than my bullet. Seeing his twin brother die right before his eyes, Epicurus roared in fury, "I'm going to kill you." But all he got in return was a cold snort from the other man. Suddenly something flew out of nowhere, struck the tree trunk, and bounced back. In the blink of an eye, a hole had been punched straight through the old man's chest. He collapsed to the ground in agony, blood spraying from his mouth. Wang Zheng walked up to him, looked down at him arrogantly, and mocked him in an icy voice. "I really don't understand where you got the confidence to think you could kill Epictetus." Struggling to say his final words, the evil king truly lived up to his name. "We were simply outmatched." After that, he went off to join his younger brother in the afterlife. Wang Zheng shook his head and sighed. "You fools, heaven had a road, yet you refused to take it." Learning from last time, he carefully erased his footprints, then left together with Bella. It was not until 2 hours later that someone discovered the two bodies. "What is going on?" He boldly turned Epictetus over to check. Elbis instantly fell into panic and terror. The Jiangxi brothers had actually been killed. Who could possibly be capable of this? The long day finally came to an end. In this gloomy forest, an explosion erupted every few minutes. Wang Zheng hid on a high cliff so he could observe everything more easily. Judging from the situation, it seemed fighting had started over there as well. Suddenly, a stray bullet shot in from nowhere, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he pulled Bella aside in time. Then he carefully reminded her, "Wait here. I'll go up ahead and check the situation." With that, he immediately shot off like a man chased by hounds. Wang Zheng tried switching to another angle to assess the battle in the distance. A gunman hiding behind a tree trunk kept firing ahead. In the very next second, the population of Hell gained one more soul. Bella hid behind the bushes, taking on the task of warning Wang Zheng of danger through the walkie-talkie. "Someone is heading toward you. He is very fast, so his skills are probably not bad." While she was peacefully being a useful member of society, Dragon suddenly appeared from nowhere and clamped his hand around her throat. At the same time, he threatened her coldly, "Do not act up, or you will lose that little life of yours." He seized the walkie-talkie and made a demand of Wang Zheng, Eastern Evil King. "If you still want to see this beauty again, get back here in 2 minutes." The moment Wang Zheng heard that she was in danger, he immediately dropped everything and rushed back. He did not forget to stall for time. "Just wait, I will not disappoint you." Exactly 2 minutes later, Dragon saw him arrive in front of him and could not help praising him with satisfaction. "You're pretty punctual. Do you know who I am?" Wang Zheng did not even take an entire squad seriously, let alone a guy like this. "Do I need to know who you are? Stop wasting time. Say what you want." Trying to salvage the tiny shred of dignity he had left, Dragon haughtily revealed his identity. "I am Dragon, ranked second on the Mission Guild's overall leaderboard." Well, scared now, although the hostage was still in Dragon's hands, Wang Zheng still could not stop that sharp tongue of his. "So you are the second-ranked piece of trash." With one hand, Dragon aimed his gun straight at Bella's temple. With the other, he grinned wickedly and made a proposal to the man before him. "How about we play a game of one life for one life?" Wang Zheng had no time to argue, so he asked curtly. "How do we trade?" Not only did Dragon not bother explaining, he even played dirty by shoving Bella forward, then used her as a shield to charge in and attack. Just as Bella was about to fall into Wang Zheng's arms, he quickly grabbed one side of her backpack and decisively tossed this little leopard aside amid Dragon's mocking laughter. Treating a beautiful woman like that does not seem very proper, does it? Even though Dragon had pinned him against a tree, Wang Zheng did not care at all and immediately shot back. "What the hell does that have to do with you?" Wang Zheng nimbly switched to a knee strike, but Dragon also used the exact same move to counterattack. The moment they had even the slightest distance between them, they both drew their guns and fired in a flash. Even now, Wang Zheng had to give him some praise. "You have got some skill, not bad." But Dragon took those words as an insult, so he instantly flew into a rage and charged at Wang Zheng. "Do not look down on me." Dragon switched into philosopher mode again, throwing godlike punches while rambling nonsense. "Underestimating your enemy gets you killed." Just as the two were about to clash again, a figure suddenly appeared. No one knew whether that person could fight or not, but he rudely barged into their day-long duel without hesitation. He slammed the enemy in the shoulder, making him howl in pain. Not stopping there, Minhwa followed up with a deadly kick to Dragon's stomach. "Go rot in hell." Wang Zheng only called out after he had taken the man down. Manhwa, he turned around with a grin and greeted him, Captain. After reporting to him through the night, Wang Zheng approached in surprise and curiosity. Why are you here? Instead of answering, he pointed at the man lying on the ground and said, Captain, you guys leave first. Leave this one to me. Wang Zheng did not ask further and nodded. All right, be careful. Manhwa suddenly tossed something toward him. Captain, take this. A while later, Wang Zheng carefully supported Bella as they searched for a suitable place to recover. There's a hot spring not far ahead. Let's rest there for a bit. The atmosphere around them was filled with bubbles of happiness, the shy man and woman too embarrassed to meet each other's eye. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the hot spring. Seeing the beauty wrapped only in a towel soaking in the water made him almost get a nosebleed like an idiot. Wang Zheng shamelessly offered, let me massage your arm for you. And she actually nodded in agreement as if giving him the green light. The moment he got permission, he instantly used his 1-second stripping technique. Then he jumped straight into the hot spring, gently taking Bella's injured arm and comforting her. Bear with it a little, it'll heal faster. After massaging it for a while, he asked again, how does it feel? The method seemed effective. She smiled and replied, much better. But then her expression turned gloomy again. I'm sorry I dragged you down. She really was trouble, but she was pretty enough that he could not bring himself to scold her too much. Not at all. Now you even have to take care of me. Wang Zheng sensed movement in the distance and immediately stood up in warning. Someone's coming, get dressed first. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a group led by Tian Ming rushed toward the hot spring. Dragon Squad can't just be destroyed in my hands like this. The two of them had already hidden behind the bushes by the roadside. Bella watched the group fleeing in panic like they were being chased by dogs and asked, what's going on? Suddenly, a man dressed like a tribesman swung in from nowhere and ambushed them. He attacked relentlessly, giving Tian Ming no chance to breathe. Fortunately, Tian Ming still managed to block with his knife while shouting to a nearby teammate, Hong Chi, move now. But before the man could do anything, another teammate had already collapsed, a bullet piercing through his chest. From the corner of his eye, he saw the man busy tending to the injured, leaving no opening to act. The hand gripping his weapon trembled violently. Tian Ming closed his eyes, mourning his own youth before its time. Was he really going to die here? Right at that moment, someone finally made a move. Wang Zheng leaped forward and kicked Zach Lai straight in the stomach, leaving him stunned on the spot. Tian Ming stared at the man he had long awaited, unable to believe his eyes. Wang Zheng, but he had no time for reunions yet because he was busy beating the enemy down with lethal attacks. He followed up with another knife thrust deep into the man's shoulder. After restraining the opponent, he turned to Tian Ming and instructed, keep an eye on him, don't let him kill himself. I'm going to deal with the other one. Suddenly, a black gun barrel appeared out of nowhere. It fired directly at Wang Zheng, but to him, it was nothing more than a mosquito. A simple dodge was enough. But thanks to that shot, he located the sniper's hiding place. Found you. Yet Paul had already swung away and fled. But how could he possibly escape? Quickly dashed forward to block him and pressed him. You and that brother from earlier are from the same sect, aren't you? The man answered while tossing the gun toward Wang Zheng. You're exactly right. Quick-eyed and fast-handed, he caught it, then sneered. What an idiot. Who throws a weapon to his opponent? Then he used that very gun to open fire. Trying to run? Not a chance. Bao never saw this coming and took a bullet on the spot. In an instant, pain spread through his entire body. The people below watched his smooth sequence of moves and could not help but marvel. Well, when you have it, why not? Flex Nyan grinned from ear to ear but still tried to look modest. Nothing much, nothing much. Then he swung back down to the ground. Tianming quickly ran over to meet him. Suddenly, Zhang Kai behind them aimed his gun at Wang Zheng. Seeing this, Tianming hurriedly stopped him. Zhang Kai, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? He ignored those words completely and continued threatening them arrogantly. Captain, this is the order the old patriarch gave us. He immediately raised his gun and aimed it at his own head, declaring righteously, Wang Zheng is the man who saved our lives. If you want to kill him, then kill me too. His subordinates looked at one another, communicating only with their eyes. In the end, Jingting stepped forward and fired. Stop pretending to be so noble. Sorry, Captain. As if he had foreseen this, Wang Zheng instantly pulled Tianming aside, narrowly escaping death. How could he possibly endure this betrayal? Furious, he aimed at him. Very impressive of you. But Wang Zheng's attitude remained extremely calm. He even pointed out what was suspicious about the others. Su Tianming, still don't you see it? These people wanted to kill both of us from the very beginning. He exclaimed in disbelief. What? Only then did Wang Zheng decide to draw in the net, calmly giving the order. Zhang Kai, stop acting. The one who had seemed to be the ringleader of the betrayal actually obeyed Wang Zheng without hesitation. Yes, Captain. After a wave of his hand, the three true traitors were shot clean through in a single second. It turned out Bella had not been idle at all. She had hidden in a suitable position and supported him when needed. After Tianming finally switched into 5G mode, he caught up with everything that had happened here. Who exactly had ordered these people to disregard their own survival? Just to kill Wang Zheng, could it be? He boldly guessed it was Su Tianren. Wang Zheng showed none of his shock and simply offered candy casually. Want one? In this situation, who would still be in the mood to eat or drink? Tianming gloomily asked him to come up with a plan. Come on, Wang Zheng, tell me what I should do. He did not disappoint him and proposed an extremely reasonable plan. How about disappearing for a while and letting everyone think you died in the Wissen Peninsula forest? For the time being, there was no better option than this. He smiled and accepted. That idea works, thank you. 3 days later, Wang Zheng sat discussing things with Minghao in his room. Did you send Su Tianming out? He shook his head and sighed. Not yet, there was still some distance left, so I let him walk the rest himself. He looked utterly dazed, almost like a different person. That was understandable. After nearly being killed by his own older brother, how could he not be devastated? He also expressed his disappointment. To be honest, I was shocked by this too. I really never expected Su Tianren to be this kind of person. Wang Zheng had already seen through the mastermind's plan. That man wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, he still miscalculated. This made Minghao curious. What did he miscalculate? But before the answer could be spoken, Bella opened the door and slipped inside to sit down. Obviously, he never expected Wang Zheng to have so many capable helpers. Hearing that familiar voice, Wang Zheng knew who it was without even looking. Oh, you're here. At the same time, on a large tree not far from his residence, Elbis was holding binoculars and observing the situation, his tone full of smugness. Evil King, oh evil King, I finally found you. He instinctively sensed danger and blurted out, not good. Then he immediately leaped downward to dodge the attack. After that, he opened an airbag. He felt smug about his own top-tier products. Good thing I have high technology. But when he saw the string of mines and bombs exploding below, his smile gradually twisted, then vanished completely. Although he had landed safely on the ground, he still had no idea who was trying to assassinate him. While he was still dazed, a boot suddenly stomped on his face, crushing it flat and making him scream in pain. Elbis quickly hurled a large cloud of golden powder toward Wang Zheng. Knowing this trick well, Wang Zheng covered his nose while warning his men. The golden mist is poisonous. This is his usual method. Taking advantage of the lingering fog, Elbis hid behind a large tree and cursed under his breath. Damn it, Wang Zheng had already recognized the man hiding there as an old acquaintance. Wanting to mock him, he sneered, Elbis, it's been many years since we last met. You're still this pathetic, huh? Too scared to fight head-on, hiding behind a tree like a cowardly turtle. How amusing. Unfortunately, Elbis remained calm and pulled out a pill. Provoking me is useless. If you've got guts, then keep fighting me. He shoved the pill straight into his mouth and swallowed it. Outside, Wang Zheng suddenly felt like playing with explosives. As he pulled the pin from a grenade, he continued provoking him. I refuse to believe you still won't come out. The moment he finished speaking, he hurled it straight toward Elbis's hiding place. Although the blast wave scorched part of Elbis's clothes, he still forced himself to act tough. You think this can force me out? You're underestimating me. Hearing that, Wang Zheng eagerly tossed another grenade. Then try this one too. Here's an early surprise for you. Elbis turned pale the moment he saw what was thrown at him. Are you seriously not done yet? Neither Wang Zheng nor Minghao cared about the other's survival, and kept hurling grenades non-stop. After 10 minutes of what looked like a small-scale fireworks show, Wang Zheng casually walked over to question the unconscious man lying sprawled on the ground. So Elbis, did you enjoy the party? However, there was no response because the man had already passed out. Seeing Wang Zheng touching the man's body all over, Minghao suddenly became suspicious. Captain, what are you doing? The answer he received was perfectly straightforward. I think this bulletproof vest of his is pretty good. I want to take it off and wear it myself. Still, no matter how good the vest was, it couldn't block shockwaves. Minghao suddenly changed his expression and grinned wickedly as he suggested, Captain, why don't you leave this guy to me? A short while later, Elbis had been hung upside down from a tree branch, dangling there like a giant jackfruit. Wang Zheng burst out laughing at the sight. You're really good at this stuff. Through the handheld surveillance screen, he discovered something. Captain, a group of people is rapidly approaching our location. Wang Zheng had been waiting for exactly that and immediately began planning. Then let's get ready and wipe them all out in one go. Today's weather is perfect for setting traps and hunting prey. The group led by Bai finally arrived. He pointed ahead and ordered his subordinates go investigate the front. Everyone else stays here and waits for orders. The man quickly obeyed. 5 minutes later, Bai impatiently asked about the situation ahead. Yet no one answered, and suspicion slowly crept into his mind. Could something have happened? Right then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came through the communicator, pulling him out of his thoughts. You weaklings from Dark Military Academy, I've been waiting here for you for ages. No matter how many of you show up today, I'll take down every last one of you. Yang Ming was hiding high up in a tree, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. The reason everyone had gathered this time was to rescue the captain. We need to deal with these people quickly. Yang Xiang, hiding nearby, immediately mocked him after hearing that. Yang Ming, long time no see, you're still just as talkative as ever. But then his expression turned serious. Someone's coming, should we kill them? To return the earlier sarcasm, Yang Ming instantly shot back, why ask so many questions? Just take them out. The moment he finished speaking, he dropped down from the tree and used the distance to slash the enemy's throat in one swift motion. In the blink of an eye, one enemy had already been eliminated by his teammate. He could not help but break into a cold sweat. This brat's ability to act cool has really gone up another level. Yang Xiang quickly pulled herself together and carefully aimed at the enemy. I can't fall behind either. Another villain went down. Over on Bai's side, after receiving the threat, he immediately gave orders to his trusted aide. Chris, take 10 men and deal with the ambushers in the rear. He confidently thumped his chest and guaranteed it. Got it. I promise none of them will survive. Ming Hao, standing up high, happened to spot the outsiders below. He muttered to himself, they're here. Wang Zheng already had a sniper rifle ready in his hand. Ready to punish every direction, he even kindly welcomed those uninvited guests. Brats from the Dark Military Academy, welcome to hell. In that split second, the bullet tore through the air and hit the bullseye, startling everyone. Third casually held his cigarette and said lightly, they're here. The underlings following him immediately grew alert and looked around. Ming Hao saw it all and laughed as he boasted, I told you, our help has arrived. But Wang Zheng stayed focused on his target the whole time. Forget that. This time, do you want close combat or the armored vehicle? Unexpectedly, he dumped everything straight onto him. With you here, do you still need me? I'll just stand back and watch. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Zheng raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The smooth sequence of movements quickly took down one man. However, that also meant Bai had tracked down his position. The cigar snapped in two at once. Amid the dense hail of bullets, he showed no fear and charged firmly toward the enemy. Unfortunately, Wang Zheng was already ready to meet him head-on. He came in with great momentum. Suddenly, an elbow swept past Wang Zheng's face. Bai's leg followed at just the right moment with another kick. In truth, those moves were nothing to him. Ah, good thing I dodged fast. Relying on his extensive experience, Bai swung his fist while sighing in admiration. Evil King, you are very strong. But Wang Zheng was hardly an arrogant man. He used the safe gap to reply, that's right, I am very impressive. Mark once said the same thing, but you aren't easy to deal with either. Bai hurriedly leaped up to avoid the full-force stomp while warning through gritted teeth, if you meet the principal, he will kill you instantly. Yet Wang Zheng still calmly declared his past achievement. Is that so? 3 years ago, wasn't that damned old man from your military academy injured and bedridden for 3 months? That was my doing. No matter how cautious he was, there were still moments of wavering. Bai suddenly froze in shock. What Wang Zheng seized this golden opportunity and struck straight at him with a palm. What? Can't believe it. After taking the painful blow, Bai was forced to step back and steady himself. At the same time, who would have thought the trouble still was not over? A sudden voice rang out from the other end of the line. The enemy's attack is too strong. We can no longer hold them off. Third decisively removed his earpiece and grudgingly admitted, Evil King, your assistants are quite capable. Unexpectedly, Wang Zheng shrugged and denied it completely. I have assistants. I didn't know that. I suppose someone else just found you people unpleasant and decided to act out of justice. Why don't you just surrender? The moment Wang Zheng finished speaking, Bai shot forward like a rocket with soaring resolve. The people of our military academy do not have the option of surrendering. Naturally, he once again slammed right into Wang Zheng's solid knee. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he was no pushover. After taking the hit, he immediately counterattacked. Unfortunately, Wang Zheng already understood how this game would end. Do you really not want to live? You used all your strength on those 2 moves. Let's see how you block my next attack. Bai hurriedly gritted his teeth and resisted. That is none of your concern. However, he truly had no answer for the follow-up blow. Wang Zheng took the chance to offer a little advice. Stop struggling. You're dead for sure. Seeing the other man force himself to stand, Wang Zheng spoke in a half-joking tone. What, you still want to come at me? But he was completely mistaken. Bai solemnly raised his gun and pointed it straight at his temple. From the first day I stepped onto this path, I knew this day would come. Please allow me to preserve the last of my dignity. Liberation came unexpectedly fast, bringing the life of this blood-soaked legendary instructor to an end right there. In that moment, Wang Zheng felt somewhat moved. No matter how you put it, he could still be considered a real man. Only then did Ming Hao land and ask him, do we need to deal with his body? Immediately pointed at him and replied, yeah, hide well. After dealing with the urgent problem, he asked again, Captain, someone helped us take care of those people from Dark Military Academy. Do you think it was them? Wang Zheng thought for a moment. The only ones who could wipe out people from Dark Military Academy in such a short time are the Dark ones. But guessing blindly is kind of pointless, Ming Hao suggested. Why don't we go take a look? Maybe there'll be a miracle. He immediately rolled his eyes and sighed softly. How could there be that many miracles? Suddenly, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky above them. Both of them froze for a few seconds at the sudden turn of events. Right after that, he was moved to tears and shouted, "Captain, the assembly signal. It's Dragon-Scale Army's private assembly signal." The wave of good news made him happy too. He nudged the other man with his foot. "Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come with me." Of course. Ming Hao was overjoyed. "Yes, yes." Wang Zheng moved nimbly through the dense bushes. The moment they caught sight of him, everyone took a defensive salute at once. "Captain, Dragon-Scale Army has assembled." Unexpectedly, before he could say anything to them, someone interrupted. "Did I come at the wrong time and disturb your reunion? Still, this is good. It saves me from having to look for you one by one." Wang Zheng turned lightly toward the source of the voice. "Tantai Suifeng, I didn't expect you to come too," he answered frankly. "Of course, I came to avenge that gunshot." Facing the dangerous situation, Wang Zheng urgently ordered, "He's targeting me. All of you get as far away as you can." But Yuan Bao stubbornly held his ground. "Captain, we won't leave. When brothers are of one heart, they can cut through gold." Hearing that, he helplessly shook his head. "You really have learned quite a bit of that stubbornness from me, haven't you?" With them standing beside him, he became cheerful. "Tantai Suifeng, my brothers are all here now. Are you satisfied? But I'm very curious. After all, you're a grandmaster. So how can you still work so hard as someone else's lackey?" Suifeng cut him off angrily. "My affairs are none of your business. Every last one of you will die here." Seeing his cornered beast attitude, Wang Zheng quickly warned his teammates, "Be careful of this old monster." Before AI Ray could finish speaking, the other side vanished in a flash. The sudden turn made Vin Hung cry out in panic. Meanwhile, Hu Bin had already charged forward with his life on the line, but Sui Feng showed no fear. He calmly said, "You are the first." He had clearly moved at incredible speed, yet the man still blocked him with ease and landed a terrifying kick. Hu Bin was completely baffled. What was going on? Hu Bin crashed into a tree like a human bullet. The impact crushed him with such force that he coughed up blood in pain. After sending one man flying, Sui Feng immediately moved on to the next. "Your turn." Before Vin Hung could react, he drove a kick straight into his waist. The violent force sent him flying far away. He lay flattened on the ground, growing more furious the more he thought about it. "Damn it, I cannot use my strength." Yet the enemy did not stop. He leisurely glided over to where old Kim stood and said, "The third." AI Ray decisively locked his arm in place. Since that was the case, they had to leave him with something. Suddenly, Sui Feng raised his knee and drove it toward his opponent's abdomen. Yang Ming seized the moment when Sui Feng left his back exposed, leaping up with a chopping stance. "I do not care how good you are fighting alone. We are a team. Do you understand?" In the end, he was still far too strong, treating them completely like rag dolls. "Even if you had 100 men, you still would not be my match." As if to make the point even clearer to everyone, old Kim was thrown away by Sui Feng in an instant. But the dragon scale troops knew nothing of fear. Chang Qing immediately seized the chance and rushed in. "There is still me." They had clearly attacked from front and back, yet Sui Feng still dodged with ease, another one seeking death. At the same time, he folded his hand into a fist and slammed it fiercely into Chang Qing's chest. The attack was so powerful that Chang Qing was thrown several meters away by the force. Chang Qing coughed blood and trembled, struggling to rise as he whispered, "How is this possible? He only brushed my shoulder, yet I am already this badly hurt. This man is terrifying." Seeing him regain his momentum, Yang Ming shouted urgently, "Old Kim." Old Kim naturally understood his intention and immediately braced himself. The moment he grabbed Sui Feng's arm tightly, his eyes narrowed with grim resolve. "Sui Feng, even if I die, do not expect me to let go." Sui Feng was not shaken at all. "You two think this is a children's game? You want to restrain me?" Unexpectedly, Yuan Bao rushed in and grabbed his leg as well. "What if I join too?" Then all three of them shouted in unison with burning spirit, "Captain." Wang Zheng quickly used the opportunity they created and charged forward. He decisively struck back with a kick. This time, Sui Feng was finally the one sent rolling helplessly. As Wang Zheng watched him, he calmly mocked, "How was that? That did not feel good, did it? Even ants can bite an elephant to death." Suddenly, Sui Feng shook his head and sighed, "You are all very strong." This rare chance to speak allowed Wang Zheng to voice the question he had held back for so long. "What exactly happened to you?" But Sui Feng only finished what he had meant to say. "The stronger you are, the more you will be obstructed." Wang Zheng tried to persuade him again, "We really should not be enemies." But the other side did not take that way out. "I am old, so I suddenly felt a little sentimental. But today, there must be a result between us." "Then so be it." Wang Zheng hurriedly took his stance. "It is still too early to say who will win." Draped in his cloak, Sui Feng was determined to fight a battle to the death. "You had better be ready to die." Suddenly, Ming Hao lightly fired from afar. Wherever Sui Feng jumped, Ming Hao followed with his aim. Under the storm of gunfire, Sui Feng removed it and said, "Underestimating your opponent can cost you your life." It turned out that it also worked like body armor. Seeing that unreal scene, Ming Hao was struck speechless as if by lightning. He was completely bewildered. "What is going on?" This man makes no sense at all. Immediately, Ming Hao warned anxiously, Captain, be careful. Fortunately, Wang Zheng had enough experience to meet Sui Feng's terrifying punch head-on. Not only that, he also seized the chance to throw a knife. And of course, it did nothing to his opponent. Sui Feng even guided its path and forced it to change direction, making it pierce Ming Hao's leg instead. Seeing his own weapon being used against him, he flew into a rage and ground his teeth. Damn it. He lay helpless on the ground, facing Sui Feng's relentless assault. Wang Zheng thought for a moment that it seemed he really was going to die here, so he gave a very gentle smile. City girls, remember me. The nearby teammates shouted in panic, Captain, get out of the way. But at that critical moment, the beautiful woman's figure swept past, leaving behind one sentence, it's still too early. You can't die yet. Stunned by that surreal appearance, Wang Zheng froze. You are. Kitty had just blocked the attack for him and replied softly with delight, long time no see. He hurriedly stood up, both surprised and moved. I never expected the person who came to save me would be you. She took the chance to sigh. Isn't that right? But as soon as she finished speaking, there was movement from Sui Feng's side. A bullet tore through the air and buried itself straight in his heart. Caught off guard, he had no way to fight back. Wang Zheng looked around warily and called out loudly, who is it? Kaingzi immediately shouldered his gun and pretended to sound hurt. Looks like you people forgot about me long ago. This support and reunion came so suddenly, and it was far too wonderful for him. Kaingzi, I really didn't expect it to be you. Then he tilted his head excitedly and asked, did you find him? Kitty brought up the more important matter. It's a long story. We'll talk about it another day. Right now, the important thing is what to do with the man lying on the ground. Over there, sure enough, the opponent was tougher than an ox and was struggling to get back up. Wang Zheng's voice softened slightly. Senior Dantai, do you still have anything or anyone you can't let go of? Because his injuries were severe, Sui Feng spoke with difficulty, protect Feng Zhengming. If you want revenge then, that name which had seemed impossibly distant, suddenly left him confused. Feng Zhengming, is he very important to me? Why must I protect him, senior? By the time Wang Zheng rushed over in panic and called out to him, the man could no longer hold on. He firmly gave Sui Feng one final military salute. Senior Dantai, no matter what happened before, in the end, I still have to thank you. The exhausting afternoon soon gave way to night at that lively bar. Refined glasses clinked decisively together amid thunderous shouts. Come on, drink. Wang Zheng quickly asked in confusion. Kaingzi, how did you and Kitty meet? Kaingzi had just taken a sip of wine before answering. I met her on the way here to find you, and even had a little clash with her. After that, we found out we had the same goal, so we came to find you together. That answer only pushed him closer to another puzzle. You all knew I was here? Yang Ming immediately cut in proudly. Captain, don't underestimate me. He keenly noticed something. Did you also find Kitty? At that mention, he hurriedly waved his hand to clarify. Not that. Maybe she also received the news and was worried about you, Captain. Or next time you see her, you can ask her directly. Wang Zheng took another sip and sighed. Kitty, I owe you another favor. Ming Hao, sitting beside him, suddenly reminded him. Captain, I heard the youngest daughter of the Su family is studying abroad here. Aren't you going to visit her? Sure enough, when it came to gossip, everyone was interested. He quickly cleared his throat and put on a serious look. Everyone, rest up these next few days. I still have some personal matters to handle. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tiananming stood at the lectern and asked carefully, Nuanuan, would it be convenient for you to have dinner with me tonight? Facing his handsome appearance, she still politely refused. Sorry, I'm not free tonight. He quickly changed course. Nuanuan, come to Hong Kong with me for the holiday. Unexpectedly, Nuanuan kept refusing. I'm not free during the holiday either. Her repeated refusals instantly tested the limit of his patience. The air around Theodore Min instantly grew gloomy. HMPH, pretending to be pure and aloof with me. Still, he kept trying to maintain his gentlemanly facade. Nora, why not give me a chance and give yourself one too? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly cut him off. She has already rejected you clearly. Are you still going to be shameless? It turned out the newcomer was none other than the handsome Victor Zhang. Seeing his prey snatched away just as it was within reach made Theodore Min snap in irritation. Who are you? Before he could even speak, Nora cheered out loud. Victor Zhang, you came. He quickly became the bodyguard protecting her. I came especially to see you, only to run into that rude suitor of yours. Nora, who is this? Nora hurriedly corrected him. He's just a classmate of mine. Seeing that things had become difficult, he immediately turned around and stormed off in annoyance. Just you wait. After the other man disappeared from sight, Victor Zhang murmured softly. At the same time, he held out a pretty little box of sweet cakes. You must know he won't let you off. So unexpectedly, she brought it up frankly. It's my birthday. Are you not planning to protect me? Faced with that gentle invitation, he laughed. Of course today is fine, in the future, but she decisively brushed aside the risk and eagerly hugged Victor Zheng's arm. We'll talk about the future when it comes. Be my boyfriend for today. Having caught hold of him, Nora immediately took advantage of it and dragged him along, startling him into blurting out. Ah, blue skies, white clouds, golden sunlight, love softly visits my beloved school. Amid countless admiring gazes, Nora strolled leisurely with him. You didn't come to see me only because of my birthday, did you? Victor Zheng broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly insisted that he had come on purpose to celebrate her birthday with her. They never expected that the other's inner thoughts were in sync as well. Nora, I'm sorry. Victor Zheng, I'm sorry. After laughing awkwardly, she suggested. Then let's go on a date. Time flew by like a swift horse passing a window, and in the blink of an eye, dusk had arrived. A day full of surprises gradually passed, and Nora suddenly quieted down, dispiritedly holding his arm. When will you come to see me next time? The other person slowly comforted her. Perhaps very soon. Then Victor Zheng slowly stroked her hair and reminded her, take good care of yourself. After they said goodbye, she kept watching his back uneasily. Victor Zheng, we will still meet again, won't we? Somewhere they knew nothing about, the arrogant Theodore Min was boiling with rage, venting his anger on an innocent ball. The cautious butler asked, young master, is something upsetting you? And Victor Zheng heard the entire answer. That guy who came looking for me today, does Nora know how powerful the Kaio family is? He actually dared to provoke me, Kaio Theodore Min. Take good care of them for me. He immediately obeyed, bowing as he gave his assurance. Young master, please rest assured. That made him visibly happier. Good, I'll wait for your good news. The man really was extremely obedient. However, Victor Zheng had already been lying in wait and decisively smashed a brick onto the other man's head. He even crushed the man's lower leg just to be safe. After finishing everything, Victor Zheng thought to himself, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Only this way will you be unable to keep doing evil. The quiet late night hung beneath the moon. From some house came faint, awkward sounds. The naked scene behind the window gave him that idea. Watch how I mess with you. Exactly 15 magical minutes later, the short-term lovers suddenly had to face a terrifying ghost. The timid Theodore Min was completely unlike his usually cool image. A ghost, Tinieva, you go take a look. Tinieva looked around in confusion, then asked in puzzlement, I don't get it, there's nothing here. Are you hallucinating? He still could not believe it. Trembling under the blanket, he begged, I'm sure I didn't see wrong. Hurry over to the window and take a look. The result he received was her cold, unfeeling back. I'm going home first today. Are all you Cathian men this cowardly? How useless. After the front door closed, Victor Zheng quickly revealed himself. Eldest young Master Kaio, you let a beauty run off angry just like that. The all-too-familiar voice scared Theodore Min stiff. It's you. Why are you here? He answered smugly. I originally wanted to come ask how you were doing. I didn't expect to catch you fooling around, so I couldn't resist playing a little joke. Answer contained enough information to drive him furious. He immediately pointed and shouted, so you were the one pretending to be a ghost earlier. What exactly do you want? He calmly stated, I'm just a kept man living off Nuanuan, and I only want to remind you to stay away from her. Every word sounded bizarre, yet carried overwhelming pressure. If anything happens to my sugar mommy, I'll make sure you die without even knowing how you died.